Made with Spoken.
Flame of the Hallowed by Tanya Hales. Prologue. The Cursed Prince. Darkness enveloped the cursed prince. A sliver of moon pricked the sky overhead as he stepped silently down the dirt road, but it couldn't pierce the blackness skittering in his chest, swarming his heart like a nest of spiders. It grew stronger by the day, ever present. It wouldn't be long before he'd become a monster. A tingle of horror crawled up his back and made the hairs on his neck stand on end. He couldn't change what was happening to him, but he could use it. A breeze whipped his black hair away from his face. The hulking forms of trees shifted like slow giants in the wind, only visible because they blotted out the stars. The faint song of crickets intermixed with the rhythmic chirping cries of nightjar birds. The cursed prince knew he was nearing the capital. With every step, he grew closer to his target, closer to the end of this madness. He raised his hand and called on his soul flame. Although darkness surrounded his soul flame, he could still feel its heat in his chest, fluttering beside his beating heart. He gathered that heat and sent it coursing outward, down his arm and into his finger. With his fingertip as hot as a firebrand, he burned a large, glowing pyroglyph into the air. The glyph symbol hung before him, shining with golden light. It was a word, the name of the deific spirit of time. The cursed prince poured his heat into it, an offering to the spirit, an exchange of his soul's vitality for supernatural aid. His soul flame flickered, shrinking as some of its heat drained away. He could feel as, in an unseen realm, the spirit of time latched onto his gift of soul flame and eagerly pulled it from him. The fiery golden pyroglyph melted into darkness, and magical energy rushed to swirl around him. He felt the spirit of time looming over him, whirling like a thunderous, churning cyclone. Then power filled his hands, a gift from the spirit who had marked and blessed him. He seized the energy, twisting it about to distort reality itself. Time ceased to flow. The dark world went silent and grey, except for an aura of gold that spread around him, extending many yards down the path. He continued into the darkness, grinning. Until he reached the edge of the aura, he could move, even while the rest of the world halted, timeless and unknowing. Then, he could burn the glyph again and repeat. It was almost as good as teleporting. He smiled. No one would find him. No one would know who he was. No one could stop him before it was too late to undo the plans he'd set in motion. But first, he had to find the girl who was destined to be his enemy. Part 1. Chapter 1. In which I play with fire. My soul flame flickered within my chest, dancing with anxiety. It matched the quick, urgent rhythm of my heart. Here I was, breaking the rules again. By necessity, of course, but that wouldn't stop the elder priest from tossing me out. I knelt on my prayer mat, my fingers gliding over the secret cache I hid beneath my low desk. Brittle swelter-leaf stems, velvety sanghuang mushrooms, ropey ginseng, and the thick fibres of polygala root. Each medicinal herb sat nestled in its own pouch, awaiting preparation by my practiced hands. Some required chopping. Others I would need to grind into powder or squeeze for juices. I scooped dry leaves from one pouch, depositing them into the mortar bowl. I worked by touch, hoping that if my desk didn't fully hide my project from the class, then the folds in my long blue skirt would. I fumbled my stone pestle, just holding in a curse as I caught it before it could clatter. Cursing during a session of worship was another great way to get kicked out. Kneeling in neat rows across the room, some of the other 20-odd teenage students looked bored, idling on their cushions, while others appeared focused, directing the heat of their soul flames into their styluses to burn pyroglyphs onto their slate. I hurriedly ground the swelter leaf into dust with my pestle, hoping the sound would be hidden in the ambient noise. I'd already burned a prayer glyph into the wood slate on my desk. Now I could take a break, using the excuse that I was letting my soul flame recover, even though it felt strong enough for more use. The elder priest paced in front of the class, his yellow robes swishing against the shrine floor as he lectured.
A child recently asked me how Jinsel can still be God if all he does now is sleep.
The elder priest chuckled, stroking his long white moustache.
Even in sleep, he is the most powerful being in our realm of existence. He holds the floating islands aloft, does he not?
I looked out to the forest as he gestured. The shrine was one large room with wooden columns on two sides instead of walls, so I could see out to the quiet green mountains surrounding us. Our village, Bando-san, was just down the hill in the valley. Barely visible above the tree line hung a floating island, tiny and distant in the sky. Really, it was an enormous landmass, held aloft as though weightless, just as our own floating island of Hwalsang was. Hundreds of islands floated in the sky, all circling Jinsil, held up by his power. Unfortunately, intense whirlwinds raged in the air between them, so anyone who'd ever used pyroglyphs to travel to the other islands had never returned to tell the tale. I pulled my focus back to my work, even though my thoughts were eager to linger on the mysteries of distant lands. The herbs were what mattered right now. It was blasphemous to work like this in a shrine, but these herbs needed to be prepared as soon as possible, or else I wouldn't be able to sell them. And if I couldn't sell them, we wouldn't have enough money when the debt collector came in a few days. Getting kicked out so I'd have more time to work was starting to seem like the easiest solution. But I knew the importance of pleasing the spirits and upholding my family's honor.
And someday,
The elder priest continued,
after death, the souls of his followers will enter his dream and find new life. Those who were wicked will stop being embraced by his power and will fall.
They'd plunge down into the depths of space for eternity, more like. I wished I was the one telling the story, just so that I could add a little more drama and flair to his words. The elder priest gestured at us with his wrinkled hand.
It's Jinsil's will that each of you become spirit-marked. Would anyone like to demonstrate the proper poise with which one must offer their soul flame to the spirits?
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my friend, Akari Lau, turn to cast me an abrupt, dramatic look, her eyebrows raised and a smile on her lips. The desks were spread out to improve our focus while we worshipped, so Akari knelt 6 feet away, pyrography stylus and slate still in hand. I immediately pulled one of my hands out from under my desk, trying to look like I wasn't up to anything. Despite being my closest friend, Akari was the last person I wanted to know I was working myself into the ground. Our most recent debt was partially her fault after all. I turned to blink at Akari, trying to equal her drama. She jerked her head at the elder priest, then whispered,
"Volunteer, Ori? This is your chance to impress him."
I shook my head, then bit my lip. Her suggestion made my heart race in longing. Before I'd learned how much my brother's wedding would cost our family, I'd been consumed by thoughts of somehow becoming the head storyteller at the upcoming Festival of Creation. Currently, that role belonged to the elder priest, but if I impressed him enough as a student, he might let me do it this year. Every villager would be there to listen. It might be the most professional role of storyteller I'd ever have. It wasn't much, but I'd gladly take it. My job as herbalist's apprentice helped pay the bills, but storytelling was my true passion. I almost threw my hand into the air to volunteer right then, but remembered the bowl of herbs I was holding and forced my fingers to clench on it. Now wasn't the time to daydream. I could think about frivolous things later. As usual, I had to be practical and focus on keeping my family from being thrown into debtor's prison. Skies below, I was sick of being practical.
No volunteers?
The elder priest asked the class. Akari pouted at me, and I looked down at my desk. She was a year older than me, already 18, and she had near black hair that made her look much more like a Trueblood than I did with my dark, coppery brown hair. She always kept hers down to her armpits, the exact longest length permitted to commoners. Mine was cut just below my shoulders, since I couldn't be bothered to trim it on a regular basis. Like me, she'd pulled her hair back into a braid today. Our brown eyes were the same colour, the one feature that made us look like we could be sisters. But soon, one of our childhood daydreams would come true, and we really would be sisters. My insides jittered with impatience at the thought of her marrying my older brother Shiru in less than a week. Nothing had ever felt so right as her officially becoming family. Unfortunately, my brothers, father and I hadn't been prepared for some of the wedding costs, and they added to our already impressive pile of debt. My father and brothers had been working extra hours in the mines, as much as their bodies could take. I'd been prepping herbs while working hard to keep our family's financial strain from Akari, because I knew it would spoil her enjoyment of this magical time in her life. But the past few weeks had been hard, and the next few days wouldn't be any better. As I resumed subtly grinding herbs beneath the desk, a student near the front lazily raised a hand.
Fine, I'll do it.
I immediately scrunched my nose in distaste. It was Dozit, a brawny 16-year-old apprentice blacksmith who thought he was Jinsel's gift to female kind. I'd had enough bad experiences with him to last a lifetime. He stood and walked to the front of the room, practically oozing with languid confidence. Akari sent me a profoundly disappointed stare.
You're going to let him show you up?
She whispered. He deserves the opportunity to say something dumb, I hissed back, and she had to stifle a laugh.
I choose the spirit of strength,
Dozit announced. Of course he would. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a bad choice, since the spirit of strength could increase a person's physical capacity to inhuman proportions, but I also couldn't imagine Dozit choosing anything else, certainly not the spirit of wisdom. The elder priest cooed over Dozit's poise, and then we all watched intently as the young man placed his stylus against his book-sized slate. I felt an immediate burst of jealousy, not because of anything Dozit was doing, but because I imagined myself standing in front of a captive audience, about to tell a folktale, legend, or ghost story. It was something I got to do so infrequently, and I craved it. The metal tip of Dozit's stylus began to glow with heat, but before he could draw a glyph, the stylus made a cracking sound and then exploded into shards of wood in his hand. The fragments rained down around him. He cursed, gathering up the cracked pieces of stylus. He'd put too much of his soul flame into the wood instead of letting it pass straight into the metal. I rubbed my forehead. It was such a rookie mistake. Putting soul flame into something that wasn't Bommel steel could break it if it was flimsy enough, but it couldn't break anything sturdy enough that someone couldn't snap it with their own 2 hands anyway. My legs itched to get up and show everyone how it was done, but I forced myself to stay put.
No, too dramatic.
The elder priest shouted.
You'll never impress the spirits that way.
I grinned as Dozit gathered up bits of stylus. It wasn't the drama that was the problem, I whispered to Akari over the class's laughter. I'm pretty sure it was the untimely explosion. She snorted, then batted her lashes at me.
Which is why you're going to volunteer next.
Once again, I forced myself to remain seated where I could continue grinding my herbs.
And you aren't helping.
The elder priest glared at the laughing students as Dozit slunk back to his seat.
You must maintain proper respect in a shrine. The spirit of the curse rains ill luck upon those who disrespect the spirits.
I perked up. The spirit of the curse had never shown his face except for in legends, but those tales had always intrigued me. Would we talk about that now? But no, the elder priest only started lecturing us about proper form and reverence. I sighed in frustration. The elder priest, whose full name was Buan Park, was a good man. But in teaching us to burn glyphs, he was rather one-note. He was more a teacher of Jinselist doctrine than a teacher of the mystical art of pyrography. Everything tied back to pleasing Jinsil, the god of all spirits and humankind. I wished the elder priest had seen a bit more of the floating island and could teach us more exotic things, but I supposed I should be grateful for what we had. Not only was religious schooling free, but it was also the only schooling this deep in the mountains. People who knew anything worth teaching sure didn't come to teach it here.
Well, if no one else wants to demonstrate their glyph-burning technique, then we'll just return to practicing which respectful postures are preferred by each spirit.
I wanted to sag on my mat. No, anything but this again. I could see Akari staring at me once more, so I gritted my teeth, shoved the bags of herbs and supplies back into my satchel, and then shot my hand into the air.
Ah, Miss Orihana Okada,
the elder priest said, nodding appreciatively at my enthusiasm.
Yes, please come up and show the class how you've progressed.
Picking up my slate and stylus, I stood and walked forward. These pale pinewood floors remained unblemished only if all villagers were fastidious, so I wore no shoes inside. The white toes of my stockings barely showed under my long skirt, as was proper. I reached the front of the shrine and knelt, facing the class. I tried to appear poised and elegant. Legends say that Ki-sun, the first Hallowed Slayer, didn't have to use a pyrography stylus, I found myself saying. I guess I just couldn't keep my mouth shut with that many people watching me. As the inventor of the art of pyrography, she could use her own body, her own finger, to write pyroglyphs. If only the same was true for us. We had to use a stylus as a conduit. Our pyroglyphs were also useless if the spirits hadn't marked our skin as a sign that we'd been chosen and that they trusted us with their power. And with enough offerings, maybe that would happen. It wasn't surprising that this session of class had been as fruitless as the rest, with no one new being marked. Pleasing the spirits was plunging hard. Some people were lucky enough to be marked by a spirit in their youth, but most were adults before a spirit claimed them. Akari was one of the few students who was marked. She'd been chosen a few years ago by the spirit of animals, allowing her to communicate with and tame animals when she burned the right pyroglyphs. I'd been offering up my soul flame to at least one of the 30 main spirits every day since I'd been old enough to draw glyphs, but none of them had been impressed yet. Deities, they always had such high standards. Shall I make an offering to the spirit of protection? I asked the elder priest. I knew he favoured her power.
Certainly,
He replied. I raised my stylus with a flourish, then pressed it to my wooden slate. Time to make an offering to a spirit, and time to do it well. I closed my eyes and felt my soul flame within my chest. No one knew how a soul flame truly looked, since the flame went out when a person died and you couldn't exactly look inside someone's chest while they lived. But every person had one. Everyone could feel it, visualize it, sense its flickering and ebb and flow. It controlled the body's soul, just as the heart controlled blood. I moved my focus to my aura. It was another invisible thing, the form of a person's soul that could hold and touch the spiritual in the same way their body touched the physical. With my aura's hands, I pulled on my soul flame, easing a bit of it away from the rest. Then I pushed that heat down my arm, through my hand, and into my pyrography stylus. The stylus was like a smooth wooden pencil. The tip was Beaumoul steel, made from the ore that most men in our village spent their lives mining. It only took a moment for the metal tip to grow hot enough to burn. I pressed it to my slate and dragged it into a familiar looping shape. The stylus pushed into the soft wood, burning and compressing it, leaving behind a smooth black line. Finishing the pyroglyph for the spirit of protection, I closed my eyes and felt within myself again. I gathered another small offering of soul flame, then held it aloft with my aura. I could feel the touch of an enormous presence as the spirit of protection reached out from the spirit world and took my offering. My stylus cooled and my body relaxed as I opened my eyes. My soul flame flickered within me, diminished. It would recover in a few minutes. I found the entire class watching me. Not that it was very exciting to watch someone make a soul flame offering. The only part anyone could actually see was me burning the glyph. But perhaps they'd hoped this might be the moment one of us would become spirit-marked and a glyph would appear on my skin. I looked down at myself. Nope.
well done,
The elder priest said, clapping once.
though perhaps a bit too fast. You must be slow, deliberate. Remember, this is a form of prayer.
I kept myself from raising my eyebrows. From what I'd seen, the spirits only cared about getting soul flame, snatching it up eagerly. The faster we got it to them, the better. I bowed to him even though I wanted to sigh. Skies below, the elder priest was impossible to impress. My glyph and form had been on point. Still, this wouldn't stop me from asking him after class about my possible role as storyteller at the festival. Hopefully I'd at least reminded him of my devotion and all that. Before I could rise from my bow, a burning pain seared my wrist. I held back a gasp. It felt like a venomous insect stung me. No one else noticed. They were too busy turning to look out the building at the path to the village where frantic, pounding footsteps rang through the trees. Distracted, I rolled up my sleeve, then froze, my breath catching in my chest. There, on my wrist, was a glyph. A real pyroglyph, shining with the faintest golden light. For a moment, I was too stunned to move. Then elation bubbled within me like a fountain. Jinsel almighty, it had really happened. I'd been spirit-marked. I stared at the glyph, beaming, so excited that I could hardly breathe. A spirit had claimed me, marking me to symbolize that they would grant me some of their power whenever I asked. But which spirit? I didn't recognize the glyph. There were only 30 spirits. I'd been taught all their glyphs since my childhood. So why was this one unfamiliar? Before I could ponder this farther, I looked up to see who was scrambling down the path through the trees. It was Niran, an 11-year-old who worked as one of the village messengers. He skidded up to the shrine, eyes wide with alarm as he breathlessly announced,
"The Hallowed Slayer is dead! Holsang is at war with the Kamagwi Crows once again!"
His words rushed through the shrine like an ocean wave before striking me in the chest. The shock of it left me feeling weightless. The other students turned to each other, letting out murmurs of alarm, but I couldn't make a sound. My breath caught in my chest behind my hammering heart, and my soul flame quivered. I'd known the Slayer was old, but even so, the implications of her death were so vast that my mind struggled to grasp it. War. The elder priest patted at his top knot, as though shock alone could have made his white hair fly free.
Quiet down, everyone,
He ordered calmly, though his moustached face looked alarmed.
This is a place of worship, not some village dance. Show the spirits some respect.
Unsurprisingly, no one listened. I clenched my hands into my skirt, wanting to run from the shrine and find my dad and brothers. Had they heard the news yet, or were they still ignorant as they worked in the mines? Niran was already running back down the hill, so perhaps he would spread the news to the mines next. There was so much to discuss, so much to prepare for. The death of the Slayer meant the return of the Crow monsters, as well as the emergence of a new Hallowed Slayer and Cursed Prince. My eldest brother, Ephron, would become swamped by his duties as a town guard. Monstrous humanoid Kamagwi crows had stalked through these mountains in the past, and soon they would wander again. This should all have been terrifying, but instead of fear, a different emotion quickly overtook my shock. Excitement. Soon things would change. Life might even become dangerous. It would be like one of the old legends, except I would get to live it. Jinsil almighty, but I'd been waiting years for something to shake up this stagnant mining town. Plunging skies, I swore with a grin, my body tingling with a wild, nervous energy. I'd almost completely forgotten the mark hiding beneath my sleeve. Niran's announcement had stolen its thunder. The cycle of Prince and Slayer had both plagued and blessed the floating island for years. 2 millennia ago, the Crows had waged endless war with humankind. Their prince and his armies had nearly wiped out humankind when a girl with powerful command over the spirits joined the battle. Her name was Ki Soon, and she and the Crow Prince killed each other in combat. Unfortunately, their dead souls wouldn't let the battle end. Every few generations, they each chose a new true-blooded youth to serve as their vessel. Ki Soon always chose a girl, giving her great power over pyrography and a command of the spirits. This girl became known as the Hallowed Slayer. The Crow Prince always chose a boy and gave him a terrible strength, making him slowly transform into one of the Kamagwi Crows. He became known as the Cursed Prince. The crows themselves began to leave their deep underground nests filled with a powerful bloodlust and continued their ancient leader's work of waging war against humankind, and they would continue this bloody conquest until their champion was defeated. The Slayer's duty was not to kill the prince outright, but to use a glyph that would bind him, turning him to stone. This binding snapped the crows out of their frenzy, weakening them, so that they retreated until the time when a new prince appeared. And because of the way the binding worked, a new prince wouldn't appear until the old Slayer died, usually of old age or illness, and a new Slayer was chosen. The whole thing was ripe ground for exciting stories and legends. Even though Akari and I both had blood as common as dirt, we'd spent plenty of youthful days acting out stories where we ourselves had somehow been the Hallowed Slayer. My brother, Shiru, had often gotten roped into pretending to be the Cursed Prince. And now, somewhere on Hwalsang, a young man really was transforming into a monster, and a young woman had recently been blessed with the incredible power to defeat him. I looked to Akari. She was staring at me, dark eyes sparkling with awe and excitement. She grinned, then mouthed, "Adventurous times." I grinned back. Adventurous times indeed. I hurried back to my desk and sat facing Akari. Now we just have to take down some crows and we'll become the stuff of legends. Akari looked down at her slate, which was already filled with 6 burned black glyphs, then said wryly,
It would probably help if either of us were marked by a spirit who was useful in a fight.
Determined to save my news about becoming marked until I actually found out which spirit my new glyph belonged to, I scoffed. Come on, there have to be a dozen ways to kill a crow.
Yes, 8-foot-tall, armoured monsters should be easy.
Akari tapped her finger against her lips.
I suppose you've come across your fair share of poisons in your herbology work. I'll bake some kind of cake, you'll slip a poison in, and we'll offer it to any crow who attacks our village. I'm sure they'll be so delighted that they won't suspect a thing.
I snorted. All the while, something nagged at the back of my mind. This wouldn't impact the wedding, would it? But if Akari wasn't worried about it, I wasn't going to bring it up.
Really now?
The elder priest said.
I insist you get back to work. We're here to impress the spirits with our devotion and the might of our soul flames. Their aid is more needed than ever in these dangerous times, so there isn't a moment to lose. We'll need as many spirit-marked individuals as we can if we are to weather these coming days.
He pointed at one boy who was still excitedly chattering to a friend.
And you. This is not something to be eager about. If the Kamagwi come to Bando-san, they will do so to kill you and those you love. I was only a baby when they were active last, but they killed my older brother. Their revival is not a game just because it's new and exciting to you.
I dipped my head, chagrined. He was right, of course. I had been thinking about the situation as though it was one of the breathtaking stories of daring adventure that I liked to read and tell. But this was real life, with real stakes. My family might end up in danger. With an air of great anxiety, the other students began pressing their glyphs to their slates once again, though the nervous chatter didn't completely cease. Despite the elder priest's instructions to get to work, my mind kept spiraling back to the news. My heart raced, and my thoughts rioted against the idea of calmly getting back to work. Between the announcement and the unknown glyph on my wrist, there was too much to think about. All thoughts of calmly preparing herbs throughout class had fled from my brain. Which of the 4 dynasties would the Slayer emerge from this time? If it was our own Moon dynasty instead of one of the other 3, it would increase our honour and decrease our taxes. Unfortunately, the Slayer was always a true blood, and since most true bloods lived in the capital, we would be far from the action. Akari had resumed making offerings to the spirits, so I picked up my stylus and tried to focus. As a small village with little protection, Bandosan was in serious danger. We'd be an easy target for wandering bands of crows. If there was any time to be chosen by a spirit, it was now. Which was why it was such a big deal that there was a fancy new pyroglyph on my wrist. I grinned. Time to burn that glyph onto my slate and find out which spirit had chosen me. Chapter 2. In which success is disappointingly terrible. I looked around at the other students. No one was watching. Even Akari had her eyes closed as she finished a new soul flame offering. I grinned. I couldn't wait to tell her and the class all about this. After taking a deep breath, I pushed my soul flame outward to heat my stylus and pressed the metal tip to my slate. Checking the mysterious glyph on my wrist as I went, I wrote out the new looping glyph, then eased more soul flame into it. I felt a chasm open within me, a sudden blackness. I gasped, clasping at my chest as my heart rate accelerated. Inside my ribcage, next to my soul flame, a new presence emerged, something twisted and black. It was like a fire, but somehow the opposite, as if it wanted to suck in heat and light instead of emanating it. I needed to claw it out of myself, stomp it out, make it go away, but I was helpless. There was no way to reach my hands into the core of my being. Instead, I used my mental focus, my aura, to gather up my soul flame and shield it from the darkness as best as possible. When I became aware of the world around me, I realized Akari was at my side, and several other students were standing alarmed. The elder priest hobbled toward me.
What is it? Are you going into soul shock?
He demanded. My hands still clenched my slate against the fabric of my short Jeogori jacket. No one had seen the symbol on my wrist. But his use of the word soul shock sent a shiver through me. If a person used too much soul flame, their soul itself would become thin until it faded from their body completely. I was grateful for the easy opportunity to lie. Yes, I stammered. I think I used too much soul flame. The elder priest walked over to examine me.
You must temper yourself. Piety is good, but these offerings come with a cost,
he lectured.
Now there's nothing to do but rest and allow your soul flame to recover.
To go into soul shock and be unable to recover would surely be one of the most horrific ways to die. Or not die. Because when the soul left the body lived on. It breathed, looked with unseeing eyes, but it was empty. No humanity left. I'd seen it once in my work as an herbalist. In tears, a miner had brought his wife to my master's clinic. She'd walked along right behind him as he pulled her by the hand, but her eyes had been blank. She didn't answer questions. She didn't respond to orders. She'd worn a haunting, vacant smile that had made me shiver. Her body functioned perfectly, but she was hollow. Flesh, without spirit. We hadn't been able to help her. It had been too late. What I was experiencing was definitely not soul shock. Instead of there being too little soul flame inside of me, I had the addition of a foreign one. It was like looking down at my arm and finding a second hand sprouting beside my first. My heart hammered. I still curled in on myself. I wanted to be small, to melt into the floor and reappear somewhere quiet and alone. I normally didn't mind attention, but this, the darkness I felt inside of me while everyone stared, was terrifying. Skies below, I couldn't tell my whole class about this. I didn't want them to know because something was deeply, horrifyingly wrong with me. My father. I had to go to my father. He would know what to do. I'll be going home, I said, grabbing my satchel and rising shakily to my feet. To rest.
That might not be wise. You should rest before walking. The path down to the village is steep and—
I'll walk her home.
Akari interrupted, putting an arm around my back.
I'll make sure she gets there safely.
The elder priest nodded slowly, aged face concerned.
As you wish. May Jinsil light your path.
Akari helped me over to the wooden step which surrounded the shrine, and we sat to put on our slippers. I did it one-handed, refusing to drop my left wrist from my chest. Then we left, making our way down the dirt path shaded by the lush forest. My hands were still trembling. I was grateful for Akari's arm around my shoulders. I may not really have gone into soul shock, but I did feel shaken up, like I was about to be violently ill. I couldn't understand what had happened. Which glyph marked me? Which spirit claimed me? And what did it mean that burning the glyph had created a black vortex of darkness inside of me? The glyph I'd written hadn't even glowed like most glyphs did if they were fueled by a spirit's power. A horrifying thought struck me. What if this really was the work of the spirit of the curse? A spirit many people agreed was mere legend. It seemed impossible, but what else could have done this to me? Plunging skies, bleeding crows, sweet Jinsil below. I wanted to pull out every expletive I had in my mental toolbox. This couldn't really be happening. Akari was silent for a minute as we walked, but then she asked,
Ori, are you okay?
I clenched my hand around my sleeve. I'd pulled my arm a little deeper into my sleeve than usual, trying to hide my wrist. Akari was my best friend. I told her everything, but this dark presence felt like black muck in my throat, keeping me silent, like a taint to be ashamed of. Even now, I tried to shield my soul flame from the black vortex because it seemed to want to pull my flame in. It felt like black sludge inside my heart, wicked and alive, hungry. I shuddered.
Skies below, you really did use too much soul flame. At first, I thought you might have been making it up to get out of the rest of class, but—
She squeezed my arm gently.
You poor thing.
I managed to smile as I watched my feet to keep from tripping on the uneven path. Come on, even I'm not that mischievous. I glanced her way, smirking as I met her eyes for the first time since this had happened. But I see that you're happy to make use of my sudden unwellness and skip class too.
Well, naturally. These classes are boring because we just sit there most of the time, waiting for our soul flame to recover between glyphs. Most of us, anyway.
She cast me a pointed look.
I really am worried about you. I'm not lying to your father for you either. You need to rest and recover.
The tree line broke and I had to blink as the summer sun attacked my eyes. I squinted and the village came into sight below, all wooden homes with clay-tiled roofs. There was only one large street. Everything else was more of a path. Barndosen village was small, home mostly to miners. I spotted my house, nestled with the hill at its back. That's fine by me, I told her, part of me relaxing as I saw my home. My father would return from the mines soon. He would know what to do. I didn't dare sleep. Instead, I sat on my sleeping mat with my back to the wall. A chill had come over me, so I'd wrapped myself in blankets, but nothing could fix the feeling within my chest. The walls in our home were thin, so I could hear my young nieces and nephews screaming and laughing as they ran around the house. It was tradition for women to move in with their husband's family, at least for a time, and since 2 of my brothers were married, our tiny home felt very crowded. I only had my own room because of my work with herbs. Some were poisonous if ingested, so I needed my own space. The room was only big enough for my sleeping mat, a narrow dresser, and a few feet of standing space. My low herb prepping table actually sat over one end of my sleeping mat, my legs fitting under it when I slept. The room wasn't much bigger than a closet, but right now I was grateful for the privacy. I didn't want anyone but my father to see me like this. I felt haunted. The black vortex inside me seemed to have solidified into a more tangible, flame-like shape. A dark one, like the monstrous opposite of my soul flame. So far it had done nothing but flicker hungrily, seeming to draw my soul flame toward it. If I fell asleep, would it consume my soul? Would I die? Or would I become some sort of soulless monster and murder my family? I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling my anxiety spike and my throat grow tight. I couldn't keep thinking like this, or I'd drive myself mad, yet I couldn't use sleep to escape my thoughts. What was I supposed to do? The front door opened, and the voices of 2 of my brothers and my father reached my ears. My breath rushed out in relief. They were home. I wanted to go to my father immediately, but I was too tense. My fear and anxiety made my muscles feel so tight and tingly that I could barely move. The muffled voice of my sister-in-law told my father I was unwell. The sound of his boots moved down the hall toward my room. It appeared he wasn't even going to change before checking on me. My door was made of a wooden lattice and paper, so my father rapped lightly on the frame.
Worried?
"Come in," I said, my voice hoarse. The door slid open. There stood my father, Daishin Okada. His beard, dark brown with patches of red, was coated in dust from the mines, as were his clothes. He seemed to have already wiped the dust from his square face. His dark eyes peered at me in concern.
Chahar said you nearly went into soul shock today. I'm glad it was a near miss instead of the real thing. Are you still unwell, my Camellia?
I swallowed, not sure how to even start. "Close the door," I finally whispered. My father looked at me with an unreadable expression, then did as I asked. When he turned back to face me, he had a tense, concerned look in his eyes.
That was never really the problem, was it?
I took a deep breath, then shook my head. "Today at the shrine," I said softly, something happened. His look of apprehension was unbearable. I had to get it over with. I showed him my wrist, exposing the mysterious mark there. My father stared at it, and I did too. Looking at it while waiting for my father had only made the twisting symbol seem more strange and alien. There was no glyph like this in our entire written language. Now, as my father and I stared at it together, it felt like it couldn't be real. Like a crazed tattoo artist had put it there while I wasn't looking or something. Yet the black flame burned on within me. How could I explain it in a way that would do it justice? My father finally let out a long, slow breath.
Well, I was actually worried that something worse had happened.
He said in a low voice.
But this probably can't be good either.
I blinked. What do you mean, probably? A near hysterical laugh burst from my lips. Dad, there's a second flame inside of me, a weird black one. That's what burning the glyph did to me. My breath caught in my chest, and I lowered my voice. Am I cursed? My father closed his eyes and nodded slowly, his arms folded over his wide chest.
I don't know what else this could be. I know little of the spirit of the curse, but this seems like something only he could do. I've never seen such a glyph. So you haven't been marked by any of the regular spirits?
So I was cursed. Really cursed. I didn't even know what that meant. There were children's stories, of course, in which people suffered terrible curses after being disobedient or offending the spirits. In those stories, a whole range of things happened to them. They faded away into smoke. They were cursed from ever entering Jinsel's rest at death, instead wandering the world as a sorrowing ghost, or sometimes they turned into a cicada or a bat. Outlandish as that all seemed, None of it was much stranger than what had already occurred today. "What's going to happen to me?" I whispered. My dad didn't answer right away, his face hard to read as usual. He reached into the pocket in his sleeve and pulled out his stylus. Holding it in his scarred left hand, he moved it as though drawing designs on an invisible paper. It was one of his nervous habits. He'd picked it up back when he'd been an artist, before his drawing hand had been crushed as punishment on that horrible day we'd been forced to leave the capital. Now those scarred fingers struggled with fine movements. I hadn't seen him create art since. He must have worked through his thoughts because he said,
"Don't burn that glyph again. We'll go to the elder priest in a few days. I'm sure there must be a ritual he can perform to cleanse you."
"In a few days?" I asked, alarmed. "Why not now?" My dad stood there, looking like he was carefully choosing his next words. How could he look so calm when this was such a catastrophe? My father was emotionally reserved, but he seemed to be keeping his true feeling on this hidden for some reason. And I couldn't help but wonder if he knew something about this mark that he wasn't letting on, even though I couldn't imagine why he'd keep something like that from me.
"Whatever this is,"
my father said at last,
"it could alter our family's reputation. Cast a negative light on not just you, but all of us."
His meaning dawned on me. "You're worried about the wedding." Akari and Shiru were scheduled to be married in only a few days. Akari, Shiru, and indeed my whole family had fought so hard to make this marriage possible. Akari's parents had been tough to convince. We were much poorer than the Lau family, and because of certain mistakes in our past, we had a steep debt to the crown. Even with how badly Akari had wanted this, her parents had been reluctant. If they learned of this now, would they call off the wedding entirely? Almost certainly. I couldn't let that happen. Akari and Shiru were so in love. If Akari's parents forbade their union, then surely she and Shiru would run away to get married in a different city, and then I wouldn't see them for a long time. That wasn't the kind of sisterhood we'd been dreaming of.
"We have to keep this a secret until after their marriage is secure,"
my father said gently.
"I don't think it's dangerous, not if you don't burn that pyroglyph again. But even so, I'll stay home from the mines for the next few days so that I'm never far from you."
Panic leapt up within me and squeezed my heart. "You can't. We're behind on payments. We owe too many businesses, too much Don. And now I've failed us by not prepping the herbs I was going to sell tonight."
"You didn't choose for this to happen to you,"
he said softly. "You don't have to fail on purpose for it be failure," I mumbled.
"I'll sell one of our heirlooms,"
my father told me.
"We still have a few things left. Your mother's old jewelry box."
I shook my head violently. "But that's so special to you." My mum's jewelry box was one of the only things we had from our wealthy life before we'd been driven out of the capital. One of the few things we had left of her. My father bent and placed a gentle hand on top of my head.
"She would be happier knowing her children are thriving than seeing us cling to her old possessions. And I still have my memories of her."
Unlike me, I looked away. My anxiety hadn't eased at all. I should be prepping herbs even now, dark flame and all. How much Don had I cost us? I'd just have to work all night now instead. My father seemed to see my turmoil because he said,
"I'll ask the elder priest a few subtle questions and see if we can figure out what's happened to you. I'll do what I can to keep you safe. I just need you to tell no one, not even Akari."
I squeezed my eyes shut. The strange flame danced within me, almost like it was playful. It had done nothing to harm me yet, but I could feel its darkness moving within me, casting shadows on my insides. Despite the reasonableness in my father's words, I felt a sense of hurt bloom within me, as though I was being abandoned. I could wait, yes, but I'd live in fear every moment. "I understand," I whispered. Chapter 3, in which I don't mean to get more tattoos, but end up with several. I hadn't noticed falling asleep while prepping herbs at my table, but I was painfully aware of waking up. Fire burned against the skin of my leg, sharp and hot. It was happening again. Jerking upright, I cracked my elbow against the table, but ignored the throbbing as I hastened to pull up my sleeping gown. There on my thigh was another unfamiliar glowing symbol. Just like the first, it was unrecognizable, like a word in some foreign, unknowable language. I swore under my breath as the burning faded. Licking my thumb, I rubbed at the angular golden lines. then at the other 2 marks that had appeared above my other knee in the past 2 days. I rubbed until my skin stung and turned an angry red, but they didn't so much as smear. "Get out of my life, you plunging, cursed little—" I cut off my own growled words, realizing that talking to the pyroglyphs was probably a serious sign of impending mental collapse. I sighed and sat back on my sleeping mat. 3 days had passed since the first glyph had appeared on my wrist. In that time, 3 more had appeared, all on my legs. Thankfully, my stockings and skirts covered them easily, so I'd been able to continue life nearly as normal. I mean, I was definitely on the verge of an emotional meltdown. Akari, my herbalist master, and everyone in my family had noticed that my behavior had been off. My anxiety was higher now than it had been in years, probably since my family had been banished here from Ajong, the capital. Yet I had come full circle to a new, crazed optimism. In these 3 days, nothing terrible had happened. Nothing had happened at all except for the new glyphs appearing. Glyphs which I had not burned. The black flame within me hadn't grown a bit. In fact, it seemed sleepier than before. Things were looking up. I had survived this long. Surely I could survive the wedding this afternoon and talk to the elder priest tomorrow. It would be a happy day, I'd make sure of it. "Bleeding crows!" I swore loudly, just to get it out of my system. A frantic rapping sounded, making me leap. A moment later, my wood and paper screen door began sliding open. I dove for my blanket, shouting, "Wait a second, I'm not dressed!"
"Then throw on a blanket."
My brother's voice urged me through the thin door.
"This is urgent."
"Go plunge off the edge of the island," I swore at him. I wrapped my brown blanket around myself and settled hastily back down on my sleeping mat. After a final glance to make sure the mysterious glyphs were hidden, I called, "Come in then." The screen door slid open and my brother, Shiro, stepped across the wooden floor, worry all over his pale face. His dark brown hair was pulled back into an ornamental bun and he was already wearing his colourful ceremonial robes, but in his hands he held a red and gold cap. He twisted it with such anxiety that I wasn't sure it would survive our conversation.
"Skies below, Ori,"
Shiro told me.
"Do you have to swear so much?"
Plunging yes, I told him, folding my arms inside my blanket cocoon. "This is a mining town. I'm allowed to swear like the rest of you miners." Shiro tried to run his fingers across his scalp, then pulled away quickly so as to not upset his styled hair.
"It still sounds wrong. None of the other girls in town have a foul mouth."
Probably because they still had mothers around who discouraged them from talking like miners at a bar. I turned back to my desk and its messy, fragrant contents, intent on distracting myself from thoughts of mother. But the herbalist trade was something I'd inherited from her. Dried herbs in shades of green and brown were scattered on the table before me. My mortar and pestle covered in the powder of crushed swelter leaf, an herb that always turned a good profit since it could be used to treat infection. I hoped Shiro wouldn't see it and realize I'd been working by candlelight for hours before the sun rose, trying to prep as many herbs as I could sell so that we would actually have money to hand over to the True Blood official when he came to call. Our debt would not wait, even for a wedding. And I'm going to live long enough to help pay off these wedding expenses, you hear? I thought at the black flame in my chest. You aren't going to destroy me so easily. Your eviction notice is coming tomorrow. The black flame flickered lazily, but if the spirit of the curse could hear, he didn't seem particularly moved by my vehemence. Anyway, I said, resting my back against the wall. What's your crisis about? Shiro thrust his cap toward me, a desperate gleam in his eye.
"It's Akari. She wants me to wear a red and gold cap."
I stared at the object of his anguish. "And? I thought you'd agreed on that ages ago." He rocked back and forth on his feet, staring at his cap with wide brown eyes.
"But now it's the morning of the wedding and I'm panicking."
"About the colour of your hat," I said flatly.
"It breaks from tradition,"
he insisted.
"What if it's too much for our neighbours to take?"
I put my face in my hands, my shoulders shaking from suppressed laughter. Shiro was 2 years my senior, but he cared about so many things I'd given up on long ago. "Listen, Shiro, you're marrying Akari, the most untraditional girl on the entire floating island. If you want to spend your life with her, you'd better expect it to be full of stranger things than this." He nodded slowly.
I know.
And he did. We'd known Akari for many years. We knew the word unconventional fit her all too well. "Do you love her?" I asked. Shiro's eyes grew somber.
Yes.
Then wear the stupid hat. Shiro paused, then nodded seriously to himself, like what he was about to do was just as important as his choice to marry. He slipped the hat onto his head and straightened. A sound clattered near the front of the house, and only a moment later, someone skittered down the hall. Akari came into view at my doorway, wearing a voluminous red, blue, and gold gown. Grinning, she stopped just short of Shiro, went up on tiptoes to give him a kiss, then darted past him into my room. Her fox-like pet, Tanuki, Chio, scampered in at her side.
Pretend you didn't see me. I'm not supposed to be here.
She told Shiro, beaming.
And your hat looks amazing,
she added, even though the colour clashed with the coppery tones in his hair. Then she closed the door on his stunned face. She fell onto my sleeping mat beside me, trying to suppress her giggling. Chio rolled on the bed beside her, chirping in a way that sounded something like laughter. I tried to say something, but Akari hushed me. Until Shiro was out of the hall, he'd be able to hear us through the door.
Did you see the cute, goofy face he made?
She whispered. What goofy face? I said in a loud, dramatic voice. How dare you talk about my brother that way? As I heard Shiro walk away, chuckling, I burst into my own muted laughter. Akari swatted at me, but she was grinning. Akari's Tanuki climbed onto my bed to stick her face in my lap. I scratched her behind her pointed triangular ears. What about you, Chio? You don't think my brother is goofy, do you? Chio stretched out and flopped so that I could reach her belly. She let out a series of grunting sounds as if replying to my question. Chio looked a bit like a small dog, but with short legs, luxuriously thick tan and black fur, and dark mask-like markings around her eyes. Despite being dog-like, most of her noises sounded more like a cat or a bird. Tanuki typically lived in the forest, eating berries, eggs, and small animals. There were legends about some Tanuki having magical powers, but Chio seemed about as ordinary as a pet could get. Akari had rescued Chio when she'd found her alone and injured as a pup. The two had become good friends quickly, and Chio had followed Akari everywhere she went, but she'd still been anxious around other people, cowering behind Akari's legs, but still refusing to leave her side. Using her connection to the spirit of animals to burn special glyphs on a leather harness for Chio to wear, Akari had domesticated her and eased her fear of humans. Chio even seemed to understand some of our words. Chio was still nervous around me when the glyph harness was off, but glyphs or no, she adored Akari. Chio inched toward my desk to sniff at my herbs, but I pulled her back toward me. Girl, I know you're always hungry, but these roots and leaves definitely won't live up to your expectations. Chio chirped like she didn't think I understood how willing she was to eat just about anything, but let me divert her with more petting. For some reason, the spirit of animals was seen as a less useful deity in our village. Because of the lack of flat fields here, there wasn't room for ranching large animals. At least her parents had seen the wisdom in raising goats and chickens. Our village definitely benefited from the milk and eggs from Akari's happy animals. Unfortunately, we'd been told Akari's powers wouldn't affect the monstrous Kamagwi crows, who were neither animal nor human. I'd always longed to be chosen by the spirit of sound, so I could use her power to magnify my voice, or the spirit of the path, so I could understand choices and possibilities more. Then I'd be perfectly suited as a travelling storyteller. But I knew a future like that was impossible. I'd made my choice to stay here with my family and share the burden of crippling debt. If I ever left, it would just mean more weight for my father and brothers to carry alone. You're such a rebel, I told Akari. Isn't it bad luck for Shiro to see you before the ceremony? I finally took a moment to admire my friend. Her dark hair was pulled back, accentuating her high cheekbones, and dark makeup on her eyelashes gave her eyes an alluring look. No wonder he made that dumb expression, I said. You look amazing.
Now we'll do the same thing to your eyes, and wedding offers will start pouring in,
she teased. I gave her a fake scowl. Due to their red tint, my brown hair and eyelashes had always been far from the black-haired true blood ideal. Makeup would probably help, but just like long hair, makeup was something only permitted for true bloods. Commoners were allowed to wear it only on special occasions, like weddings. Your biggest joy in life is breaking rules, isn't it? I said.
Oh, like you never break rules,
she rebuffed with a sarcastic smile. Fewer than you.
Lies.
The two of us grinned at each other, and my heart did a weird somersault. It was like I wanted desperately to be happy here in this moment, but the creepy flame inside of me was a reminder that I was keeping secrets from her. Huge secrets. It felt wrong, like a sudden barrier popping up between us now that we were finally becoming family. Could she see my weird mix of emotions in my eyes, or did my smile hide it? I grinned wider, determined to act normal, to honor my father's request for secrecy. Today is finally the day, I said. Akari's eyes twinkled.
The day we officially become sisters.
I knew that marrying Shiro, the man she loved, was truly at the forefront of her mind, so I gave her a devious smile. Not that it will make a difference for a few months. You'll be far too busy with your new wifely duties. I wiggled my eyebrows at her. Her mouth fell open, cheeks reddening.
Ori.
Her face blushed even brighter, like she was more embarrassed about being embarrassed than anything else. I tried to look taken aback. What's that blush for? Where's your mind? I was talking about household chores. But I threw in some more eyebrow wiggles to make my deception clear. Face flushing deeply, Akari dropped her gaze and her voice.
It's my wedding day, you monster. You know where my mind is. Now quit toying with me and quit with the eyebrows.
I burst into laughter, then rolled across my mat and stood, confident the blanket still covered me. Chio mewled plaintively, begging for more belly rubs. You know you love me. I moved to open my wardrobe. It's a good thing someone in this village does.
What are you talking about?
She asked.
Everyone here knows you. Everyone here likes you. Your presence is just vast, you know?
I dropped my blanket, angled my wrist and its mark away from her, then pinched the fabric of my nightgown, stretching it from side to side. That's what all the poets say about me. Thou art like unto a wall, wide and vast. She let out a huff.
I meant that you're very influential. Everyone loves your storytelling.
My smile twisted to the side, turning sneaky. I think my storytelling is why people are starting to distrust me. They're figuring out that the stories I tell on Village Folk Night are secretly making fun of the dumb things people around here do. Akari snorted.
Well, that's a pit you dug for yourself.
I peeked back to make sure Akari wasn't looking. She had respectfully turned to the side to let me change. Even so, it still made my heart race to pull off my nightdress and expose the cursed glyphs on my legs. I slipped my long, pleated blue skirt over my undergarments. Then I pulled on the white jacket. All across Hwalsang, the hanbok was the most popular outfit of choice, though for women that meant a hanbok gown like mine, while men wore hanbok robes. Regardless of weather, the women's jackets had long sleeves. On summer days like this, I had often complained with Akari about this tradition, but today I was immensely grateful to have an easy way to hide my wrist without being suspicious.
Whatever the villagers might think about the type of stories you tell,
Akari said,
you are undeniably the best storyteller around here. Will you be dressing up fancy tonight?
I sighed. Akari had asked me to perform my musical dancing storytelling routine as part of the entertainment after the wedding ceremony. I looked forward to it, except for the part where I'd have to dress up. I'll slip my dancing dress on when the time comes, but not until I absolutely have to. I stepped back to my dresser and wrapped a white sash around my waist. I opened the hidden pocket in the middle, then slipped my pyrography stylus inside. Mind if I tell the story of the original Slayer and Prince tonight? I asked. Now that the Slayer is dead, everyone is excited about the topic. Akari pulled a face.
That story? But it's so dark. Can't you tell a light, fluffy romance? This is a wedding. We don't need a story about people drinking each other's blood and all that.
I grabbed 3 wooden dice from off my wardrobe, twirled them in my hand, then released them to skitter across the floor. They landed near Akari's feet and I squinted at which symbols lay face up. Nope, the dice call for a dark, violent tale of war. Akari groaned, kicking the dice back in my direction.
I hate those stupid dice. Don't use them tonight.
I scooped them up, grinning. But they keep my stories fresh and unpredictable, just like real life. When I told stories, I rarely had the whole thing mapped out. Just like how none of us had a choice in where life would take us, I relied on the dice to determine where my stories would end up, or, if it was a well-known story, the way I would tell it. It was a dose of realism in an art that had too many options.
We already have enough real life,
Akari told me. She stood to look at me imperiously, hands on hips. Maybe she was so good at striking the wise older sister pose because at 18 she was a year older and several inches taller than me. Unfortunately, people didn't have to be older to be taller.
What we need are meaningful stories,
She continued.
and stories with hopeful endings. Promise that whatever story you tell, there will be a hopeful ending.
Her pleading eyes finally softened my heart. Yeah, fine, I agreed grudgingly. Akari sighed.
Ori, you'd be a much better storyteller if you didn't rely on the dice. Skies below, you could be so much better if you just left Bandersan Peninsula.
Not happening, I said, slipping the dice into my sash. And you know exactly why.
You'll stagnate in this minor town.
She insisted a little more gently.
No one would blame you for leaving.
I looked her right in the face so she'd know how serious I was. I would blame myself. Forever. If I left, the weight of my father's debt would come one step closer to crushing him and anyone else in my family who refused to leave him. I would never abandon him, no matter if it was my own dreams that would be crushed instead. Chio whimpered, like she was picking up on the sadness in the air. I turned to her and scratched at her fluffy neck. I mumbled, "Trying to choose the path I wanted is part of what got my family banished to live on this plunging peninsula in the first place."
No. Your dad lying about the purity of your bloodline is what got you all banished.
Akari insisted. I shook my head slowly. The forged family tree may have never been questioned if I hadn't attempted to get trained as a storyteller 5 years ago. But the details didn't change the reality of my situation now. Trapped by my duty to the people I loved, I would never become a professional storyteller in one of the big cities. Dreams were for people like Akari. Akari and I sat in silence for a moment. Then she said quietly,
Destiny will give you a chance to chase what you want. I know it.
I raised an eyebrow. I thought you didn't believe in destiny.
No. I don't believe in fate. Society uses fate as an excuse to map out your life for you. You must inherit your parents' calling. You must marry someone who makes an advantageous alliance for the family. You must serve the community before yourself.
That's not fate, I scoffed. Those are the rules of life.
No.
She hushed me.
Just listen. Now I'm going to tell you about destiny.
Her eyes got big and sparkly, so I knew she was going to tell me something she really believed in.
Destiny is the thing that guides you to special places and times, to points in your life where you have the greatest opportunities to make meaningful choices, choices that can bring you joy. Whether or not you take those opportunities and what choices you make from there is up to you.
She leaned toward me, voice low, face beaming.
And I'm marrying the boy I love, even though my family had other plans for me, even though I had to fight them and all of Hwalsang's traditions in order to get to him. I chose Shiru.
I nodded slowly. It was astounding that it had worked. Akari's parents had absolutely no reason to approve the marriage, yet eventually they had. For nearly 2 years I had watched the events unfold as Akari used her strange magnetic ability to get the things she believed in. She probably couldn't have gotten away with it anywhere else in the world. Bandersan Peninsula was surrounded almost entirely by the Yungan Sea, cut off from the customs of the gentry and dynasties in general. It was a close-knit, open-minded community. She was just lucky that she had been born here. Very lucky. As if reading my thoughts, she leaned in, eyes still sparkling, and whispered,
Destiny.
A sharp rap came on my door and it slid open to reveal my father. His normally wild beard had been neatly trimmed and his dark hair was tied back in a way that looked too fashionable for his wide, sun-browned features, though it did make his eyes look especially striking and noble. My father had intense black eyes, his one feature that made him look like true-blood royalty. He took one look at Akari and sighed.
I knew I'd find you here. Your mother insisted that you wouldn't even think of going to the house of your betrothed on the morning of the wedding. She's still in denial about the kind of rebellious young lady you've turned out to be.
Chio let out a chirping, chuckling noise, then pranced over to nuzzle my father's leg. Instead of being offended by my father's blunt words, Akari just grinned.
She'll come around. I expect they want to finish with my hair.
My father nodded.
Please get back home before your mother dies from heart failure.
Akari leaned in to give my hand a quick squeeze.
See you in a few hours, my almost sister.
Then she and Chio darted out as quickly as they'd come, leaving my dad and I staring after them. My father scratched at his beard.
I'm glad you're a little more realistic than she is,
he told me. Yep. I nodded.
You've chosen a sensible path,
he added, turning to look at my low table cluttered with packets of herbs. Yep. I nodded again, more slowly. It wasn't true, of course, at least not fully. I hadn't chosen the path of an herbalist's apprentice. Rather, it was a vocation that had been passed from mother to daughter since long before I was born, and my dad had suggested it to me when I'd become old enough that I wanted to help with money. I saw the look my father got when he saw me drying plants and grinding herbs. I could see the enduring love he still had for the woman I had never been able to know. Maybe I could never follow my passion for storytelling, but at least I felt something special in those moments. Almost like my father's love brought my mother back to life. My father leaned to look out my open window, and I turned to see Akari disappearing from the arched entrance of our small courtyard.
But all in all,
he said,
I think she's just what our family needs.
I couldn't help but smile. I think so too. Maybe I couldn't get what I wanted, but plunging skies, I would make sure she could get what she wanted. I jumped as hot pains seared against my abdomen like being stung by a wasp. I looked down, but of course there was nothing to see, at least not with my layers of clothes in the way. But surely this glyph would be in a foreign language like the others. My heart hammered in my ears. Not again. My father's expression grew grave and he quietly slid my door shut, then moved over to close my window.
How many glyphs do you have now, my camellia?
5, I whispered.
And have you noticed anything different about the second flame within you?
I closed my eyes, sensing it flickering in my chest. My spike of anxiety seemed to have woken it a bit. The dark flame drew my soul flame toward it for just a moment before growing lazy and placid again. Like it couldn't be bothered with devouring my soul today. I shook my head and my father let out a small breath of relief.
I know this is scary for you,
he said.
But you're going to be okay. At midnight last night, I went to speak with the elder priest. I'd scheduled a secret meeting with him.
My brow furrowed. A secret meeting? At midnight? He folded his arms, leaning against the wall.
I asked as many inconspicuous questions as I could, making sure not to say anything that could reveal our situation. He told me that, in the hypothetical situation that someone was cursed, a few cleansing rituals could easily reverse it.
I nodded slowly, staring at my dad's face, and my chest felt tight. My dad hadn't gone anywhere at midnight last night. While the whole household slept, I'd been awake, prepping herbs by the light of our only glyph lamp. I'd been awake from dusk until dawn, and that whole time my father's distinctive snore had filled the house. He had never left. Unless he had gone to the elder priest right around dawn, when I'd finally fallen asleep. But why would he be lying about timing? Was this whole story a fabrication? I tried to keep my expression blank instead of letting my face heat up in the way it did whenever I realized someone was lying to me. I nodded and turned to walk past my father to the door. Thanks, that's a relief. But my heart felt more tight and on edge than ever. What was my father hiding from me? Chapter 4, in which I learn about our imminent demise. Vibrantly coloured clothes, the smell of searing wood, and loud, laughing voices. These were the trademarks of a Hwasangjian wedding. I walked down the cobbled street with my father, approaching Akari's house. Akari's family courtyard, where the wedding ceremony would shortly take place, was bustling. In a village where everyone knew everyone, weddings were a community affair. A line of people wearing bright hanboks stretched out the gate and into the street. Everyone had done their brown or black hair into their fanciest braids and top knots. The sense of cheery excitement was palpable. The Lau family's courtyard was large, but it didn't seem to me like we'd all fit. The sun shone down, hot and bright already, and I inhaled the humid air which carried scents of cooked fish, fried rice dough, and syrupy desserts. Sweat beaded on my skin beneath my layers of clothes, but I ignored it, caught up in the cheery atmosphere. I smiled as children laughed and wove between the adults in a game of tag, one of my nieces among them. Before entering the walled courtyard, we stopped to wait in line at a table near the gate. The wooden arch over the gate had a black pyroglyph burned onto it, the symbol for luck. This was a symbol signifying that Akari's family, the Laos, worshipped the spirit of luck. Her father had even been marked by the spirit, which had surely helped him be successful in his work as a merchant. He sold the same bomul ore that my family mined. My own family worshipped a different spirit, the spirit of the path. Since I was a storyteller, the spirit of the path, and his focus on past and future truths and choices, had always fascinated me, but I didn't really understand what he was supposed to bless ordinary people with. Judging by my experiences, he gave his worshippers a bumpy path through life, but the Okada family had revered him for generations, and there was little more important than upholding traditions, even if that meant worshipping a spirit that hadn't deigned to grant any of us power in known history. When we got to the front of the line near the gate, I could see a long wooden board lying on a table, already covered in dark pyroglyphs. Villagers in boldly coloured robes burned glyphs into the wood with their styluses. I stepped up to the wood just as an elderly woman, bent with age, finished her symbol on the long piece of wood. As she straightened, I saw that it was one of the clients of the herbalist clinic, Huan Gao. Because of the way pyrography could strain a person's soul flame, she had been asked to refrain from using it anymore due to her poor health. Yet here she was. She glanced at me, then smiled at my raised eyebrows.
What can I say? I'm a sucker for love.
Grandmother Gao,
My father addressed her respectfully.
you must have worked hard.
He pointed to her pyroglyph, which, unlike most of the black marks on the board, was glowing faintly.
To be marked by the spirit of love. Many who lead lives filled with love are never chosen by her.
Huan Gao chuckled to herself, picking up her cane and waddling away.
I must just be lucky then.
She called back. Now at the front of the line, my father and I pulled out our styluses. I glanced over the dozens of pyroglyphs that had been burned into the wood. Most were the name of a spirit with a request written in smaller glyphs beneath. Some prominent phrases were hard work, loyalty, strength, honour, happiness, and many sons. Even though most of the glyphs were just normal burn marks in the wood, they weren't useless. Even if a spirit hadn't marked you with their power, you could still burn their name like this as a form of prayer. They saw, and they would bless you as they pleased. Burn a request to the spirit of fire above your doorway, and he would pass on a lesser blessing of warmth in the wintertime. It wouldn't be nearly as certain as when your spirit-marked neighbour, chosen personally by the spirit of fire, burned the glyphs in their home, but at least it was something. It was common for those who were spirit-marked to rent out glyphs to others for a price. In Bando-san, however, our community was tight-knit enough that neighbours helped each other when possible, lending glyphs for a time to strengthen those in need. It was one of the benefits of small-town living. On the board in front of me, I counted 11 glyphs, which were glowing with true power. These were still being powered by the burner's soul flame. I stared at the glowing glyph for love. Such a powerful glyph would help imbue Akari and Shiru's marriage with affection for as long as Huan Gao chose to power it using her soul flame. The custom was around a month for gift glyphs. Then she would retract her soul flame so she could use it for something else, and the glyph would fade to a black prayer glyph like most of the others on the board. After the wedding, this wooden board would be placed in an auspicious place of the house, such as over Akari and Shiro's doorway, or above the bed. My father fiddled with his stylus in his crippled left hand for a moment before switching it over to his right. My heart clenched in my chest. My father was naturally left-handed. Once he'd been an artist, using pyrography to burn beautiful designs into wooden dressers, mirrors, tables, and boxes as part of his merchanting business. But then I'd tried to enter a school for storytellers. My family tree's authenticity had been questioned. True Blood officials had discovered that my father had forged it, a criminal offence. He'd been badly beaten. His left hand, so adept at creating designs of beautiful flowers, vines, waterfalls, and swirling wind, had been crushed and broken beyond repair. Perhaps a glyph healer could have fixed his hand, but we'd been shipped across the sea to Bando-san the very next day. My father's hand had healed wrong. He'd learned to use his right hand for glyphs and writing, but as far as I knew, he hadn't created art since. I felt an ache in my heart every time I saw my father using his wood-burning stylus with the wrong hand. I didn't blame him for his crime. He'd broken the law, yes, but only to give better opportunities to his family. But the True Bloods had taken everything from him for it. They'd taken away his spark. They'd turned an artist into a miner. I watched as my father burned his own glyph. He'd never been chosen and marked by any spirit, but he burned 2 glyphs here on the board, one to the spirit of metal and the other to the spirit of luck. He added a smaller word underneath, indicating that he wanted the spirit to bless his son and daughter-in-law with wealth. Like my father, I had nothing to offer so powerful as Huan Gao's glyphs, but I'd give what I could. I placed the metal tip of my stylus against the wood, then swallowed. I hadn't burned any glyphs since I'd become cursed, not even glyphs of worship. Would burning a glyph now cause a change with that black flame? My father placed his hand on my shoulder and murmured quietly,
You don't need to do this. You can claim to have forgotten.
I shook my head. By Jinsil, I'm going to burn a prayer glyph for Akari and Shiru, even if it kills me. I shivered a little. I'd meant it as hyperbole, but since my well-being did seem to be a bit tenuous, it was probably my own soul I should have been praying for. I shook my head again, throwing off all apprehension, then focused my soul flame. I pushed the heat outward through my hand and into the stylus. In a matter of seconds, the bommel's steel tip grew scalding. I hurried to burn my chosen glyph into the wood, afraid that the black flame would sneak attack my soul flame while it was distracted. Indeed, as I wrote my glyph and a wisp of smoke rose from the board, the sleepy black flame did stir. Its sparks leaped higher within me, and it crept swiftly toward my soul flame. Heart racing, I made my soul flame burn brighter for a second, hoping it would scare the black flame off. It seemed to work. The black flame stopped a safe distance away in my chest. I rushed to finish writing my pyroglyphs and give my soul offering to my spirit of choice. Then soft, silent words rose in my mind.
Give me your soul flame. I will help you.
I dropped my stylus and it rolled across the board with a clatter. Somehow, a silent voice emanated from the black flame. Why are you in my head? I asked in my mind, horrified.
I'm with you,
came the soft reply. It was barely audible. It seemed that the black flame was already returning to its sleepy, diminished state. To my surprise, the voice sounded like it might be female. Who are you? I asked. The flame spoke.
My name is...
It continued, but its words were the sound of rushing water, like noise being drawn suddenly away, almost like some cursed language. I hurried to give it a piece of my mind. You're the spirit of the curse, aren't you? Are you so tired of people not offering you any soul flame that you've decided to take mine? Skies below, you must be plunging desperate if you're targeting a nobody with a tiny soul flame like mine. Maybe you should try to be a more appealing spirit to worship. My heart pounded. This was really, really stupid, and I knew it. Antagonizing a powerful spirit would probably come in at the top of the very long list of dumb things I'd done. But I was wound up, frustrated, freaked out, and determined to not back down or give in. I had very little control over the path of my life. Jinsil almighty, but I refused to give up control over my own mind and soul flame.
In exchange for soul flame, I will give you power,
the voice said simply, as though it was too difficult to explain more.
We will protect.
As the voice faded away, I demanded, What, protect your failing ego? No thanks, get out of my head. The voice did not try to communicate again. I let out a small breath and staggered back. The whole exchange seemed to have taken only a moment, because it was only then that my stylus rolled off the board and to the ground, and my father's hand tightened on my shoulder.
What happened?
He asked sharply. I leaned back into his warmth, feeling a little dazed. My father's protective arms stabilized me. I immediately felt safer. My father had stayed near me ever since the flame had appeared, even shirking many of his most important responsibilities. Somehow I always felt safer when he was near, even though he was just a normal man, marked by no spirits. And yet I still felt the uneasy feeling that he'd been keeping something from me earlier. I whispered. I heard. As if sensing my distress, my father bent and picked up my stylus for me, then began to gently push me in through the gate before I could even complete my explanation. Wait, I insisted. I didn't finish my glyphs.
You've done enough.
I looked back at my large glyph for the spirit of the path, then my smaller unfinished glyph. It was the glyph for freedom, and it looked like it had been half strangled. Heart sinking as I stared at the gift I hadn't even managed to finish, I allowed my father to steer me in through the gate. Half an hour later, the drummers began to drum. We sat in the front row of chairs at the right side of the courtyard, facing a covered pavilion in front of the house. Behind us, half the village crowded the courtyard. Because there weren't enough chairs for everyone to sit, many people stood near the walls, chattering with energy as they waited for the ceremony to begin. Seated as I was at the front of the audience, excitement rose within me to crowd out my anxiety. This was finally happening. Akari's family, the Laos, had a much more impressive home than ours. It was large, its back nestled against the forested hills. Like most Hwalsankian houses, the structure was made of wood, clay, and stone. No nails or adhesives were used in the building of the house, just interlocking pieces of wood, fitting together in harmony, sturdy columns and support beams holding up the arched tile roof. Since the first row was reserved for the bridegroom's family, I sat beside my father and the families of two of my brothers. Efren was the oldest of my brothers. He was married with 2 young daughters. His oldest, 4-year-old Mishi, sat on my lap, playing with a wide, flat rock, painting smears of mud on it with her fingers. Efren himself wasn't yet here, but his wife, Chahar, sat several chairs away holding her younger daughter and glaring at me. I just smiled and shrugged. If Chahar had a problem with me entertaining her daughter with dirt, then she probably shouldn't have given me responsibility over her during the ceremony. My second oldest brother Jovan and his wife sat with their rosy-cheeked son. He was their pride and joy, something they sometimes lauded in front of Efren and Chahar. Unlike them, Jovan and his wife had managed to have a son on their first try. My middle brother Sabaru was not here. He had left our family to make his own path years ago, abandoning the rest of us to our fate. With him gone and my oldest brother still not back from guard duty, our single row of Akari family members looked tiny in comparison to the rows of the Lao family on the other side of the courtyard. Akari's family had lived on Bandosan Peninsula for centuries. Their rows were filled with dark-haired individuals, proving they had a purer bloodline and closer relation to the royal true-blood families than my gingery brown-haired family did. The beat of the drums intensified and I turned to look toward the entranceway. If Efren didn't get here immediately, the bride and groom would arrive and he would miss the whole ceremony. At that moment, Efren scuttled in through the wide stone gate, filling me with relief. He kept close to the wall, hurrying around the side until he reached our section of chairs. When he reached the front, he sank into a chair next to me at the edge. His hair was dishevelled, falling in sweaty waves down to his shoulders. Not at all proper for a wedding. "You barely made it," I whispered to him. Then I leaned away from him, trying to shield Mishi. "Skies below, you smell awful." Efren wiped a trail of sweat from his brow before it could run into his eyes.
"Couldn't help it. Barely got off duty. Didn't have time to bathe. Just to throw on a fancy robe."
I dared to lean back in his direction and sniffed again. "No, you smell like blood." Efren grimaced, then said in a low voice,
"There was an incident."
"Bleeding crows!" I hissed, then whispered, "Sorry, Mishi." She shrugged off my harsh cursing, and I set her down so she could retrieve more mud. I leaned close to Efren so that Mishi wouldn't be able to hear what her dad and I were saying. "Bleeding crows," I swore again. "What happened?"
"It's funny that's your choice of expletive,"
he said, not looking at me. His eyes flashed anxiously across the courtyard.
"We met a band of Kamagwi crow monsters in the forest a few miles from town. 6, armed. Looked like a scouting party."
My mouth fell open and I covered it with my hand. I was so shocked that no curse seemed strong enough. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Or anyone else?" He shook his head.
"We were so lucky. We caught them eating breakfast at their camp. Ambushed them while they were unprepared. Besides scrapes and bruises, we're all uninjured, and the crows are all dead."
"But the crows are on the move?" I demanded. "Are more coming?" Efren shook his head.
"We suspect not. Not yet, anyway. We spent the rest of the morning combing the forest and we found nothing. No sign of them. No sign of tracks. They may be planning to move against us, but we aren't in immediate danger. Still, the captain of the guard wants to announce the possibility of attack as soon as the wedding is over. Doesn't want to whip people into a panic and ruin the ceremony."
Ephraim sank back into his chair, closing his eyes and leaning his chin onto his chest like his highest imperative now was to get a small nap. But my heart continued to pound. The crows. They were on the move. At least one group of them had been coming toward the village from only Jinsen knew where, and I knew how the stories went. I knew there would be more, and soon. I looked at Ephraim. I looked at the dozens of people waiting blissfully for the ceremony to begin. They deserved to know. They deserved to be able to prepare for the worst. My heart pounded even harder, my pulse rising into my tight throat. I imagined standing and shouting the truth to everyone, forcing a friend to share what he knew. But if people heard that crows had been moving toward Bandasan village, that more were likely coming soon, they would be stricken with terror. There would be hysteria. The villagers would stampede away from this wedding that the Okada and Akari Lau families had been planning for ages, leaving behind only tipped chairs and a crestfallen Akari and Shiru. The image of Akari's wedding ruined by me made my throat grow even tighter. She would cry. A lot. And then how long would it be before Shiru and Akari could get married? I glanced again at Ephraim, sitting there with closed eyes. He and his guard captain obviously thought that we were in no immediate danger. And this was their area of expertise. I forced myself to relax back into my chair, repeating to myself, "We are safe. We are safe." This wedding was going to go perfectly. The drummers by the gates pounded furiously, and the bride and groom finally emerged. Chapter 5. In which a wedding is ruined. The front door of the house slid open, and Akari stepped out gracefully. She was more beautiful than ever, her dark hair looped around a hair stick at the nape of her neck. Her arms were hidden demurely by a draping white ceremonial cloth. At the sight of her, I pushed the worry and fear away and squashed it down in some back alley of my mind, like a vicious mugging. I would not let this day be spoiled by something outside of my control. I would be present. I'd be the best friend Akari needed, here to cheer her on and make her wedding a success. I took a deep breath, cuddling Mishi on my lap, and forced myself to relax. Shiro entered through the gate riding on a pure white horse. It was borrowed, of course. We didn't have the means to own a horse, but we did have friends. Shiro dismounted with the help of some assistants, thank Jinsil, because he probably would have tripped on his pretty red robes otherwise. As Shiro moved toward the covered pavilion, Akari stepped down from the wooden outer walkway surrounding the house, followed by attendants. Already standing beneath the pavilion were Akari's parents, Chio, and the elder priest. He would officiate and record the marriage procedures. They stood behind a table laden with objects that represented good fortune and marital happiness, evergreen pine and bamboo, chestnuts and jujube dates, incense and candlesticks. There was even a live clucking hen and a rooster, their wings and legs wrapped tightly in cloth so they would stay put. Shiro placed onto the table a carved wooden goose, which symbolized a happy marriage, as geese mate for life. He lit the incense, then bowed low to Akari's parents. After Akari bowed to her parents as well, they stepped away to give her room. Akari and Shiru stood across from each other, on matching mats. She bowed low to my brother. Her eyes were low and demure, as was the tradition, but I was certain as she rose that I saw her wink. Shiru smiled. His nervousness seemed to have evaporated. His gaze was steady as he respected her with a bow of his own. Then they sat for the sharing of cups. One of Akari's attendants poured wine into a cup. She touched the cup to Akari's lips, then rounded the table to allow Shiru to drink. The process was repeated from the other side. I tried hard not to snicker as I hoped to myself that the wine was mild. Shiro couldn't hold his liquor to save his life. The audience cheered, me loudest of all, of course, as the cup was placed on the table. Akari and Shiru stood. The ceremony was nearly over. Now the bride and groom would retire to a prepared room within the house, followed only by their parents and the officiator. There, Shiru would use pyrography to burn a permanent glyph for marriage onto Akari's neck, as was the tradition. It was a private event, and we in the audience would spend those few minutes singing so as to cover up any cries of pain that might come from the bride. Then, when they emerged, Akari and Shiru would be officially married at last, and the other festivities would begin. Well, how about that? I said to Mishi. Romantic, huh? Mishi was busy adding leaves to the mud on her rock.
I'm making a cookie shaped like a beetle,
she told me, then paused.
Actually, it looks more like Uncle Shiru.
I glanced at her gloppy lump of a cookie. Yep, you're right about that. I looked back up at Shiru to confirm, but was surprised to see that he and Akari didn't appear to be going into the house. They stood in front of the table, holding hands and facing their audience. The crowd began to quiet. Shiro cleared his throat.
Thank you all for being here to support us on this happy day. It is because of all the members of Bando-san village that Akari and I can share this happiness.
He cleared his throat again.
Up to this point, our wedding ceremony has gone as expected. But now we would like to break from tradition. As you know, my family has worshipped the spirit of the path for generations. I have prayed much to him over these past months and feel his approval of this decision.
Whispers broke out through the crowd. I leaned forward. There was a part of the ceremony that Akari hadn't told me about. I tried to catch her eye, but she gazed resolutely across the crowd, eyes sparkling.
Although it is tradition for the bride to be the only one marked by the symbol of marriage, Akari and I have decided that we would both like to be marked, and we'd like to do it in front of you all as a part of the ceremony. This is something we've decided on together,
Shiro assured firmly. The crowd fell eerily, uncomfortably silent. I gaped at my brother and friend, mouth hanging open like I was about to take an enormous bite from a dumpling. Akari stood smiling and Shiru swallowed nervously, but looked determined. He had come to me this morning about the stupid hat problem when he'd been sitting on this mad scheme. This sort of marriage ceremony was exactly what happened in fairy tales, stories I'd recounted many times, but who patterned their own marriage after a fairy tale? Akari, of course. Under the pavilion, Akari's mother gaped. She stared at her husband and the calm man simply nodded to her. He must have known what they'd been planning. Akari's mother looked faint and sank into a nearby chair. Discontented murmuring broke out among the audience. Even if Shiro claimed that a spirit approved of his choice, this was still too untraditional for most folks. A few rows behind me, someone spoke loudly enough that I could hear.
What is this nonsense?
I turned to glare at the speaker and saw Fai Tan, a merchant folding his arms indignantly. He was one of the few villagers wealthy enough to not only have a wife, but a concubine too. Such a thing was acceptable for any man whose first wife failed to bear him a son. If Shiro really marked himself, then he would be eschewing that tradition for good. Not to mention remarriage might not be an option if Akari died. Remarriage was rarely an option for women, but for men, it was typical. This is crazy, I thought, though I had to admit that it did make me feel strangely excited. I watched as several members of the crowd stood, as though too uncomfortable to stay any longer. Heart pounding, I spun to look between the uneasy crowd and Shiru and Akari. My brother and friend were looking at each other with such adoration. I stood too. It's true love, I announced emphatically. Then I began to clap, loudly. I stood there, awkward and alone in my clapping for several seconds, until, finally, other villagers began to join me. Though many people still looked uncomfortable, no one stepped away from their seats to leave. My heartbeat regulated as the applause became full. Akari and Shiru looked relieved. Before anyone could change their mind about leaving, I burst loudly into the most romantic song I could think of, Salangwa Jeonjang, a story about a husband and wife who were separated by a terrible war with the crows, but remained faithful anyway. Other voices slowly joined me. Soon we sounded as vast as a choir. Shiro and Akari knelt knee to knee in front of the table where we could all see them. They took out their styluses. Shiru went first, leaning toward Akari while she stretched her serene face to the sky, tender neck exposed. I flinched and began to sing louder. I really hadn't expected to witness the receiving of a marriage glyph. It seemed so personal. I didn't want to see Akari in pain. The tip of Shiro's stylus began to glow with heat and magic. Holding the back of Akari's head gently, he made several quick lines across her collarbone, writing the symbol for marriage which looked like a looping vine. I clenched my hands. But Akari, sweet, brave, strong Akari, did not so much as cry out. As Shiru finished, she looked at him, eyes shining with tears. But knowing Akari, they were probably tears of love. She smiled. Then it was Shiru's turn. Still singing, we all watched raptly as Akari used her heat essence to mark Shiro as her husband. She made the glyph for marriage, then a few quick marks beneath it, writing her name just as Shiro had done with his name on her collarbone. Shiro's shoulders tightened at the pain, but he, too, remained stoic. The glyphs began to glow, a sign that the spirit of love had seen and validated the marriage. It wasn't the same as being spirit-marked. It was more like a one-time seal of approval. The bride and groom held each other's shaking hands, staring at one another in wonder. Then Shiro rose, helping Akari to her feet. Both beaming, they turned and bowed to the crowd. Our song dissolved into mad cheering, and I grinned, clapping hard. The sudden enthusiasm of the crowd only made sense. Even if it was a break from tradition, it was impossible not to feel ecstatic about the astoundingly loving way those two looked at each other. They were married. Wonderfully. Finally. Absolutely. Akari and I were sisters now.
Let the festivities begin,
Akari yelled. Laughing townsfolk danced and sang nearby. Cicadas buzzed furiously in the trees behind Akari's house, and sweat beaded my brow. But 2 hours had passed since the ceremony, and the hottest part of the day was over. The sun was blessedly hitting us at a low slant, giving some shade from the house and its walls. The crisp smells of kimchi and spicy meat filled the air as people milled around, eating and listening to the music of a zither and a drum. The drummer, an older man named Moko, would accompany me for my storytelling act as well. That was only a few minutes away. My nerves were all wound up again. As soon as the official ceremony had ended, I couldn't stop thinking about how I could go meet with the elder priest now. Akari and Shiru's wedding couldn't be undone just because it was revealed that I was cursed. Divorce was highly disapproved of in Jinselism. I could finally ask questions about what was wrong with me, and it wouldn't mess things up for them. The elder priest had left an hour ago. Would I be a terrible sister and friend if I left to go find him as soon as I finished my performance? My white dancer robes were a bundle in my arms. It still seemed too hot to wear them, but I would put them on because I had to. It was traditional wear for the type of dance I wanted to perform. Then again, tradition had been tossed to the winds today. I probably could have gone up naked and no one would have been shocked.
Oriana,
a voice called to me from behind. I whirled, shocked by the use of my full given name, and found myself looking at Dusit, the cocky blacksmith in training. I looked around for a way to escape, but I was in the thick of the crowd. If I tried to get away, it would be slow and obvious. Dusit stopped before me, grinning.
Did you know about the stunt Akari was going to pull?
He asked. Even though he was a year younger than me, he was taller by nearly a foot. He had black hair and near black eyes. I knew he was only distantly descended from Truebloods since relations between Truebloods and commoners had been outlawed a long time ago, but his appearance still gave him a mighty high opinion of himself. It couldn't be denied that his features were striking, though his personality immediately ruined the effect. The truth was that he was a crow face, a stupid, plunging crow face. You heard, Shiro, I told him, turning back to the music. They planned it together. The spirit of the path even gave his approval. And no, I didn't know about it beforehand. That didn't bother me, though. Akari wouldn't have been my best friend if I couldn't handle her surprises.
Sure,
Dusit continued.
People can say that the spirits gave them inspiration to do or think anything. I could tell you that the spirit of love told me you needed to marry me.
Only the spirit of the curse would decree something so cruel, I muttered, but he kept talking right over me.
Shiro probably said what he did to save face. Besides, who would plan a change in tradition like that? A man or a woman?
I restrained myself from kicking him. This was literally what Dusit was all about, going around saying sexist things while thinking he was actually flirting. And unfortunately, I was one of the girls he had his eye on. I held in a shudder, pretending to be enraptured by the music. My eyes were caught by Akari and Shiro, who were in a group of people laughing and dancing nearby. My heart sank. I couldn't hope to have anything like what they had, not even close. That deep, aching loneliness that always came when I thought about that aspect of my future filled me. I would marry someone who benefited my family, hopefully growing to like him. I would bear him sons, and if I didn't, it would be within his rights to get a concubine. Such was the way of things. Dusit nudged my arm,
How long do you think?
At that moment, heat seared the back of my neck. I flinched, whirling to face Dusit so he wouldn't be able to see the glyph appearing there. I tried to pull at my hair to cover the mark, but as my hand closed on my tight braid, I realized that wouldn't work. The answer suddenly became obvious, and I frantically pulled my white robes on over my head, saying, "What do you know? It's my turn to perform." I writhed like a wriggling worm until my head and arms popped out the holes, then I pulled up the peaked hood with relief. This would save me for now. Then I left Dusit standing there, mouth open, and pushed to the front of the crowd. Luckily, the musicians finished at that moment, and the crowd applauded. The white-moustached drummer, Mishi, beckoned me forward as the other musician carried her zither away. I smiled and breathed deeply. Everything was going to be all right. This was my last responsibility of the evening. Then I would flee, no matter what anyone thought, and get my issues sorted out. But for now, I would do my part. As soon as I was standing there beneath the pavilion, looking out at the expectantly gathered villagers, I pretended that I was on a real stage, like I'd always wanted. I pretended I was a renowned storyteller, one who people came from all over the floating island to see. My nerves calmed. I forgot my problems for just a moment. This was what I'd been made to do. I slipped my hand into the pocket in my sash, grabbing my 3 wooden dice. With a dramatic flair, I rattled them in my hands, then let them scatter at my feet. My audience cheered. Even though the villagers didn't know what was on my dice, they knew my stories only got more and more exciting when I used them. I always made a special show out of it. As I gathered the dice, I looked at the glyphs, which sat face up. Truth, sense of wonder, and moral choice. Well, this was starting off rather tame. No lies, violence, betrayal, or any of the fun stuff yet. But I knew exactly where to start. I would go back to the beginning. My dice went back into my sash for the time being, and I grinned. With a nod toward Moko, it began. His beat started low and rhythmic, and I sank slowly to the ground, making myself small. The eager onlookers fell silent. In the beginning, there was nothing but truth and the emptiness of space. I kept my voice at my medium level, which, I had often been told when I was younger, was still too loud for a girl. Truth grew lonely in the great expanse, so he burned a vast, fiery pyroglyph, creating a body of flame for himself. With that, Truth named himself Jinsil. I slowly raised my hands to the sky, long, voluminous sleeves trailing. Jinsil's new form drew matter out of the emptiness of space. Land masses formed, coming to circle him in an endless dance. Hwalsang was just one of these floating islands. The rhythm of life began. The islands circled Jinsil, Jinsil circled the sun, and there was nothing but order and unity. Jinsil was happy. I brought my arms out, slowly circling them around me. It was all about control of voice and motion. Every word, every movement had to be precise. I may have been young, but I'd received some training as a child, and more importantly, I'd always been good at this. These artful motions paired with the rhythm of a story had always felt natural to me. Jinsil had one last task before he could rest. He planted tiny soul glyphs on the floating islands. He nourished them with the 5 elements of the land, imbuing them with strength and giving them bodies. I slowly rose to my feet. Once he saw them begin to grow, he knew he could sleep easy, so he finally decided to rest. I shrank back down. And thus humans were born into the world. With a flick of my sleeve toward Moko, his drumbeat became quieter, but quicker, more ominous. Hunched over, arms out, I crept backward across the stage. But, as with gardens, Jinsil had nourished not only his human flowers, but monstrous weeds as well. While Jinsil slumbered, the Kamagui crows descended into the human lands. I tilted, angling my arms like the wings of a diving bird. I swept my leg out and around, moving like a circling eagle. They arrived from small islands that floated close enough that the crows could fly down onto Hwalsang, and once here they burrowed deep into the ground, forming nests. Once they were embedded in Hwalsang itself, it was too late. I launched into the quicker movements of the dance, letting my sleeves unfurl the rest of the way so that they were long enough to drag on the ground. As I spun and lightly stepped, I moved my arms in patterns that made the sleeves twirl and flick artfully. The vicious crows came against humankind without mercy. Black, With claws of night and the strength of 7 men, each fought with a ferocity never before seen. With scales for armor, enormous steel swords for weapons, and a knowledge of mysterious glyphs, they slaughtered thousands of Hwalsangians, leaving humankind trembling and bleeding, mourning for the loss of its race. The crows wreaked havoc from the northern wetlands to the southern desert, from the western mountains to the eastern forests. Led by their bloodthirsty crow prince, the most powerful crowie of all, they pierced all the way to the Yungan Sea. Just when it seemed that nothing could stop them, a fearless young woman rose from the ranks of humans. Her name was Ki Sun, and she was intrepid in combat, a master of the sword, and above all else, she had an unrivaled command over pyroglyphs. Ki Sun was able to match the power of the crows by calling upon the ancient spirits. All 5 elements bent and moved to her will. I slowly sank to the floor at the edge of the pavilion, and Moko quieted. With deft movements, I flicked my sleeves back, exposing my hands, and moved to grab 2 thick wooden drumsticks I had left on the ground for myself an hour earlier. With those held to the sky, I rose, stepping backward to the center again. I knocked them together softly but hard enough to make a sharp clack. Ki Sun led the human armies against the crows, and with their new pyroglyphs, they gained the advantage over their enemies. I clacked my sticks again. Ki Sun defeated Crow. Clack. After Crow. Clack. Until she had heaped up so many crow bodies that she became known as the Hallowed Slayer. So fierce was she that people even called her the Tiger in Gold and Red, the Lady with the Flaming Sword. I kept up a steady rhythm with my sticks now, adding a new beat on top of the one made by Moko's deep drumming. As the war waged on, the crows multiplied in their nests. Those nests became impenetrable fortresses, and from within, the Crow Prince used his mysterious powers to push the crows into a bloodthirsty frenzy, using his troops to destroy village after village. Men, women, and children were slaughtered without mercy. Ki Sun, the Slayer, knew that the time for humankind was running out. She decided to face the Crow Prince head-on. I pulled out my dice. Even though I was telling a real legend, the dice would help me decide how to tell it and what details to focus on. I flicked the dice across the ground, then danced over and scooped them up with a grin. They told me to make the audience feel love for the story's events using elements of danger and self-sacrifice. This was all too easy. I changed my movements to become more sweeping and steady, stronger yet more feminine. As I looked out into the crowd, I reveled in seeing my enraptured audience, waiting eagerly for the next bit of the story. After a brief transition to catch my breath, I continued. Ki Sun tied back her long black hair and donned golden robes and blood-red armor. She kissed her mother and father, those to whom she had brought so much honor, embraced her younger brothers and sisters for the last time, then went to lead her army into battle. The real legends actually said nothing of her family, but I would add whatever details I needed to make the story more powerful. As they approached the most powerful nest, Ki Sun's hands trembled, though she would not let her generals see. She could not stop thinking of a young man back home, a young man she would marry if she were able to win the day. I smiled, my eyes seeking out Akari in the crowd. I found her and saw a little smile on her face. See, I wanted to say, I can make this story romantic, at least a little. Ki Sun sent an intrepid messenger to deliver her final pronouncement to the Crow Prince. It said, "Here I am. Face me. This ends today." Down in his lair, the prince received the message and grinned. He had been waiting for the chance to destroy that tiny human woman for years. He was eager to do it with his own beak and claws. After slaughtering the messenger and drinking his blood for strength, he and his armies spilled out of their vast network of caves and gathered to face Ki Sun's force. The crows were more than twice the number of the human troops, but Ki Sun quieted her racing heart. She knew that if she could just defeat the prince, she could end his terrible influence over the other crows, and perhaps this war would end. Ki Sun gave her generals command over her army and moved forward to face the looming monster prince. Relishing his opportunity to face her at last, the Crow Prince stepped forward as well. He charged, and the fighting began. I found myself enraptured by the story, by the telling, as I swept my arms about, twisting as though I was the one locked in combat. The armies collided together with a ferocity that shook all of Hwalsang. Ki-sun and the prince went head-to-head. The Crow Prince swiped at Ki-sun with his claws, tried to crush her and gore her with his beak. Ki-sun only outmaneuvered him with the aid of her pyroglyphs. She had gained the ability to burn them without a stylus, and since she had been blessed by more than a dozen spirits, she layered herself in a cloak of protection and ferocity. She hurled boulders at her enemy, created spikes on the ground to impede him, and fires to block his path. But unfortunately for Ki-sun, the prince was a master of glyphs as well. The battle soon grew desperate. My own heart was pounding as the story rose to its climax. I twirled, feeling the joy of the performance, of having an audience so captivated by the story I told that their eyes never left me. I grinned, my spirits soaring. Dripping with blood, buried in pain, the two enemies, I cut off as a sharp heat scalded my left palm. I flinched, trying not to let the pain show. No, not now. I was so close to being done, to escaping and getting this sorted out. I flicked my sleeve down over my hand, pinching the slitted cloth between my fingers so that there was no chance of it revealing my secret. My breath caught in my throat. I was in front of half of the village. If the strange, alien marks continued appearing, but somewhere visible like my face, then what would happen? Would people cheer, assuming I'd been marked by a spirit? No, they would see that the glyphs were unrecognizable, not belonging to any spirit, and they'd know that I was cursed, even if they, like me, didn't know exactly what that meant. A horrible thought dawned on me. What if even the elder priest didn't understand what it meant? What if he didn't know how to help me? Would I become an outcast? I faltered, at a loss. What had I been saying? I tried not to let my emotions show on my face as I moved through the dance steps. I looked out at my audience and saw expressions of curiosity and puzzlement. At least there were no looks of suspicion. With my heart hammering from fear, instead of joy, I pulled out my dice again. It was time to end the story. I rolled the dice across the floor. They skittered and bounced, then finally settled as fate made its choice. I circled over to them. Shock the audience. Tragedy. Misunderstanding. The dice had spoken, and it was about as grim as it could get. It was also about as accurate to the true story as it could get. I stared at the dice another moment before scooping them up. My eyes searched the crowd until I found Akari's face. She had that shining, hopeful look in her eyes that went right along with her saying, "Please?" I knew she wanted a happy ending, and I knew I had promised her one. But what could I do? Change the story? Lie. We all knew how it went. They both died, the prince and slayer alike, killed by one another's powerful glyphs. The Crow army, snapped from their frenzy, chose to retreat rather than continue the fight. Ki-sun's 4 remaining generals chose to trust in the dark arts and drank the flowing blood of the slayer and the prince, and by so doing, gained a small part of their mastery over glyphs. This power is what ended up giving them leadership over Hwalsang, making them true bloods, each one becoming king over one of the 4 dynasties. But their consumption of the blood is also what cursed Hwalsang forever. For centuries since the original prince and slayer, the cycle had continued. Every time the previous prince and slayer died, new ones arose from the youthful generations of true blood families. They were chosen directly by the restless, vengeful spirits of the Crow Prince and Ki-sun. 2 ordinary teenagers, their fates forever changed. The young man slowly transformed into a crow, becoming powerful and bloodthirsty like them. The young woman gained new power from the spirits quickly, but found the responsibility for saving all of humanity in her hands. If the cursed prince realized what he was before he became too evil, he would usually turn himself in. Then the hallowed slayer would bind him using pyroglyphs. But there had also been stories of incredible showdowns, where she had to track down the wicked cursed prince before he could join the crows, or where he pretended to submit and allow her to bind him, but then leaped up to kill her. If she was killed before binding him, then a new slayer soon arose. But every day that passed with a whole and well-cursed prince in the world was a dangerous day for humankind, because his presence made the crow hordes more active and eager for blood. If the slayer succeeded in binding him, the king of whichever dynasty she came from ascended to the role of emperor, king of all 4 dynasties. and a new cursed prince would not appear until her death. And so the cycle continued, generation to generation, never ending. It was a war that Ki-soon and her ancient adversary would never let die. I clenched the dice in my fingers before replacing them in my sash. Fate had given us this life, this cycle of war. The best I could do was to be led by the dice down the path of harsh truth. Before I could open my mouth to finish the story, distant screams rose over the watchful crowd. Heads turned, all of us looking toward the open gates of the courtyard. The screams grew louder. I moved to the edge of the pavilion as villagers hurried toward the gate to see the cause of the commotion. Just then, a guard rushed in, nearly barreling over the village hatmaker.
Everyone, flee to safety. A horde of crows is breaking in through the village gates.
There were 2 seconds of silence. Then chaos swallowed everything. Chapter 6. In which I feed the flame. A chill clawed up my spine as fear coiled tightly around my throat. Screams and frantic jostling assaulted my senses, bodies mashing together in a jumble. Villagers rushed across the courtyard, trying to gather their families together. In the chaos, my frantic eyes couldn't spot any of my own family members. Heart hammering, I moved to pull off my voluminous white robes, then stopped. Even in the disarray, I didn't want anyone to see the glyphs on my skin. I cursed, then darted into the crowd. Someone slammed my shoulder so hard that I went staggering back beneath the pavilion. But the pavilion was no longer safe either. Another villager stomped on my foot in his haste to get to the Lau's house, making my eyes water. I waited until a path cleared, then darted through to an empty spot by the stone wall at the side of the property. From there I grabbed one of the overturned chairs, propped it near the wall, and stood on it to see over the frenzied crowd. It didn't take me long to spot Akari and Shiru in their distinctive wedding clothes. Akari was being pulled between her blubbering mother, who desperately yanked her toward the house, and Shiru, who held Akari's elbow and tried to explain something firmly to them both. Even from here, I knew exactly what was going on. Akari's mum wanted her to take refuge there, in their house, but Shiru was insisting they go back to my house, where it was safer. Our house was smaller than the Lau home in every way, but it was old and well-crafted and sat over an underground bunker. It was specifically designed to be a secret hiding place from crows in times of attack, and it was exactly where I was going. Houses alone would not keep the crows out. There were several other bunkers in the village, but ours was the closest. "Akari!" I yelled, hands cupped around my mouth. "Head to the Okada bunker! Head to the bunker!" But she didn't hear me over the other shouting. A yelping sounded from nearby, and I saw Chio, Akari's pet tanuki, darting out of the crowd. She stopped near my chair, yowling up at me, then darted back into the crowd. I watched her go, bewildered, then watched as she stopped near a small huddled form. It was Mishi, sobbing and calling for her mummy. Where was Chaha? Ephron had probably run off to contend with the crows, but I knew Chaha must be in the crowd somewhere, as frantic to find her young daughter as Mishi was to find her. As I stared around, I noticed a severe bottleneck at both exits. People were trying to flood out through the main gate, but the gate couldn't support the demand, and it was an even bigger problem near the tiny gate at the back. Many people were choosing to flood into Akari's home rather than stay out in the open. Then something changed. The bottleneck at the gate grew worse. The people who had just gone out pushed frantically to get back in, even while people from within shoved outward. Individuals caught in the middle were getting crushed. Queasiness rose in my stomach. I knew what must be coming. A towering crow burst in through the gate, flinging people aside like a child's game of tipping pins. The screams intensified as a wave of people scrambled away, clawing over each other to put distance between themselves and the beast. I had seen crow monsters once before, years ago, but that hadn't prepared me for the terror that now seized my heart. Its humanoid form towered 10 feet tall. Black, feather-like scales covered its flesh, serving as armor. Massive claws tipped its feet and hands, and huge black wings stretched from its back, allowing it to glide long distances. Yellow eyes stood out in its black face, along with feathery ears, like a horned owl. Its massive hooked beak looked bigger than my head. A scabbard hung from a belt at its waist, but the crow hadn't drawn the sword yet. It didn't need a sword to be dangerous. The monster casually surveyed the humans in disarray, then reached for someone laying at its feet. It was Shan, the baker, clutching a broken leg in agony. She had probably been trampled in the stampede. The crow grabbed her by one arm, lifting her to its chest, where it cradled her like a baby. Then it opened its massive beak, revealing rows of tiny fangs, and clamped down on her neck. Shan's scream was cut off with a gurgle as the crow greedily guzzled her blood. The screams in the courtyard grew to a new crescendo, and I nearly fell off my chair with the horror of it all as another crow barged its way into the courtyard. My pulse pounded so fiercely in my throat that it seemed it might burst out, my blood flowing from my neck just as Shan's had. My soul flame responded to my adrenaline, sparking hotter and wilder in my chest. Unfortunately, the black flame did as well. It flickered as though waking up, then crept forward. "I can help you," came its faint, silent voice in my mind. "Please, I can help you in exchange for just a little soul flame." I ignored the voice, as well as my wave of nausea, looking down to see my niece still crying nearby, Chio dancing anxiously around her. I clenched my fists. Shahar was surely somewhere in the courtyard, still looking for Mishi, but it would be better for her to miss Mishi now, but find her alive later. I leapt from my chair, hurried to Mishi and knelt down in front of her. "Climb on my back," I urged the 4-year-old. "Hurry, I need you to hold on as tightly as you can." Mishi scrambled on, wrapping her arms so tightly around my neck that my eyes nearly bugged out. After adjusting her grip, I hefted her up, grabbed Chio, and scrambled back to my chair. Standing on it, I was able to set Chio up on the wall. "Don't let go," I told Mishi. Then I jumped as high as I could, getting my arms up over the wall. My soft slippers scrabbled uselessly at the stone, and I cursed. I kicked them off and jumped again, my sweaty feet gaining traction while my straining arms pulled us halfway up. I wobbled there, arms straining for a moment, then finally hefted my legs so that I was poised to drop down to the other side. I grabbed Chio's furry body and took one last look back. More people lay motionless on the ground. More bodies. 3 crows were now tearing their way through the crowd, scooping people up. One of them was staring directly at me with its yellow eyes. My breath caught in my throat. I dropped to the other side of the fence and the monster vanished from view. My bare feet landed painfully in a tough bramble bush, but I managed to stagger out of it without dropping Mishi. Chio slipped out of my arms, whining and rushing anxious circles around us. Mishi cried softly, asking for her mummy, and I hushed her. "We have to be quiet now, my camellia. As sneaky as can be until we get back to our house, all right?" Her crying quieted to sniffles as I looked around. This side alley between stone fences had 2 ways out. One led to the main street where I could see people running desperately, and the other led up into the quiet mountains, which were to the rear of all the houses on this side of town. It didn't take a genius to decide which way to go. I didn't know how many crows were in the village, perhaps dozens. It would be safer to distance myself from the town until I was closer to my house. There was a deer trail that Akari and I often walked together that cut through the trees, and it would be the fastest, most secluded way to take. Grimacing as I stepped onto some sharp pebbles, I began carefully jogging up a path into the tree-covered foothills, Chio following. The trees hushed the sound of screams and chaos, making the danger feel less immediate. I picked my way through bushes and brambles for a minute until I was well above the height of the houses. I found the deer trail that moved parallel to the village. Sweat dripped down my temples from the effort of climbing with Mishi. Hefting her higher on my back, I jogged across the flattened underbrush until my breath was ragged in my throat. I kept glancing down at the snatches of buildings that were visible between the trees. From this vantage, I could see chaos in the streets. I counted 5 crows before I stumbled and decided to pay more attention to my feet as I ran. Our house was backed by this same mountain. At this rate, I would come to the back of it in only a minute. We were going to make it to the bunker. I slowed to duck beneath a series of low-hanging branches over the path, relishing in the opportunity to catch my breath. Up ahead, Chio growled and hissed. I straightened, and the first thing I saw was a towering crow standing in the underbrush, less than 20 feet away. I screamed, stumbling backward. The monster wore armor over its scaly feathers and was armed with a wide metal sword. As our eyes met, the soft corners of its beak pulled into what might have been a smile. Then its beak parted to bear small pointed teeth hidden inside. In my desperate scramble, I stepped on some rotting wood which broke under my foot. With Mishi's extra weight, I failed to right myself and the two of us went tumbling down the hill. Mishi lost her grip and went flying. My robe caught on a branch and got yanked up over my head, completely blocking my vision. I yelled as I rolled, unable to get a grip on anything until crashing into a tree, which finally stopped my descent as pain shot up my back. Flailing, I struggled to pull off the robe. I spent several seconds wrestling with it, blind, disoriented, in pain and terrified.
"Don't do this alone,"
whispered the black flame.
"I will be your ally if you let me. I can protect you."
"This is a bad time to make a deal with a demon," I shot back. Finally, I yanked the robe off and threw it aside. The crow descended calmly toward us down the slope. It croaked something in guttural Camagüean, still grinning in its monstrous way, before adding in recognizable Malhagi.
"Human children, we have you."
I looked frantically to where Mishi lay screaming in fear and pain between myself and the monster. Chio stood beside her, snarling at the crow, her thick fur bristling. Ignoring my own bruises and bleeding scrapes, I scrambled back up the hill toward Mishi, snatching her up as the crow strode ever closer, its movements casual and graceful. For being so bulky, the crow was light on its feet, not awkward like a hopping bird at all. Its stride was broad. It would reach us in seconds. I hefted Mishi into my arms as if she was an infant instead of a 40-pound kid, and began a mad dash down the hill toward the village. Soon I was less running and more trying to keep my furious momentum from throwing us tumbling down. Chio darted artfully through the underbrush, a natural in this terrain. I didn't dare look behind me, knowing I'd trip for sure. Just as I was nearing the edge of the trees, a massive black monster glided down from a nearby camphor tree and landed just in front of me with a crunch of snapping twigs. Another crow, this one without weapons or armor. It flapped its huge wings, blowing the scent of blood into my face, then lunged for me. I spun away, just dodging its claws, and lurched onward. Somehow my feet stayed under me and I continued running. Mishi's screams and my cursing blended with the cawing laughter of the crows to make a terrifying backdrop to the wind rushing past my ears. We were nearly there. An alley between two houses was just ahead. If I could get back into Barndosen, then maybe I could find village guards to help. I stumbled as the ground flattened and took the opportunity to glance back over my shoulder. Both crows were seconds behind us, jogging leisurely. They obviously felt no need to rush. They knew I didn't stand a chance. In that split-second glance, I noticed the second crow had an unconscious person slung over its shoulder, and the first crow had sheathed its sword and was holding a length of rope instead. These crows weren't just here to kill, they were taking people. My bare, bloodied feet pounded on the stone and dirt street as I rushed toward the main thoroughfare. Judging by the shouts of people ahead, their plight wasn't much better than mine, but with the crows, moments behind me, I had nowhere else to go. I stumbled again, hissing, "Bleeding crows, bleeding crows, bleeding crows!" I was feet from the other side when a crow from the main street stepped into the alley's mouth, blocking my path. I skidded to a halt, then whirled. The crows behind me slowed to a walk, closing in at an unhurried pace. My heart hammered in my ears. My limbs thrummed with terrified adrenaline. Mishi clung to me with desperation even as I tried to set her down. "Stay behind me," I urged, and she finally pressed herself back, huddling against the wall, shielded only by my shaking legs. Chio darted this way and that, teeth bared, snapping her jaws toward the crows to warn them to stay back. It wouldn't be nearly enough. I had no weapon, no defense, and no means of escape. Scrapes and bruises already marred my skin, and even as I sat there breathing raggedly, more glyphs burned themselves onto my right arm and collarbone. Blinking past the pain, I reached into the pocket in my sash to pull out my stylus. Watching me, the crows paused to chuckle in amusement. Ki-soon had used pyrography in battle. She'd summoned fire and made the earth burst beneath her enemy's feet, but I hadn't been marked by the earth and fire spirits, or any other good spirit either. but stories said they occasionally made exceptions and would lend their power to someone like me who so desperately needed it.
I will lend you my power,
my black flame promised in its feminine voice.
Why won't you let me? I have never harmed you before. I offer protection.
I'd beg and plead to every other spirit before I'd ever trust you, I retorted. But my quaking hands fumbled the stylus and I failed to catch it before it clattered to the ground and bounced away into the shadows. The only way to retrieve it would be to step away from Mishi. Queasy, I turned to the two crows approaching from behind.
Don't allow yourself to die here,
insisted the black flame.
Too many people need you. Just lend me a bit of your soul flame and I will see that you stay safe. I can be the bridge between you and the spirits.
The large crow with the rope made a placating gesture and croaked in broken Malhagi.
Away from the child. We take you with us. No killing.
He gestured to his fellow who held a middle-aged woman, then to the crow on the other side of the alley who held two unconscious figures as well. I turned, focusing on them, and with a wave of horror I recognized the unmoving people. The first was Niran, the message boy, and the second, wedding clothes dirty and tattered, was Akari. Nausea and shock roiled in my belly. I felt utterly frozen, weak, and helpless, like my breath had been sucked away. I could see one side of Akari's face, her closed eyes, smeared makeup, and bloodied cheek. Seeing my best friend's blood changed something within me. The icy shock melted away as a cascade of boiling rage rose in its place. I shook for a whole new reason as fury made my skin sear with heat again. The crow threw the boy and Akari into a heap on the ground, moving toward me. It pulled a cudgel from its belt. Mishi trembled harder against my legs.
Don't let them do this to you,
came the black flame's insistent voice.
Not when I'm offering you power. You can save the people you love.
My mind warred with itself. I felt hyper-aware of my surroundings, of the cold ground beneath my bare feet, of dozens of small plant sprouts growing up beneath the cobbles, several of which were trampled beneath me. I sensed Mishi's heat, could practically taste her fear. The same bitter fear had risen in my own throat. The black flame was right about one thing. I couldn't just sit and let this happen. Even making a deal with the spirit of the curse was better than letting Akari and Mishi be taken or killed by crows, no matter what the curse ended up doing to me.
I need your soul flame, now.
My fists clenched so tightly that they shook. My heart pounded beside the black flame, which was wild with a frenzied energy. It matched the intensity of my terror. Yet somehow my own soul flame remained steady and calm, certain. I stood tall and looked right into the monster's bright yellow eyes. The monster raised its cudgel. I let out a scream of rage, then fed some of my soul flame to the black fire in my chest. Pain consumed me. It felt like I was being shredded, both body and soul, like being trampled by horses with knives on their hooves. It felt like the black flame was a grinder pulling me slowly in. A vision erupted in my mind. I saw the silhouette of a young woman as she was consumed, screaming by a writhing mass of darkness. I barely saw a glance of her true blood eyes before she was engulfed. I screamed alongside her. The agony was so intense that I didn't realize a glyph had burned onto my right hand until the vision faded and I was staring down at it. In an instant, the pain was gone. Everything came into sharp focus. Cudgel still raised, the crow took a step back as though shocked by what it had seen. I lifted my right hand. I caught a last glimpse of the mark on my palm before I clenched all my fingers into a tight fist, except for one. Then by instinct, I took all the heat, all the scalding fury, pain, and terror coursing through my body and pushed it out into my finger. As my fingertip burned with the heat of my soul flame, it sparked like a firework, and I used it to draw a glowing glyph in the air, the same unknown glyph that marked my palm. The moment I finished the glyph, a spirit saw and came to my aid. Chapter 7, in which the trees turned savage. Time slowed as a force took hold of my body. I understood what it felt like to be a tiny kitten, seized in the hands of a large, rough child. All at once, something enormous encompassed me, something that seemed to be a part of everything. My awareness stretched, my surroundings becoming a part of me and I a part of them. I could feel the strength of the stones beneath my feet, the integrity of the wooden house at my back, even the thickness of the crow's natural armor. "Who are you?" I screamed in my mind, at the new massive force that surrounded me.
"Didn't you just call on me, Tiny One?"
An amused, reverberating voice asked in my mind, though it was not the same voice that had come from the black flame. I got an impression of strength, endurance, defense, and a desire to safeguard. A feminine being of great power. My eyes widened. The spirit of protection? But how? The glyph I'd just miraculously burned into the air without a stylus wasn't the glyph for any recognizable spirit, and it certainly wasn't the usual glyph for this spirit. I sensed an enormous power, the spirit's power, in my hands. That meant I wasn't just spirit-marked, where a spirit would shape the world according to what I asked. I was spirit-blessed, meaning a spirit was willing to give their power directly to me and let me use it as I pleased. There wasn't a single spirit-blessed person in our whole village. Time seemed to slow while I was in this state, but even so the crow was reacting, his club slowly descending toward my head, his eyes filled with fear. I had to act.
"Shield yourself,"
the spirit told me. Using my aura, my body's invisible, spiritual form, I took the gift of the spirit's power and condensed it in front of me, creating an invisible shield just over my skin. In this state, my aura felt bigger than usual, bigger than my body for the first time ever. My aura's arms felt like they could reach across the alley and use the spirit's power for things I couldn't physically reach. I stretched the shield from my head down my chest and stomach. I tried to keep spreading the shield down my back, hips, legs, and to Mishi, but I found myself grasping at nothing. The power waned even though there had been so much. I cursed myself, sensing the power dissipating, floating away. In my clumsiness, I had let so much power drift off through my aura's fingers. The sense of being surrounded by the spirit vanished. Time resumed and I gasped for breath as the cudgel smashed down on my head and bounced off. Just a centimeter from my skin, the invisible shield had done its job. The crow monster shrieked in fury and tried again, aiming for the side of my skull. I shrank back, but the shield held, the cudgel thudding off of it. I felt no pain except for the loud, cracking sound right next to my ear, but I was jarred to the side. Breathing hard, I knelt, blocking Mishi as much as I could and making my unprotected body parts a smaller target. The shield only covered my top half, and not Mishi at all. And I knew it couldn't last forever. Surely it would crack if battered enough times. Not to mention, if what I'd been taught was true, the same glyph could only be used once on the same target at the same time. I couldn't make the shield on myself stronger by calling on the spirit of protection again. I flinched again as the crow cracked his cudgel against my head once more. The other two crows had overcome their shock and were closing in as well. I needed another plan. My soul flame had not recovered. Some of its heat still powered the glyph, and I wouldn't get that back until I dropped the shield. My soul flame shuddered from whatever process the black flame had put it through, and that shudder sent pulses of hot, sharp pain through my limbs. It made my breath catch. As for the black flame, it had diminished to a tiny, smouldering spark, as though its strength was spent. Sorry, I apologized to my soul flame, but we're not done here yet. I stared down at my hands. I had a glyph on each palm. The tiny black flame sparked a little brighter within me as I looked at the unknown glyph on my left hand, as though giving approval. I still wasn't sure what the black flame was, but trusting it had kept me alive. For a split second, I tried to locate my stylus, but then I remembered that I had burned a glyph in the air using only my finger. I sucked in a deep breath, feeling dizzy. There was no time to think about those implications. I had to save my family. I lifted my finger and drew another glyph, the branching symbol on my left palm. Once again, a being much larger than myself overshadowed me, making me feel like an ant. Time slowed. Unlike last time, where I'd become intensely aware of the structural integrity of the things around me, this time my focus shifted to the ground, to the sprouts growing in the dirt between the cobblestones, to the small wildflower that had just been trampled by the crow's claws, to the lichen and moss growing on the wall near my back. This had to be the spirit of the harvest. the spirit people called on to help their crops and gardens grow. But how could she help me now?
Look closer,
came a soft yet all-encompassing voice in my mind. My awareness moved down to the sprouts, zooming in on them so close it was as though I had a magnifying lens. I had studied plants of all varieties in my work as an herbalist, but sprouts were always hard to tell apart. Most plants started in the same way. 2 tiny bright green leaves emerging from a seed and searching for the light.
camphor trees.
The spirit of the harvest spoke within my mind. My awareness expanded farther, and I could sense a massive full-grown camphor in a courtyard nearby. Seeds must have blown down and sprouted because this alley didn't get much foot traffic. The nearby camphor was large with twisting branches. I could feel its sturdy, unyielding strength, yet I didn't know how a tree could be used to defeat these crows. Unless, what would happen if I made a dozen trees grow beneath the crow in an instant? I seized the power around me, twisting it tight in my aura so that none of it would float away this time. Then I crammed it into the tiny sprouts at the closest crow's feet. The tiny plants swelled, then burst upward. They shot up like striking snakes, bark forming, leaves and branches erupting. The crow was caught as the dozen trees twisted together, combining, growing to a height of 6 feet, 10 feet, 20. The crow screamed as its body was crushed between the branches as they merged together to form a single, enormous tree. I could hear a crack so loud that it had either been a large branch or the crow's femur. Then the power was gone. The spirit was gone. I fell back against the wall, head spinning as I gasped for breath. I stared at the massive tree in front of me, a shrieking crow engulfed in its branches like a bug in a spider web. In the moment, growing it had felt so natural. Now it seemed so surreal that I could barely comprehend it. Focus, I told myself. You have to save Akari and the others now. The 2 crows behind us stood with open beaks, too shocked or scared to come after me. That was good. I'd need all the time I could get. I grabbed Mishi and pulled her over the cobbles the roots had broken up. We have to get home, now. We reached Akari and Niran laying in the mouth of the alley. I gave Mishi a shove out into the main street with Chio, then grabbed the boy and my friend each by a wrist. Behind me, Chio snarled. Mishi screamed. I turned and got my first clear look at the main street. A dozen houses down, 4 guards fought with twice as many crows. Closer to us, several bodies lay strewn and bloodied on the ground, and only 1 house away, a screeching crow smashed its way out of a wood and paper door. The interior of the house beyond it was in shambles. The crow let out a blood-curdling scream, blood flowing from its mouth as though it was injured. But then I saw the severed human arm that it was shaking at the sky like a trophy. Bile rose in my throat. This crow clearly didn't intend to take captives like the ones behind me. The crow staggered out into the street, taking a bite off the limb it was holding and looking for all the world like it was drunken with human blood. Mishi screamed again, but instead of running toward me, she darted down the street. Our home was only a few houses down, but as soon as she started running, the bloody monster's eyes focused, its head turning to follow her. "Mishi!" I yelled. The crow burst into motion, scrambling toward my niece. I threw myself after it. There wasn't time to think. I summoned all my fury again as I imagined the crow reaching Mishi and what it would do to her. Heat burst from my finger again, and just feet behind the crow, I made an offering of my soul flame and drew the branching glyph in the air. I was engulfed again by a power magnitudes beyond my own. Time slowed, allowing me a moment to assess my surroundings. My awareness crept along the ground, making me notice every seed, every tuft of grass, every patch of lichen on the stone. My heart twisted in my chest. There were no tree seedlings beneath the feet of the crow. I had wasted my soul flame trying to create a weapon that didn't exist. Desperate, I reached a little farther. There was 1 tiny camphor seed, barely even sprouted, stuck in the mud, near Mishi's feet. Relief flooded me, even as I tightened my hold on the power around me. Mishi's feet pounded past the seed. I struck. As I crammed power into the seed, it burst upward, rising like an angry sea swell. The crow slammed straight into it, tripping to the ground. Undeterred, the monster tried to crawl after Mishi on all fours, wings raised menacingly, but I commanded the branches of the tree to reach for it like claws. The tree bent as it grew, its branches clamping down on the crow, slamming it to the ground and surrounding it like a cage. The crow struggled, screeching and smashing branches, but more only grew until they pinned the crow too tight for it to move an inch. Shouts of amazement and shock echoed down the street. The guards and crows down that way had seen what I'd done, but there was no time to think as Chio made a baying sound at something scrambling behind me. I whirled to see one of the crows from the alley rushing for me. It seemed to have guessed right that my lower half wasn't protected like my head was, because it swung its sword toward my legs. Fueled only by adrenaline, I rushed to draw the same shining symbol in the air, and soul flame rushed out of my chest. This time, I didn't use my new power to grow a seed. I sent it shooting into the tree in the courtyard next to us, making a branch reach out and knock the crow's sword out of its talon-like hand. Enraged, the crow struck toward me with its claws, only to find another branch encircling its waist. Arms pinned, it was hefted into the air, branches and leaves growing over it, until it seemed to have been utterly consumed by the tree. I stumbled back, wobbly on my feet as two guards approached at a run. The crows they hadn't been able to slay fled the village, pursued by several more guards. Ephron reached us first. He scooped up his crying daughter, holding her close.
Bleeding crows, Ori. What in the name of Jinsil was...
His voice went silent. His lips moved, but all I heard was the sound of rushing water in my ears. I blinked, shaking my head to clear it, but my movements felt painfully slow, like time was flowing at half of its normal rate again. I raised my hands to my brow and realized just how much I was shaking. It was uncontrollable. Erratic, wild shaking. So much so that I thought it should be painful, but instead, I felt nothing, just cold. My body felt intangible, a mist that might blow away in the faintest wind. My tiny soul flame sputtered like it was desperately trying not to go out. The mysterious black flame was equally diminished. I looked into Ephron's concerned face as his eyes widened. His lips formed the words, soul shock. Then he turned to call for help. Blinking and disoriented, I turned toward the place where I had left Akari and Niran. They were gone. I pressed my hand to my face and almost lost an eye because of how violently I was trembling. Was I delirious? Akari had just been there. My gaze lifted to look down the alley. In the distance, running up the hill and vanishing into the trees, was the armored crow. On his shoulders, he carried several people, including a girl with a red, blue, and gold wedding gown. I tried to go after them, but with only one step, I fell to my knees. I hardly felt the impact. I tried to stretch my hand out toward my vanishing friend, but it rose only a few inches. I tried to tell a friend to go after her, but the words wouldn't form on my lips. I tried to muster up the rage that had fueled me earlier, but even my frustration and despair was muted. I was just too cold and tired, like I was barely even here. Soul shock. I had given away too much of my soul flame. My soul was moments away from fleeing my body, leaving me a husk, neither alive nor dead. My vision faded to white. An unknowable amount of time later, I felt someone pick me up and carry me away. One of my trembling hands felt the roughness of my father's beard. A realization struck me. I released the soul flame I'd been using to power the glyph of protection. My protective shield dissipated, and the leftover soul flame zipped back into my chest. I gasped, like a drowning person receiving a breath of air. It wasn't much, but it was enough to slowly bring back my hearing. It was enough to make me feel alive.
To be all right,
my father was saying.
You're going to be fine. The elder priest will come and bless you. You're going to regain your strength. Everything will be okay.
I felt like a helpless baby in his strong arms. Too weak to speak, I listened to the sounds of the villagers we passed. I heard men shouting their plans to kill the crows I'd ensnared so utterly in the trees. Several wanted to burn them down. I wouldn't be able to retrieve my soul flame from the trees until the crows had been taken care of, because retrieving my flame would surely make the trees shrink again. Other closer voices muttered soft, awed words.
Kisun has chosen Orihana Okada.
She's been blessed with Kisun's power. It must be her.
This generation's hallowed slayer has been chosen.
Jinsil bless the hallowed slayer.
Hallowed Slayer, Hallowed Slayer. These words reverberated again and again in my mind. It couldn't be possible. Ki-soon only chose girls with true blood. Yet I couldn't deny the impossible glyphs I'd burned. Did this mean the black flame within me wasn't a connection to the spirit of the curse, but to Ki-soon? But the Slayer was supposed to have the brightest flame of all. I remembered the sudden vision I'd had while feeding the black flame, a young woman ensnared by a living darkness. I was too exhausted to make sense of it. Pounding footsteps approached. Shiro's frantic voice called out,
I still can't find her. She's gone.
My whole body tensed. Shiro was here, but Akari was not, because I hadn't been able to protect her. I blinked rapidly, determined to talk to my brother, and my vision slowly returned. Noticing that I was conscious, Shiro put a firm hand on my shoulder. With his brown-eyed gaze locked with mine, he spoke slowly and clearly as though to a child.
Ori, where's Akari?
His eyes were so pleading, so intense. I knew I should feel the same anguish he did, but instead I just felt empty, hollowed out. Lips trembling, I whispered, they took her. I had failed her. Shiro's eyes hardened like he had already known this answer. He announced to my father,
I'm going after her.
Shiro, wait!
My father rumbled. When Shiro began jogging away, my father shouted,
Shiro, if you go alone, you'll die. Wait for the guards.
He turned.
Ephraim, stop him.
I closed my eyes as I heard my oldest brother chasing down my youngest. But Shiro was right. There was no time to lose. Someone had to go after Akari no matter what. And as much as I wanted to get her back, I couldn't even walk in this state. Just thinking about it made my lightheadedness return. The weight of my failure descended on me. I knew I should be crying, but I was too empty to find tears. I was grateful for it. Fate had stolen away my most precious friend. It was better not to feel. A new Hallowed Slayer had been chosen, and it was me. But what did my new power matter if I couldn't manage to save the people I loved? I closed my eyes, wanting the cold darkness to swallow me up again. It did. Chapter 8, in which I ask for it and get sweet revenge. An ocean of midnight lay before me, shifting, coursing. A hissing sound emanated from it, like the noise of 1,000,000 writhing insect legs. The blackness rose up into a mountain and twisted in my direction. And then it looked at me. The darkness had eyes of red and gold, flaming and alien. I sensed the moment it saw me. I felt its gaze pierce me to my core, and then its laugh shook the world around me, reverberating through my chest. I startled awake to the smell of incense and the chanting of murmured prayer. Taking a deep breath to shake off the dregs of the nightmare, I blinked and saw a high, peaked ceiling. I was definitely not in my tiny room. My whole body ached. I was too tired to sit up, but I turned my head to see that the elder priest knelt 20 feet away, his back to me, muttering prayer under his breath and burning herbs in a brazier. On my other side, closer by, my father sat on a kneeling pillow, arms folded, his chin resting on his chest as he slept. I was in the shrine, the location where I'd first been cursed, or blessed, or chosen, or whatever had happened. I lay on a prayer mat in the middle of the floor. The mat was bigger than a standard sleeping mat, wide enough that prayer glyphs could be burned on it, around the body of someone who was resting. It was usually used only for people who were critically ill. Just beside my face, I saw the glyph for the spirit of healing and a written request that she strengthen my soul flame. There were more than a dozen prayer glyphs around me. Had they all been burned by the elder priest? Even though prayer glyphs didn't require as much soul flame as glyphs made by someone marked or blessed, it still was proof that he had a truly robust soul flame. That came with age and practice. My heart seemed to tighten in my chest. If my soul flame had been stronger, if I hadn't gone into soul shock, then surely I could have saved Akari. I needed to practice to strengthen my soul flame. I couldn't fail again. Emotion welled within me and burned in my eyes. Tears escaped and I sucked in a small gasp of breath. No matter what I did from here on out, it might be too late for Akari. Was she even still alive? No, I couldn't think like that. There had to be a way to save her. With my new powerful glyphs, I could go after her myself. It had to be possible. Had to be. I heard my father shift, and I hastily wiped my eyes before turning to him. He wiped sleep from his own eyes. They were red with dark circles beneath. He had probably been trying to keep vigil all night. I looked out through the gaps between the columns and saw blackness with the faintest bit of light beyond the silhouettes of trees. Perhaps dawn was approaching.
How are you feeling, my camellia?
My father asked. I tried to sit up, then crumpled back. Like a rock the size of our house, it's sitting on me.
Your soul flame is still weak.
I nodded. The crows I trapped in the trees, are they...
They're dead now.
I let out a sigh of relief. I could feel pieces of my soul flame still burning on the other side of town, powering the transformation of those trees. Even though no one had taught me how, it felt completely natural to call that flame back to my chest. It zipped to me, invisible but tangible as it rejoined my inner flame. Immediately I felt more like myself, as though this was the thing my body had been waiting for to recover more fully. I sat up, grateful that I had the strength this time. I closed my eyes and felt my soul flame. It was still smaller than usual but hot, and I sensed a new strength. Perhaps using it to its limit yesterday had already increased its capacity. Near it, the black flame was still as tiny as ever. It flicked like the tail of a sleeping cat, but didn't seem to be drawing my soul flame toward it anymore. I wasn't sure if it was my exhausted imagination, but it seemed darker than before. Oily. "Are you still there?" I asked it, wondering if the voice would return. It remained silent. I looked down at my hands and their glowing golden glyphs. Everyone had seen them now. Everyone knew what I was. They'd all figured it out around the same time I had. I rolled up my sleeve to look at one of the new glyphs that had appeared on my arm. It was just as foreign as the rest. I tried to glance down at the glyph on my collarbone, but of course couldn't see it.
The glyph is unrecognizable,
my father told me.
As is the one on the back of your neck.
I rolled my sleeve back into place. What did this all mean? Why were these glyphs in some unreadable language? What was the black flame? Perhaps the elder priest could answer these questions. I looked across the room and found him still deep in prayer, sprinkling azalea petals into the fire. Even though the crows had seemed most interested in capturing human prisoners, they'd torn through our village, causing injury and death before I'd managed to stop them, who had died because I hadn't figured out my role sooner. Herbalist clients, neighbours, classmates. My chest constricted and I couldn't bear to ask yet. I cleared my throat and said to my father, "Did Shiru? Was he able to find?" I couldn't make myself meet his eyes, but I did hear the slow, cautious way he said,
I don't know.
Ephron wasn't able to stop him. Shiro left the village by himself, determined to get Akari back. I haven't heard from him since.
I let out a slow, shuddering breath. If my brother died because of me too. Perhaps my anguish was all over my face because my father scooted closer and said in a low voice,
"Put it out of your mind for now. It's outside of your control. I'll let you know if anything changes."
Frustration rose within me. My father always did this, trying to hide stressful things from me, even though having more knowledge and involvement eased my anxieties. "I don't want you to keep things from me ever again." I tried to maintain a civil tone, but my voice came out sharp. I lowered my voice. "I know you were lying when you said you'd gone to see the elder priest yesterday." I glanced over at the old man who seemed oblivious to the fact that I was awake. This was all a complete shock to him tonight, wasn't it? My father's expression became blank. His eyes took on that distant, stoic look they got whenever I confronted him about something, like he was pretending I wasn't even there anymore. He pulled out his stylus and fiddled with it in his crippled left hand as though creating art on an invisible surface. I clenched my hands into fists. It was far too late for me to drop this. "You knew more about all this than you've been letting on." He still said nothing. I turned my tone pleading, hoping that would crack his stoic shell. "Dad, this is terrifying and confusing, and I need to know that I can trust you. Please, tell me everything you know." When I spoke the word trust, his eye twitched, like the tiniest flinch. I could finally see his emotions spilling through, a look of unsettled regret. His stylus fell still and he dropped his hand into his lap. He cleared his throat.
In the beginning,
he said slowly, staring off into the distance.
In the beginning, I was never sure you were cursed, in fact.
He paused as though he might stop there completely, but then he glanced into my desperate eyes and let out a breath before continuing.
I actually had my suspicions that you might have been chosen as the next Hallowed Slayer all along.
My heart seemed to jump in my chest as if it wasn't sure if it should stop or beat faster. My stomach did a somersault. What? I demanded, my voice coming out much higher and louder than I'd intended.
I wasn't sure,
my father added quickly.
But growing up, I was exposed to the True Blood stories surrounding the Slayer. I'd heard some tales and rumors about how the Slayer's pyrography worked, so...
He looked at me helplessly. So you thought it would be best if you kept all that to yourself and let me think I was cursed, I shouted. My raised voice startled the elder priest from his meditative prayer, and he looked at us with concern. But I didn't care if I was making a scene. How dare my father keep something so important from me? What had he thought to gain? My father grew defensive.
I wasn't completely certain. I'd heard that the Slayer gained access to Kisun's flame, but her flame is supposed to be bright and strong, and based on your description, your flame seems dark, cursed. So either you are different than you are supposed to be, or the stories I'd heard were lies.
It didn't matter. He'd willingly kept information from me. If I'd known what I was, maybe we could have prevented the attack on our village. My father's expression turned serious and in control again.
By binding the cursed prince so the crows would go back to their nests?
He shook his head.
The cursed prince hasn't been found yet, and he certainly wouldn't have showed up around here for you to bind him. All the True Blood families are desperately searching through their ranks, yet there has been no sign of him. You couldn't have stopped these crows from coming.
A desperate panic rose in me. Once again, the feeling that I had any power or control over my life drained through my fingers. But maybe I would have learned more about my power. I could have done more to fight to keep the crows from taking Akari. He shook his head again.
If the True Bloods had discovered even a hint that you might be the Hallowed Slayer, they would have taken you away, and then who would have been here to drive off the crows?
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I didn't want to admit that he was right, but I couldn't think of anything to combat the truth he'd spoken. My father leaned forward and spoke softly.
By being here, you saved the rest of us, Ori.
Silence hung heavily in the air until I managed to ask, but why did Kisun choose me if she only chooses True Bloods? How is this possible? My father took a while to speak. He looked away from my face, glancing to the elder priest who seemed to be listening to us. The old man shrugged, so my father said,
Perhaps the rules are changing.
I could tell my father was holding something back still, and it felt like a pit had opened beneath me, my solid foundation crumbling away. I'd never felt like I'd had a reason to mistrust my father before. The sudden shattering of that trust felt like a terrible void. I leaned toward him, eyes pleading. But I don't understand. Why didn't you just tell me your suspicions? I can guess at why you didn't tell anyone else, but why did you keep me in the dark? My father stared into the distance.
If I'd told you, you would have felt obligated to tell someone like the elder priest. The sooner someone knew, even if there was still no cursed prince to bind, the sooner everything would change. The sooner our family would be pulled apart.
He finally met my eyes.
The sooner they'd take away my little girl.
My heart ached as emotions warred within me. The elder priest spoke up, and I turned to him.
Your father is right about one thing. As soon as the crows were defeated or fled, a messenger left for Badaska to share the news of what you are. True Blood officials are on their way here now. They will surely take you to the capital right away.
I let out a slow breath. Bandasan Peninsula was a small, rural, mountainous bit of land extending into the Yungan Sea. The only reason it was significant was because the Bommel Mountains held a decent bit of ore. There were only 2 villages here, our own Bandasan, and a port town called Badaska, which shipped all our ore to other regions. The True Blood official who oversaw our region lived in Badaska. His name was Myung Kim, and he was the one who made sure we paid regularly toward our mountain of debt, the man who did his best to keep us miserable and impoverished. He was one of the worst plunging humans to ever live. Thinking of him coming here to collect me and deliver me to the capital made me want to punch something. I stood quickly, too quickly. I swayed as my head reeled. How much time do I have? My father was at my side instantly, supporting my shoulders.
Sit down,
he insisted. I ignored him. If they're going to take me away, then I need to say goodbye to everyone in the family first. I felt my heart sinking into deep, icy water as I remembered the people it was already too late to say goodbye to.
You need to stay here,
the elder priest insisted, pointing at the prayer mat. I still felt weak. A trek back down the mountain to my house seemed impossible. I looked to my father for help. I half expected him to betray me again and insist I just sit here and put all worries out of my mind, but instead, his expression became resolute.
I'll go wake everyone now. I'll bring them here.
I squeezed his arm, relief flooding me. Thank you. My father jogged away and I lay back down on my mat, overcome with exhaustion again. The elder priest went back to praying while I stared at the night sky through the open wall and watched it turn from black to a hazy golden blue as the sun prepared to rise. Elder priest, I asked, voice weak with exhaustion. I had so many questions. He didn't seem to hear me over the sound of his own spoken prayer, so I took it as a sign to close my eyes. I had just drifted off again when a sound made me jump. Footsteps and the sound of talking. A group of people were approaching from the forest path. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. My father had been able to get my family here much quicker than I'd expected. I smiled as they came into sight and stepped up into the shrine. Then my smile fell. This wasn't my family. It was Myung Kim and a dozen armoured guards. I forced myself not to shrink back. Ever since meeting him half my lifetime ago, Myung Kim had repulsed me. He was everything terrible about True Blood culture. The haughty arrogance, the abuse of power, and that sneer. Oh, how I loathed that sneer. I'd only seen him a handful of times, but his face seemed to vacillate between smug smile and disgusted frown, as though no other expression was good enough for him. Like all True Bloods, his hair was black, and his eyes were so dark they didn't have any hint of brown. He wore a tall black nobleman's hat and voluminous blue and silver robes. His sash was opulently embroidered with silver and gold lotus leaves. He and the guards approached, forming a semicircle around me. I clenched my fists and forced myself to my feet, standing with a straight back and looking up into his face. Meeting his eyes so directly was disrespectful, but this man did not deserve my respect. Besides, if I really was the Hallowed Slayer, then I now existed outside the normal social hierarchy, which was utterly surreal. Once I'd needed to bow to him. Now it would probably be more proper for him to bow to me.
So she's the one?
Myung Kim asked, sparing a glance for the elder priest. Before the old man could respond, I said, yes, I'm the one. I tried to seem commanding, to have the same confident air that I did while performing, even as my legs wobbled. If there was one person I refused to look weak in front of, it was Myung Kim. The elder priest added,
Glyphs of immense power appeared on this girl, and she used them to save us from a Kamagwi attack. She is the Hallowed Slayer.
Myung Kim narrowed his eyes at me.
When they told me it was you, I thought they must have been mistaken. Now I see you were the one at fault.
He stepped closer to me, and it took all my resolve to not step back.
What trick did you use to convince all these village fools that you were the Slayer?
I set my jaw. Of course he wouldn't believe me. This isn't something I could just lie about, I insisted. I raised my palms to him to show him the faintly glowing symbols there. I didn't even need a stylus when I barely registered Myung Kim raising his hand before it came cracking across my cheek. I reeled back, face stinging as he ordered,
On your knees, girl.
Horribly, one of my legs buckled so that I fell to one knee. Humiliation and fury seared my insides. If I could have shoved him off the edge of the plunging island in that moment, I would have done it. One of his guards stepped forward.
Show her some respect,
he said to Myung Kim.
This girl is the Hallowed Slayer.
His metal helmet covered his hair and brow, but I could see that the guard was a young man, probably 18 or 19, with black, true-blood eyes. Myung Kim whirled on him.
And what would you know, boy? This girl is a charlatan. Look at her.
He gestured sharply to me.
There isn't a drop of true blood in her veins. I've known her family for many years. They have a history of lying in order to grope for more money and power than they deserve.
These words pierced me in the chest, making my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to say that he was wrong, but I couldn't. My father had forged our family tree when my siblings and I had been young, living in the capital. My family had been banished from the capital and fined more than we could possibly pay for a reason. Myung Kim grabbed me by the hair, making both me and the elder priest gasp. He hauled me up close to his face and demanded,
"If you really are the Slayer, then where is your binding glyph? It's always one of the first ones the Slayer gets."
The binding glyph. I'd seen pictures of it in books I'd read when I was young. I knew the Slayer always received the unique power of binding from Ki-soon, and that she burned the pyroglyph right on the cursed prince to turn him to stone and eliminate his power. But I hadn't known if that glyph appeared on her body, or if the power was innate. Apparently it would tattoo itself on my skin like the others had. But as far as I'd seen, it hadn't. Even worse, when I looked inward to my soul flame and its new dark flame companion, I could sense in my heart that I didn't have Ki-soon's binding power yet. I was incomplete. I wrapped my hand around Myung Kim's fist, half ready to claw myself free, but before I could get myself into serious trouble, the same guard stepped forward and grabbed the man's shoulder.
"Release her, now,"
he said. It was only then that I saw his other hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Myung Kim turned to him, eyes dangerous.
"You dare threaten me?"
The young man stood his ground, chin raised and face unafraid.
"My loyalty to the Slayer runs even deeper than my loyalty to you, and it should be that way for us all. I serve the Slayer, you serve the Slayer, all of humanity depends on her. Now unhand her so we can allow her to prove herself."
I tensed. I knew Myung Kim well enough to realize that if someone did something more logical than him and made him look bad, it would only make him angrier. To my surprise, he shoved me away, saying,
"Fine."
I stumbled back, managing not to fall on my backside in front of all these people.
"Burn a pyroglyph and prove yourself, girl,"
Myung Kim insisted. I swallowed, looking to the elder priest for support. I hadn't expected to need to use more of my soul flame so soon. The elder priest cleared his throat anxiously.
"Orihana Okada went into soul shock last night. Perhaps it's best if we wait a while before insisting she make another soul offering."
Myung Kim ignored the old man, staring at me with a bored expression. I inhaled a deep, slow breath, realizing I couldn't take an easy way out. I had to prove myself. I couldn't allow myself to look as weak as I felt. The honor of my family hinged upon this. I wouldn't let this pompous man think I was lying about who I was like my father had done before. I would show him the power I had. I closed my eyes and sensed the heat in my chest. My soul flame. It was small, yet strong. I could do this. I opened my eyes to stare at the glyph on my palm. Then I pressed my soul flame outward into my finger, offering the flame to the spirit of protection as I burned her glyph in the air. Her power wrapped around me like a mountain-sized blanket. Just like last time, I became aware of the durability of things. The dense wooden floor beneath my feet, the decorative clay tiles on the high roof overhead, even the strong lamella armor worn by the guards. I breathed in, feeling like I was inhaling power, even as my soul flame sputtered. Inexperienced as I was, I knew I didn't have it in me to do this more than once right now. Even one more glyph after this would send me into soul shock again, and soul shock didn't always end in recovery. I remembered the woman at the herbalist clinic, her body an empty shell. I refused to even think about my life ending in such a horrible fate. Using the invisible arms that were part of my aura, I tried my best to gather the power the spirit of protection had given me. This time I held onto it tightly. I pressed it down over my head, neck, shoulders, and down to my hips. Once again, the power began to drift away from me. I snatched up one last bit and covered down to my right knee before the spirit's presence left me completely. At least I'd gotten farther than last time. As time resumed its normal pace, I swayed on my feet, weak from exhaustion and the new loss of my soul flame. I clenched my hands into my skirt and put my legs into a firm dancer's stance, 1 foot at an angle to stabilize myself. I couldn't show any more weakness. I pushed myself up to my full height and met Myung Kim's eyes. "Try hitting me now." The guards were all murmuring their excitement, pointing at the air where my glyph had burned brightly for a moment. Myung Kim only raised one eyebrow and smirked. I remembered a day over 4 years ago, after Mishi had just been born. It had been a cold winter, and even with me and all my brothers working as hard as we could, we were still desperately low on money and food. Then Myung Kim came to collect our biannual payment. Early. My father had pled with him. We'd all taken a turn pleading. Nothing had softened his heart. This man had told us we were getting what we deserved. That evening was one of the few times I'd seen my father cry. He'd insisted that my siblings and I all leave, that we go start a new life elsewhere, become free of his debt, and leave him to his fate. We'd all known that would mean starvation and death for him. The burden was too much for any one person. It was already nearly too much for all of us working together. Every one of us, except for my middle brother, had insisted on staying. That's when I'd started gathering and preparing herbs to sell every spare moment I had. Not because being an herbalist felt like my calling, but because I was desperate and I knew no one was coming to save us. Sometimes you just had to save yourself. I clenched my fists at my sides, staring into Myung Kim's smirking face. I said, "Hit me, you plunging crowface." Myung Kim's eyes widened. Several guards murmured in shock at my brazen disrespect.
"How dare you?"
Myung Kim snarled. I could tell he knew it was a trick. I could tell he knew that I was just trying to get a rise out of him. But I could also tell, as he stepped forward and raised his hand, that he wanted to strike me so badly that he couldn't stop himself. His hand swung down toward my face and hit the invisible steel-hard barrier only a centimetre away from my skin. Myung Kim hissed in pain, his fingers swelling, angry and red. It was a taste of sweet revenge after all he'd done to my family. I grinned. I think reintroductions are in order. I'm Orihana Okada, and unlike the last time we met, I'm the Hallowed Slayer. Chapter 9. In which the guard is unexpectedly attractive. As my soul flame sputtered, I relied on my firm stance and locked knees not to fall. Near my heart, the black flame seemed to be waking up again, like a black cat stretching lazily. Orihana Okada, it said softly to me in my mind, but this time the voice wasn't feminine. It was a deep, slow, oily voice. Great, so the creepy fire knew my name now, and whereas before it had probably been Keeson talking to me, now it sounded like a different being entirely. I thought of the living darkness I'd seen in my dreams, the one that had looked upon me and laughed. I shuddered. What in Jinsel's name was going on? Myung Kim rubbed his sore hand, glaring at me. I glared back. I worried that he wouldn't let this confrontation end, but then he let out an angry huff and stalked over to the elder priest with someone who looked to be his assistant. The three of them engaged in quiet, angry conversation with much gesticulating from Myung Kim. I caught the words, "But why would Ki-soon choose a commoner?" The guards spread out to form a perimeter around the area. All except one. The young man who had defended me stayed right where he was a few paces away. I wanted to sink back onto the mat and pretend to meditate, even though I was really just trying not to collapse. Jinsel almighty, my legs were shaking. If he came any closer, he'd definitely see it. The young man narrowed his eyes, his face turned toward Myung Kim.
"It's a pity. Perhaps someday I'll meet an aristocrat worth his title."
He shook his head.
Myung Kim's moral integrity has more holes than a sponge cake.
I was surprised by his vehemence. Isn't he your employer? The young man turned to give me a sly half smile.
Yeah, but I'm brand new. You'll find that my loyalty to him is very, very shallow.
I cocked my head, trying to gauge his authenticity. I looked him up and down. He was definitely a true blood, but obviously not a nobleman, based on his prior words. That probably explained why he was a guard to one instead. He wore armor of interlocking rectangular plates over a padded blue shirt and pants. His smile was easy, and his face handsome. Surprisingly so. I pushed that distracting thought away, then tentatively joked. So when you said your loyalty to the Slayer ran deeper than your loyalty to him, that wasn't saying much. More like saying a pebble is bigger than a mote of dust. One is bigger than the other, but both are technically tiny. His smile widened.
More like comparing a mote of dust to the entire floating island, actually.
He shrugged.
But am I saying that my loyalty to you is enormous, or that my loyalty to him is so small that I must rely on hyperbole? I'll leave it up to you to decide.
I couldn't help but smile. His confidence and easygoing way of speaking was already softening my nerves, even though my body still ached with exhaustion. I had wanted to escape to solitude a moment ago, but I changed my plan. I have so many questions, I said, trying to hide my eagerness. As a true blood, perhaps he knew things I didn't. The young man nodded slowly.
It should be Myung Kim's duty to fill you in on everything, but I'm sure this whole thing has damaged his inflated ego.
He folded his arms, drumming his fingers along the armor that extended to his elbow. He glowered at Myung Kim.
He's such a bitter man that he'll probably make you wait to get answers until you arrive at the capital.
He seemed to become aware of his angry expression and replaced it with another smile as he turned to me.
But I'm more than able to help you, and just as importantly, I'm willing.
I dipped my head in gratitude. Thank you. This young man had probably gotten much more of an education than me. My dad's forged family tree had made us look more closely related to the gentry, which had opened good opportunities for schooling for me, and he'd used it to gain business contacts that had made him quite wealthy. But even so, I hadn't been privileged with the same quality of education as true-blood children. I shivered as I remembered something I'd heard in stories, that the body of the girl chosen by Ki-soon always transformed to look like her. If that was more than dramatic embellishment, I'd become a true blood. My hair and eyes would, at last, become raven black, something all common-blooded children dreamed of. How would my life change because of that? I opened my mouth, but the young man interrupted me.
I already know your first question. You want to know the name of your brave defender.
My smile slowly grew again. This young man had gentlemanly audacity, and I liked it. It was so much better than Dusit's feigned superiority. Actually, that was the final question on my list, I said. So, you'll have to answer 2,300 more before you can get around to answering it. He let out a breath of air.
That sounds like a lot of work. Good thing for my patience that I like to break rules.
He removed his helmet and bowed.
Sujin Lee.
As he straightened and I got a good look at his unhelmeted face, my heart did a little loop-de-loop. I had been wrong about him being simply handsome. He was absolutely gorgeous. There was a term the True Bloods used specifically to describe a young man who fit all their physical ideals. The beautiful and elite. I had never quite understood how the word beautiful could apply to males, but perhaps I just hadn't been old enough to understand when I'd last seen a young True Blood man. Sujin Lee was every beautiful thing the True Bloods revered. Although his hair was tied up in a simple top knot, I could tell how long and silky straight it was. His complexion was clear and smooth, and his eyes. They had a sort of soft gentleness to them, offset by his strong eyebrows and impish smile. Once again, I steered my thoughts back on course. I suppose you heard before, I said. But it feels awkward not to say it again, so I'm Orihana Okada. I used to go by Ori, but I'm not sure a slayer is allowed to have nicknames. Doesn't seem properly dignified. This genuinely bothered me for a moment. Sujin tipped his head in a miniature bow.
Methinks the slayer should get what she wants. Ori it is.
I couldn't help but grin.
So,
he asked,
what sorts of questions do you have?
For a moment, my mind was overwhelmed as I tried to sift through them all. Then I looked down at my hands and decided to start with an obvious one. I raised my palm to show him the branching glyph that corresponded with the spirit of the harvest. Why are the glyphs appearing on me unreadable? Why aren't they in normal Malhagi? If I'm being marked by the spirits, then why aren't these glyphs the same as the ones other people get? Sujin looked thoughtful.
They may be unreadable to you and me, but I doubt the glyphs are random. You are the Hallowed Slayer, so the symbols must be related to Ki-soon. Maybe they're the exact glyphs that Ki-soon herself had so long ago. In which case, they are still the names of the spirits, just in an older version of our language, the one that Ki-soon wrote in.
I blinked. I had never even considered this possibility. Was this boy just really clever? Or had he learned things like this as part of his True Blood education? Probably both. But then why don't all the glyphs do something? I asked. The first one I ever tried burning did nothing. Well, not nothing. Burning it had awakened the dark fire in me. But I was beginning to think that would have happened no matter if a different glyph had appeared first. Again, Sujin looked thoughtful, gazing toward the ceiling.
Maybe they aren't all glyphs for the spirits. Maybe some of them are just ancient words.
My brow creased. But why? He shrugged.
I wish I knew. There's so much we don't understand about Ki-soon and how her glyphs worked, or why she was special in the first place.
I nodded slowly. Even if Sujin didn't have all the answers, listening to him still made me feel calmer, less like the truth was so wildly outside my grasp.
Do you have one that looks sort of like a flame and tiger's claws?
He asked, miming the shape in the air.
That's what Kisun's binding glyph looks like.
I frowned. I knew what her glyph looked like, and I didn't like the idea of him thinking I was a completely uneducated peasant. I swallowed my pride and shook my head. I hadn't been able to look closely at all the glyphs that had appeared on me, but again I sensed I had yet to be blessed with her binding power. Is it a problem that she hasn't given me that power yet?
I doubt it's a problem. She usually gives it to her chosen slayer within the first week, so that means it should happen for you soon.
I nodded, anxious. Even though I hadn't realized it until yesterday, I'd been the slayer almost a week already. What if I didn't get access to her binding glyph soon? I'd be useless, unable to bind the cursed prince. I understand the cycle of prince and slayer, I said. I know that, ever since their ancient battle, Kisun and the Crow Prince choose champions who represent them, as they each try to get their people to finally destroy the other. But why does the Crow Prince choose a human as his champion? Why not a crow? That has never made sense to me. Sujin's eyes grew a little more somber.
Whoever he chooses to be the cursed prince does become a crow over time, and he'll become powerful and bloodthirsty just like them.
But why not choose a crow from the start? He mulled this over.
From what I understand, he can't. He's bound by the fact that Kisun's generals used his and Kisun's blood in some kind of ritual. By drinking their blood, the generals made their descendants accessible to Kisun's and the Crow Prince's restless souls. And since all true bloods are ultimately descendants of those same 5 individuals, it's only true bloods who can be chosen.
But then, why me? I spread out my arms, then had to stabilize myself as my weak legs wobbled. Why would I be chosen if I'm not a true blood?
Maybe you do have some true blood somewhere in your recent family line.
I was about to scoff that such a thing was impossible, not to mention illegal, when the words died on my lips. My father's eyes were a deep, dark colour, and everyone had always admired them for how closely they resembled true blood eyes. Looking into Sujin's face now, I realised that my father's eyes were every bit as dark as this true blood's. They weren't similar to true blood eyes. They almost certainly were true blood eyes, at least half-blooded. A sense of panic began to rise in my chest. Had my father really kept secrets about something so big? And why hadn't I seen it before? But my father had specifically forged our family tree to make us look more noble. If he secretly had a true blood parent, why would he lie about that? Why had he risked us all by lying when the truth was even more desirable? I felt faint. How much was he hiding from me? What could he say that I could trust?
You should sit,
Sujin said, eyes filled with concern.
You're still recovering, right?
I resisted the idea, swaying on my feet until Sujin insisted.
Resting because you just saved a whole village isn't a sign of weakness. It's just an after-effect of how heroic you were.
I let out a huff, about to retort that I hadn't saved the whole village, but the words were too painful to formulate. Instead, I sank to a proper kneeling position, even though sprawling out in an unladylike way was what I really wanted to do. I allowed my eyes to close. Surely my father would be back any minute with the rest of my family. At some point, I would have to confront him, but not now. This would be a time for bittersweet goodbyes. I smiled as I realized that my new position might force the king to forgive my family of our debt. Perhaps this was the end to all their financial troubles and everyone could finally be free. No matter what happened to me in the end, that would make this all worth it.
Do you still have that barrier up?
Sujin's words startled me from my thoughts. What?
That shield you made over yourself?
He shook his head appreciatively.
What I wouldn't give to be blessed by the spirit of protection.
Oh, I had completely forgotten about the shield over my skin. No wonder I was so exhausted. I really wasn't very good at this yet. I breathed in, recalling the leftover soul flame and dismissing the barrier. I felt a bit more physically well, less shaky. Not anymore. He smiled, seeming to understand what I'd just done.
You must have a pretty strong soul flame.
I snorted before realizing the sound wasn't very proper. Hardly. I sensed within my chest. Both my soul flame and the black flame seemed a little deflated, like they were as tired as I was. I paused, then carefully asked Sujin, "Have you heard of the Slayer getting a new flame within her?" Sujin nodded.
The Slayer gains access to Kisun's soul flame. I know that much.
I looked down, brushing my hand along one of the prayer glyphs on the mat. Have you ever heard that it's a dark flame, like creepy and as black as night? I glanced up in time to see Sujin's eyes widen with alarm.
A dark flame.
He eyed me up and down as though seeing me in a new light. I bit my lip. Perhaps I'd said too much. Either this was how it always was for the Slayer, but it wasn't common knowledge, or there was something seriously wrong with me. The black flame seems like my connection to Ki-soon, I said softly. But if it is, then why is it so creepy? I was certain at first that I was cursed, and even now that I know what it is, it still scares me a little. Sujin crouched so that our faces were on the same level.
Listen,
he said quietly.
It's probably not my place to say this, but I think you should be careful who you mention that to. I know I look like just a guard to you, but I've been steeped in hallowed Slayer lore since my childhood. The Slayer's flame is definitely not supposed to be the way you just described.
My heart sank. Was it possible that I was the Slayer, but I also really was cursed? Or was this what happened when Ki-soon accidentally chose a commoner? Something about our connection was seriously messed up. Over the last several days, I'd gotten fairly used to the sleepy black flame in my chest, but once again it seemed just as ominous as it had on that first horrifying day, especially since it seemed to be changing again. It had a new sheen to it, like glistening oil that wasn't there before I fed it. Ki-soon? I asked the flame. There was no response, but I did hear something deep, so low I could barely register it. It sounded like a purr, or a growl. I shivered again, remembering my first fears that I'd been targeted by the spirit of the curse. What was the monster I'd seen in my nightmare with its piercing eyes of red and gold? I brushed off my dread. It had been nothing, only a dream. Surely I couldn't be both the Slayer and cursed. Just great, I muttered. Maybe I did something wrong when I fed the black flame. I thought that was what Ki-soon wanted me to do, but now I don't even hear her anymore. I might have messed everything up. I took a deep breath. Thank you for telling me what you know. Perhaps it was best if I didn't mention the black flame again until I met an official scholar who could help me. Sujin's black eyes gazed intently into mine.
Let me guess. You want to keep this a secret for now.
When I nodded, he said,
In that case, I can be your confidant.
My heart did a somersault. Was he being sincere? This felt like such a genuine offer of friendship. But why did he care so much? Was it because I was the Slayer and he felt bound to help me, or was he also a truly good person? When I looked into his eyes, I honestly believed it was both. He stood and the spell broke. I could breathe again. Looking troubled, Sujin said,
When we get to the capital, I'll research this more.
When he saw me looking at him curiously, he gave me a sheepish grin.
I'm a bit of a closet scholar.
Really? A warrior scholar? He definitely had been able to give me more answers than I'd have expected from an ordinary soldier. He folded his arms, still grinning.
Your skepticism is written all over your face. A newbie guard who likes to do research. Can this guy even swing a sword?
I pressed my lips together. I'd actually been thinking that the more I learned about Sujin, the more interesting he seemed to me. I realized with a small jolt in my chest that I'd never been so immediately fascinated by a boy before. My skin grew warm, and I forced myself to look away from his face. This feeling in my stomach was uncomfortable and unfamiliar, and I had the notion I should tuck it away and not explore it farther. I was certain that such feelings were the least important focus a hallowed Slayer could have. Plunging distractingly handsome guard.
I've decided,
Sujin said softly.
I'm your guard now, whether you want me or not.
His voice was so serious yet gentle that I had to look back at his face. His expression matched his tone, his eyes alive with sincerity, yet so focused, like this was one of the most important things he'd ever said.
I will keep you safe, because you alone can save us all.
Sujin took my hand softly, then leaned down in a bow, touching his brow to my knuckle. My eyes widened. Such a bow was one usually given by a commoner to a noble woman of high rank. My face flushed with heat. Here we were, true blood and commoner, yet he was bowing like this for me. His hands felt warm and large around mine. I swallowed as a strange fluttering rose within me. How was I supposed to respond to such a respectful, sincere gesture, especially when it made my stomach feel like an upside-down whirlpool? I panicked, trying to reach for something to say that might cover my discomfort. I'm pretty sure that's the fanciest bow this town has ever seen, and I don't think we're equipped to handle it. The words came tumbling out of my mouth. People around here mostly just swear. Keep up this fanciness and the whole village might explode. If he hadn't still been holding my hand, I might have slapped myself in the forehead with it. Even though everything I said was pretty much true, it didn't seem a very refined response to his gesture. I guess that's just what happened when Kisun chose a village bumpkin as the next slayer. This was all her fault. Sujin laughed, releasing me and stepping back. Luckily, I was saved from anything else I might say, which probably would have involved swearing by the arrival of my family. Ephron and several other guards made it up the hill first. Ephron entered the shrine, wearing his rural village uniform that looked nowhere near as protective as Sujin's armor. He walked up to me while the other Bandosan guards went to join the argument between Myung Kim and the elder priest. Ephron ruffled my hair.
Dad and everyone else are right behind me.
He looked toward Myung Kim.
Is that man causing trouble?
I could sense the restraint it took for him to keep his language civil. Before I could say anything, Myung Kim turned away from the others, face red and furious.
Fine.
He spat.
Girl, come with me. We'll take you to the capital so King Moon can sort this out himself. And Jinsel'll so help you if this is a deception.
I climbed to my feet right as the rest of my family arrived. My father stepped into the shrine, trailed by my brother, sisters-in-law, nieces, and nephew. I could see the uneasiness in their faces. They had heard Myung Kim's words and sensed conflict. I took a deep breath, then exhaled. I would make sure that this conflict was over. Luckily for you, you'll be saved from the crows along with everyone else, whether you believe or not. I saw a face among my family that I hadn't expected to see. Akari's mother. My heart leaped into my throat and I felt numb. No, I couldn't face her. If she accused me of failing to save Akari, I would break down. I'd have to admit in front of everyone that she was right. She walked toward me and I was surprised to see Chio held in her arms. When she reached me, Akari's mother held the fluffy tanuki out to me.
Please, take her.
Chio looked at me with liquidy dark eyes. Her ears perked like she was trying to understand what was happening. I took a step back. No, I couldn't. She was Akari's. She belongs with you, and Akari's mother shook her head.
You don't understand. Look.
I looked down at Chio again, at her short legs and fluffy tail, her masked face and her leather harness with a glowing pyroglyph. I gasped. The pyroglyph. Akari's glyph. It was still glowing, meaning that some of Akari's soul flame was still powering it. Meaning that Akari was still alive. Akari's mother stared down at the glyph. I could see her arms shaking.
As much as I want to be able to wake up each morning and see that my daughter is still alive, I know it won't last. Not if we don't do something about it. And Orihana, you are the only one who can save her.
Chio let out a soft whine, like she could sense all the sorrow in the air, like she knew exactly what we were talking about. Akari had said the glyph allowed Chio to comprehend parts of human speech. Did Chio understand what had happened to Akari? Akari's mother's voice was choked with tears.
You must find my daughter. Save her. Make sure this glyph doesn't fade.
I swallowed, my throat tightening. Thank you for your trust in me, I whispered, gently taking Chio. Her body was warm and soft in my arms, comforting, but she would be more than a comforting pet. She would be proof that Akari was still alive, that it wasn't too late. The glyphs on the harness were the only needed evidence, but I refused to take only the harness, because without it, Chio might grow wild and fear humans again, and I wouldn't let such a fate come to Akari's beloved companion. Even if it would add complications, I would take both Chio and her harness wherever I went. I would care for her as if I was Akari now. I lifted my chin, set my jaw, then turned to face Myung Kim, my family, and everyone watching. I don't know how this happened, and I'm not even certain how to be the Hallowed Slayer. Those words nearly took my bravery away. I had no idea what I was doing. I only knew what was expected of the Slayer because of legends. I was ignorant of so much. Having such an enormous responsibility resting on me threatened to tow me down, but I held my ground. Too much was relying on me for me to break. But I do know that I've been given the power to fight crows, I continued. And so I will fight. I saw both anxiety and admiration in the eyes of my family. None of us had expected something like this was even possible. But this weight had fallen on me, and I would make them proud. I turned back to my friend's mother, face determined. I'll get Akari, Shiru, and the other villagers back safely. I swear it. End of Part 1. Interlude 1. Emperor Jiangsu. Emperor Manshik Jiangsu fingered the paper crane, holding it tightly as wind rushed around his airship. The deck felt steady beneath his feet, giving no indication that he flew hundreds of feet off the ground, held aloft only by the power of the spirits and loyalty of his glyph masters who sat in chairs nearby, directing the currents of wind. Wood creaked and air battered his red and white robes. 6 enormous wing-like wooden beams extended from the ship to the sides or up. White sails stretched across the beams, flapping then pulling taut as crew members pulled levers to adjust their angles. When young, he'd hated the airships with their unnatural flying and their wings like bulbous wooden birds. He'd hated putting his life in the hands of his glyph masters. If they'd all conspired against him, they could have released their glyphs to the spirit of wind and dropped them all to a horrifying death. Now, at 57, he understood the loyalty of his subjects. He knew the value of those who worked closest to him, and just how far they'd go for their emperor. His advisor, wearing a red vest over silver robes, approached and bowed to him.
40 minutes until we'll be disembarking in the royal district.
Emperor Jiangsu nodded, then walked to the ship's high railing and stared down at the forested mountains below. His advisor followed.
The texture of trees from up here looks almost like animal fur,
Emperor Jiangsu said musingly.
Like Hwalsang itself is some slumbering beast, and humanity is its fleas.
His advisor stared down, then nodded.
It does, Your Majesty.
The man was young, barely 30, and Jiangsu suspected he thought his emperor an old man who liked to ramble. But even so, he let his thoughts explore the idea a little longer as he stared at the fir-like trees. Humans all went about, scraping a living, clawing for happiness, but most led lives without meaning, lives that wouldn't be remembered. The same could not be said about Great-Aunt Ryuha Jiangsu, the Hallowed Slayer. He looked up at the mountain they were leaving. It stood high over the capital, part of one of the few land masses that floated over Hwalsang. Waterfalls cascaded from it, turning into mist above the Zhonggan Sea. Since its movement was perfectly in sync with that of Hwalsang, many people considered it to be a part of the larger floating island, even though it was accessible only by airship. Special people were buried there, kings and queens, and most recently, the Hallowed Slayer. He still couldn't bear to call her the former Hallowed Slayer. Even after a week-long funeral with so many chances to say goodbye, saying farewells to someone such as Ryuha seemed wrong, perhaps even fruitless. He still imagined that he might walk into her chambers and find her aged form kneeling beside the table, deft fingers working at a new piece of origami and face filled with laughter at her latest prank. You thought I'd die this young? She'd been in her 80s, and she'd still called herself young. As all slayers did, Great-Aunt Ryuha had transformed to look like Ki-soon, yet had lived on to reach an age Ki-soon never had. Looking at his great-aunt had sometimes felt surreal for that reason. It had been like seeing a vision of what the original Hallowed Slayer should have grown up to be. But now Ryuha was as dead as Ki-soon. Atop the Guihan mountain peak, they'd just concluded the last day of her funeral ritual, celebrating a day of remembrance with Jinslist priests and other leaders, and now it was over, finished. He turned away from the mountain, walking across the deck and looking past the airship's ever-shifting wings of wood and white cloth. The capital sprawled out in the distance, touching the Zhonggan Sea like a beast coming to the water to drink.
Time to get back to real life,
he murmured. He had to face the facts. Great-Aunt Ryuha was gone. He would have to continue on without her mischief in the palace, without her smiles and kind yet blunt attitude. He wouldn't get to visit her first thing in the morning, beaming with joy like she'd just woken up from the most amazing dream. Plunging skies, but the woman had loved to sleep. Well, now she'd begun an eternal sleep. Her soul had left to join Jinsil in his dream, and he could only hope that the dream for those like her was sweet indeed. His finger played mindlessly with the wings of the paper crane in his hands. It was the last one she'd made, folded the day before the servants had gone into her room to find her lifeless but peaceful in her bed. He fished into the pocket of his red and gold robes and pulled out another paper creation. An origami tiger. It was red and gold as well, the edges frayed, blunted, and breening from its daily use as a good luck charm. Ryuha had made it for him over a decade ago. He'd tried to give her such a good life. He'd made sure she was more comfortable than even himself, but she was gone all the same. He swallowed down a lump in his throat. He'd lost his own parents decades before, but somehow nothing really prepared a person for this kind of pain and loss. Each time hurt as much as the first. He turned his face to the sky, seeking solace in the heat of the sun, and instead saw another floating island far overhead, coming near to Hwalsang. It looked to be the size of several cities. It didn't match the patterns of Hwalsang's movement. He could see it moving slowly across the sky, even now. It was near enough that it had already cut its way through the windstorms surrounding Hwalsang, as small islands sometimes did. As a youth, he'd dreamed of figuring out how to circumvent the storms around their floating island and becoming an explorer of the vast landscape of islands. This was a rare chance to make that dream come true, to reach this island before it passed by. If he ordered his glyph masters to take him there, they'd have no choice but to comply. But he knew such efforts would be fruitless. There were reasons why no one tried anymore. As the island passed back through the windstorms, he'd be blown off of it like a mouse tossed by a cat, and even if he survived, his airship almost certainly wouldn't. He would be stranded there, as most islands didn't circle back for a whole year. Scholars had tracked their movements precisely. It was impossible to know what natural resources the small island had, not to mention he was no explorer like he'd always longed to be. Surviving without his plush amenities would likely prove too much for him. Jinsel Almighty, it was terrible to grow old. He could never leave now. His duty was to the people of his dynasty. He had to solve their problems and ensure they had good lives. Which is why he had something unsavory to do. He turned away from the skies to face his advisor. The young man was reading a message that had been sent to him on his handheld glyph window.
Any official news?
Jiangsu asked. The young man looked up from the glyph window.
No, Your Majesty, no announcements yet.
Emperor Jiangsu nodded slowly. It was only a matter of time. As soon as the Hallowed Slayer died, Ki soon chose a new one. It worked the same way for the cursed prince. If anyone killed the prince outright, a new one would immediately emerge, which is why he needed to be bound using the power only the Slayer could learn. This power kept him in a petrified state for as long as she lived. It worked almost the same way on the Kamagwi crows. When the Slayer bound the prince, it also affected their cavernous underground nests, petrifying the Kamagwi there as well. This would have been a good time for the humans to hunt them down and destroy them while they were immobile, but their entire nests filled with enchanted stone as well, making the task impossible. For some reason, the binding eventually killed the prince at the same time as the Slayer's death, but it was not the same for the Kamagwi. Upon her death, they simply emerged from their petrified slumber, awakening as though no time had passed for them at all. It had been 7 days since Ryuha's death, 7 days since a new Slayer and prince had been chosen. The Kamagwi were already stirring up trouble in villages near their mountain caves. And wherever the new Slayer was, it seemed that she was not in his dynasty again.
Have you confirmed the rumours?
He asked. His advisor nodded.
I just received a message from one of our informants. She's just confirmed that there has been something of a stir among key members of the Moon Dynasty, as though they have received some big news. I suspect they have found either the prince or the Slayer among their ranks.
Moon Dynasty had produced the last cursed prince. It had all been terribly embarrassing for the previous King Moon. He'd been unable to find the cursed prince until it had been too late, and the boy had joined the crows. The boy had just been an ordinary trueblood, young, wealthy, seeking his place in the world. He surely hadn't planned on trying to destroy all humankind, but that's what the curse of the ancient crow prince did to people. It changed them. It made even the best of boys into monsters. His advisor continued.
They will likely announce their discovery within the next few days.
Jiangsu stared at the worn origami tiger in his hands. He sighed. His resolve was firm, but it didn't make this any less despicable.
We can't wait until they announce it. We need to find out who and where this individual is, and if Moon Dynasty has produced the Slayer, we must act.
As soon as the Slayer died, a new one would be chosen. And random chance meant that after enough Slayers died, the Slayer would eventually emerge in Jiangsu dynasty again. He'd make sure that happened sooner rather than later. Interlude 2. The Cursed Prince. A gasp tore from the Cursed Prince's lungs and he sat up. Shrouded in the darkness of the room, he threw his blankets back and felt desperately at his hands. His pounding heart slowed as he felt fingers, ordinary skin and fingernails. He rubbed at his eyes and forced himself to breathe calmly. The talon-like claws on his hands had only been a nightmare. It was one that would become real before long, no matter how he felt about it. He had accepted that, because it was the necessary cost for power. There was no hint of light around him. That darkness was comfortable. He didn't have to pretend or lie in the dark. He could simply be. The blackness within him coalesced into its flame-like form. It sat, flickering beside his soul flame, before whispering, "Go to the crows. They will laud you as their champion. When you join them, you can kill as much as you desire, without consequence. The blood of the weak will flow down your arms, fill you with all the things your life has always been missing." The Cursed Prince flared his soul flame, silencing the black flame and making it back away. The darkness within it was the poison that was slowly changing him, transforming him. The black flame crept forward again, hissing, "Find the girl. Kill her. She is weak. But you have so much power. You can finally rule. You can change this world to be what you've always craved." As the words crept through his mind, they captivated him. Power, control, the ability to change things. Yes, those were the things he'd always craved. Even now, in the dead of night, he longed to arise, to continue on his quest. He longed to feel the cold metal of a knife in his hand, longed to plunge it deep into tender flesh, to witness the scarlet of hot blood as it, with a shudder, he snapped out of the spell the black flame had placed on him. Wielding his soul flame like a firebrand, he used its light to shove the dark flame back so its shadows scattered.
"You'll have me eventually,"
he whispered to it.
"But for now I will control you."
After all, he had his own plans. Part 2. Chapter 10. In which Ki-soon refuses to be bribed. As salty wind rushed over the ship, assaulting my already tangled hair, I realized something. I'd never understood people with depression before, and now I did. My gloved hands gripped the railing of the huge cargo ship as I stared out over the sparkling Junggan Sea. The sounds of crying gulls, groaning wood, and the chattering crew surrounded me. We had just caught sight of land in the distance. West. Ajong, the capital in the center of Hwalsang. My father and I stood together, watching it approach. In a sense, I was going home, and leaving everything I loved. I'd barely slept the previous night. I couldn't bathe. I was being forced to wear gloves and a scarf that covered my neck so that none of the crew could see what I was because it needed to remain secret until King Moon officially announced me. I hadn't had the chance to wash or change my clothes. I couldn't bring myself to care. It was inconsequential. I squeezed my eyes shut. When I'd first boarded the ship with Myung Kim, my father, and the guards, I'd felt like I was making progress toward my destiny. But thinking about destiny made me think of Akari, of how I was moving farther and farther away from her, abandoning her. A dozen people from Bandosan were dead, people I'd known for years. Others had been taken. Chio scampering around and sniffing crates nearby was proof that Akari was still alive, but in what state? Were they slowly draining her of her blood so they could use it in their rituals? And nothing could tell me if Shiru was still all right. Had he caught up to the crows? Had they slaughtered him? "Oh, Jinsel," I begged internally, "please protect them." I took a deep breath, trying to remain composed. If my thoughts stayed on that path, I would cry. I hadn't cried yet. I wouldn't cry now. I was the Hallowed Slayer. I had to be strong. I had to be the one to bind the Cursed Prince, to slay the cause he stood for and stop the crows. If I could stop the crows, I could save Akari. A fire filled my stomach, a restless, clawing, hot determination. I let it fill my whole body until my hands trembled. I would save my best friend. I would make sure that she, Shiru, and I were reunited, able to sit together, laughing and eating slices of melon like we'd always done in the summertime. My father stood at the ship's railing with me, his words just audible over the wind.
You'll stay at King Moon's palace. You'll be a part of the royal family now. The Slayer is always treated like royalty.
I wasn't sure I liked the sound of that. Having a new family seemed like a clear indication that I'd be leaving my real family forever.
I'm sure they'll instruct you in making offerings to Kisun, so that she'll bless you with the binding glyph,
my father continued. I nodded. The binding power didn't come from a spirit. It came from Kisun herself. I'd always wondered what made her so special that she'd been so incredible with pyrography, even capable of using a glyph no one else in the world could. And now I was supposed to make offerings to her, so she'd give me that power too. Life was strange. When I'd been laying in my tiny, creaky bunk below decks last night, I'd tried burning the binding glyph in the air to see if anything would happen. Nothing had. I had the potential of getting her power, but I didn't have it yet.
Your most important duty will be to bind the cursed prince,
my father said. It seemed like he was nervously spouting off info as though to reassure me. I was pretty sure he was just easing his own anxiety, though. He sketched invisible scribbles on the railing with his pyrography stylus in his scarred left hand, which gave his true feelings away.
Everything else is secondary.
My father ran a hand through his hair, which looked as windswept as mine felt.
All the true blood families must be doubling down on finding the cursed prince among their ranks. As soon as he's found, he'll be imprisoned, and you will have the opportunity to use your glyphs to bind him. When he's bound, the crows will become trapped in their nests. Then all of Hallsang will be safe for as long as you live.
I mulled over what I knew about the previous Hallowed Slayer. Her name was Ryuha, and I knew she'd lived a long life, giving us many years of peace since a new cursed prince had been unable to be chosen until her death around a week ago. Ryuha had been a member of the Jiangsu dynasty. That meant the king of Jiangsu had been elevated to emperor, king of all 4 kings, and Jiangsu became the greatest dynasty for a time. But their time in power was over now. Hopefully the cursed prince wouldn't come from Jiangsu this time, or it would be a doubly hard burden for them to bear. Since the cursed prince had emerged from the Moon dynasty last time, we'd been treated as the lesser dynasty for more than 60 years. Deep in the Moon dynasty, that mostly meant we had to pay higher taxes to Emperor Jiangsu than other dynasties, but in the capital, it also meant a lot of discrimination. That was something I hadn't missed when we'd been forced to leave. My arrival now would be celebrated by all Moon dynasty citizens. Taxes would lift, and as long as I lived, my people would be venerated. King Moon would surely be very happy about all this. I was his ticket to becoming emperor. Then, at my death, the power could shift once again. I let out a small, slow breath, then inhaled the salty air deeply. This all seemed unreal. I was the Slayer, the only one on the entire floating island. Surely this would open so many opportunities to me. But could I really enjoy my new life, knowing that Akari could be murdered at any moment? I brushed my fingers against the moist rail, pressing my fingertips down on the indent of a black glyph burned there. Glyphs requesting safe travels, buoyancy, and favourable winds were burned every few feet along the rails, making hundreds in total. And they weren't all prayer glyphs either. Many were glowing. Were the spirit-marked people who'd burned those glyphs members of this crew, or had they hired that out? I had heard stories of ships who had been terribly damaged in ways that would make any normal boat sink. But that had made it safely to port because the ship was blessed by the spirits of water, air, protection, and luck. How many people did it take to create so many active glyphs? Or was there someone with a big enough soul flame that they could have dozens of glyphs active at a time without going into soul shock? I was useless compared to the true bloods who had trained and expanded their soul flames all their lives. I'd always had more pragmatic things to focus on than spending hours a day making soul flame offerings. I was so behind. If I didn't practice and increase my flame's capacity, I would always go into soul shock after burning just a few glyphs. That wasn't acceptable for the Slayer. It had been only a day since we'd taken carriages to Badaska, then departed on this ship, but already my soul flame felt refreshed. Perhaps it was time to get to work. I didn't trust the black flame in my chest. Maybe it was supposed to be my connection to Ki-soon, but something was wrong with it. I couldn't even guarantee that the voice I'd been hearing was Ki-soon's, or if it belonged to the spirit of the curse, especially since the voice had seemed different the last time I'd heard it. Yet I didn't know any other way to connect to Ki-soon. This was my one true road to her, even if it was also a creepy one. Closing my eyes, I scooped up a bit of soul flame using my aura and tried to gingerly feed it to the black flame. The moment my soul flame touched the fire, a shock of intense pain seared down me, like my whole body had been slashed with a razor. I gasped, barely keeping my knees from buckling. I felt as though my offering hit a barrier and bounced off. My father's arm was around me in an instant, supporting me.
What happened?
I took a shuddering breath. The pain had already faded, but my body still felt alarmed by the suddenness of it. I tried to make an offering to Ki-soon's flame. I was hoping she'd give me her binding glyph.
Don't do that,
my father insisted.
You barely understand how it works.
I turned to glower at him, not appreciating his sharpness. This is my job now, Dad.
Just wait until you can receive further training from the True Bloods,
he said, tense.
I'm worried about you.
I sighed. I'm fine, and this is kind of the whole point of me now. If you're going to be around to witness me growing as the Hallowed Slayer, you'll have to get used to it. My father was quiet for a moment, but then said softly,
I'll be as close as they allow me to be.
That didn't sound reassuring at all. The True Bloods had requested that my father come, so they wouldn't send him away again, would they? I looked at my father's two dark eyes, then down quickly. I still hadn't been able to bring myself to confront him and ask him if he had a true blood parent. Normally, confrontation didn't scare me, but this was my father. Bleeding crows. Why did it become so hard when it was the man I'd always seen as my greatest protector and ally? My insides squirmed. It was because I still didn't want to believe he'd been lying to me my whole life. I still wanted to think that if we had true blood in our line, it was from many generations ago and it had now somehow emerged. I just wanted to be able to trust him. I fiddled with the sleeve of my blue jacket, still not wanting to look at him. What will happen to everyone else in the family?
I'll make sure they're taken care of,
he said simply. This one short sentence made an inordinate amount of anger rise in my chest. I bit it down. But you're not going to tell me about it or let me help? He was silent for a moment, distant.
You have bigger things to worry about now.
I'd really like to know, I insisted.
I'll tell you when more details are said.
I whirled toward him, too upset to hold it back now. I don't think you understand how I work, I snapped. When you shut me out, it doesn't reduce my worry, it only adds to it, and I'm starting to wonder how much I can depend on you to tell me the truth. I turned and walked away before he could say anything. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of places for me to go. I didn't want to get in the way of the crew, but by Jinsil, I sure wasn't going back to my cramped quarters below deck. I followed the railing around the side of the ship. This led me right towards Sujin. I stopped about 20 feet away. He saw me and smiled. I gave him a return smile, then quickly looked away. I wasn't sure I was ready to talk to anyone yet. The young man had been true to what he'd said. He'd told Myung Kim he was resigning from his service to be my personal guard instead. And ever since then, he'd stayed close. I mean, he would have been close anyway. We were on a ship together, but he did seem to be keeping an eye on me. My father seemed to have mixed feelings about that. The idea of me having a guard felt like something of a joke, even though I was sure my future would be filled with many guards. It was strange, like changing from trash to treasure in an instant. I looked down at my hands, feeling the waves lift the ship, then let it slowly back down. A slayer was only valuable to the world once she learned the binding glyph. I'd asked around a bit more since being on the ship and learned that Sujin had been right. For most slayers, the binding glyph was one of the first to appear on their bodies. I'd been the slayer for a week and still had no idea what I was doing. I gritted my teeth. I knew this would hurt, but I had to keep trying. Once again, I gathered up a ball of soul flame. This time I lobbed it toward the black flame. Maybe if my aura didn't touch the flame directly, it wouldn't hurt. I was sort of right. My offering hit the black flame and scattered like an old biscuit crumbling as it hit the floor. Pain zipped through me, but only for a moment. Some of the offering returned to my own soul flame, and some went spiraling out into the abyss, almost as though the black flame had shoved it. My jaw dropped. What in the name of Jinsil? Was Ki-sun rejecting my offering? Rude, I said. Perhaps the soul flame had hit some kind of barrier and gone bouncing away. Perhaps I just needed to push it in with a little more power. I inhaled, sucking that scattered soul flame back to me, then planted my feet shoulder-width apart in a dancer's stance. I closed my eyes, using my aura to monitor the black flame within my chest. If I held my breath, I could sense a pattern to its flickering. It crackled higher for a moment, then eased back down, then flickered back up, like breathing. Inhale, exhale. I nodded to myself, then gathered up a bigger armful of soul flame. I had to make this count. I wouldn't have enough soul flame to try again. I waited like a fisherman for the right moment. A fisherman who was holding onto a boulder they planned to slam down on a fish. The flame inhaled, I launched my offering of soul flame at it. It felt as though I'd launched my body at a wall of knives. Only my firm stance kept me upright. My offering went through a grinder, most of it being flung in all directions. But one tiny bit seemed to make it through. I got the sudden impression of a struggle, of someone fighting, like a frightened child trying to claw their way out of a heavy blanket. Then the impression was gone. I inhaled in shock as some of my soul flame hurtled back at me and returned to my chest. Something had happened that time. Maybe I'd get the binding glyph now. I stared down at my body, waiting to feel the sensation of a glyph burning onto my skin. Nothing. Bleeding crows, I hissed at whatever was foiling my plans. What is wrong with you? You plunging, crow-faced... I didn't get a chance to empty out my entire arsenal of curses because an amused voice nearby said,
I think you could teach these sailors a thing or two about swearing.
I whirled about to see that Sujin had approached while I'd been focused. My face heated up faster than a kettle tossed into a fire. Part of me wanted to dive overboard. He'd just learned that I had a foul mouth, and apparently he found it hilarious. I turned quickly away from him. I'm sorry. The Slayer shouldn't speak like that. He actually laughed.
Says who? You're you, not Ki-sun.
I sighed. But imagine how mortified the general public would be knowing the type of person I really am.
Unfortunately for them, I think most of them won't get a chance to get to know you. I'm just glad that doesn't hold true for me, because I've enjoyed everything I've learned about you so far.
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. My heart pounded. I'd never had to respond to a compliment like that before. I could fling insults back and forth with Shiru all day or tease and joke with Akari until she and I were both rolling on the floor laughing. But this? What was I supposed to say? Flustered, I wondered just how red my face was. Sujin dipped his head in a small bow.
Apologies. It looks like I ended this conversation before it could even start. Let's start over. Good morning to you, most revered Hallowed Slayer who hates fancy titles.
I took a deep breath. Teasing. Yes, that I could handle. I narrowed my eyes at him and his joking expression, but couldn't hold my smile back. By hallowed decree or whatever authority it is that I have, I order you to try that greeting again. He bowed low.
Oh, I was too informal, I see. Well then, greetings and salutations be yours, my royal queenly, most venerable and highly esteemed Hallowed Slayer Oriana Akada.
A panicked thought struck me. People won't really talk that way to me. Will they?
You'd better believe they will,
he said.
But I'd rather not get on the bad side of the most powerful woman on Hwelsang, so I'll stick with Hello Ori.
I smiled, but found that my stock of energy for snarky comebacks was sadly empty, and that had to be one of the most tragic plunging realizations I'd ever come to. Skies below was being the Slayer going to take all the sarcasm and life out of me? Or was this a side effect of the grief lingering in my chest? Sujin stared out at the shining sea. In the distance hung one of the floating islands that always held position over the Jungan Sea. Water poured off its side, spreading into sparkling rain as it fell.
It's nice on the water. Peaceful.
Sujin held his helmet under his arm, so I could see his whole face. He had only half of his hair in a top knot today, and the rest of it cascaded down his back, streaming in the wind. His hair was twice the length of mine, yet the wind seemed only to caress it gently, not tangle it like it did mine. How was it fair that this guy's hair was so much prettier than my own? I swept thoughts of his handsomeness out of my head. It wouldn't be useful to get lost down that path. I gave him a crooked smile. I would have thought guards sign up for the job because they like conflict. Apparently, I had a tiny bit of snarkiness left in me after all. Sujin took his helmet and began spinning it on his hand. I worried he'd drop it into the sea, but his motions were so deft, and he didn't seem concerned at all.
Conflict is easy. Peace is hard,
he told me.
Not all violence leads to peace. In fact, most of it doesn't. But sometimes, it's the only way there. That's my job in a nutshell.
My mind turned to my new role. And my job is to bind and essentially slay a boy around my age. Never mind who he was before all this. The ancient Crow Prince had chosen him, sealing his fate. It was a depressing thought. I sighed. And not only do I not have the right glyph, but I'm also inexperienced with pyrography. I can only have a few glyphs active before it exhausts me.
Did you study pyrography at school?
Sujin asked. When I was younger and lived in Ajong, yes. But in Bandosan, pyrography's purpose in education was to worship the spirits, not to, actually learn pyrography.
You just need to work on the size of your soul flame then.
That was putting it mildly.
I can teach you an exercise,
he said, suddenly sheepish.
But it's something I learned as a kid, and it may involve visualizing dragons.
I immediately perked up. If you thought I was going to judge you for that, then you seriously underestimated my love of dragons. He raised an eyebrows, looking at me as though in a new light.
A fellow dragon lover, huh?
I grinned. Dragons were considered as mythical creatures by some, and extinct by everyone else. But there had been legends about them since the beginning of recorded history. My favourite place in Ajong as a child had been the Natural History Museum, because it housed Hwalsang's most intact dragon fossil.
All right then,
Sujin continued.
Here's how the exercise goes. Close your eyes.
I did so, but immediately asked, are we both closing our eyes, or are you going to watch while I stand here looking dumb? He laughed.
We're in this together. I'm as blind, introspective, and dumb-looking as you are.
I smiled.
Take a deep breath,
he said,
and envision a dragon inside your chest. Your soul flame is now its flaming breath. Pay attention to its ebb and flow. That's the dragon breathing. Breathe in time with it. In and out.
I did so, focusing on the natural rhythm of my soul flame. I imagined a dragon coiled inside of me, its serpentine body covered in shimmering red scales, its golden mane furling in the wind. My soul flame burned within it, hot and alive.
Now,
Sujin continued,
use your aura to make the dragon breathe fire. It's going to spread its flame all throughout your body. Ease some of the flame away from the rest.
As I'd done thousands of times before, I used my aura to scoop up some of my flame. Only this time, I imagined the beast inside of me releasing a burst of hot breath.
Now let the dragon breathe its fire all across your body, filling you with heat and life, just like if you were about to push your soul flame out into a stylus. Only, this time, just let its heat rest in your limbs, and hold it there.
The dragon within me let out more bursts of flame. I pressed the heat of my soul flame down my arms and into my fingers. I spread it down my legs, letting it warm my toes. My whole body flared with a buzzing sort of heat, as though I stood far too close to a hearth. I knew the heat was more spiritual than physical, but it still felt surprisingly uncomfortable. Is it supposed to hurt? I asked.
That's how you know it's working.
I snorted. Why would I have assumed anything else? He chuckled.
This is one of the best ways to exercise the figurative muscles of your soul flame. Hold the flame across your body for about a minute. Then have the dragon inhale to draw the heat back. Then repeat. You can do it anytime, anywhere. The best part about it is that you don't actually use up the soul flame. You just stretch it, then put it back in its place.
We stood together in silence for several minutes as I repeated the exercise. Despite the discomfort, the rhythmic nature of it was relaxing, entrancing even. I lost myself in it. Until I made the mistake of pressing my soul flame farther, into every inch of myself, including the black flame. Pain shot through me like I was being suffocated beneath a board covered in nails. I gasped, my knees buckling. Firm hands grasped my shoulders. I sucked in a sharp breath, reaching out for anything to stabilize myself. My fingers snagged on something and I managed to keep from falling. The pain faded and I took a wincing breath. Then I opened my eyes and realized I was clinging to Sujin, my face only inches from his chest. Chapter 11, in which I see the person I long for the most.
Are you okay? Did you overdo it?
Sujin asked. My fingers gripped his arms, tangled in the fabric of the shirt he wore under his vest of lamellar armor. Beneath his sleeves, I felt the hard muscles of his biceps. "I'm fine. Your training was working." I pushed myself away quickly, hoping he hadn't noticed my moment of utter shock at our closeness. That moment when my brain had processed the feel of his muscles. As I turned away, I swore I saw the tiniest smile hiding in the corner of his mouth. Was he smirking? By Jinsil, did he think me a naive village girl, completely inexperienced with boys? I mean, he was absolutely right, but could he at least have the decency to not be amused by it? Determined to interrupt this awkward moment, I said, "Can I tell you a story?" He cocked his head.
"Is it about you? Am I about to learn all your dark secrets?"
I laughed. "I'll leave those secrets to your imagination. Besides, my stories come in a variety of scintillating topics. Back in Bandosan, I was a storyteller. I didn't like how those words sounded, like I wasn't a storyteller any longer. I had to hold on to that part of myself. Perhaps I was a self-proclaimed storyteller, but I was a storyteller all the same." He smiled, leaning casually against the railing.
"Sure. Show me what you can do."
He probably hadn't meant that as a challenge, but I took it as one. I straightened my back into a storyteller's stance. Posture and confidence were key in captivating your audience. Eye contact was good too. Of course, I had rarely told a story to only one person before. Could I really maintain eye contact with him throughout the whole thing? I was about to find out. You know this one, I'm sure, but it's always a story worth telling. The last Slayer has recently died, her soul departing from this life to join Jinsil in peace, but I'd like to honor her life. This is this story of Ryuha Jiangsu and how she saved the floating island. It felt strange to be stationary while telling a story. I usually danced, or at least paced, and gestured theatrically. That all felt a little too grandiose for this setting, so I clasped my hands behind me instead as I met Sujin's eyes and recounted the tale. Because of Ryuha, Hwalsang has seen over 60 years of peace, but back in her youth, the floating island endured its darkest period in recent history. Ryuha emerged as the hallowed slayer from Jiangsu dynasty's royal family. Praise and honor were showered on her, but this praise soon faded into an anxious silence. Weeks passed, and the cursed prince was nowhere to be found. My eyes were still locked with Sujin's, and it was definitely starting to feel uncomfortable. He, however, looked as relaxed as could be. He even had a little half-smile on his face. Did he realize how uncomfortable this prolonged eye contact was making me? Was that smile a challenge? A sign of his amusement at my discomfort? Well, now I definitely couldn't look away. In many previous cycles of Prince and Slayer, I continued, the cursed prince turned himself in as soon as he realized what he was. He knew what he would soon become. He knew his judgment would become skewed, and that, as time passed, he would become more and more influenced by the bloodlust of the Crows. He would transform, become one of them, and then he would no longer be able to stop himself from joining them. Sujin leaned his elbow down on the railing, putting his chin in his palm. He had a bit of a distant look in his eye as he watched me. Was he bored? By Jinsil, it was not okay for him to be bored. Time to get to the good stuff. But this time, I said, the cursed prince descended into darkness before anyone could stop him. He was a minor noble from the Moon dynasty, and perhaps his family was too busy to notice what he was becoming. Either way, he kept his transformation a secret until it was too late. The Crow influence overtook him. He turned truly evil and left to join their side. And no matter how the people of Hwalsang searched, no one could find him. Meanwhile, Ryuha practiced the art of binding. She waited anxiously. If the cursed prince was not found, she was as good as useless. Then, the unthinkable happened. Scouts scrambled into the palace, shouting that an army of crows had been spotted marching toward the capital. They were burning every village in their path and slaughtering all who stood in their way. The kings gathered their armies as swiftly as they could, preparing for all-out war. And Ryuha joined them. This part of Ryuha's story had always intrigued me, since it was so unconventional. Usually a slayer only faced the cursed prince in a controlled environment like an arena, where he was already chained up, and all she had to do was call on her binding power, turning him into stone while a crowd of onlookers cheered. But Ryuha actually went out with the armies to try to find her enemy. She knew the humans probably couldn't win against such a huge force, and that everything depended on her. Her actions felt reminiscent of what Kisun had done. She rode out to battle with the 4 armies, one daring young woman among a sea of men. Using her power over glyphs, she aided in the fight however she could, all the while searching for the only person who could stop it all. Then she saw him, the cursed prince. As the story reached its climax, I slowed, making each word count. Half transformed into a crow, he was barely recognizable as human. He laughed, taunting her for her frail human form. Then they burst into motion. Using the power given them by the spirits, they dueled, trading blow for blow, glyph for glyph. The elements raged across the battlefield beneath their control. But the cursed prince had been right about one thing. Ryu-Ha was physically weaker than him. She couldn't keep up. He smote her with a glyph, knocking her to the ground where she lay weak and bleeding, unable to stand. Ryu-Ha realized that all was lost, that she had failed her people, her loved ones, her family. Thinking she was done for, the cursed prince approached to finish her off with his new claws. But as Ryu-Ha thought of those she loved, she recognized that it wasn't over until the last of her life drained from her. She had to fight until her last breath. The cursed prince reached out his claws, eager to deal the finishing blow, but she was ready for him. With the last of her strength, she tore herself off the ground and burned the binding glyph upon his flesh. With a screech of dismay, the cursed prince turned to stone. The Kamagwi Crow's new source of strength vanished. They snapped out of their battle frenzy and fled. Ryu-Ha, through bravery, skill, and determination, had saved all of Hwalsang, and peace was restored. I finished the story, finally catching my breath. I hadn't realized just how much I'd needed the outlet of storytelling, but I somehow felt so much more alive now, so much more like myself. Sujin nodded appreciatively at me. He had listened carefully the whole time, never looking away. Now, however, he finally turned his gaze back to the ocean. I mentally pumped my fist. I'd won the staring contest he probably hadn't realized we'd been having.
It's a powerful tale,
Sujin said, chin still in his palm as he stared out to sea.
Bravery, sacrifice, honor. It has all the things a great story needs, and I think the way you told it was a wonderful tribute to Ryu-Ha's life.
I grinned, perhaps a little too pleased by that compliment.
But the story is also an example of how things could go catastrophically wrong, don't you think?
I nodded somberly. If even one major thing hadn't lined up, well, Sujin and I probably wouldn't exist to be having this conversation.
What if the prince hadn't come to the battle that day?
Sujin asked musingly.
What if he'd hidden away somewhere forever? The Slayer can't bind what she can't reach. He would have continued making the crows more powerful and bloodthirsty. Humankind and the Kamagri would have had their final bloody confrontation, and we all know that humans are inferior to crows in direct warfare.
Sujin drummed his fingers on the railing.
With the fate of the floating island riding on just 2 individuals, it seems like something will go wrong eventually. It's an absolute miracle that humankind has survived this insanity as long as we have. If only the cycle of Slayer and Prince could be broken, the Kamagri eliminated permanently.
He was right. There were legends of times when things had gone much more poorly than they had 65 years ago. Humankind had so far pulled through each time. But would we always? Or would the crows eventually snuff us out? Sujin shook his head.
But enough of that for now.
He turned his whole body to face me.
You're going to do great, you know.
I blinked. What?
As the Hallowed Slayer, back in your village you said that you wanted to fight the crows, even though you're not sure how to be the Hallowed Slayer. Well, you're already the real deal. The fact that you want to protect people, no matter how lost you feel.
He turned back to the sea.
That's really inspiring.
His words made my insides twist, like I wanted to feel good about the praise, but too many other things were holding me back. Lost. It was funny that he'd chosen that word. The farther I'd gotten from home, the more lost I felt. I leaned over to rest my crossed arms on the railing, then said softly, I tried making offerings to Kisun a bit ago. He nodded.
I wondered if that was what you were doing. Judging by your choice of vocabulary at the time, it didn't go well?
I collapsed in on myself a little more. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe it's like this for every Slayer, but something feels really wrong. It's like there's something big and dark between Kisun and I. When I first fed the black flame some of my soul flame during the crow attack, It was incredibly painful, like going through the jaws of a beast, but at least I got a new glyph for my efforts. Now I can't even get that to work. I just wish I didn't feel so helpless. Sujin stared at me, eyes grave. It felt good to be taken seriously, to not have him just tell me it would all work out because I was the Slayer and that I needn't worry.
What will you do?
He said quietly.
If you really are cursed.
It felt like a noose around my heart was tightening. You really think I might be? I whispered. He shrugged, expression still serious.
It doesn't really matter what I think. What's important is what you'll do, if you find out it's true. It seems like you're finding out that certain aspects of being the Slayer are much harder for you than they should be. It may be more difficult for you to learn to bind the prince than it was for previous Slayers. So, what are you going to do? If you're cursed, will you give up?
I shook my head stubbornly. Of course not. There's no way in the plunging skies that I could give up and let all of humanity suffer for it. If I'm different, then I'll just work around it.
There's no question that you're different,
Sujin said. Then he smiled.
But you're so full of determination that I can't imagine even the spirit of the curse holding you back.
I wanted to feel like I was full of determination. In my mind, I was certain that I would be saving everyone, no matter the cost to me, but in my heart, I just felt so hollowed out. My arms were still folded across the rail, and I rested my brow on my forearm. A week ago, I was really excited to think about everything that was going to happen because of the Slayer's death. Crows emerging from their nests, dangerous battles across Hwalsang, new legends forming. I thought it would be like in the stories, where terrible things happened, but the brave heroes always made it out alive through their own cunning and determination. People died, but only the nameless ones in the background. Never the people who mattered. I swallowed. But then the crows came to my village. Then they took Akari. I don't know if she or my brother will... I stopped, unable to force the words out. Sujin was quiet for a moment, then asked,
Do you plan on going after them?
I thought of my dear friend, my sister. Of course I had to save her. But then what of my duty to the millions of other people living across Hwalsang? I couldn't personally leave the capital until after the cursed prince was found and bound. But would ordinary soldiers be powerful enough to find and save her? And if I waited until after the main conflict was over, would she still be alive? If the crows brought her into their nest, would she become trapped there with them when the cursed prince was bound? I felt like I was being torn in two pieces, wrenched one way by duty and pulled the other way by my heart. Sujin leaned closer and said very softly,
What if I could get you out of here so we could go save them?
It almost sounded like he was offering to bust me out of prison. And what was that bit about we? Would he, a near stranger, truly help me with something so dangerous? The tearing sensation within me escalated. My aching heart beat faster. But it's my duty to stay and bind the prince when he's found. It's like you said. All of humankind is depending on me for this one task. He nodded slowly, his eyes searching mine.
Would it help you to make a decision if you knew for sure that they're still okay?
I straightened up, staring at him. He looked utterly serious. I glanced around and saw Chio chirping at some workers on the other side of the deck. She danced on her back legs, mouth agape, as they tossed small scraps of food to her, seeming as delighted as she was. She was proof that Akari was alive, but was she well? And I had no means of knowing how Shiro was. Hope swelled in my chest. Why do I get the feeling that question isn't hypothetical? He glanced carefully around us, and I could tell that he was trying to keep his expression casual, to not look suspicious.
Because it's not. And if we can find some place where no one else can see us.
We both looked around the deck. Crew members moved here and there, doing sailor-type things that I didn't understand. They rarely seemed to sit still. There was definitely nowhere private above decks.
I'm sharing a room with other guards,
Sujin said.
I don't want to sound like I'm trying to invite myself into your room, but...
He pressed his lips together sheepishly, holding his breath, then let it out in a whoosh.
But I guess I'm inviting myself into your room. Are you fine with that?
Below decks, there were tiny rooms with tiny bunk beds. My father and I had been given the luxurious arrangement of having only the two of us in one room. It was probably the only private space we would find.
I promise I'll be a perfect gentleman.
He hadn't given me any reason to suspect he'd behave otherwise, so I nodded, looking around to see where my father was. He was still standing against the rail on the other side of the ship, facing toward Arjong. I grabbed Sujin's sleeve and tugged him toward the entrance that led below decks. I wasn't going to miss this chance to find out what he knew. My eyes had to adjust as we went down the ladder and into the dim hall. I bumped into the wall as my hands tried to count doors. "It'll be dark in there," I warned.
"I'm not worried,"
Sujin said.
"I'll show you my solution in a moment. I just don't want anyone else to see and get suspicious."
I raised an eyebrow, my eyes finally adjusting enough for me to find the right door. "Is something suspicious about to happen?" I asked, half teasing but genuinely curious. I still had no idea what we were doing.
"Not as suspicious as you're probably thinking by now. Maybe only about 75% suspicious."
"Oh, that's all," I said as we entered. The room was tiny, with 4 sets of cramped bunk beds and a tiny walkway between. I still wasn't sure how my father had fit his large frame into one of those tiny beds. They'd felt cramped even to me. As I closed the door behind us, the last crack of dim light revealed Sujin pulling something that looked like folded paper out of his pocket. The total darkness as the door shut lasted only a moment before light shone from the object in his hands. I blinked, shielding my eyes. "What is that?" He raised the object, which looked like an apple-sized paper lantern. If it was a glyph lantern, it wasn't like any I'd ever seen. Not to mention, a glyph lantern used the spirit of light's power to create a bright glow, meaning it had to be made by a glyph master, someone who was skilled enough and had a large enough soul flame that they could make and lend out items blessed with a spirit's power. This item seemed different, especially with how he'd suddenly activated it.
"It's a glyph tool,"
Sujin explained.
"More like technology than magic. It's inactive when collapsed."
He folded the paper lantern down, and the glow vanished.
"But it activates when opened up."
The light returned as he expanded the little lantern once more.
"And it doesn't require any soul flame to use it, so anyone can make it work."
I was fascinated. "It doesn't rely on pyrography or the spirits?" He gave me a crooked smile.
"Well, it was created using small magic."
"Shamanism?" I repressed a shiver at the thought. Shamanism was a competitor religion to Jinselism. It professed that people could look beyond the main 30 spirits and utilize tiny spirits, thousands of which dwelled in every physical thing. That was the extent of my knowledge about it. That and shamanism's small magic was the reason Sabaru, my middle brother, had left our family. He thought he had an aptitude for it, and had abandoned us in Bandosan to return to the capital to try and become an inventor of such tools. That thought was enough to make my mouth sour.
Don't think of it as something tied to a competitor religion. Even though I use this, I'm as Jinsilist as you. As I said, think of it more like technology. Glyph tools are still incredibly rare and expensive, because they're so hard to make. But one day, they'll probably be commonplace.
For all his talk of making other people suspicious, I was the one with nagging doubts now. If they're so rare, why do you have one? He let out a little chuckle like he'd known this was exactly where our conversation was headed. He moved to the back of the room, then leaned against the wall as I looked at him expectantly.
"Well,"
he started slowly,
"I suppose I should tell you a few things about myself."
I folded my arms and smiled. I have been wondering about the origins of my mysterious god. He fiddled with the paper lamp, which was my first clue about how nervous he was. As if realizing his mistake, he set it down on one of the lower bunks. The angle of the light gave his face an eerie cast.
"I'd love to entertain you with my storytelling skills, though they aren't as good as yours, but it's probably best to keep this brief. I grew up in a noble family, a cousin line to a rather well-known one. I actually lied to you before about my last name. I'm Sujin Ogai."
Ogai? My eyes widened. The Ogai dynasty ruled the mountainous western kingdom of Hwalsang. I suppose that explained why he owned such a valuable magic tool. You're basically a cousin to royalty? Then what were you doing in the Moon Kingdom?
"It's not nearly as glamorous as that,"
he said with a chuckle.
"Especially for me. I never got along well with my father, and after a recent disagreement, I left home. I came to the capital and found out that young Kim, a trueblood in a remote location, was hiring. Getting away from big city politics sounded like just what I needed, so I took the job. Luckily, that meant I was in the right place and right time to help you."
The reason I share all this is because it means that I had a rather educated upbringing. I was able to spend a lot of time studying pyrography, and so...
You're spirit marked. I guessed. The pieces falling into place.
Spirit blessed, actually.
My mouth fell open. You're spirit blessed. It wasn't surprising that a true blood his age, who had received training, would be spirit marked. But being spirit-blessed was so rare that the elder priest had often told us that even the most devout Truebloods rarely achieved it, and the ones who did were usually older than 40. A spirit had to really, really like you before they'd bless you with full access to their power instead of giving it to you in a more regulated way. Which is why it felt like cheating that I'd been blessed just for becoming the Slayer. My quick rise to power was problematic too, because I had access to the power without any of the training. Anyone who worked long enough to become spirit-blessed would have a mighty, robust soul flame, nothing like my weak one. I'd never had much time to worship the spirits and practice pyrography. Free time was for the wealthy. Wealthy people like Sujin. For a moment, an unpleasant jealousy roiled in my gut. While I'd spent my days scrambling between tasks such as digging up herbs in the forest, grinding plants, washing clothes in the cold river, cooking, feeding the chickens, and helping my sisters-in-law with their kids, Sujin had probably been free to study, play tuho, learn swordplay, please the spirits by making offerings, and relax as servants brought him tea and rice cakes. I shoved my jealousy off a mental cliff. Of course he'd had more time than me. He was a Trueblood. I was the daughter of a deeply indebted commoner. This was just how life was, and neither Sujin nor I were to blame for that. Which spirit blessed you? I asked, eager to understand what this had to do with Akari.
The spirit of sight,
he told me. I broke into a grin. So you can make a glyph window? Glyph windows allowed communication over any distance to anyone else who could make one. That's how it worked when someone was marked by both the spirits of sight and sound anyway. He cocked his head.
Well, it's a one-way glyph window, one with no sound. But being blessed by the spirit of sight is rare, so I'm not complaining.
People can make glyph windows even when they're only spirit-marked. How much more can you do when you're spirit-blessed?
I completely skipped over the spirit-marked phase and went straight to being blessed, so I don't know exactly how the two compare. But I can use it to look at almost anything across great distances.
My thoughts before had been consumed by Akari, but I stumbled into a new, earth-shattering idea. So you can figure out who the cursed prince is, I exclaimed. You can see his face, learn his identity but Sujin was shaking his head.
Unfortunately, that's where that almost comes into play. There are some major restrictions. I can use the spirit of sight to look at place, person or thing that I've already personally seen before with my own eyes. Everything else is hidden from my view, unless I partner with someone who's seen more than me. Beyond that, there's a weird phenomenon with the spirits. They allow humans and crows to use glyphs on each other freely, but whenever they are asked to help with matters directly relating to the conflict between the prince and slayer themselves, they always refuse. At least, they only help the prince and slayer to fight against each other once they're face to face. No one knows why. Maybe something requires them to be neutral. Regardless, from what I've heard, the kings try to call on various spirits such as path or sight at the start of every cycle, but they always respond the same way. In a way, it's good, because we know they aren't helping the crows find you either.
I deflated. It was true that some spirits were more fickle than others and would refuse to help even those they'd chosen and blessed, except in specific situations. But to refuse to help anyone in a certain way, there had to be more going on behind the scenes. I was impatient to move on to what we'd come here for, but I had one more question. Why did you want to keep this a secret? He chuckled.
Why are we holed away in the dark, instead of doing this above decks? Because I don't want anyone to know who I am, or what I can do.
His face grew grim.
If my father finds out I'm here, he'll strip me of my newfound freedom, and I'm not letting him ruin all that I've worked for. Not again.
I could see storm clouds brewing behind his eyes, but then he shook his head and said,
Enough talking. On to the main event.
He turned to stare at the wall he'd been leaning on.
I should be able to project it onto here, so you can see too. But we'll need to team up for this, since I've never actually met Akari or Shiro.
My heart began to pound. We were really about to see what had become of my brother and my friend. My sister.
I'll burn the glyph,
he said.
And then you start by writing Akari's name. Your handwritten glyph should be enough of a connection that the spirit of sight will know exactly who we want him to show us.
He paused, then continued carefully.
After you write her name, I think it would be best if you turn around for a moment.
My mouth grew dry. Because you want to make sure she's not being tortured or something? My hands clenched involuntarily. Do you think I wouldn't look if that was the case?
It might be nice for you to have some warning.
I looked down at the floor, feeling it rolling slowly up and down on the ocean waves. I was the one who failed to save her, I said softly. I should be the first to witness what's happening to her. I had held on to a nonsensical hope that, because I had no way of knowing what she was going through, she might somehow be okay. Perhaps all my illusions were about to be shattered, but I had to face them head-on anyway.
It wasn't your fault that she was taken,
Sujin told me softly. I refused to look up at him. I could have done better, tried harder to protect her. Heat built behind my eyes. I squeezed them shut. I couldn't cry here and now, not when I didn't even know the truth yet.
But could you have really?
Sujin asked.
Perhaps it's easy to look back with the skills and knowledge you now have and say you should have done better. Because, skies below, if you were transported back in time, you certainly could do better now.
I'm sure you've already green so much since then. But I believe that, back when it happened, you acted with all the determination, skills and knowledge you possessed.
I swallowed, trying not to let his words break down the dam that held my sorrow and guilt at bay.
Please don't blame that past version of yourself, who did the best she could,
he said gently. One small tear escaped from my eye, and I whirled away to wipe at it hastily. Why do you have to be so nice? I demanded. It makes me want to, punch you or something. He let out a bewildered laugh, the sound echoing through the small room.
Do you normally punch people who are nice to you?
I've been living in a mining town with a family of boys. I told him, trying to rein my feelings back in with a joke. I was taught to punch things that make you emotional. The emotions coursing through me weren't all bad, though. The guilt and grief were still there, yes, but also a sense of relief, as though Sujin had given me permission to forgive myself for being too weak. I had to do better next time, but last time I had done all I could. I took a deep breath to compose myself, then turned back to Sujin. Let's do this. He nodded. He reached into a pocket of his uniform and pulled out a stylus. I reached for mine too before remembering I didn't need one. He motioned for me to join him near the wall. I hesitated. There wasn't much room between the bunks. We'd have to squeeze in pretty close. But the other wall space would be reachable only if we got onto one of the bunks together. My face grew hot as I imagined that scenario. No, standing close was much more appropriate. I stepped forward. Even though he angled himself, our shoulders still touched. I could feel the heat of his body, even through his uniform and armor. My heart began to hammer even faster than before, but for a whole new reason. I felt a strange, tingling heat building up where my shoulder and hip brushed against him.
Ready?
He asked, seeming as calm as usual. I cleared my throat. Yes. He raised his stylus. The tip began to glow. He pressed it to the wall and drew a glyph that looked a bit like an eye. The lines shone, casting a warm light onto Sujin's face. I watched him closely. I had never seen a spirit-blessed person at work before. When I'd burned my glyphs, it had felt like everything around me had slowed, or perhaps that my mind had sped up so that it could think, comprehend, and make decisions faster. I wondered if that was happening to Sujin now. If it was, I couldn't tell. I turned to the wall to do my part. Using enough soul flame to heat my finger, I wrote Akari's name beside his glyph. Since I wasn't making an offering to a spirit, I didn't have to give up any excess soul flame beyond that. Only a moment passed before the wall in front of us changed. The grainy wood transformed to become as clear as glass, and through it, we could see a scene. I gasped. There was Akari. Chapter 12. In which the attractive guard is also a crow face. Everything around her was hazy, but Akari herself was in sharp focus as she lay slung across the shoulder of a large crow in padded black armor. Her body appeared limp, and she was being jostled up and down as the crow ran. Her face was angled so I couldn't see it. I could tell that the crow was carrying at least 2 other people, and though the haze made it hard to see their faces, I was pretty sure one of them was Niran, the messenger boy. My heart clenched in my chest. How could I be sure she was okay? But then I saw Akari move. Her motions were slow, subtle, but I watched as she moved her arm toward the crow's sharp, exposed arm feathers. They cut a slice in the sleeve of her already ragged wedding gown. She grabbed a piece of the sleeve and tore it free, then turned to wrap it around a cut on Niran's arm. As she turned, I saw her face. Her eyes were full of determination. They weren't sparkling. They were full of fire. A giddy euphoria rose in my throat, and I had to force myself not to jump up and down like Mishi always did when she was excited. She's okay, I exclaimed. Sujin let out a breath, and I could sense just how relieved he was that we hadn't witnessed a more grisly scene.
That she is.
He watched her working on binding Niran's wound.
I wonder if she's feigning unconsciousness, just so she can help that boy who's more hurt than her.
My chest swelled with pride. Doing something like that was just like her. The crows stopped running, perhaps to take a break. As it did, I could make out vague scenery around it, lots of green broken by the vertical forms of trees. In the distance, I saw shadows that looked like other crows. But where are they taking her? I asked urgently. Can you tell?
Lots of trees,
he mused.
Still in moon territory, I bet. Let's hope they aren't taking her to their big nest to the east.
My throat grew tight. The crows had 4 main nests. Stories said their nests were massive underground tunnels, more twisty than an anthill. They were said to be impenetrable. Every army that had ever tried to go against a crow nest had done a laughably poor job. They were fortresses. If Akari was taken to a nest, would there be any way to save her? I had no answers, only new anxieties, and trying to scrutinize her hazy surroundings was fruitless. I asked Sujin. Shiro, next? He nodded and we repeated the process. This time, when an image appeared, it showed my brother. Shiro still wore his wedding robes, though they were ragged now as he hiked up a hazy mountain path, a pack strapped to his back. His expression was grim, but determined. Was he following tracks the crows left behind? Go, Shiro, I whispered, wishing he could hear me. You can do this. A strange mix of feelings flooded my heart. Part of me didn't want him to do it. If he went up against those crows, he would die. I was just as desperate for him to come home safely as I was for Akari to. Everyone was okay for now, but the situation was highly tenuous. How much longer could I expect them to be safe? I had to do something. I faced Sujin, forgetting how close we were. I took a step away. This is good! With Chio's glyph as proof that Akari is alive and the ability to see her like this, King Moon will surely send soldiers to go look for her. And they can find Shiro on the way. Sujin raised a hand to drum his fingers against his chin.
Maybe. If only the spirit of the path would help tell us where they are. This gives us clues, but not nearly enough.
His glyph on the wall faded away, indicating he'd retrieved his soul flame from it. The glyph window disappeared. I followed suit, retrieving my soul flame. Shiro's name vanished, and I regained some of my strength. My heart pounded in my throat, and I began to pace back and forth in the confined space. I should have thought of this before. Surely someone in King Moon's court is blessed by the spirit of the path. Since this is totally unrelated to Prince and Slayer business, I'm sure the spirit will help me find her. And if they haven't taken her too far yet, then maybe I can even go after her and save her quickly. I immediately realized this would be a terrible idea. If the cursed prince was found while I was on a wild journey to find my friend, then it would just lead to more deaths. I would never forgive myself for that. I had to stay here no matter what. Sujin studied me seriously, then shook his head slowly.
It doesn't work like that. The spirit of the path doesn't mark or bless people. Didn't you know? There are a few spirits like that. No matter how many offerings you make to him, he only helps when he feels like it. There's no one in the court you can rely on to call on his power for you.
I deflated. Wait, so my family worshipped a spirit who didn't even mark people? What a waste. I wondered with severe annoyance why no one had ever told me this before. Why hadn't I known until now that some spirits were so fickle? Probably because, for religious reasons, the elder priest wanted to portray them only in a good light. I supposed it made sense that Path's powers were absurdly uncommon. He could find anything, as well as see into both the past and future. If that was an ability people could access on a whim, the world would end up in chaos. So he refuses to help in the search for the cursed prince, I complained. And he can't even help me find Akari.
He can,
Sujin corrected.
But you'd have to really impress him first. And even then, you couldn't be certain he'd help you more than once.
I nodded. I'd have to make offerings not just to Kisun, but to the spirit of the path as well.
But there's a bigger problem,
Sujin said, expression flat.
King Moon will never let you go after her. Your life is far too valuable. Mark my words. You're going to be under lock and key as soon as you get to the palace. All your personal freedom's gone.
Alarm resonated through my chest. That didn't sound like how they'd treat someone they revered, and I refused to believe it. Sujin obviously didn't know everything. I'll convince the king to send soldiers to look for her.
I've lived among the true blood gentry my whole life,
Sujin said.
It will happen one of two ways. They'll promise to get her back, but only if you do everything exactly as they say. They'll use your desperation to find her as leverage against you. If there are things they want you to do that you don't like, then they'll remind you that your friend's life is at stake.
My stomach felt like lead. Why would they do that? Sujin shrugged.
The Slayer always becomes a puppet in her dynasty's political games. They need a way to control her. Why do you think they insisted your father come with you?
Ice filled my chest. I didn't want to have this conversation anymore. I didn't want to believe that my future could be as bleak as he implied.
The second possibility,
Sujin continued,
is that they tell you they're sending soldiers to get her. They insist that they'll get her back. But how will you know that they really are going to do it? You'll be trapped in the palace. How easy would it be for the king to decide to not really waste a battalion of his men looking for one girl? He could say they found her already dead, or that all his men died in the attempt, and you'd never know if he was telling the truth.
A hot anger was rising in me now. Then you and I will back him into a corner. I'll impress the spirit of the path and find Akari's location, and we'll tell King Moon that if he doesn't send soldiers, we'll know, because we can see them using your glyphs.
Assuming you really can impress the spirit of the path, what if it's too late? What if Akari is already deep in one of the nests by then? Would you really send men on a death mission to get her back?
I set my jaw facing him squarely. Maybe they'll find her before that becomes an issue. He shook his head again, eyes grim.
I'm sorry, Ori. If you really want to guarantee her safety, you'll have to go find her yourself.
Panic flared in me. My chest tightened and it seemed I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. But I'm needed here. Sujin took a step forward, expression hard.
And what if it was your dad missing? Would you go after him?
I took a step back, feeling like something in me was about to crack. This isn't about my love. It's not about whether I love someone enough to put myself at risk. Even if there's someone who has every drop of my love, don't the millions of other lives on the line still outweigh that? I can't abandon everyone else to save just one person. I whirled away, panting, needing to escape, but Sujin grabbed my wrist, holding me taut.
Wait, Ori, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be the world's biggest crowface. I just wanted to make you aware of real possibilities. I'm sorry.
I debated ripping my hand free of his grasp, but his voice was so gentle now that I turned to see his face. His eyes were soft again, apologetic, as though a chunk of cold ice within him had melted. No, his expression wasn't just apologetic. Something about his expression was sad, like there was a deep, vulnerable sorrow hidden in the black depths of his eyes. I slackened my pull against him, giving him one more chance to speak. Perhaps he'd been honestly trying to warn me, but his antagonistic words still left me with the longing to slap him. He leaned in a bit closer and murmured,
Just think about this. Imagine a scenario where you could save your family, escape from the controlling hands of the True Bloods, and end this war, all in one go.
I recalled the life I'd thought I'd wanted just a week ago. In only a few days, I'd realized what actually mattered. I wanted so badly to be back in a quiet village, surrounded by the people I loved. If I could have that while also saving everyone else. Breathless, I whispered, then yes, of course I'd do it. As I stared into his serious eyes, I realized he knew something important. The door to the room banged open. My father stood in the doorway, arms folded, expression cold. His broad form blocked the way out. My father was such a familiar sight to me that it was easy to forget what a large, intimidating man he was. He was burlier than all the guards Myung Kim had brought with him, his muscles toned from endless days in the mines. Sujin released my hand quickly.
Care to explain yourselves?
My father asked. Sujin bowed to my father.
There is, of course, a perfectly logical and not at all suspicious explanation.
He began in an airy tone, but I walked forward toward the door, cutting him off. This was my father. I would handle this. I stopped near him, looking up into his eyes. Skies below, I could tell he really wanted to wallop Sujin right now for being alone in the room with me. I'd been worried he'd notice Sujin's unusual lamp and ask him unwanted questions, but my father was too single-minded at this moment. Sujin was just explaining something to me, I told him. An aspect about being the Slayer that's rather unfortunate. It wasn't exactly true, but it was close enough to the truth, and there were more things he wanted to explain. I turned back to Sujin, hoping this could become a sign of good faith from each of them. Sujin willing to share his thoughts in front of my father. and my father willing to listen without judgment. To my surprise, Sujin froze. His expression became mask-like, as though his emotions were dirty laundry that needed hiding. After a moment, he bowed again.
There was nothing else I was going to say, Miss Okada.
Heat flooded my chest. He was lying. There was nothing more clear than that. This felt just like when my father kept information from me. Why did being left in the dark have to not just be annoying, but also hurt? And if he couldn't say it in front of my father, maybe I didn't want to hear it either. Obviously not satisfied with his answer, my father stepped forward, but I grabbed his arm. "Please, let's go," I whispered. Perhaps my father saw a bit of my genuine sorrow and pain in my eyes, because after we stared at each other for several seconds, he stepped aside. I tried to tug him down the hall after me, but he wouldn't budge, so I grumbled at him. "Come on, Dad, you can beat him into a pulp next time when he's actually done something wrong." My father resisted me for only a moment longer, then followed reluctantly. I could hear Sujin following us out at a distance, like he thought it best not to get too close. Once we were back on the deck, I was shocked to see how much closer Ajong was. We were almost there. The palaces at the center reached toward the sky, and the whole city was becoming more crisp as the mist diminished. My father and I walked to the railing and watched in silence for several minutes as the city took form. I wondered what Sujin had been about to tell me and why he'd wanted to keep it from my dad. What kind of solution did he think he had? There was no easy way out of this, no way to get everything I wanted. Yet my heart pounded thinking that maybe I would be able to both fulfill my duty here and save Akari after all.
"I'm not going to pry,"
my father finally said.
"But you can always talk to me and tell me anything."
"I know," I told my father softly. I wished he felt the same way about me. I pondered what I'd learned about the spirit of the path. Time was of the essence if I wanted to find Akari before she was locked away in a nest. I had to get on Path's good side, a feat that few people managed in their whole lifetime. I gritted my teeth. I would put so much determination into my soul flame offering that he would taste it, choke on it. I looked around, making sure no crew members were nearby to see. Then, not caring that my dad would disapprove, I lifted a finger, pressing the heat of my soul flame into it to make it spark, then traced the lines of Path's glyph in the air. I grabbed as much soul flame as I dared, and was actually impressed with how much it was. My soul flame had definitely grown since the crow attack. Then I held the glyph out as an offering to the spirit of the path. As usual, the spirit snatched it. Unlike usual, the world around me changed. My surroundings flashed and warped as though I'd been transported to another dimension, one of trees and mist. It was no longer the ship's deck beneath my feet, but a winding path through a forest. Massive trees towered silently over me, pale sunlight filtering through the leaves to dapple the dirt beneath my feet. "What in the name of Jinsil?" I whispered, peering through the trees.
"Lost, are you?"
I spun and found a man wearing worn traveller's clothing sitting on a nearby boulder. The knees of his brown pants were torn, his wooden sandals covered in dust. I couldn't see his face well because his conical straw hat was low over his eyes, but something told me that he wasn't quite human.
"What?"
he asked, his rich, low voice jovial.
"Have you never been to another dimension before?"
He chuckled heartily.
"Sorry, just a bit of spirit humour."
I stared, bewildered, heart hammering. "What? Who?"
"Don't act so surprised. You called on me."
The pieces fell into place. "You're the spirit of the path. Why are you? How did... Where?" He held up a gloved hand.
Now, slow down. Less perceptive spirits than me might confuse your bewilderment for a lack of intelligence."
I tried to calm my pounding heart. A spirit, one of the foundations of Jinselism, was talking to me. I was face to face with a lesser god. "But why?" I demanded, overwhelmed. "I wanted to convince you to help me, but I didn't expect this holy visitation." As I spoke, my heart twisted into a knot of anxiety and hope. If he was here, or perhaps if he had transported me somewhere to talk to him, then surely it was because he was going to help me find Akari.
"Before we get too bogged down by details,"
he said, ignoring my stress,
"we need to discuss a few important matters. Firstly..."
The spirit pushed back his hat to reveal a furry face, pointed ears, dark spots around his eyes, and a black nose. This spirit had the face of a tanuki, much like Chio's, only larger, his eyes more human.
I insist that you call me Path. Please, none of this spirit of the Path business. If I went around calling you Ori the human, it would grow very tiresome.
I just stared at his face and nodded. Watching human words come out of an animal's mouth was unnerving.
Secondly, it's best I let you know now, but try as you might, you aren't going to convince me to help you find your friend.
What? I demanded, my ball of hope completely unraveling.
Not to be rude,
he said, examining his gloved fingers like he couldn't even be bothered to look my way.
but your soul flame is just not that impressive. All of us spirits can see it. It's like being handed a crumb from someone who's hoping it's an equal trade for an airship. Like, what are we even supposed to do with it? At least the other slayers offered me enough soul flame that it was a good, solid meal.
My pounding heart sank. My soul flame was really so tiny. I tried to think of what I could tell him. Saying, yeah, I'm just sort of weak was not acceptable, even if it was depressingly true. I decided then that I would practice Sujin's exercise in every moment of my spare time. I raised my chin. I was almost out of soul flame, so I went a little light on the offering, but it won't always be that way.
I admire your attitude,
he told me, casting a sideways glance my way.
But I still don't admire your soul flame, and I won't for a long time at this rate. So, no, you haven't impressed me enough that I'll help you find your friend.
Desperation spiraled in my gut. But...
Shouldn't you be making offerings to Ki-soon anyway?
He interrupted.
What are you doing, wasting your energy like this?
A guilty sort of panic washed over me. He was right, of course. I had a duty to all the people of Hwalsang. I couldn't prioritize Akari over them. And yet, I didn't know how to get Ki-soon to bless me with her binding power. Nothing was working. Do you know how I can reach Ki-soon? I asked. Do you know where her soul is? He raised a canine brow.
Don't you have a connection to her soul right inside of you?
So I've been told, I said, voice despondent. Silence fell between us for a moment before I asked, is that all you wanted to tell me? Had he really wanted to speak in person just to tell me how weak I was to my face?
Hardly,
Path said.
There's something important I want you to know. You see, you aren't very impressive yet, but I really think you could be. Eventually. So I don't want you to up and die. That's why I'm going to tell you about the danger ahead, even though it's usually against my rules.
The word die seemed to resonate through the misty forest clearing. Thank you for breaking your rules for me, I said, trying to sound calm even as my heart raced, the sound loud in my ears.
It's amazing no one has found him yet,
Path continued.
But you're going to encounter the cursed prince right here in Ajong. And he won't be chained and helpless when you face him.
The world seemed suddenly wobbly beneath my feet. My mouth felt dry.
Your path is leading you toward a one-on-one confrontation with him,
the spirit said, scratching one of his ears.
I'm not saying that he'll kill you in one hit or anything, but...
He chuckled.
Compared to his power, you will be pretty pathetic.
I swallowed. So he's in the city right now?
It will spoil all the fun if I say too much,
Path said, grinning.
But I will say that he's expecting your arrival, but I think I've already given you far more clues than you've earned. I don't help people based on their determination alone, you know.
Afraid he was about to go, I asked quickly, why would you tell me this? I thought you didn't like to get involved with the politics of the cursed prince and slayer.
That's true.
He stood and began to walk away.
Of course, there are times when I can't keep myself from getting involved. I can see all the branching paths of the future, and there are certain paths that are far too amusing to let slip away. In short, my preference is that you live because it entertains me. Be grateful for that.
Before I could say anything, the vision faded. I gasped as I found myself suddenly back on the boat with a bit of seawater splashing my face. The deck rocked beneath my feet and I grabbed onto the rail for support. Feeling like I couldn't breathe, I loosened my scarf around my neck. The wind whipped into it, yanking it away from me and tossing it out to sea. Everything was as I'd left it. Even my father was only now whirling toward me. It seemed that time had paused while I'd been gone in the spirit realm, or whatever had happened.
What's wrong?
He demanded. Looking into his wild eyes, I saw that he looked just one step away from losing his mind with worry over everything that was going on. My poor father. How would he handle hearing Path's news? At the same time, it struck me that this was just what I needed. If I could gain access to Ki-soon's binding glyph and capture the cursed prince while he was here in the city, then perhaps, It could be over so quickly that the crows wouldn't have time to hide Akari away in the nest before it was bound. Yes, crows would still have her, but they would be weakened, and it would be so much easier to find a homeless band of roving crows than to try to get into one of their strongholds. Unless they decided to kill her. I shook my head. No time for what-ifs. We had to act based on the information we had. The guards needed to be warned about the danger we might face in the city. Sujin. I had to tell Sujin. I noticed him standing on the other side of the deck and stepped toward him. My father saw where I was heading and grabbed my shoulder.
If there's something wrong, you can tell it to me.
What is this? I demanded, both frustrated and baffled by his possessive protectiveness. I can tell both of you. Now come on, we all might be in danger. Chapter 13. In which the errand boy gets handsy. Sujin spread a warning to Myung Kim and the other guards as our ship came into port. I hoped they'd take it seriously, even though the information was vague. But maybe it wouldn't matter. I'd likely be passed off to new guards as soon as we entered the city. The port loomed before us, spread across the entire eastern side of the city. We were close enough that I could see the bustle of activity at the docks, rocking ships, people embarking and disembarking, workers moving crates of goods, gulls diving in and out of it all, looking for scraps of food. Beyond it lay the rest of the capital, Ajong, its tall palaces visible over all the other buildings. In the sky above the palaces were several winged ships, sails angled to catch the air, and glyphs of the spirit of the sky keeping them aloft. Flying ships were incredibly difficult to make and control, so it was a method of travel used exclusively by the royal and the ridiculously wealthy. Together, my father and I watched our fate steadily approaching. It would not be easy for either of us to come back to Ajong, and my anxiety ran even higher knowing that my enemy was already here waiting for me. I would be helpless if I had to face him now. I'd have no way of binding him until I could figure out how to get Ki-soon's blessing. A moment later, someone stepped up behind us. It was Myung Kim. He seemed to have decided to pretend that our confrontation in Bandosan had never happened and was back to his smug, pompous smiles. It was just another way for him to pretend that he was in control, that he was still so much better than me.
I've already announced that we'll be disembarking within the hour,
Myung Kim told us.
Via glyph window.
He said that last bit with a haughty raise of his eyebrows, as if to say that I may have been the Hallowed Slayer, but there were still things he could do that I couldn't. I wanted to scoff at him that his ex-guard that was half his age could already make glyph windows, but I knew Sujin wanted to keep that a secret.
King Moon is expecting us,
he concluded. Yes, another thing to be anxious about. What would King Moon think of me? The Prince and Slayer were supposed to rise from the ranks of the True Bloods, those directly descended from Ki-soon's 4 generals. Would the king condemn me, a commoner who had somehow gotten the role of a hallowed hero? Even if I had some true blood lineage somehow, that didn't stop me from being a peasant.
As for your supposed vision,
Myung Kim said,
I don't believe you saw what you say you did. If the cursed prince was in Ajong, he would have already been found.
He grinned cruelly.
Not to mention, if you really have the power to speak directly with the spirits, why do you still lack Ki-soon's glyph? I think you're telling stories to make up for your weakness.
His use of the phrase telling stories made anger prickle its way up my back. I turned to face him fully, glaring into his face. I don't care what you think. I turned away, trying to make it clear I was dismissing him. I didn't need his approval. He didn't have power over me anymore. Our boat was a large cargo ship. I didn't know if its size made the docking process go slower than usual, but it seemed ages before my father and I were finally walking down the gangway, flanked by guards and officials, and onto the wooden dock. And even after that, there was a small tent we had to stop at before leaving the dock. There, each man in our party, young and old alike, was required to enter the tent for a brief examination by some soldiers.
They're looking for the cursed prince,
Sujin said after he returned from the tent.
Having men remove their shirts so they can look for any signs of crow-like transformation.
I nodded, trying really hard not to dwell on the image of Sujin without a shirt. Once finished, we walked across the planks until we reached solid cobblestone ground. I stared around at all the sights. The port felt like its own world, the perfect blend of city and sea. Sailors prepared dozens of vessels around us, some large with grand white sails, and others much smaller. Sweaty dock workers carried boxes of cargo, moving in what looked like patternless chaos, yet every man seemed to know what he was doing, never colliding with others. Ahead, a long row of wagons sat full of goods, ready to be shipped across the Yungan Sea to other cities. Beyond the wagons lay buildings that were probably warehouses. Although the salt and seaweed smell of the ocean was thick in the air, I also caught the scent of smoke from the city, and the distinct, musty smell of the gulls that flew in thick, circular formations overhead, perhaps hoping that a barrel of grains might burst open on the cobbles. Waiting for us on the main thoroughfare that led out of the port district were more Moon officials. I could tell they belonged to the Moon dynasty because their robes and uniforms were dark blue with only small accents of other colours. Since Ajong was a melting pot where all 4 dynasties merged, everyone there was required to wear the colour of their dynasty of origin predominantly. Blue for Moon, the Kingdom of Wood, red for Jiangsu, the Kingdom of Fire, white for Ogai, Kingdom of Metal, and black for Tsoi, Kingdom of Water. Most of the men standing ahead were guards in blue uniforms, but one young man stood out to me as the most important member of the group, not only because he was mounted on a horse, but because of his clothes and demeanour. He wore a bright blue robe with billowing sleeves and a grey silk vest. But what distinguished him the most was his ridiculous hat. It was tall and black, strapping under his chin, and it was exactly the sort of atrocious thing the gentry loved to wear. Below the hat, the young man had the striking, refined features of every true blood. His dark brows were arched imperiously, but his black eyes had the bored look I'd seen on rich kids before. In spite of being an adult, he still had a baby face, and I doubted he was older than 20.
Finally.
The young Trueblood man called out to Myung Kim.
You took so long to bring the girl here that I was beginning to think it was all a hoax.
As if to emphasize his impatience, his horse snorted. As we stepped off of the dock, Myung Kim moved in front of us and bowed to the Trueblood man. But instead of saying something flowery and explanatory, he said,
I see that you're playing the role of errand boy today. That must feel like a promotion for you.
The young man's face flushed, but his expression didn't change course from its haughtiness.
And I see that you are still a self-important snake who will never move up in life. Congratulations. Now get back on your boat and sail away to your peninsula of exile so you don't embarrass any of us real Truebloods.
As Myung Kim spluttered, I held back a smile. I found myself liking this young man. He'd insulted Bahandosan Peninsula's official in a way that I'd wanted to for years.
But your father...
Myung Kim spluttered.
Fine.
The young noble interrupted.
Escort this man away so he can get paid.
One of the guards grabbed Myung Kim by the elbow and pulled him away through the crowd. Only a few of Myung Kim's guards followed, the rest holding position on the dock.
Now that he's out of the way,
the young man said, then dismounted. He handed the reins to a guard, then stepped up to me, right up to me. He got so close that it breached unspoken rules of etiquette. Then again he was a true blood, and they played by their own plunging rules. My skin crawled as though his closeness was somehow the same as him touching me. He leaned down to look into my face, and even though I had intended to hold my ground, I leaned back from this stranger. He examined my brown hair with a sigh before straightening and looming over me once more. He smiled, but the expression was cold.
Let's make sure you are who they said you are, shall we?
He reached out, grabbing one of my hands, and I inhaled sharply. Men and women touched so infrequently that his forwardness was shocking. Even more shocking, he began to slowly pull my glove off of my hand. I almost wrenched my hand away, but this young man wasn't like Myung Kim. He lived here in Ajong and probably worked directly for King Moon. This might not be the last time I'd see him. After he'd peeled my glove away from my hand, he tossed it aside as though it was trash. Then he turned my palm face up. His fingers seemed unnaturally smooth, nothing like the hands of my brothers or father. It was as though he hadn't worked a day in his life.
And these must be the marks I've heard so much about,
he said, examining the unusual symbol for the spirit of protection.
Certainly extraordinary.
He dropped my hand, his eyes roving up and down my entire body. Goosebumps formed on my arms. I swallowed but refused to shrink back.
I forgot how differently commoners dress in their backwater villages. How refreshing.
His eyes lingered on my exposed collarbone, and I experienced a moment of panic. In Bandosan and Badaska, women's jackets and gowns left the collarbone exposed so that it was evident whether she was married or not, but perhaps that was not the fashion norm of the capital. It had been half a lifetime since I'd lived here, so I couldn't remember. I looked around, searching for another woman, but I was surrounded only by men, and even the dock workers were all male. If only I hadn't lost my scarf in the wind.
Ah, I should have noticed these marks first. They're so distinctive. How silly of me.
The young man raised a hand to brush the golden glyph on my collarbone. "Hands off," I snapped, taking a full step back. My fists clenched and my instincts screamed for me to punch him. But a quiet, reasonable part of my brain reminded me that laying a hand on the young man could get a commoner and her family killed, no questions asked. So I just stood there, trembling with nerves and rage, and reeling back my initial fondness for him so fast it was amazing I didn't get emotional whiplash. Sujin had seemed buried in the crowd of people around me, but he was by my side in an instant, folding his arms and staring down the True Blood. The young man completely ignored him, grinning and stepping back at last. His eyes sparkled with amusement and delight.
Oh, she may dress like a commoner, but she doesn't speak like one.
Beside me, my father sank to one knee, bowing his head.
Please forgive my daughter. Oriana will watch her tongue in the future.
I gaped at my father. Had he just given this young man permission to touch me without repercussions in the future? Even Sujin, who had met me only a day ago, had defended me more. Bleeding crows, what kind of father acted like that? I clenched my teeth. A desperate father, a scared one. The young man cocked his head.
Oriana, huh?
The True Blood didn't spare my father a glance, still looking at me. His expression grew skeptical.
Well, Oriana, apart from these unreadable glyphs, you look nothing like a Slayer should. Are you sure Myung Kim didn't make a mistake?
May I ask who you are? I demanded, not in the mood to acknowledge his skepticism.
Someone important enough to come pick you up,
he told me with a self-satisfied smirk. Someone unimportant enough that he had to come pick me up, I corrected in my mind. I decided Myung Kim had been right in his assessment of him. Errand boy seemed like a fitting description.
How old are you?
The errand boy asked.
14?
I squeezed my fists together tightly. My height always made me look much too young. I'm 17. He raised his eyebrows.
Oh, good. Marriageable age. I'm sure we can use that to our advantage somehow.
He leaned in again, sizing me up like livestock, as if there was something new he would see that he'd missed the other few times he'd ogled me. I'd hoped I'd feel safer now that Sujin was by my side, but it didn't make the experience any less uncomfortable.
You're not a True Blood, so you may not have the ideal Hallowed Slayer appearance,
the errand boy said.
But the story of what you did was relayed to the palace via glyph window. You're the real deal, aren't you?
It was a statement, not a question.
You are the Slayer, and you belong to the Moon Dynasty.
His cold expression of satisfaction returned, and he stepped back to his horse, just as a second horseman rode up. It looked like another guard. As his horse slowed, the guard dipped his head, but before he could speak, the boy said,
Yes, yes. We need to hurry. Clear the way for me, would you?
The guard turned back the way he'd come, ringing a clanging bell as his mount cantered away. The bell seemed to be a signal for people to move out of the way because the street ahead cleared quickly, people moving to the sides with haste.
You.
The errand boy pointed to some of his other guards, then to my dad.
Escort this man to the palace. He will be joining us later.
Then he looked back at me.
And you will be coming with me. But first, someone get her a cloak so that not everyone in the plunging city sees her glyphs.
He grinned at me, an expression that didn't reach his eyes.
It isn't common knowledge that unusual glyphs appear on the Slayer, and we'd like to keep it that way.
A few minutes later, I was wrapped in a cloak that smelled fouler than my brother Ephron on his worst guard days. Sujin stayed near me like he was prepared for someone to whip out a knife and stab me. My father gave another low bow to the errand boy and asked,
Good, sir. May I ask for a moment with my daughter? I have a request to make of her.
The errand boy smirked.
Sure. Who am I to spoil a family moment?
I moved back within range of my father. He didn't look much better than me. Dirty, his beard wild and dark rings under his eyes. He pulled me in close, one hand on my face, looking into my eyes. My throat tightened. I felt like we were about to say goodbye, like this might be the last time we'd ever see each other. My father spoke softly, gently.
I know you have gotten used to the comforts of Bando-san. You've gotten used to expressing yourself freely there. But we're back in our jong now, and in the name of Jinsil and the vast skies around our plunging island, you need to keep your mouth closed. If there's any chance that you lose your temper or speak disrespectfully, then don't speak a plunging word.
His expression was earnest.
You may be indispensable to these people, but if you make any of the True Bloods mad, they will go after me, then your brothers and their families. Why do you think they brought me here? So if you want to keep us alive, you will hold your tongue.
As if realizing the harshness of his words, he added,
Please.
His words stung. It was proof of how emotionally unstable I was that my face and eyes burned. It felt like I'd eaten a large stone for breakfast instead of a bowl of chewy rice. So Sujin had been right. My family would be used to control me. Before I could say anything, my father pulled away, giving me a pat on the back and nudged me toward the errand boy. My pulse felt quick and heavy as I was directed back to the horse, but I tried to quash my emotions. I couldn't afford to let feelings rule me. Sujin was back at my side in an instant.
Wherever the Hallowed Slayer goes, I will accompany her,
he insisted. I looked around. Unfortunately, there was only one horse, and even with my lack of knowledge about the animals, I knew it couldn't hold 3 riders. The errand boy looked between us, as though wondering how I'd managed to get a True Blood as a bodyguard. His lip curled into a sneer. Although society was split into the castes of True Bloods and commoners, vocations were not quite so stratified. Both True Bloods and commoners could become guards, merchants, and servants. The main difference was in who their clients were and how much they got paid. Whereas Ephron had been a lowly town guard, Sujin, a True Blood, had worked for a high-ranking official and had probably been paid 20 times what Ephron made. So even if this errand boy wanted to mock Sujin, it would violate etiquette for him to be so openly rude to another True Blood without knowing more about his rank and lineage.
Do you think you can keep her safe better than I can?
Sujin kept his expression pleasant, though I could see a darkness in his eyes, brewing like a distant storm.
Judging by the way you've treated her so far, yes, I do.
My chest felt warm. It felt like every time someone chose to demean me, Sujin was there in my defense. He stood so close to my side that we were nearly touching. The heat crept up from my chest to my face. The errand boy's expression grew deadly cold. His hand went to the hilt of a knife at his belt. Sujin responded in kind by reaching for his sword.
You're going to really regret any hasty decisions you make,
the errand boy said slowly. Sujin's smile widened a fraction.
I find it difficult to talk about regret when considering the problems I could solve for the Slayer with my sword.
I almost snorted but held it in. While hilarious, Sujin's comment hardly seemed helpful.
You have no idea who you're talking to,
the errand boy hissed. He stepped up to Sujin and pulled a pendant out of the collar of his robes for Sujin to see. Sujin's expression became completely blank. It looked like he was considering his options. Then he stepped back and gave the errand boy a low bow.
I apologize.
He turned to me, expression still distant.
I'll go with your father and meet you at the palace as soon as I can. I swear it.
I gaped. After all that, he was backing down and leaving me with this crow face? Just who was this True Blood? As the young man turned, slipping the pendant back into his robes smugly, I saw that it was a family crest. A moon family crest. I wanted to groan. Great. Was he an actual member of the moon family then? He nudged me toward his horse, making me nervously approach the large animal first. Skies below, he wanted to see me squirm, knowing I had no experience with horses, didn't he? Before I could take more than a step, something flashed in the corner of my eye, a flare of orange. I turned to see a burst of roiling flame erupting across the cobblestones. Chapter 14, in which I suffer my very first assassination attempt. The flame emerged from thin air, rushing toward me like a looming beast. The roaring embers stretched to my height, and the heat of it scalded me before I could think. I stumbled, then threw myself back, crashing into the errand boy until we both sprawled on the ground. Cold cobbles pressed against my palms, the fire hot on my legs as it rushed toward me. People yelled. Sujin and the other guards ran toward me, but the billowing flames were faster, surging across the ground to consume me. I gritted my teeth, focused my soul flame and burned a glyph in the air for the spirit of protection. I was hit simultaneously by a wave of dizziness and power. I'd used too much soul flame again today, but the spirit's aura of power wrapped around me, keeping me stable. The world slowed. I gathered up her power bit by bit as if it was planks of wood. Then I built a wall between the fire and me. The fire moved in slow motion, but it still burned only a pace away from my legs. But how? Where had the fire come from? And how was it burning with no fuel? There was no time to think, only to shove a barrier in place before the spirit's power was gone. As I wrapped myself with a shield, the realization struck me. The cursed prince, he was here. He'd used the spirit of fire to create this inferno. He was trying to kill me. Then my power was gone, used up. I'd managed to make a large semicircle barrier. Jinsel Almighty, please let it be enough. I sucked in a sharp breath as time resumed its normal pace. The fire billowed, then burst against my shield like a breaking wave. I could feel heat even through the barrier, but it was muted. Then the inferno rushed onward to either side, continuing behind me. Right toward the errand boy. Oh, bleeding crows, I swore. I focused my soul flame, making my finger spark, then called on the spirit of protection again. The sudden exhaustion was staggering, like a huge part of me had been stolen. I gasped, but reached for the spirit's power. The wall of fire blazed inches away from the young man. I slammed down a sloppy barrier in front of him, then flung more power to his sides, trying to create a firm wall. But I couldn't seem to grasp the power anymore. It was draining away from my aura like sand through my fingers. Time resumed again, and I watched as the wall of fire slammed into my flimsy barrier, then crawled over it to the opening on the top. With a huge crackle, the fire stopped. It burst into sparks and smoke, then snuffed out, energy spent. I gasped for air, the world around me feeling as thick and slow as honey. All sounds rushed like water. My vision narrowed to one small tunnel of sight, and I cast my eyes around. The errand boy, a stunned look on his face, lay sprawled on his backside, unharmed. Around us, guards yelled, swarming in all directions to look for the culprit. Some rushed around the wagons to see if anyone had been hiding there. A few even tackled and pinned unfortunate dock workers who were close enough to be suspects.
Someone tried to assassinate the prince,
one guard yelled.
Protect Prince Bitgarum.
I blinked as several guards rushed to surround the errand boy. A prince. Him. Great. He had to be one of the lesser-known younger sons of King Moon, and his guards thought this had been an attempt to assassinate him. I hadn't had a chance to tell them what I knew about the cursed prince, that he was here, that I'd been warned he would target me. For all I knew, one of the dock workers really was the cursed prince. But if he had such a good disguise, why had he stopped attacking? Had he been discovered? Had someone gotten too close to his hiding spot and he'd decided to run? Perhaps he was still hiding somewhere nearby, and this pause was strategic. In my mental haze, it took me a moment to realize that Sujin was by my side. Also, I was on the ground staring up at the seagulls. When had that happened? The ground seemed to ripple like waves beneath me. I barely registered Sujin gathering up the cloak I'd been given, laying it over me, then burning prayer glyphs onto it with his stylus. My father anxiously joined him. His face grew hazy, seeming to split so that it looked like he was 3 people. It felt surreal, dreamlike. Maybe this is what it was like to die and enter Jinsel's dream. Maybe I was dead already. Feeling myself fade, I inhaled, retrieving my soul flame from the 2 shields I'd made. My vision went clear and bright for a moment, making me gasp before everything went pitch black. When I came to, I was riding in a carriage slumped against my father, who had an arm around me to keep me from falling to the floor. Sujin was on my other side, and the errand boy, or rather Prince Bitgaram, sat across from us. Chio sat happily on Sujin's lap.
Thank Jinsil,
my father murmured.
She's waking up. The glyphs are working.
My head felt like a concoction of herbs, mixed with only a few drops of water to make a thick, foul paste. My thoughts were slow and painful. Soul shock again, I grumbled. 2 times in 3 days. That has to be some kind of record. Sujin looked at me and I could see how on edge he felt. Had he been truly worried about me?
What's amazing is that you're still alive,
he murmured.
It's common enough for people to die in these situations that it really is a miracle.
My father's grip was tight on my arm, like he was afraid to let me go.
You can't keep doing this to me.
I tried to sit up straight but found it too hard. Okay, next time, I'll just let the assassins kill me. It was definitely the wrong thing to say, but the words just fell out of my jumbled thoughts. Prince Bitgarum leaned forward, expression disbelieving.
You've really gone into soul shock twice in 3 days? I'm not sure I've ever met someone so incompetent.
No, I corrected myself. Next time, I'll just let the assassins kill him. Actually, I think the fact that I'm still alive makes me extra competent, I snapped. Besides, is that how you thank the person who saved your life? Bitgarum leaned back, looking both haughty and amused.
You have a duty as a commoner to serve the royal family, and you have a duty as the slayer to save people. So it was only natural that you protected your prince.
Prince. That word broke through the rest of my haze, and I forced myself to sit up without support. Did you capture the cursed prince? I asked urgently.
Cursed prince?
Bitgarum scoffed.
What are you talking about?
I never had a chance to tell you, I said quickly. But I was warned by the spirit of the path in a vision that the cursed prince is here in the city.
A vision?
Yes, I snapped, which is probably why I went into soul shock so easily. I'd already expended a lot of energy having literal conversations with spirits. He folded his arms imperiously.
So he told you exactly where the cursed prince is then?
My heart sank in my chest. No, he said discussing the location of the cursed prince or hallowed slayer is usually against his policy, Bitgarum snorted.
Yet he told you that the cursed prince is here. Forgive me if I'm a little skeptical.
Speaking with Prince Bitgarum was an utter waste of time, so I turned to Sujin, feeling crestfallen. So the guards didn't find anyone suspicious nearby? Sujin shook his head.
If the cursed prince has been blessed by the spirit of fire, he probably has other powers as well. He could have attacked from a distance, or made himself invisible. It's no wonder he wasn't caught.
It wasn't the cursed prince,
Bitgarum said petulantly.
I was clearly the target, not you. Just an ordinary assassination attempt on the prince.
And how many times have you been targeted like this before? I demanded. Judging by how much defense you brought with you, I'd say never. My father's hand clenched my arm, a clear sign that he wanted me to stop talking. I knew he was right, but my thoughts seemed eager to spill out of my sluggish head. I clenched my mouth shut to keep them in. Prince Bitgarum stared at me with narrowed eyes and a dangerously still expression.
You may be the hallowed slayer, but it's still in your best interest to watch your tongue.
A sharp silence fell over the carriage. Chio crawled off of Sujin and onto my lap, nuzzling my hand with her cold nose until I scratched behind her ear. Bitgarum smiled, like he felt that he was the ruler in this setting once again. He crossed his ankle over his knee and said,
No matter what you think, the cursed prince isn't here. Every true-blooded young man in the capital has already been examined. None show signs of the transformation of the cursed prince. He's not in the city.
Perhaps someone was overlooked, I insisted. Or someone used their vast wealth as a bribe to keep the examiners silent. Or perhaps he snuck in from somewhere else.
You're a peasant, born and raised far from Ajong.
Bitgarum scoffed.
What would you know about how things are done around here?
I clenched my jaw, trying to let only civil words emerge. Actually, I was born in Ajong. He smirked like he'd just heard the most pathetic joke.
Then what were you doing on Bandosan Peninsula, a place where no one important has ever visited, let alone lived?
I looked sharply out the window. Strange that Kisun chose me then. I clamped my mouth shut, dangerously close to saying something that would insult the whole Moon family.
Indeed. Perhaps she's losing her touch.
His remark was a little too close to home. Something was wrong with my relationship with Kisun. I couldn't be certain that she hadn't made a mistake. Maybe, if she'd been able to, she would have chosen a true blood from Ajong or another large city, and I would never have been swept up in all this. I held Chio a little closer to my chest, and she chirped. Her fur on my cheek and warmth in my arms was comfortingly familiar. As I gazed out the window, I was surprised to see just how many people surrounded our carriage, marching along. The street was clear of civilians, but held lines of a dozen guards and robed men and women carrying pyrography slates. The latter were middle-aged or elderly and held their styluses at the ready, as though they might burn a glyph at any moment. Even as they walked, they all wore embroidered blue robes that signified wealth and service to the Moon dynasty, but I was interested to note that a few of them had lighter hair and eyes, and clearly weren't true bloods. Noting the focus of my attention, Bitgarum said,
Glyph masters. These ones are spirit-blessed in one or more ways. If someone attacked again, these masters could combat the enemy, or heal us if we got injured.
I looked down at the cloak I was wearing. Soul shock could not be healed by the spirit of healing, because it was a malady of the soul, not the body, but it was still tradition for people to try to use glyphs to alleviate the suffering. On the cloak were the dark prayer glyphs that had been burned by Sujin and my dad, as well as new glyphs that must have been burned by the glyph masters while I'd been unconscious. These glyphs glowed. Although the true glyph couldn't help with the soul shock itself, it helped with the malady's physical side effects. With how far gone I'd been, the fact that I hadn't been passed out for longer and hadn't thrown up was signs that the healing glyphs were helping. I looked beyond the guards and glyph masters to the city. We had long since left the port district behind and were on the outskirts of the market district. Hundreds of people huddled at the edges of the street, crowding up against cloth tents and pavilions as they watched us pass. I couldn't get a clear look at any of the wares displayed, but I could smell fried dumplings and the sharp scent of chilies and kimchi. Here in the market district, truebloods and commoners intermingled. More than their hair and eye colour, their clothing set them apart. Commoners wore more muted colours. The rarer truebloods wore more layers, their skirts fuller, or their robes more voluminous, the colours of every dynasty mixed together. It had been years, but I had once lived very close to this market. The sights of the capital were familiar and surreal. 5 minutes later, our carriage made its way through a residential zone for the wealthy. There were fewer people in the streets. As we neared the royal district, I stared at the enormous palaces looming over the rest of the capital, all surrounded by an enormous stone wall. The wall loomed up over us, casting a shadow and making me shiver. We entered a wide gate flanked by guards into an area with streets as broad as all of Bandosan village. I stared in awe. In all my time at the capital, I had never been into the royal district. The enormous stone streets were nearly empty, though I saw several servants carrying their masters in palanquins. Here in the heart of the city, there were none of the forests or mountains I had grown so accustomed to in Bandosan. Instead, the palaces and their surrounding buildings loomed like their own cities within the city. Each of the 4 dynasties had their own section of the royal district, arrayed just like they were in Hwalsang. Moon Dynasty, represented by the element of wood, lay in the east. It was known as a forested land with many resources. To the north was Tsoi, filled with wetlands, marshes, and fields. It was represented by the water element. To the west was Ogai, a kingdom of mountains represented by the element metal. To the south was Jiangsu, blocked from the sea by a mountain range and thus containing the only desert on Hwalsang. It was represented by fire. And in the centre of it all, bordering the Yungan Sea, was the capital. Here in the royal district, that was represented by a shipyard for the king's flying airships. I could see several from here, narrow ships with white, sail-like wings. Since we had entered at the eastern gate, the Moon Palace was straight ahead, and I looked up at it in awe. It too was surrounded by a huge stone gate. The Moon Palace was comprised of dozens of buildings of various sizes, but I could only assume that the largest one held King Moon himself. It was shaped like a towering pagoda, huge and tiered, with extending eaves at each level. It was a beautiful deep blue and grey, intricately made of both painted wood and stone. As we neared its closed gate, Prince Bitgarum grinned at me.
Welcome home.
Chapter 15. In which my new dad isn't so bad. Instilled with urgency since the assassination attempt, my entourage didn't allow me to wash up before seeing the king. They wouldn't even let me take off the foul cloak, and I suppose that was reasonable. The glyphs burned on it may have been what was making me feel strong enough to walk on my own 2 feet. My father held Chio as Prince Bitgarum Sujin, and a dozen guards escorted us up the stairs and down the hall toward the king's receiving room. The polished floors reflected the light from beautiful hexagonal windows out of which I caught glimpses of the city. We stood several stories up already. I'd never been in such a tall building. Someone of my rank wasn't supposed to end up in a place like this. Even though people surrounded me on all sides, I had rarely been so alone. I felt out of place, lost in a world much too big and complicated for me. I just wanted to go home and sit in the branches of a tree with Akari and Shiru, laughing about the latest town rumors. I ignored the feelings of dread churning inside of me. There was no time for wallowing. I couldn't change the past. I'd hold my head high. I'd show these people that I was strong. I'd convince them to save Akari. As we walked, I glanced at Prince Bitgarum. I had heard all about King Moon and his eldest son, the Crown Prince Bon Hua, and even a few of his other sons. But even if you excluded all the king's offspring through concubines, he had a lot of children. The name Bitgarum sounded familiar, but judging by his appearance, he was probably one of the youngest sons of the late queen, making him one of the least important. But he was still a plunging prince. As if noticing my attention, he turned to look at me with his handsome, true-blood eyes.
It's a beautiful palace, is it not?
He asked, gesturing around at the blue walls interspersed with silver pillars, white trellises, and colourful silk tapestries. Even the ceiling was painted with interesting geometric patterns. I looked away, keeping my eyes low.
It is.
My heart was racing. In minutes, I'd be kneeling before the king. I had to practice being demure. It did not come naturally to me. Bitgarum snorted, as though my response had been underwhelmingly bland and he'd been hoping for me to entertain him. We stopped at a deep blue door at the end of the hall. At its centre was a blue circle containing the image of a shining silver cicada, the animal symbol of the Moon Kingdom. One of our guards spoke to an official at the door, and that man then went in and announced us. I swallowed. Prince Bitgarum nudged me in the back, and he and I entered first, my father following and our guards flooding in behind us. The room was smaller and emptier than I'd expected. It had next to no furniture, just a low kneeling table, and a chair that was something like a simplified throne, small, but still ornamental and commanding. Sitting in that chair was King Jae-yong Moon. If the throne hadn't given it away, his clothes and demeanour would have. Even from 20 feet away, his blue, white, and gold robes looked as silky and smooth as water. He wore a straight black hat with braided gold embroidery. Just beneath the band of the hat that went over his forehead, I could make out the shape of prayer glyphs that had been branded onto his skin, requests for wisdom, honour, justice, and mercy. His face was rounder than I'd expected, with smiling eyes and a salt and pepper moustache and beard. Standing near the throne were two officials, one male and one female. The walls were dark, interspersed with beautiful, intricate ink paintings of waterfalls and forests. Painted on each wall flanking the door were images of Heichi, creatures I had never seen, but that were renowned for their ability to see into human hearts. In these painted versions, they looked like scaly lions, each with a single curving horn on their heads. I felt like the Heichi were looking straight at me, watchful and judging. My heart thrummed in my chest, and I swallowed, mouth dry. As soon as we were all in the room, Bitgarum pressed on my shoulder, and we both sank to our knees. I followed the prince's lead, pressing my head to the ground in the lowest of bows. But as I went down, I glimpsed the king rising to his feet and holding his arms out toward me as if to embrace me from across the room.
"Is this the one?"
he boomed out in a clear voice.
"The very one?"
"It is, King Father,"
Bitgarum assured, his voice respectful.
"My lady, my newest, dearest daughter, the esteemed Hallowed Slayer, you need not bow to me. It is I who should bow to you. Please arise."
Skies below. How had my life come to a situation where I was receiving such undeserved words of honour from my king? Completely on edge, I rose shakily to my feet. Even so, I kept my head low. I refused to meet his eyes. Doing so right away would completely dishonour him. He stepped around his table to get a closer look at me, and I tried not to look as stiff as I felt. There was nothing I could do about how sweaty and unbathed I was. "I apologise for my appearance, Your Majesty," I told him softly. "And the smell," I added in my head.
"Nonsense,"
King Moon told me, taking my hands in his long fingers. Just like Bitgarum's, they felt unnaturally soft. He looked at the glyphs on my palms, then up at my eyes. I looked away from his smiling face quickly.
"Your looks befit your noble calling, and you have already proven yourself a hero, indeed. I've heard you saved the life of my son. even at great cost to yourself.
I remembered Bitgaram's words from earlier and dipped my head in a bow. It was my duty. My mind raced as I tried to think of a way to explain to him that it had been a direct attack by the Cursed Prince himself, not just an assassination attempt. If Bitgaram openly disagreed with me, the king would never believe me. To my left, Prince Bitgaram rose to his feet.
King Father, the girl's father is also here. I made sure—
Fifth Prince.
King Moon interrupted with no change in his smile.
I didn't give you permission to rise.
There was an awkward pause. Oh, so they have one of those father-son relationships, I thought. Ouch. Bitgaram's self-satisfied smile crumpled and his cheeks coloured. He slowly sank back down to one knee. He did not look at his father again.
And when addressing our revered guest,
the king continued,
you will show her the honor she deserves by calling her the Hallowed Slayer. As for her father, I am well aware that he is our guest as well.
He turned to nod his head to my father.
I personally requested his presence.
I tried hard not to let my expression change, to not let it show that I'd already been warned by two people why my father's presence might not be a good thing. King Moon's eyes swept over the other people in the room, falling upon the other odd one out, Sujin.
And who is this?
My personal bodyguard, Your Majesty.
Ah. Well, you'll find yourself more well-defended here than you've ever been in your life. He is free to go home.
No, I said quickly, then bit my lip. I tried to think of how to explain my thoughts. I couldn't explain the sense of devotion I got from Sujin, nor the fact that it was through his glyphs that I'd been able to see Akari and Shiru, nor that he was one of the only people who knew of my black flame. I swallowed, then said, his presence is a comfort to me. I wanted to smack my forehead, realizing how stupid that sounded without context, but the words were already said. I tried to keep the blush from my face, and skies below I kept my eyes forward instead of looking back at Sujin. King Moon gave me a placating smile.
Perhaps we can arrange it then. He will be under the authority of my own captain of the guard, though.
Clothes rustled behind me as Sujin bowed.
It would be my honor, Your Majesty.
The king nodded, turned back to me, then gestured to the low sitting table.
Please sit. This is your home now. Make yourself comfortable. There is a grave problem we must discuss.
I was about as comfortable as any poor, sweaty commoner wearing a stranger's smelly cloak could be while visiting a monarch's sitting room, but I settled onto a kneeling mat beside the table while he did the same across from me.
From what I understand, you have lived your life as a commoner.
His eyes flicked instinctively to my hair, as if that was answer enough.
On Bandosan Peninsula?
I nodded. I'd lived in the capital too, but he didn't need to know my whole scandalous backstory.
We have much to discuss about your new home here in the palace, and all your rights and privileges. I'm sure it will be a huge adjustment, one you will welcome gladly. But first, we must discuss less pleasant matters. My scholars and glyph masters have been doing their part in the hunt for the Cursed Prince. Although the spirits rarely help in this matter, there are occasional exceptions, like what happened an hour ago. The spirit of the path has warned my glyph masters that the Cursed Prince is here in the city.
My mouth fell open. He did? I glanced back at my father and Sujin, feeling dazed. Their expressions were as surprised as mine. Prince Bitgaram looked especially unnerved. What was the spirit of the path up to? Did he really want the humans to win easily in this current cycle of Prince and Slayer, or was he trying to manipulate us all into thinking or doing something specific? I turned back to the king. I actually had a vision where he warned me about the same thing, which is why I believe that the attack on the docks was the Cursed Prince's doing. A thought struck me. How had the Cursed Prince known exactly where I would be? Had Path talked to him too and told him I was about to arrive? I knew nothing about Path's motives or intentions, just that he could see the whole game board while I could only see a few pieces.
I apologize,
King Moon said.
It was my aim to make you inconspicuous so no one would target you. I specifically chose not to pick you up from Bandosan in my airship because I thought that would make it quite clear I had the Slayer on board. But you were targeted anyway, and I'm very sorry about that.
I'd wondered why I hadn't been brought to Ajong by airship, the fastest mode of travel. I suppose the king's words made sense, except they didn't. Several days ago, he hadn't known that the cursed prince was lurking here in the city. Was there someone else the king worried might want me dead?
We have already put into motion measures to prevent the cursed prince from leaving Ajong,
King Moon said.
All people entering and leaving the city will be under high scrutiny. As for the city itself, I have sent even more of my guards and soldiers to search and patrol. The other kings are doing likewise. You'll be safe from him, and we will catch him.
I asked carefully. And if he can become invisible?
If he tries to use illusions to sneak into the palace, he'll be caught immediately,
the king said proudly.
We have glyph wards all around our perimeter that will eliminate any glyphs he's using to disguise himself, and then he'll be in our grasp. But that leads us to our next item of business.
He gestured at me.
Have you been blessed with Ki Soon's binding power?
I swallowed. I'd known this was coming. The dark flame within me flickered, oily and sinister. It perked up as though eager to hear how I'd explain myself. Your Majesty, many glyphs have appeared on my body, but I don't know what they all mean. I haven't seen Ki Soon's glyph among them, but perhaps... now. Despite my words and the truth that I didn't know the meaning of most of the glyphs, I knew I didn't have her binding power. The only time Ki Soon had given me a glyph directly, it had been the glyph of protection. I hadn't been able to connect with her since then. The king waved, and his willowy female official approached. Her hair was pulled back into a masculine topknot that made her features look severe.
Orihana Okada, this is my advisor, and also one of my scholars. Her name is Bora Cheol. She is well studied in the lore and glyphs of the Hallowed Slayer. Please allow her to take a look at the glyphs on your body. She can translate them.
Nervous, I looked around quickly. He didn't mean here, in front of everyone, did he? But Bora Cheol gestured toward a side door, so I stood and followed her. Several guards followed as well, including Su Jin. The room we entered looked like a small parlor for resting and refreshment. There was a couch to lounge on, a table set with cookies and cakes, and, to my relief, a large silk-changing screen near the corner. Several True Blood maids were in the room, and they led me behind the screen. They had me sit, then carefully removed the glyph-covered cloak. I felt slightly lightheaded and nauseous without it, but was grateful that was all. The maids helped me pull down or pull up various articles of clothing, so that Bora Cheol could see my glyphs. I could have done the whole thing myself, but I realized that being assisted with simple things was probably my daily future, and I should get used to it even if I disliked it. Bora Cheol checked each glyph against ones on a scroll she had unraveled. Perhaps it was a list of translations.
9 glyphs,
she said musingly. What do they all mean? I asked.
I will speak of it when we return to the king,
she said simply, concentrating. That didn't seem particularly reassuring. Are these glyphs an ancient form of our language? I asked. She nodded.
They are the original glyphs used by Ki Soon herself, interspersed with ordinary words.
I blinked. So Su Jin had been right about everything.
Our language has morphed much in the past 1,000 years, but these glyphs always remain the same, from slayer to slayer.
But why ordinary words? I asked. Do you mean that some aren't glyphs that call upon the spirits? They're just ancient writing?
Yes,
she said, still concentrating.
The majority, in fact. It's the same for every slayer. Perhaps the words, in spite of not connecting you to a spirit, have some meaning or use we've not yet been able to discover.
I tapped the glyph on my left wrist, the first one I'd burned. What does this one mean? She looked at me pointedly, like she didn't want to repeat her statement that she wanted to wait until we were back with the king, but then she smiled slightly and said,
2.
Once she was done, I put my clothes and the cloak back on, then returned to the king's room with the others. I knelt in my original spot by the table while Bora Cheol stood waiting. When the king gestured to her, she announced her findings.
Many of the glyphs are simply words such as to, with, because, and there. But she has several glyphs of power. She has access to the spirit of protection, the spirit of the harvest, and the spirit of ice.
I raised my eyebrows. Ice? I hadn't known about that one. What interesting things could I do with the power of ice? The scholar nodded, gesturing to my right leg, which I was grateful for, because now I knew which glyph to memorize later so I could use it. The king waited a moment.
But none are the glyph of binding.
No, Your Majesty.
The king turned back to me slowly.
This is a problem. The cursed prince is within the city walls, nearly in our grasp, yet you do not have the glyph to bind him.
Despite his calm face and voice, I lowered my eyes in shame. A sense of uselessness clawed up my insides, and I wanted to curl in on myself. I didn't know how to fix this problem. I didn't know what was going on. I glanced at Bora Chiol and cursed myself. I should have asked her about the black flame in private a few minutes ago. Would it be best for me to tell them about it, even though Sujin, my father, and I all suspected it meant I was cursed? What would King Moon think? Then a chilling thought wormed its way into my head. If I was truly cursed and couldn't get access to Ki-soon and her binding power, then would they decide to replace me for the good of everyone? The only way to replace a slayer was to kill her. This led to another thought. Why would the cursed prince want to kill me if a new slayer would shortly appear? It would slow things down, but never stop it. What if he didn't want to kill me? What if he wanted to cripple me, capture me, make it so I'd be useless in opposing him? What if he wanted to force King Moon to deliberate about killing me for the good of everyone, or keep me around crippled as I was so he could become emperor? The king interrupted my horrified thoughts.
Most slayers receive the binding glyph as one of their first, but this has happened before. Sometimes a slayer's connection to Ki-soon is weaker than other times.
I was glad that I was looking down, because I would have hated to see him glancing at my commoner features as he spoke. I took a deep breath, mentally preparing to tell him about the black flame.
I have a solution,
he said. I looked up at him sharply to see him giving me a kind smile.
There is a ceremony that has been performed in times past. I will gather a group of powerful glyph masters together in Ki-soon's shrine. There, they will pray and make offerings of soul flame, and you will do the same. With everyone's devotion and efforts combined, this ceremony has never failed in the past to make a slayer's binding glyph appear.
Relief flooded my chest, so there was a solution. Whatever was wrong with me had happened before, and this would fix everything. I let out a long breath, then grinned. I look forward to it, Your Majesty. He clapped his hands together.
Excellent! Then we shall have you rest to prepare your soul flame.
He stood, then reached and helped me up as well.
You are this generation's slayer, destined to save us from the crows.
His eyes sparkled.
You are the most valuable living human on Hwalsang. The Moon Dynasty is honored to have you.
I kept my eyes on his embroidered robes. I wanted to laugh in both relief and bewilderment. A king was honored to be in my presence. I glanced to the side at Prince Bitgarum, hoping to see him looking annoyed, but instead his expression was one I could barely read. Was it jealousy? Well, if he knew everything I'd been through these past few days, he'd be out of his mind with gratitude that he wasn't me. I remembered Sujin's warning that they'd have me under lock and key and I'd lose all my personal freedoms. So far, it seemed he was wrong. King Moon wasn't so bad at all. It was time to make my big request of him. May I ask something of you?
Certainly.
A nervous zinging filled me, and I tried to find the right words. I have a friend who was taken by the crows, along with other members of my village. King Moon's expression fell.
I am very sorry for your loss.
No, I said, determined to make him understand that they weren't dead yet. The crows took them alive. They can still be saved. The king looked at me with sympathy in his eyes.
Unfortunately, the crows always take human victims for the sake of blood rituals. Their deaths are tragic reminders of why we so desperately need a slayer.
My heart began to pound. I looked back at Chio in my father's arms. Even from here I could see the glow of the glyph on her harness. I'd seen Akari and Shiru alive just a few hours ago. I could attest they were not only alive, but not even in a nest. I glanced back at Sujin and saw a pained expression in his eyes. He thought I was going to tell the king about what I'd seen and reveal Sujin's part in it. My heart sank. I couldn't do that to him. So I looked back at the king and explained Chio's glyph to him. He nodded as I spoke, going over to examine the tanuki himself. She tried to roll in my father's arms, begging for belly rubs. When I was done, I took a deep breath, then met the king's eyes. I'm hoping that you will please send some of your soldiers to rescue them. King Moon dipped his head in a slow, bow-like nod.
We will, of course, do all we can to help you. I just don't want you to be disappointed if it doesn't work out.
He stopped abruptly, as though keeping himself from saying just how likely he thought that disappointment would be. My chest felt hot. I could tell already that he wasn't taking this seriously. Again, I remembered Sujin's warnings. I wanted to shove those thoughts to plunge off the edge of the island. I had to depend on King Moon to help me. I couldn't leave to save her, even if that's what Sujin wanted me to do. A heaviness settled down in my stomach. What could I do when trying my best to save Akari would betray the rest of humankind, but staying to do my duties to protect humankind would utterly betray Akari? The masses of nameless, faceless people were more important than my one best friend. The thought completely broke my heart. My voice was hoarse as I said, "The spirit of sight can show you my friend. We can gather clues to locate them. Please." King Moon nodded slowly.
Very well. After you have received the binding glyph and we have announced you to the city, we shall do just that, no later than tomorrow afternoon.
My tension eased, but only slightly. He'd agreed to try. Yet I could tell in the king's demeanour that Sujin might have been right. He did think that trying to save Akari was not only a waste of resources, but impossible. He was only humouring me. I couldn't rely on him alone. I'd have to figure out Akari's location, so that King Moon would have no excuse not to send his soldiers. I had to find a way to impress the spirit of the path. "I have one more question, Your Majesty," I told him. "Will there be anyone to teach me techniques to expand my soul flame? To help me become more reliably powerful with my glyphs?" The king gave me a reassuring smile.
There's no need for you to worry about that. After the cursed prince's defeat, your life here will be luxury. You will never have to lift a finger to burn glyphs of your own. All that matters is that you get Kisun's power. Her glyph, burned one single time, is the only thing that will ever be required of your soul flame after today.
Instead of making me feel better, his word made my heart sink farther. The kind of luxury he spoke of definitely didn't feel right for the future of the Slayer. It didn't feel right for anyone at all. How would I be able to protect anyone if they wouldn't let me grow? A maid entered the room to lead me away. As I followed her out, I fought against my feeling of disappointment and alarm. I used my aura to scoop up a tiny bit of my diminished soul flame, holding it in my body to stretch it as Sujin had taught me. As my limbs grew hot, my soul flame flickered in warning, telling me I'd already given too much today, but I ignored it. If I had to become strong enough to protect those I loved on my own, then so be it. Chapter 16. In which I become beautiful, maybe. The ink on my eyebrows tickled like nothing I had ever felt before. Plunging gentry. Did they really put this gunk on every day? No, I suppose they didn't. Most of them already had beautiful, smooth black eyebrows, unlike my thinner brown ones. No wonder my ladies-in-waiting were having to paint on gobs. We sat in my new chambers, a room that looked utterly foreign to me. Pale pink and blue wallpaper, accented with gold, adorned the walls, with gorgeous minimalistic ink paintings of the ocean and of women with parasols to top it off. A plush silk sleeping mat was at the rear of the room near a low, ornate table. The walls were lined with dressers and cabinets for clothes and were decorated with beautiful white and blue vases, any of which was probably worth more than my family's house. A screen painted with beautiful mountain scenery rested near one corner as a private place to change. The image on it looked a lot like the Bandosan Mountains. Had it been chosen specifically for that reason, or was it a happy accident? Connected to the room was a bathing chamber where I'd been taken first. The maids had already prepared a heated bath for me, and that was how I'd first learned how pyrography was used to pamper the palace truebloods. Their water was heated by pyroglyphs. Apparently, there was a whole room where glyph masters used the spirit of fire's power to heat enormous amounts of it and keep it hot all day. Equally astounding, in all the rooms and halls of the palace there were lanterns that held light produced by glyphs, and they kept them lit even in the day. How many glyph masters did the royals have in their employ? Their only purpose to make light. I couldn't help but wonder if some of them were actually lamps that utilized small magic like the ones Sujin had shown me. My maids had insisted that I stay in the bathwater for nearly an hour, bringing in new hot water every so often to keep it warm. Steeping in the water were peach blossoms, ginseng and other spices that smelled potent and exotic. The maid's insistence that I stay in the water with the fragrant herbs made me realize that I must have stunk far more than I'd originally thought. Not my fault, I had to remind myself grumpily. The whole experience had been surreal. Public bathhouses were common all over Hwalsang, and we'd even had a small one in Bandasan, so being unclothed in front of other women wasn't strange. But it was strange to receive so much attention. Strangest of all, I'd had a total of 4 male guards in the room with me, standing with their backs turned throughout the duration of the bath. I was ignorant to many customs of the gentry, but it seemed a little abnormal to have men in the bathing room itself. At least Sujin wasn't in my chambers. As if realizing how uncomfortable I was with having him in the room while I bathed, he had offered to keep watch in the hall. Thank Jinsil. Now that we were seated in my larger sleeping chambers, there was more space between me and where guards stood at the 2 entrances to the room. That alone should have given me room to relax. But my 3 ladies-in-waiting crowded around me, smearing my face with white powder to hide my tan, pinning my hair, and even plucking stray eyebrow hairs. It was enough to put anyone on edge. The ladies-in-waiting were truebloods of lesser rank, but truebloods nonetheless, with black eyes and fine silk skirts. Though theirs was pulled back into buns, they had the long hair that had been denied me because of my rank. Having truebloods pamper me would be hard to get used to. Kyung-ah, right? I asked, trying to remember the name of the tallest lady-in-waiting, the one who seemed most interested in talking to me. The one who was painting the horrid ink on my brows.
Yes, most revered Hallowed Slayer,
she said respectfully but clearly, giving a little bow even while she continued painting. I sighed, but the title thing didn't seem worth arguing at the moment. Is this normal practice here at the palace? I asked softly. I glanced meaningfully at the guards by the doors. Kyung-ah was silent for a moment.
You are upset that the guards were in your bathing chamber, and you are wondering why they are standing watch inside your room instead of outside.
I chewed on my lip for a moment, but stopped quickly when I encountered the red paint they had put there. Not upset, just confused. I thought men would show women of the court more respect, give them more privacy. This just seems backward. Kyung-ah was silent again. She looked so thoughtful. With her face so close to mine, I could see faint lines by her eyes, and I wondered at her age. Was she a wife? A mother? Did she have a daughter of her own that she worried about?
Things will be different for you, most honored Hallowed Slayer,
Kyung-ah told me at last.
Most women live in the female-only wing of the palace, but you will stay in these centralized quarters, so that your guards will always be close. Though you will be treated like family, you are also viewed as a treasured jewel. You will be guarded and watched over in a way that no other person, neither prince, king, nor queen, will be, because you are absolutely irreplaceable.
She fell quiet again as she moved on to my eyelashes. I closed my eyes and tried to envision my future. Would I be guarded like this night and day until I bound the cursed prince and brought peace to the land once more? How often would I be able to leave the palace? If I die, a new slayer will rise, I said softly. Kyung-ah nodded.
It's true that your value to the world is replaceable. The next slayer could, perhaps, protect mankind equally as well. But, to the Moon Dynasty, you cannot be replaced so easily, since the new slayer would likely rise in another dynasty. You, specifically, are precious because of what your presence means for all in our kingdom. For this reason, you will be guarded all the more jealously.
My stomach sank. For as long as I lived, King Moon would be emperor, and his son next if the king died before I did. All members of the Moon Dynasty would have rights and privileges above people in other kingdoms. It was in their best interest to keep me alive for as long as possible. That meant I would never stop being guarded and hoarded like a prized jewel. The thought made me sick to my stomach. I tried to escape my thoughts after that, keeping my eyes closed as they tugged and primped at my face and hair. A weight sank onto my head as they placed a heavy, ornately composed wig of black hair on my head, pinning it into place. A knock came at the door and I opened my eyes to see Prince Bitgarum escorted in by Sujin. He approached with a spring in his step, stopping halfway across the room, Sujin behind him.
Well, look at that.
Bitgarum told me, eyebrows raised.
It looks like our most honoured, revered Hallowed Slayer can fit in around here after all.
I couldn't turn toward him fully while my ladies were still working on my hair, but I gave him the best scowl I could. I hoped that my new eyebrows made me look especially scary. They sure felt scary. It seemed that the plunging prince was going to speak my name respectfully, even while his words were about as demeaning as they could get. Bitgarum just smirked at my expression.
From what I understand, you won't need this disguise for long. A Hallowed Slayer's body changes over time until she looks just like Ki-Soon, the original Slayer. You'll look like a true blood in no time.
I had heard that before, but I'd wondered if it was more a figure of speech than anything. But perhaps it was true, just like how the cursed prince slowly transformed into a crow. Most girls chosen by Ki-Soon's spirit to be the next Slayer came from a pure, true bloodline. Had there ever been a Slayer who looked less like Ki-Soon than me? Kyung-ah held up a mirror and I saw myself for the first time. I looked unrecognizable. I looked like a lady of the court wearing gold robes, the traditional color of the Slayer, with a bright blue sash and long black hair in elaborate looping braids, topped by a glittering headdress. I felt covered from head to toe in things that weren't me. Only my brow and eyes, a color which they couldn't change with makeup, still looked like my own. Bitgarum took several steps toward me, then whirled towards Sujin, who was keeping pace with him.
You may be too idiotic to realize this.
Bitgarum snapped.
But you don't need to guard her from me.
Sujin's expression stayed level as he met the prince's eyes.
I'm just doing my job.
Bitgarum folded his arms, looking Sujin up and down.
Why do you seem a little more invested than an ordinary guard?
Sujin's gaze flicked toward mine. His eyes held that same deep intensity that always caught me off guard. A warmth crept up my neck.
And why?
Sujin asked Bitgarum.
Do you seem more obtuse than an ordinary prince?
Bitgarum let out a humorless laugh.
Obtuse? Because I'm less concerned about her well-being than you think I should be?
He turned to glower down at me.
Perhaps she seems a little less valuable than an ordinary Slayer.
The coldness in his eyes stung me. His words felt like a slap in the face after the gravity of Kyung-ah's words about how irreplaceable I was. I saved your life, I growled at him. Bitgarum scoffed.
If it hadn't been you, it would have been someone else. No one would ever let me die.
I wouldn't count on that, I muttered. Sujin scowled and stepped even closer to Bitgarum.
Because of her, your father is about to become emperor. You are about to become the prince in a dynasty that...
I've heard it enough times from my father.
Bitgarum snapped.
Be silent.
He paced closer to me, expression becoming more cold as he looked me over, as though he was forcing himself to look bored and uncaring.
It's nearly time. We'll depart for Ki-Soon's shrine in 10 minutes.
I glared back at him. Did you come all this way just to tell me that? You really are just Daddy's errand boy. One of my maids actually gasped at my brazenness. Another cleared her throat. All looked away, like this was a conflict they wanted no part of. Bitgarum stepped closer, then reached out and grabbed my chin, forcing me to not look away, as if I'd been about to. I'd sooner wear this horrid wig as my daily attire than let him win this contest of wills.
You'd like to mock me with your words,
he told me.
But it's really your presence here that's a mockery, you peasant.
A maid gasped again, and Bitgarum whirled and departed the room without another word. A sharp silence covered the room, and I glared at the door as it closed behind him. I rubbed my chin, trying to erase the feel of his touch. Has he always been such a complete crow-face? I demanded. Most of my maids cleared their throats, trying to make themselves look busy so as to avoid the question, but Kyung-ah let out a small sigh. She took my hand to keep me from rubbing at my face more, then dabbed on a bit more of the white powder.
Prince Bitgarum is actually a very sensitive young man,
she told me softly.
He wasn't always like this. He was actually very timid once, but King Moon seemed to see him as weak. In recent days, he's taken to being bold and cruel instead.
She paused.
I think he feels threatened by you.
Threatened? I demanded, flabbergasted. Why? Because I'm the Slayer? She shook her head, putting away the tin of makeup.
No, but I fear I've said too much. It is no matter.
I tried to puzzle through her words, but it seemed impossible. Prince Bitgarum was impossible. As the maids packed away all the beauty supplies and put them back in the ornate wardrobes, Sujin approached my chair. He rubbed the back of his neck as he looked at me.
I barely recognize you at first,
he said. I wasn't sure how to take that and decided it was better not to think about it at all. I stretched, and one of the hairpins holding the wig in place pulled uncomfortably. Grimacing, I said, "It may look like an improvement, but it doesn't feel like it."
I actually think you looked more like a proper slayer before.
What, grimy and windblown?
How else should a slayer look?
He said.
A proper slayer is an adventurer.
Not if everyone here had their way. My heart longed to be out there, trekking mountain trails to find Akari. That sounded like a proper adventure. But it was one meant for someone else.
As for me,
he continued,
you should be grateful you've never seen me in noble get-up.
I raised an eyebrow.
Not flattering enough to your strapping guard physique?
Too flattering, actually. Dangerously so.
I laughed out loud. He looked so at home in his guard uniform that I had a hard time imagining him in shiny flowing robes and nobleman's hat like Bitgarum.
At least that makes one of us.
Sujin looked at me for a silent moment, his eyes bouncing from my makeup to my wig.
Though the other True Bloods would clearly disagree with me, I think you already had true beauty, and it's a shame that they went and covered it up.
He cleared his throat and bowed to me.
I apologize if that came out as an insult. I'll be waiting outside to escort you when you're ready.
He quickly turned and left the room as I stared after him. My mouth hung open. Had he just said that I was beautiful without all of this? I put my hand on my chest, feeling my racing heart, grateful that the makeup covered the blush I could feel creeping up my face. It was easy to argue and throw insults back and forth at Prince Bitgarum. Yet when Sujin went and said things like that, it left me speechless. I did not like palanquins. It felt like sitting atop a chair that people were carrying, because that's exactly what it was. Well, it was more like a covered throne, but I was still held aloft by people that could drop me at any moment. The servants moved smoothly, clearly practiced at the art of carrying noblewomen, and I was grateful for their efforts on my behalf, but I still would have preferred to walk on my own 2 feet. To steady my nerves, I focused on running through the exercise Sujin has taught me, even though it made my limbs uncomfortably hot. I looked out the opening in the palanquin's side. The People's District surrounded us, a part of the city that was accessible to all citizens. At the centre was an enormous stadium that could fit thousands of people. Kings often made important announcements to the public there. It was probably where I would be revealed to the city. It was also where the stories said the Slayer would typically bind the prince if he was captured early on. He was tied up, defenceless, usually submissive and willing, as the Slayer used her glyph on him to bind him and stop the crows. The onlooking crowd cheered and balance was restored to Hwalsang. I had the feeling it wouldn't be so easy this time, just like it hadn't been easy for Ryu Ha before me. My retinue of guards and Moon Dynasty officials slowed as we reached the area before the stadium. It was a road lined with shrines. There were 30 spirits that people worshipped in Jinselism, plus the spirit of the curse, and Jinsel himself, so there were likely around that number of shrines. Plus one more, because even though Kisun wasn't a spirit, many people worshipped her. And it was her shrine we were heading to. People of all stations stared at us as we moved down the road. What did the commoners see when they looked at me? A pampered noblewoman of the court, surrounded by her guards and officials. Little did they know I would have felt much more at home walking out there with them. I stared at the shrines as we passed. Some were labelled in a way that I could see from the road, but most were obvious just by looking at their appearance. Each had their own courtyard and elaborate decorative elements. We passed the shrine of the Spirit of the Harvest, a courtyard filled with flowering plants and beautiful aged bonsai. The shrine, the size of a large home, was covered in vines and moss. Beside it, the shrine to the Spirit of Time was austere in comparison, but it had an ornate automatic water clock in the courtyard. As water flowed slowly through its different vessels and tanks, a floating rod would rise and bump a lever, which then triggered the sounding of a gong every hour. I watched as other shrines went by. The Spirit of Animals had a courtyard with cages of beautiful singing birds. The Spirit of Language had a shrine whose walls were covered in writing I didn't recognize. Perhaps it was writing from other floating islands, from the times back when we'd been in contact with them. Perhaps some was even Camagüean. The Spirit of Light had a courtyard filled with glowing paper lanterns. The Spirit of Luck's courtyard held hanging talismans and painted statues of lucky symbols. Then we passed a courtyard with a closed gate. I remembered passing it as a child, though I'd never known what it was. From my heightened position in the palanquin, I could just see over the wall. The courtyard was so dense with wild plants that it looked like a thicket, a path barely discernible through the wild overgrowth. The shrine itself was painted black, though the paint was cracked and peeling. I leaned out of my palanquin to speak to one of the servants. "What's that shrine?" I asked. The young man, a commoner, glanced over, then quickly away.
"Shrine for the spirit of the curse."
He actually released the palanquin's rod with one hand and made a triangular warding gesture, a sign that he favoured shamanism over jinselism. I gaped at the shrine. They made a shrine for the spirit of the curse. The black flame in my chest leapt, and I shuddered.
"No one worships there,"
the young man mumbled.
"But there's a shrine anyway, so as not to make the spirit mad."
I supposed it made sense. Best not to exclude any of the powerful spirits, especially not a vengeful one. We made it to the shrine at the end. The courtyard was simple, with a sand and stone Zen garden and a small bamboo grove at the back. The shrine was accented with gold leaf, and above the door was painted a large symbol in black, red, and gold. Kisun's binding glyph. That's what we were here for. She needed to give me the power only she had so that I could do what only I could and stop this war. Inside the courtyard, the porters lowered my palanquin and I stepped down. I stared up at Kisun's shrine, then bowed. "Please help me," I whispered. The black flame pulsed within me. I hoped that was a good sign instead of an omen. Surrounded by guards, and with the scholar Borachiel on one side of me and Prince Bitgarum on the other, I entered the shrine. Chapter 17. In which I make a stupidly dangerous plan. The shrine seemed full to bursting with people in fancy robes, all kneeling in rows expectantly and staring at me as I entered. Apart from being crowded, the shrine was actually not so different from the one in Bandasan. The floors of the large room were a pale, polished wood, the ceiling peaked high overhead, and the room had very little ornamentation or furniture. The light from two large glyph lamps made everyone cast two shadows. This shrine had closed walls, however, and at the back of the shrine was a stone statue of Kisun, larger than life. She wore armour over her gown, a sword held in one hand with the other raised to burn a glyph. Her expression was one of determination. I tried to mimic the expression, and for the first time since becoming the Slayer, I felt a kinship with Kisun. The guards fanned out to create a perimeter. Prince Bitgarum nudged me toward a kneeling mat, directly in front of Kisun's statue. I moved silently through all the onlookers, wondering who they all were. I stepped lightly between the mats, feeling almost as though this was a performance, trying not to let my excessively large gown brush against anyone. As I knelt, I saw that King Moon was sitting directly behind my mat, at the head of all the onlookers. To his side, I recognized his eldest son, the Crown Prince, whose likeness I'd seen in paintings. I could only assume that the other men lined out to the king's left and right were his sons, because Prince Bitgarum took his place at the end of the row. Behind them were several women. Perhaps his daughters. Other women were in the crowd as well, which was heartening. They must have all been glyph masters.
Orihana Okada,
King Moon said from his kneeling mat.
We all have gathered to make offerings to Kisun on your behalf. All together, we can appease her soul so that she will bless you with her power. You must make an offering as well, and pray with all your strength.
I nodded. I had to make this work.
You understand why this is so important, don't you?
The king asked softly, speaking to me alone.
A slayer who cannot bind the cursed prince is not truly a slayer at all. I apologize if our urgency is alarming. But since we know the cursed prince is here in the city, your binding glyph is of equal priority to finding him.
It wasn't the urgency that was alarming. That I understood. What I didn't understand was why Kisun's flame was black, why she was completely closed off to me. That was still as alarming as the day it had first appeared. I understand, Your Majesty. The king nodded curtly, then raised his voice to address the room at large.
We will spend a few minutes in prayer, and then the offerings shall begin.
All the court officials and glyph masters bowed their heads. A silent stillness blanketed the room, broken only by the occasional shuffling of the guards. I looked at all the bowed heads, heart pounding. Dozens of people were here, giving their all to make this work. They and the entire floating island were depending on me. I bowed my head to pray. Hey you, Black Flame, don't get in the way, all right? Stay out of this and let me talk to Ki-sun. The Black Flame stretched like a lazy, yawning cat. I mean it. You may be trying to block my way to her, but you can't this time. I'm going to push through. I don't care if you're a product of the spirit of the curse. You don't have my respect. You're the enemy, one I can't afford to lose to. I swallowed, my heart beating even faster. Don't you see? I really have to make this work. For a millennia, this is what kept people safe. When their nests unseal, crows emerge to kill and destroy, tearing families apart. Human armies can hold them back, but only for a time and only at great cost. That means I am the one everyone is depending on. I may not have chosen this, but I was chosen. And now that I'm the only one who can stop this war, I intend to do so with all my heart. Please, Ki-sun, please give me your power. I want it more than anything. I need it. Surely you want me to have it. The cursed prince is out there somewhere seeking my downfall. Your ancient adversary would have him find me, cripple me, make me powerless. We can't let them win, I thought, realizing I was praying directly to her now. And more than that, Ki-sun, there's someone I need to save, someone I love, someone who did not deserve to have her happiness destroyed. I need to protect Akari and my brother too. Binding the cursed prince may not save them, but it's all I know how to do. Please protect them. Please give me your power. I need you. I sat in silence, hoping to hear or feel something in return, like Ki-sun's acknowledgement or acceptance. I felt nothing.
And now it is time to make offerings,
King Moon said from behind me. I raised my head, watching as the arrayed Truebloods lifted pyrography slates and styluses, then burned Ki-sun's name. My hand shook as I raised it into the air. I stared at the expression of determination on Ki-sun's statue's face, then gathered my soul flame and used it to burn her name before me. Hear me, Ki-sun, I pled. I used my aura to look within myself. I faced the dark, oily flame as it pulsed rhythmically, like it was aware of my focus, like it was looking back at me. Then I fed it my flame. I shoved my entire soul flame forward, slamming it into the darkness. It felt like trying to cram an armful of food into the closed mouth of a dragon whose teeth faced outward, gouging into every inch of my flesh. My body went rigid, sweat beading on my brow, then I pushed harder. I had to get past these fangs, I had to get into the mouth of the beast. The barrier resisted, fighting back. I gasped from the sharpness of the pain, arching my back, then pressing my forehead to my mat. I hammered my soul flame one way, then the other. I attacked the black flame's barrier. I rammed it, pried at it, tried to get around it, and was met with pain at every turn. Finally, remembering the statue of Ki-sun before me, I formed my soul flame into a sword like hers and rammed it into the jaws of the black flame. The tip of the sword got through. Even as pain ripped along my arms, my heart leapt. I withdrew the sword, then plunged it in again, this time at an angle. Using my leverage, I twisted it, then pried the jaws open. The moment they were open, just a crack, darkness engulfed me, and not just my aura. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a realm of twisting shadows, like a tunnel made of black thunderclouds, all rushing towards some dark, unknown place. Lightning crackled. Wind whipped by. Purple crystals lined the path, standing as tall as me. At the end of the tunnel, I saw it. A being, an enormous creature, its body morphing between shapes. It was made of writhing darkness like oily black octopus tentacles all squirming over one another. The thing turned toward me and looked upon me with eyes of gold and red. A deep, oily voice reverberated, encompassing me.
You really thought you could get to Key soon through sheer determination.
My head spun. The gaze of the massive monster crushed me. I opened my mouth, but the wild wind whipped my voice away.
You have nothing to say that I care to hear.
The monster told me.
Little pet, little tool.
Who are you? I managed to whisper.
You know who I am.
And somehow, I did. Like a child seeing a corpse for the first time, but knowing exactly what it was. Like finding a nest of spiders and reacting to avoid it even before the mind could catch up with the body. This ancient, massive darkness was a being I knew and recognized without having seen it anywhere except in the form of the black flame in my chest. I swallowed, mouth dry. The spirit of the curse. His face split to reveal pointed white teeth, his eyes crinkling in a smile. His slow, deep voice consumed me.
These next few weeks together are going to be truly special.
The thing rushed at me, purple crystals shattering in his wake. The mountain of writhing flesh smashed against me and I was sent spinning away, too lost in the darkness to even remember how to scream. I gasped and found myself back on my mat, breathing hard. Sweat dripped from my forehead. All around me, on my kneeling mat, were shards of broken crystals that had somehow followed me out of the vision. I whipped my head up to see that everyone in the room was staring at me. I could see it in their eyes that they knew something had happened. But it wasn't what they were all hoping for. No new glyph had appeared on my skin. My path had been blocked by the spirit of the curse. I clenched my jaw. This wasn't the end. I gathered up my soul flame to form a sword once more, but I found it weak, wispy, diminished. I'd used up too much in that battle to enter the black flame. I didn't have enough left to do more. I had failed. King Moon seemed to read it in my expression.
It didn't work.
I shook my head, staring down at my clenched hands. If I spoke, I was certain tears would follow. How could this have happened? Why had I become the target of that monster? The spirit of the curse. How could I win against him? People began to murmur. Nearby, a female priest whispered.
Dark crystals. A sign of Jinsel's disapproval.
Bora Chil stepped over to pick up and study a crystal shard. My whole body shook as the implications rushed through my mind. I was cursed. Ever since becoming the Slayer, I'd been cursed. And the very first time I'd fed the black flame, I'd seen a vision of a woman being swallowed by darkness. Surely that was when the spirit of the curse had cut me off from Kisun completely. He was never going to let me connect with her. He would never allow me to get the binding glyph. In fact, I'd probably never get another of Kisun's glyphs ever again. And if I couldn't bind the cursed prince and stop the crows, I was useless, worse than useless. I was in the way of a new capable Slayer appearing. And in order for a Slayer to arise that was capable of doing what I couldn't, I would have to die. The king spoke softly but firmly.
Tomorrow, after your soul flame has recovered, we will dedicate all your time to serious study and prayer. You must become a proper Slayer.
My breath caught in my throat. What he suggested wouldn't work. Not for me. I had to tell them I was cursed. I should have mentioned the black flame from the start. But that would mean the end for me. Then there would be no one to make sure Akari and Shiru made it home safely. I stood abruptly, unsteady on my feet. I need a moment, I said breathlessly. I stumbled past all the kneeling onlookers and out into the courtyard. Only the guards followed me out. Sujin found me sitting with my back to one of the boulders near the Zen garden. I didn't look at him.
Are you going to be okay?
He asked softly. I didn't nod or shake my head. There were no answers, only impossible problems. No matter what, someone was going to lose. Someone was going to die. Probably me and the people I loved. Sujin crouched beside me.
You know, there are always other ways we can make this work. There might be more than one path to—
Wow.
A new voice interrupted.
Imagine becoming the Slayer and being important for the first time in your life, then still managing to be completely useless.
I looked up to see that Prince Bitgaram had followed me out.
What are we even keeping you around for?
He asked with a cold grin.
Maybe it would be better if we replaced you.
Sujin stood and stepped toward him, but I held up my hand. I wanted to defend myself this time. Is that a threat? I asked, my voice low and emotionless. Bitgaram smirked.
Why would you think that?
Now my words were tinged with sarcasm. I don't know. Maybe because the only way to replace me would be to kill me.
Ah, that. It's unfortunate that's the way it works. It's not like any of us true bloods actually detest you. But if there was no other way to get a properly competent slayer...
His word made my heart feel like a stone. If Bitgaram was thinking it, everyone else was probably thinking it. It really would be the best choice. Sujin stepped between Bitgaram and me.
Leave. Now.
Bitgaram chuckled, then opened the door to the shrine and went back in. As the door opened, I could hear the low murmur of voices. Everyone was discussing what to do next. I wrapped my arms around my knees and pressed my forehead into my skirt. He's right, though, I said softly to Sujin. If we're going to stop the crows, they'll need to replace me. I couldn't see his face, but I felt a sense of disbelief in his tone as he said,
That doesn't sound like the Ori I've come to know. What happened to all your fire and determination?
I shrugged. Determination doesn't matter if the spirit of the curse has decided you will fail. I really am cursed, Sujin. I saw the spirit of the curse. I felt him. For some reason, he's decided to keep me from Kisun. I remembered those first few days, especially the day of the crow attack, when I'd heard Kisun speaking to me through the flame. She was there somewhere, but she was out of my reach. Sujin was silent for a moment before saying slowly,
That does complicate things.
I can't get the binding glyph and protect everyone, I whispered. I need to turn myself in so a new slayer can arise. I swallowed. Then words I'd never meant to say tumbled out of my mouth. My mother died giving birth to me. It's my fault she's dead. Emotion welled in me. An old ache flared in my chest, cold and heavy. I could tell that Sujin was listening carefully, but I couldn't look at him. I suppose it's poetic that I die now for the sake of millions of strangers, even if it dooms Akari, just like my mother died for me, even though it doomed my brothers to grow up motherless. Sometimes it's our duty to die for people we don't know. My throat tightened and I fell silent, not wanting to reveal any more of this ancient hurt. Sujin spoke softly.
I doubt your mother did it only out of duty.
She was sick. She knew giving birth to me might kill her. So if she didn't do it because she felt obligated, then why else? Sujin paused, then continued in a way that sounded like he thought the answer was obvious.
Because she loved you.
I shook my head. She'd never even met me. Sujin let out a long, slow breath.
I'm sorry that you never got to know your mother and learn this for yourself. But a mother's love is more powerful than words can express.
Now it was his voice that seemed tight with emotion. He cleared his throat.
Listen to me, going on about the power of love. Really, though, through love comes determination and hope. In order to protect those you love, I know you'll figure out what to do now.
We sat in silence for a moment. Either I allow myself to die so a new, uncursed slayer can arise, I whispered. Or... I paused, mind trying to run through any other possibilities. Why had this happened? What did the spirit of the curse want? Had he targeted me because he wanted to see me fail and die? Would he have targeted any slayer no matter who she was because he wanted to see the downfall of humanity? Or was there something specific he thought he would gain by interfering this time? Could he be bargained with? I slowly raised my head, my eyes darting over the courtyard. My soul flame jumped inside my chest. I needed more information. No one else knew what was going on here. And no one else had this connection to the spirit of the curse within them the same way I did. I wasn't completely useless. There was knowledge I could seek in a way no one else could. Knowledge no one else even thought to seek. I sat up straight. The spirit of the curse didn't want to talk to me, but perhaps I could convince him to. I needed to get his attention. Then the realization hit me. I was at the wrong shrine. Kisun wasn't the one I needed to try to talk to right now. She was beyond reach. The one I needed to make offerings to was the spirit of the curse. A grin spread across my face as my plan came into focus.
That looks like the Ori I know,
Sujin said, also grinning. I smiled up at him, then looked around to make sure no other guards were within earshot. I need to force the spirit of the curse to talk to me. I need him to know that I'm serious. I took a deep breath. I need to break into his shrine. Sujin nodded slowly.
I can help you do that.
I blinked at him. You're not going to talk me out of it? I studied his smile. Sujin, are you secretly a troublemaker?
A right delinquent. There's a reason I didn't get along well with my family.
I let out a laugh. Perhaps that's why you get along well with me, he grinned.
From the moment I saw you goad Myung Kim into hitting you, I knew I liked you.
I forced myself not to dwell on the fact that he liked me instead, saying, "But how will we make this work?" Even if everyone knew I was cursed, I'm pretty sure they still wouldn't let me go to his shrine. Imagine if news got out to the public that the Hallowed Slayer was worshipping the spirit of the curse. We'll have to sneak out, somehow keep everyone from seeing or knowing. The more I thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. Sujin shrugged, leaning nonchalantly against the side of the building.
That'll be the easy part.
He smiled.
I'll use the power of the spirit of illusion to help us do it.
My mouth dropped open. "You've been blessed by 2 spirits," I demanded. He looked a little sheepish.
No, this time I'm just spirit-marked, so it's not as impressive as you're thinking.
"Okay, former rich kid," I said. "Any other secrets I should know?"
Not yet. I share my secrets on a need-to-know basis.
He grinned.
But we can do this, I'm positive.
I grinned back. We spent several minutes planning our next moves, then I stood radiating with confidence. Everything was not yet lost. I pushed open the door to the shrine and stepped inside. The gathered people broke off their whispered conversations, many returning to their kneeling cushions. All eyes turned to look at me. My back was tall. My sense of confidence left me feeling like I was radiating authority. I stepped forward until I was standing right before the king. "I won't be waiting until tomorrow to try again," I told him. "I'll be praying here all night." Chapter 18, in which I become invisible and hold hands, which is a first. I knelt before the statue of Ki-soon, my stomach full of saucy noodles and expensive fruit felt like a bundle of yowling cats. It was well past midnight, but although my body hummed with exhaustion, I felt wired by a wild, nervous energy. The glyph lamps in the shrine were dim because I'd insisted it would improve my focus, so most of the room was completely dark. 8 guards stood arrayed around the shrine, 4 outside and 4 inside. The only other people here were a priestess who lived and slept in a small room in the back, and 2 ladies-in-waiting who were nodding off on nearby cushions. They had brought me dinner here. I hadn't gone back to the palace for anything. Even though the shift of guards had already changed once, Sujin was still here, outside, guarding one of the windows near the back of the shrine, the window by the lavatory. I had already made a few stops there this evening. Going again wouldn't look suspicious at all. I stood and moved silently to the door near the back. A guard followed, waiting outside while I stepped into the tiny room. It was a good thing the room only fit 1 person, or else the guard probably would have followed me in and turned his back, just as the guards had done in my palace bathing chamber. There was a wood and stone toilet set into the floor, and it was wonderful. Because of glyphs burned on the back, anything that went in was automatically sucked down into Ajong's sewers. These toilets were one of the things I had missed most when my family had been banished to Bandasan. In the wall behind the toilet was a window with opaque red and yellow glass. I tapped on it lightly, 3 times. A moment later, a tapping sounded from the other side, matching my rhythm. Sujin was out there waiting for me. I pushed on the window's clasp, prying it up and open. It only opened part way, probably as a means to ventilate the lavatory, so it would be a tight squeeze to get out. I stuck my head out, peering into the darkness, and could make out the form of Sujin several paces away, his back turned. Then a voice whispered from right in front of my face.
"What you see over there is just an illusion."
I jumped, bumping my head on the window frame. "Jinsel Almighty!" Sujin hushed me, then chuckled softly. I could see a slight warping of the night, as though a breeze had briefly rustled the fabric of reality, just outside my window.
"You can see me here if you look closely,"
Sujin said softly.
So far, the spirit of illusion won't actually make moving things invisible for me, but this is close enough in the darkness. It's a very convincing camouflage. Hold still so I can do the same thing to you.
I waited a minute. I couldn't see him burn the glyph and instructions on his pyrography slate, but I could tell he was done when I looked down and found myself fading away. It was surreal, like one of those nightmares where you find yourself crumbling into nothing. As I shifted, I could see that I wasn't see-through at all. My body was just mimicking whatever was behind me, changing from each angle to faithfully reproduce what an observer would see if I wasn't there. It would almost certainly deceive anyone who wasn't specifically looking for us. Which would hopefully be everyone. Su-jin wrote another set of instructions to the spirit of illusion. I couldn't see it, but I knew he was including details of what he wanted the next illusion to look like. Unlike when a person was spirit-blessed, a spirit-marked person could only tell the spirit what they wanted. They weren't given power by the spirit to wield themselves. Su-jin must have finished with the glyphs and made his offering because a new illusion formed in the lavatory, forming like something coming together out of coloured dust. It was an illusion of me in my voluminous robes, sitting on the toilet. "This is so demeaning," I said, trying hard not to laugh. Luckily, the robes seemed to cover everything, at least.
"Whatever you see, the spirit made it, not me,"
Su-jin whispered.
"And I'm not looking. Besides, this was your idea, and also probably the best one in this current circumstance. Now climb up and out. Slow and easy. I'll catch you on the way down."
Using my arms, I hefted my head and shoulders through the window. I tried to step up the wall but found my slippers useless. I kicked them off and nudged them behind the toilet, then tried again. Soon my upper half was out the window, but the large gown at my waist got caught on the frame. Halfway in and halfway out, I had to work hard to silence my giggles at the sheer ridiculousness of it all.
"Need help?"
Su-jin asked. "Yes, please."
"Take my hands."
"Easy. I'll just use my invisible hands to grab your invisible hands." There was a moment of fumbling before our hands met. Then he grasped both of mine tightly.
"I'm going to pull hard on the count of 3.
Su-jin whispered.
1, 2.
On 3, he tugged, and I went tumbling out one of my knees, knocking the frame painfully in the process, and into his arms. His chest was covered by his lamella armor, but my hands ended up on his arms, and I could feel his hard muscles through the fabric of his uniform. Heat rushed across my skin. How close was my face to his? Camouflaged as we were, it was impossible to tell, but I could hear the sound of his breathing, feel it rustling the top of my hair. "Good thing we're invisible, or else this might be awkward," I whispered breathlessly, trying to break the silence with a joke.
"Or perhaps our invisibility is the only reason this is awkward,"
Su-jin murmured. There was a brief moment where we were both perfectly still, invisible, and pressed against each other. Then he set me down. Thankfully, I was saved from having to think of what to say by a voice from within the shrine.
"Is everything all right, Lady Orihana?"
The guard called from outside the lavatory door. He must have heard my knee hitting the frame. Heart hammering, I stuck my head back in the window. "All is well." Then I cleared my throat. "I may be in here a while." As I pulled my head back out, I heard a sound like Su-jin trying not to laugh. I would have smacked his arm if I could have found it. "The things a girl has to do to break a curse and save the world," I grumbled, shaking my head. Su-jin and I stood on a path at the back of the shrine which wound through azalea shrubs. I tried to take a step toward the front of the courtyard, but bumped into Su-jin's arm. "It's easy to lose track of you like this," I said. I swallowed, then cleared my throat. "Perhaps we should—"
"Yeah, I think that's a good idea."
Arms still touching, we each reached out gingerly, our hands finding each other's and our fingers entwining. There was another moment of silence as I marvelled at the feel of his strong hand wrapped around mine. Still, in spite of the warmth blossoming in my chest, I knew this was all practical, not personal. Probably better not to address it. So I stepped down the path and Su-jin walked at my side. We silently rounded the shrine, making sure to move extra slowly as we passed the guard at the corner so as not to make a sound. There were several glyph lamps lining the street, as well as one hanging over the shrine's entrance, but the plants and stones of the garden cast large shadows and made good cover. We emerged from behind one of the large standing rocks of the Zen garden to see someone walking down the path straight toward us. Prince Bitgaram. He still wore fancy robes, but now his hair was held back by a headband instead of the nobleman's hat. His expression looked troubled, brooding. Su-jin and I froze, then shuffled as quietly as we could to the side. No, I thought. Don't go back there and discover that Su-jin is just an illusion. Bitgaram stopped, staring right at us. My pulse pounded in my throat and I squeezed Su-jin's hand tightly. Then Bitgaram turned and began walking the other way. I let out a slow breath as he walked to the other side of the courtyard, then turned and moved back this way. He hadn't seen us. He was just pacing. Near him, guarding the entrance, stood 3 armoured guards. They seemed unfazed by their pacing prince, all three looking out into the night with unnervingly alert expressions, probably because they didn't want to look lazy or tired in front of Beatgarum. Great. The one time I wanted my guards to be sloppy on the job and they were as watchful as hawks. We waited for Beatgarum to near us, and then, when he changed directions, we crept behind him. This would be the trickiest part, remaining unnoticed by the guards and not letting Beatgarum suddenly turn and bump us, all while there was more light here than anywhere else. We stepped down the path, feet silent, the stones cold under my toes. Just as Beatgarum spun and stepped back toward us, we turned and moved silently out of the gate. No one stopped us. We walked quietly down the dark, empty cobblestone street, putting distance between us and Kisun's shrine. Finally, we were far enough that I didn't feel like I needed to quiet even my breathing. I let out a deep breath. What was he doing here past midnight? I asked Sujin in a whisper. I felt Sujin shrug.
Maybe he feels responsible for seeing that this works out. You becoming a proper slayer and all that.
I snorted. I would never have guessed it from his general attitude. Sujin paused.
As someone with a demanding nobleman for a father, I think I understand how he might feel. He seems like his father's least favoured son. He probably feels overshadowed by you, a stranger, who has entered his home and immediately gained his father's approval. Hence why he's bitter and vitriolic, yet he knows that if he can do something to speed your progress toward becoming Slayer, then his father will become Emperor faster, and he may get some approval from the king. Judging by his behaviour, though, he has no idea how to do that.
I nodded slowly. Perhaps this was what my lady-in-waiting had been talking about. It still didn't make sense to me, but the gentry never did. I pictured the illusions we'd left behind in our place. Sujin's power was incredible. It was still surreal to look down and see nobody below me, just a faint ripple in the air, as though I was a ghost or a pair of floating eyes. Did that wear you out? I asked. Making so many illusions. Is your soul flame significantly smaller now?
Smaller, yes. Significantly, no.
I sighed. He probably had a really big soul flame too, like all the rest of the plunging Truebloods.
It's just a matter of practice,
he said.
Your soul flame will grow too, and then you'll be able to make more than just a few glyphs and offerings without feeling it.
I glanced back at Kisun's shrine. So much could go wrong. If anyone tries to touch or talk to our illusions...
Then, yes, we'll be found out immediately.
I could hear a smile in his voice. He always smiled, apparently even at times like this. This needs to work. Going to worship the spirit of the curse in his abandoned shrine, which no one has probably ever done in the whole history of Ajong, had better get his attention. I'd prove how serious I was about getting answers. A minute later, we reached the dark shrine with the closed gate. Black iron bars crisscrossed over the gate's wood, ornamental and somehow intimidating. Both the gate and wall were topped with pointed bars of the decorative metal jutting upward like spears, making it look like a pain to climb. I tugged at the gate, then saw that it had actually been welded shut. Well, that's helpful.
This shrine is meant to appease the spirit of the curse, but not actually give anyone a chance to worship him and cause trouble. But I bet there's a back way that priests use to service these shrines. Come on.
We moved around the shrines until we found an alley. There was a gate branching off from it that would lead us down the backside of this row of shrines, but it too was locked.
You're about to see another one of my secret skills,
Sujin told me.
Or, I suppose not, since you can't see someone pick a lock if they're invisible.
A scraping sounded from the lock as Sujin fiddled with it. Is there anything you can't do? I asked, both bemused and impressed.
Plenty. A lot of this stuff I learned to spite my father. He used to lock me up a lot, so naturally I learned to pick locks.
My eyes widened. When I thought of Trueblood kids, I thought of pampered youth getting educated and having their every whim tended to. I didn't think of someone getting locked up.
As soon as he learned I wasn't bothered by one of his punishments,
Sujin continued,
or that I actually even liked it, then he'd stop using it, which was too bad in some ways. He banished me to live in a monastery with a bunch of scholars until he realized just how much I loved learning. Those were the best years of my life, until he forced me to return home.
No wonder he was so educated. I pictured him as a boy trying to take back control of his life from his father by learning things his father disapproved of and trying to prove that his father's punishment didn't hurt him. It gave me a new understanding of why, perhaps, he always acted so confident. The lock clicked and the gate swung open.
After you.
My revered Hallowed Slayer,
Sujin said. We entered a narrow alley, bordered by stone walls on either side. On one side were back entrances to the courtyard of each shrine. I counted as we walked down. 3, 2, this is it. I pulled on the small door and it opened without resistance. The courtyard looked just as I'd seen in my brief look over the wall this afternoon, except that now, at night, the thicket of untamed plants looked like a dark jungle. Wild branches reached for the sky while thickets of underbrush competed for space. Toxic stinging nettles raised barbed leaves like a threat. And yet, there was a path that led through to the shrine that was clearly maintained. It was a straight walk to the shrine's back door. Why has someone been clearing the path if people don't come in here to worship? I asked. As we moved past the wild plants, I made sure to keep my bare feet clear of the thorns. Sujin made a thoughtful humming sound.
I think I might know. Let's go in and see if I'm right.
A wind blew through the untamed garden, making the plants shift around us, rustling and reaching, welcoming us to the cursed shrine as we reached the door, opened it, and stepped in. Chapter 19, in which I learn it's all a lie. All was dark within, with only faint light coming in from the doorway behind us. I paused on the threshold, but Sujin nudged me in.
Go on, you're about to see my foresight.
I tentatively stepped farther in. He closed the door behind us, making my heart feel cold as darkness closed around us. Then out of nowhere, a bright light blinded me. Ow, what?
It's just my paper lantern again,
Sujin said.
I always keep this particular glyph tool with me.
My eyes finally adjusted and I turned back. Sure enough, Sujin's small magic paper lantern was hovering in the air where he was holding it. At least I'd know exactly where he was now. Then I took in the shrine. The lantern was small enough that it only lit 6 feet in any direction, but the main problem with getting a good look at the shrine was that it was absolutely packed with stuff. Weird stuff. I saw a broken clock, its face scribbled out with black paint. There was a series of life-sized pig statues, each with their heads smashed off. Hidden behind a tall black chair were wall tapestries with images of soaring crows. The normal animal kind, only they had red eyes. Torn talismans written in red ink dangled from the ceiling, spinning slowly from the breeze we'd introduced when we'd walked in. I saw a broken statue of what may have once been an unclothed human, but now only the legs remained standing, a shattered head laying at their feet, its one remaining eye staring sightlessly. Sets of vases, chairs, or teacups were piled together in heaps, only 4 an unlucky number remaining from the original set. What is all this? I whispered. Apart from 3 connecting paths through the stuff, the junk was piled taller than I was.
I was right,
Sujin replied, his voice sounding hushed.
I'd heard rumors that this was where the royal families discarded things they owned that they believed to be unlucky, or cursed. I guess it's like a way of shedding that bad luck, or putting it back where it belongs.
I stared around, finding a painting with its eyes gouged out on a wall near my head. Something that looked suspiciously like blood stained the corner. I shuddered and stepped closer to Sujin. Well, I suppose that's fitting for a shrine to the spirit of the curse. We stepped slowly down one of the aisles that wound through the mess, then turned and walked another way. Strange sights met my eyes with every turn. A mummified bird, a bowl of roses with their heads all snipped off. On one cracked armoire, I found a note written in red ink that seemed to be from an old lover proclaiming a curse of death on the recipient. The farther I walked, the more unsettled I felt. Well, I suppose this spot is as good as any, I said. Looking around, it was hard to tell exactly where we were now. Somewhere near the front of the shrine, perhaps? Yes, the front door was just visible from here, still locked and sealed.
Shall we both pray and make offerings?
Sujin asked. I shivered. I don't like the idea of calling it prayer, but I guess he is a spirit, and I am trying to speak to him, so, yeah. We knelt, Sujin setting his glyph lantern down. I inhaled, trying to take on a more reverent tone than I had when trying to mentally speak to the spirit of the curse in the past. Mostly I'd tried to throw insults at him when the black flame had appeared. That had been back when it had actually been Ki-soon talking to me. But still, perhaps the spirit of the curse had good reason to not be interested in listening to me. Spirit of the curse, I whispered. Please hear me. I seek to understand what's happening and know what it is you want from me. I'm ready to listen. I could hear the sound of Sujin getting out his pyrography stylus and slate. I raised my own finger, pressing heat into it. My soul flame wasn't completely recovered. It took 12 or so hours for a soul flame to regain its former size after a person stopped powering glyphs or making offerings. But it was much more robust than it had been that afternoon at Kisun's shrine. Jinsel Almighty, please let this work. For the first time in my life, I wrote the name of the spirit of the curse, then held out an offering of soul flame to him. I waited. Nothing happened. No force reached out to snatch up my offering. There was no sense of any other presence at all. My soul flame simply drifted away from my aura, invisible and of no value. Even the black flame within me gave no response whatsoever. My throat felt tight. He didn't take my offering, I whispered.
Nor mine,
Sujin said. I swallowed, heart hammering. Was this normal? Did he ever accept soul offerings? Everyone was so terrified of being cursed that I'd never known anyone to actively try, though I'd always assumed that desperate people might make offerings to him to ask him to curse someone else. Did he ignore those people too, or was it only me he ignored because he really was intent on my downfall? Let's try again, I insisted. I focused my soul flame and wrote his name again. This time I offered even more soul flame. It's not much, I thought, but it's yours. Please take it. Please talk to me. Once again, nothing happened. I let out a sharp breath. Tension tightened my shoulders. I clenched my fingers into my robes. This couldn't be it. This couldn't be a dead end, all a waste. I had no hope left if I couldn't break this curse. I'd have to turn myself in, be replaced by someone who could actually save people. I'd have to give up on ever seeing Akari or my family again. No. I gritted my teeth. I gathered up my remaining soul flame and aimed it like a sword at the black fire in my chest. I've reached you before and I'll do it again. You can't hide from me. I slammed the sword into the flame and daggers of pain shot through my body. I gasped, my fingers clawing into the grain of the wooden floor. Then I smote the black flame again. My body burned, my stomach roiled, the toothy maw of the black flame stayed shut. I tried to pierce it, crack it open, get through again, but it seemed the defenses of the flame had doubled. My sword found no crack, made no dent. Instead, I felt like I was the one being struck by a fiery sword again and again. As I panted, a hand softly touched my back. Another hand found my shoulder, moved gently down my arm, then took my hand and squeezed. I squeezed back hard, finding strength in Sujin's touch. Using my aura, I picked up my soul flame sword a final time, poised myself to swing, then drove the blade into the jaws of the black flame. My sword shattered. I gasped as pieces of my soul flame careened away. The rest reformed into a ball of flame within me, small and weak. I couldn't lose more. I barely had anything left to give. Heat prickled the back of my eyes. If there is any spirit listening, I whispered, please, please help me. The ground rumbled beneath me and suddenly everything was white. When my vision returned an instant later, I was sitting atop a grassy mountain, the wind catching on my robes. Sujin knelt beside me, hand still clasped in mine. He looked as surprised as I felt. Both of us were visible again. Arrayed before us were vast endless fields, sprawling forests, snaking rivers and sparkling lakes. And connecting them all were winding dirt roads. Every road seemed to start here on the mountain. Wind blew through my hair. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the sound of tinkling bells, but I couldn't see them. Each time I turned my head, the sound seemed to be coming from behind me, making the music feel mysterious and haunting. I turned to look directly behind me. There, standing in the place where every road met, was the spirit of the path. The wind ruffled his brown cloak. He stepped forward on his wooden sandals, his furry tanuki face split by a grin.
Welcome again to my domain, little slayer.
I released Sujin's hand, then carefully got to my feet. My pain was gone, but my soul flame was still weak. Thank you for hearing my prayer, I told the spirit. Can you answer some of my questions? He snorted, then bent to pick a wildflower and twirl it idly in his fingers.
You just look so pathetic, kneeling there and fighting that losing battle. I'm not here to answer questions I cannot, merely to give you my condolences.
Su-jin, who seemed to be taking this all in stride, stood and asked the spirit.
What does that mean?
More than shocked, he looked suspicious. The spirit eyed Su-jin, then tossed his flower away.
It means that my old buddy, the spirit of the curse, isn't going to show up here today. He's a very busy spirit, you know.
Su-jin folded his arms.
And here I thought you spirits were powerful enough to be in multiple places at once.
We certainly can,
the spirit said with a note of complaint in his voice.
But think about how exhausting that is.
I stepped forward. We need an explanation for what's happening to me. Why has the spirit of the curse blocked my path to Ki-soon? The spirit shook his head.
And I'm telling you that he isn't going to tell you anything, no matter how badly you want to know.
My desperation rose. But you're the spirit of the path, can't you?
Please call me Path,
the spirit interrupted, stretching his arms into the air lazily. Thankfully, he continued.
I see the paths of humans, not spirits. We don't interfere with each other's domains like that. But here's what I know. The spirit of the curse has a plan for Hwalsang's future, and there's nothing any human can do to stop him. He's already watching his plans unfold. I can see into many different possible futures, and let me tell you, things are going to get interesting no matter what.
Does he want humankind to be destroyed by the Kamagri?
Su-jin asked.
Is that what this is about?
And how does his plan make use of the cycle of Prince and Slayer? I asked. I refused to believe that there was no way to revert this. Path chuckled.
The spirit of the curse has had his hands in the rice bowl for a long time, so to speak. He helped make this whole mess in the first place. And once he gets the cogs turning, you can't stop him.
Do you mean it's his fault that there's a Prince and Slayer in the first place? I asked. I'd known that it started because of a blood ritual, but maybe that was connected to a curse too. Path ignored my question, saying,
Your prior assumptions are wrong, by the way. This is nothing personal. If you died, the new Slayer after you would be cursed too. So don't go sacrificing yourself to save the world. The curse cannot be broken with your death.
I felt like the ground had fallen out from under me. On one hand, what a relief it was to know that I wouldn't have to die to make this right. On the other hand, maybe there wasn't a way to make this right at all, which was actually much worse. So was all of this a waste? I asked softly. I'm no closer to the binding glyph than before. Path grinned, folding his arms behind his head.
But isn't it comforting to know that there's nothing you can do? Now you can sit back and just watch the destruction unfold, knowing it's not your fault.
Heat boiled in my stomach. Maybe he, a powerful spirit, thought this was funny, but I was painfully aware of how many lives were at stake. I knew that more crows were leaving their nests by the day, seeking human blood. I couldn't stop trying to prevent more deaths, no matter how inevitable they might be.
How do we know you're telling the truth?
Su-jin asked. His gaze was hard and steady, pinned to the spirit.
Are immortal spirits above lying?
Path's grin grew, his pointed dog-like teeth showing in a more dangerous way.
Are young princes above lying?
He asked slowly. Su-jin stiffened. Path sauntered over, his lazy, confident movement like that of a stalking predator.
You see, my dear Hallowed Slayer, this young man has been withholding truth from you himself. Or hasn't he told you that he's really the son of King Ogai?
Shocked, I searched Su-jin's face. He glanced at me, his eyes wide, looking more vulnerable than I'd ever seen him. His expression said it all. But why would you keep that from me? I asked, my pulse quickening. He'd told me that he was an Ogai, but why hide that he was a prince?
I didn't.
Su-jin stammered.
I'm the son of a concubine, so I hardly...
And there's more,
Path announced cheerfully.
He's very interested in the Slayer for academic reasons, it would seem, so he actually called on me a while back and impressed me so much that I decided to help him. His request was that I lead him to the place where he would be able to meet you.
My insides felt like leaden snakes, all twisting and grinding together. I stared at Su-jin, completely confounded. My mouth was dry, but I managed to say, Is that true? Why didn't you say something? What about his motivation for wanting to find me was worth hiding? He slowly turned to face me, his body stiff.
I wanted to prove to you that I was trustworthy before I told you certain things.
My heart dropped, all hopes that Path had been lying fading. And keeping secrets is how you prove that you're trustworthy, I demanded.
Dear Sujin doesn't trust people or believe that they'll trust him,
Path said, watching our fight develop with luxurious glee.
He's been burned too many times.
That familiar sense of panic and dread wound up my spine, the feeling that I was being lied to, manipulated by someone I'd believed in, someone I cared about, someone I'd hoped cared about me. Why did you want to find me? I asked, voice low. Am I an academic project to you? Was that all I was? Something to study because he missed his life as a scholar that his father had taken from him? Did he even care about me at all? He set his jaw, a little fire returning to his eyes.
Is it so hard to believe that I wanted to find you so that I could help you?
Yes, I find it hard to believe anything you're saying right now. Sujin's face was like a stony mask.
Listen, Ori, there are things you don't know, things the kings have been keeping from the Hallowed Slayers for centuries so they can manipulate them. You don't have to follow the exact path they lay out. There are other, better ways that can end the war.
So that's what you were hiding from me. I turned my back on him, trying to put a steely barrier up around my heart. The fact that you came to manipulate me into following your plan. A strange, frantic anguish swirled within me. It wasn't just that he'd been keeping secrets. I'd known from the start he hadn't been telling me everything. It was that I saw now that he only cared about me because I was the Slayer. Why had I ever allowed myself to start thinking otherwise? He grabbed me by the shoulder, spinning me around.
I'll admit it. There are things I haven't told you, but it doesn't change the fact that I genuinely want you to succeed.
The intense, sincere way he looked at me with his dark eyes threatened to crack through my emotional shield. When our eyes locked like this, it felt like he was reaching out and touching my very soul, seizing it, like an electric current was passing between us.
Don't you at least want to hear what I have to say?
He asked softly. Yes, I did. I wanted to know what was so important to him that he would intentionally worm his way into my life and even into my heart, then pretend it was all a happy accident. But I was so angry, so hurt, that there was no way we could have this conversation right now. Already the heat inside my chest was creeping up to burn the backs of my eyes. I tore my gaze away, shrugging out of his grasp. There's nothing you can say that will make me less mad at you. I started walking away, though to where I didn't know. As far as I understood, I was in the spirit realm now, and the plateau at the top of this mountain wasn't large.
Then at least consider this,
Sujin called after me.
Why would Path tell you this? He clearly has his own goals and plans of manipulating you.
Or he's just more honest than you, I snapped back. And I don't think you have the right to condemn anyone else for being manipulative. Path rejoined the conversation.
As much fun as this is, perhaps we should save it for later.
I turned back and saw him sitting on a boulder grinning at us.
You two are in danger. Orihana has been targeted before, and someone wants to make a corpse of her again. If you two don't choose your next moves very carefully, this will be the end of Orihana Okada the Slayer.
I whipped my head around to look at Sujin, my heart hammering in my throat. His expression was just as alarmed as mine was.
Good luck.
Path told us, giving us a goodbye wave.
And a word of advice.
His golden eyes glittered.
Be absolutely silent.
The vision faded like a popping bubble. Suddenly, we were surrounded by darkness again. Both of us invisible and in the exact kneeling poses we'd been in before the vision. Sujin's hand was still on mine, and as much as I wanted to shove it away, I was too scared to move, too busy listening. My gaze darted over the piles of broken, cursed objects, barely illuminated by Sujin's lantern. Everything was still and silent. Neither of us moved. Then we heard it. The door at the back of the shrine creaked open. Wood groaned as someone stepped in. The door clicked closed. Then silence. Sujin and I were not alone. Chapter 20. In which death lurks around the corner. I listened harder than I ever had in my life. I didn't even dare breathe. I tried to hold perfectly still, but I found my hands were shaking. Kneeling as we were, the piles of cursed objects were like walls, keeping us from seeing the rest of the room. But if this was the same enemy from the docks, if this was the cursed prince, then he was probably invisible right now. Something rasped faintly across the wood. The building moaned as wind battered it from outside. Sujin squeezed my hand. Then he leaned in, his shoulder pressed against mine and his mouth beside my ear.
We need to move away from the light.
He whispered so softly that he was barely audible.
It's the first place they'll look.
He was right. We sat in one corner near the front of the shrine, while our enemy was on the opposite side, having entered the back way just like we had. How could we circle around to get back out that same door without him knowing? The front door was barred with a heavy wooden board, and opening it would be too noisy and slow. Gingerly, Sujin stood. Then he pulled on my hand, and haltingly, carefully I rose to my feet. I was terrified that my voluminous robes would brush against something and knock it down. Hand in hand, we stepped slowly, silently away from the lantern until we passed the front door and made it to the other corner, a place from which we could barely see our lamp. I tugged on Sujin and he lowered his ear so I could whisper into it. I'm going to make a protective shield around us. He was so close that I could feel by the way his face brushed my hair that he was nodding.
Around yourself first,
he murmured. This wasn't the time to argue, so I chose to say nothing but blatantly ignored his instructions. I had done this enough times now that I was confident I could shield both of us. I focused my soul flame. There wasn't much left. I had just enough to make perhaps 2 offerings before going into soul shock. I gathered it up, used it to write the name of the spirit of protection, then made an offering to her. Even though her glyph was camouflaged just like I was, she saw. Her presence rushed in to surround me, expanding my awareness, making me feel vast and strong. I harvested the power around me and used it to cover Sujin and myself. I started with our heads, then wrapped the power around our torsos. Much like last time, I started running out near our legs. Unlike last time, I felt some of the power I'd accidentally let slip away being pushed back toward me. Stay safe. I heard the spirit of protection's echoing voice whisper to my mind. Thank you. I thought back, hoping she could hear me. Emotions swelled in my chest. At least there was one spirit who cared. I took the power and placed it like armor down to our knees. There, I got no farther, still too clumsy to keep every shred of power in my grasp. The spirit's presence receded, and I had to keep myself from sucking in a sharp breath of air. The transition back to my normal self was still shocking, especially when I was this low on soul flame. I whispered to Sujin, "You're protected everywhere except for knees down." Unfortunately, even if I'd had enough soul flame left to burn more pyroglyphs, I wouldn't be able to add to our shield. Glyphs of the same type didn't stack. A spirit didn't allow their power to be used on the same target more than once at a time, perhaps to prevent any one person from becoming too invincible and godlike.
Thank you,
he whispered back.
Get ready for anything. I'm going to test the enemy.
I felt him lean toward the pile of objects in front of us. A sealed envelope there began to float, an indication that he had picked it up. I watched as he firmly flicked it toward our previous location. It whirled silently as it spun, then struck a doll sitting on top of a birdcage. The envelope bounced off, landing on the dark ground near us, while the doll teetered, then tumbled off the pile and landed in the pool of light. Something zipped through the air near this lantern, striking a wooden desk near where we'd been kneeling. Then another. The objects stuck into the wood, small and innocuous looking. But as I stared harder, I made out what they were. Darts. Sujin leaned and said to me so quietly I could barely understand.
A sedative or poison.
I swallowed, my mouth feeling dry. This was a much more subtle assassination attempt than last time. And if they got me, I would either be captured or die here. And no one in my family would ever know what happened. All because I'd hatched a stupid plan to try to fix the unfixable. Had our enemy moved? He must have realized we weren't by the lamp any longer. Was he going to creep forward and find us or wait for us to accidentally reveal ourselves? He'd been able to find us here in the first place, so maybe the spirit of sight could show him our location, or maybe Path was guiding him. But why would Path do that when he'd also decided to warn us? Was this all just a game to the spirits? Sujin's voice was barely audible as he whispered.
With my access to the spirit of illusion, I can tear down our enemy's invisibility, but it would also give away that we're relying on the same power as them. We'd become locked in a tug-of-war, each of us putting up new illusions then tearing the others down.
Such a power would be good in other situations, but here it seemed better to rely on the element of surprise. Can you open that front door? I whispered. though I thought I already knew the answer.
Too loud?
He said softly.
Might take too long, but I can make them think we're opening it.
I could hear a faint smile in his voice.
Be ready to rush quietly toward the back when I pull on your arm.
I nodded, preparing to spring into action. I heard the faint sound of Su-jin writing pyroglyphs on his slate. An ornate golden headdress rose beside me. Then it went flying into a pile of items right by the front door, creating a loud sound just as the door magically swung open to the night. An illusion, a perfect one. It would only buy us seconds, but hopefully that would be enough. Soft footsteps rushed toward the door, taking the path that went past our light. Su-jin tugged on my arm and we moved through the darkness down the other path, moving slow enough that we didn't bump anything. We were almost to the back exit when I felt it. Something pinged off the shield I'd put up around my head. I whirled to look behind us but saw nothing in the darkness. My heart hammered, my throat tight. He knew where we were. The trick hadn't worked after all. Another dart whizzed past, then one struck my robes over the unprotected part of my leg. I gasped, bending as I ran to quickly brush it out of the fabric. Thank Jinsil, it hadn't been an inch to the side or it would have hit my calf. Then Su-jin and I both tripped. I landed hard on my hands, my legs smarting from the impact. We hadn't seen it in the dark, but where there had once been a clear path in front of the back door, there was now a chair that had been moved to lay on its side. The cursed prince must have set it there to trip us up if we went back this way, which was dead clever. And now, footsteps were rushing toward us. Su-jin scrambled to his feet while I was still droning in my overlarge robes. He yanked me up and hissed, "Run!" Together, we slammed into the back door, my hand madly twisting the knob. It burst open and we leaped out into the night. Something invisible struck me in the head, knocking me sideways, even with the shield. Someone else, invisible, had been waiting outside, prepared to strike. Su-jin's grasp on my arm kept me up, and we dashed out of the courtyard and deeper into the alley. Somewhere farther down, this alley would pass the back of Ki-soon's shrine. There was no back gate as there had been for the spirit of the curse, but perhaps we could hop the fence. We pounded across the cobblestone. My bare feet ached, but I gritted my teeth and ignored it. We had to get out of here alive and well, or else I'd go down in history for being Hwalsang's most stupid slayer. There was a spark of orange, then fire erupted across the path, blocking the way. I could feel its heat even 10 feet from us. Su-jin slowed, but I had an idea. It was time to test out the third connection I had to a spirit. Praying to Jinsil that it would be enough, I used my last bit of spare soul flame. I burned the glyph for the spirit of ice. The vast power engulfed me. Everything held elements of cold. I could feel it like a current running through all the objects around me. The stones below my feet, the earth below that, the air, the clouds above, and even the soles of my feet and the scales of Su-jin's interlocking metal armor. And, above it all, I could sense from the massive spirit an overall dissatisfaction that the weather here wasn't colder. I used my aura to snatch up the power rippling around me, then launched it at the ground under the fire. Ice burst up there, smothering the wall of flame and growing by the second. The power around me faded, and I yanked Su-jin forward. "Jump!" I ordered. We leapt. I landed hard, stumbling, but managed to stay on my feet. I whirled to see the wall of ice grow to the height of the alley walls, blocking the way of our pursuers. That would buy us some time. I let out a little whoop, but then the exhaustion hit me. My soul flame couldn't take any more. It had given all it could. I staggered on, spent. We turned down an intersecting alley that backed Ki-soon's shrine, then slowed once we reached the back wall to the courtyard.
"Climb on my shoulders,"
Su-jin said softly.
"Hurry."
"How will you get over?" I asked.
"I have my ways."
I shook my head, but decided not to argue. I stepped onto his invisible shoulders, which was really awkward, since I couldn't see him, and he stood to heft me over the stone wall. I jumped down to the other side, stumbling again as I landed. I was just so tired. My soul flame languished and my muscles trembled from the nerves and exhaustion. A moment later, Su-jin landed beside me.
"Now, to get you back through that window."
It wasn't fun. With Su-jin's help, I crammed myself through, then tumbled to the bathroom floor with a crash, just as Sujin made the illusion of me in the lavatory, as well as the illusion of camouflage over me, disappear. The guard stationed outside the bathroom door called out,
"Lady Okada, is all well? I'm coming in."
I stood hastily just before he entered. I had a vision, I lied, panting. The spirits told me assassins are approaching our location. Sound the alarm. I was glad the guard didn't even pause before yelling.
"Assassins are coming. Protect the Hallowed Slayer."
The shrine went into immediate upheaval, filling with shouts and the sound of running footsteps. Several guards from outside, including Sujin, ran inside, and when I returned to my mat in the main room, they encircled me, weapons out. The True Blood priestess who served at this shrine burst out of her room, still in her long nightgown. Pyrography slate in hand, she quickly scribbled a glyph. My ears popped as power rippled over the room. The priestess staggered, leaning against a wall for support.
"I've created a barrier of protection over the whole shrine,"
she said, looking at me.
"as well as another one surrounding you, most revered Hallowed Slayer. Please do not attempt to leave your mat or you will crash into it."
I looked around in awe. So she was spirit-blessed and had put barriers around the entire building and me? I couldn't even imagine being able to wield that much power. I hadn't even had enough to cover both myself and Sujin fully. I inhaled, recalling my soul flame from my faulty shields and regaining a bit of strength.
"We must contact the palace,"
my lead guard insisted to the priestess.
"As soon as I regain my strength, I will make a glyph window,"
she said, still leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. I wrapped my arms around my knees and buried my face in my robes. I'd been such a fool. I really had to be the worst slayer of all time. And not even because I couldn't connect to Ki-soon. I now knew that wasn't my fault. No, it was because I was stupid. Why had I ever thought it was a good idea to sneak out? Why had I thought the spirit of the curse would want to bargain with me? And why had I convinced myself that Sujin might care about me for any other reason than because I was the slayer? I kept my face hidden, knowing Sujin was just a few feet away, but refusing to look at him. Exhaustion and hopelessness weighed me down. I was too tired to even try to guess at the secrets he was hiding. A dark blanket of sleep took me. When I awoke, Prince Bitgarm was standing over me. Mid-morning light shone through the windows. Even more guards were arrayed around the room than before. The protective barriers were obviously gone, since they'd all gotten into the shrine and Bitgarm was nudging me with his foot. I waved him off, sitting up groggily. Then all my memories from last night came sliding back into focus. I let out a small groan, my muscles aching as I got into a kneeling position. There hadn't been a single good thing about last night. All that had changed was that I was more hopeless than ever, and I no longer trusted Sujin. I glanced around and saw Sujin sitting against the wall, head bowed as he slept. My guards must have changed again an hour or two ago, yet here he still was, refusing to leave my side, even to sleep. My heart tightened. Why hadn't he just explained everything in the beginning? I didn't want to question his motives like this. I didn't suddenly think he was a villain, but he had hurt me, and I'd experienced enough pain over the past week that I wanted to shield my heart, to keep it away from him, from anyone.
"I heard there was some excitement in the night,"
Prince Bitgarm said. I looked up at him and found him grinning.
"Did you sleep well?"
His eyes shone with amusement as well as a hint of knowing. My eyes narrowed as I tried to pass his expression. His smile widened.
"It would be such a waste if you didn't manage to fulfill your one purpose, especially when everything's been handed to you."
I stared at him for several seconds. Why was he always lurking nearby? Yesterday, last night, and then now. His eyes seemed to hold the amusement of some forbidden knowledge. Then my tired brain put it together. The pieces clicked into place, my blood ran cold, and the chill descended down to my toes. He knew I'd left the shrine last night. He knew because he'd been there. He'd seen us leave. He'd followed us. He'd attacked us. Prince Bitgarm was the cursed prince. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at him. It all made sense. He'd been there during the attack at the docks. I'd turned my back on him, and he must have surreptitiously burned the glyph for the spirit of fire. Then, like an idiot, I'd wasted my energy trying to protect him. He'd never been in any real danger. He'd just been trying to make himself look like a victim, too. I'd accidentally knocked him down, which had probably interrupted his pyrography and been what really saved me. He must have been determined to leave no clues of who he was, because the moment anyone found out he was the cursed prince, everything would be over for him. All this time, he'd been looking for chances to attack me in a non-incriminating way. When I'd left the shrine last night, I'd given him the perfect opening. Even my lady-in-waiting had given me a clue, telling me about how he'd been acting more aggressive lately. The darkness was already taking him, as it inevitably took every cursed prince. I stared into his cold black eyes, wondering how this was possible. How had he not been discovered? Perhaps he'd only been examined at the very beginning, before signs of his transformation were really visible. He nudged me one more time with his shoe.
Come on, my father wants to speak to you.
He turned to go, but I stood and hissed. Wait. He stopped and turned back to me, looking bored. I studied his face, his hair, his neck. There was no sign that he was no longer completely human, but I could feel it in my gut. I know what you are, I whispered to him. He grew still. His eyes darkened. His cold gaze bored into me for what felt like an eternity. His smile returned, slow and cruel.
Then you know you can't beat me,
he whispered.
The slayer who can't bind versus the prince that no one will suspect. Who do you think will win?
The cursed prince turned his back and walked away. And I, the hallowed slayer, had no power to stop him. End of Part 2. Interlude 3. Chio. When Herb Girl returned to the big room, Chio could smell that she was afraid. Chio scrambled off the mat and hurried toward her. The floor of the big new room was so smooth that it made her paws slip as she ran. Slipping was fun, but not slipping into the walls. No, that was not fun at all. When she reached Herb Girl, the human slumped to her knees in the same way a poorly made den would cave in on itself. Chio nuzzled her face. Herb Girl still looked strange, her face pale like the moon, with fake long, twisty fur atop her head. It looked much more disheveled than when all the helper humans had first put it there. Chio chirped.
Hello, where have you been?
The helper humans had made sure she'd been fed and let outside to stretch and relieve herself while Herb Girl had been away, but she could tell they weren't used to animals. Why hadn't there been more snacks between meals? And she'd only been given one belly rub the entire time. Herb Girl scratched at the thick fur around her harness with her blunt, soft claws in just the way Chio liked. Chio sniffed at her. She did not smell like herbs in the way she usually did. Her gangly human paws usually smelled like the forest, like drying plants and the wilderness. Perhaps she had not touched herbs since crossing the sea. Even so, she was still Herb Girl. Mama Girl, who Herb Girl always called Akari, was still not here. She had not returned since the day of the dark fiends, but Chio knew Mama Girl was still there somewhere. She could feel the power of her glyph on her harness, could still understand human words in a way she hadn't before Mama Girl had changed her. She still had that new warmth and clarity inside of her. Chio missed Mama Girl. Herb Girl was nice, but she was not Mama Girl. Everything is broken, Herb Girl said softly, as sword humans and helper humans came into the room around her to do human things. Chio could not see anything broken, not even a broken stick or stone. Herb Girl picked her up and carried her over to a wood and paper barrier near the wall. She sat behind it, still holding Chio, like they were trying to hide. Were they playing hide and look? But no, Chio could hear it, that little shuddering breath humans made when their sorrow was about to spill out in the form of water through their eyes. Mama Girl had done that sometimes. Usually it meant Chio needed to bite Pretty Boy later, because he'd done something wrong. Chio hadn't needed to bite Pretty Boy in a long time, because he had been making Mama Girl very happy before they'd both gone. But Herb Girl was here, and she was nice, and she was sad, and she thought everything was broken. She couldn't see that everything was still fine for the time being. Chio couldn't understand most human feelings. Their reactions were needlessly complex. It was like peering into a deep lake, not being able to understand what lived on the bottom, but knowing things were there all the same. Chio remembered a poem Mama Tanuki had taught her when she was just a pup. It was a song of her people, the strong Tanuki, a song of courage. Chio had sung it after Papa had died, then again when Mama never came home a few months later. Chio feared Mama Tanuki had been killed by a wolf. Life was dangerous for the Tanuki of the forest, much more dangerous than life with humans. Even though some Tanuki held spirit magic, it didn't guarantee them safety. Her mama had taught her that her grandmama had been a bearer of magic, the shape-shifting gift, but she'd gotten sick and died before Chio was born anyway. Sometimes Chio got a strange feeling in her belly, one that grew until it trembled in her whiskers. She knew by instinct that her grandmama's magic was, at last, manifesting in her as well. It wasn't a magic that could fix the sadness of the past, but perhaps it could fix other things. She just had to learn to use it. But for now, she had a human to cheer up. The Tanuki song of determination had been in her mind through all her times of hardship. It had given her strength as she'd been forced to become an adult before her time. She sang it to Herb Girl now.
Breaking but not broken, shaking but not shoken, nightmaring while still waking, fearing but not quaking, disbanded but still banding, paws hurt but still standing, confused but still knowing, can't stop, must keep going.
Chio knew Herb Girl would not understand the words, but as Chio spoke the poem, Herb Girl seemed to calm. Perhaps she could feel the strength of the song. Herb Girl's long forefingers ran through Chio's fur as she took a deep, calming breath. Then she spoke a quiet poem of her own, her voice changing in pitch and tone, as Chio knew it did when humans were singing. In days of old it oft was said, the slayer shall come in gold and red, the crows to beat in ice and heat. A crown of honour adorn her head. She cannot fall but must fight on, pursue the prince from night to dawn, no matter the cost, no matter the loss, until the threat of crows is gone. But by the end the slayer shall say, when shall we come to the end of the day? My body lies cold, my strength grows old from so much lost within the fray. My eyes can't see the path ahead. Many of those I loved are dead. Though fear and loss both take their cost, I am not defeated yet. Chio felt Herb Girl's chest rise and fall with a deep, determined breath. She knew everything would be all right. Herb Girl would be fine. She would keep Chio safe. And together they would find Mama Girl and Pretty Boy again. Herb Girl rested her chin gently on Chio's head, then whispered a final part to the song. I will go on, I must fight on, for I am not defeated yet. Interlude 4. Shiro.
Bleeding crows.
Shiro Okada swore as he fought his way out of a thicket.
Bleeding crows plunging off the edge into damnation, and may Jinsel Almighty curse them into eternity.
Shiro paused, panting, having exhausted his arsenal of curses. He tugged his torn wedding robes free of a bramble bush, then toppled to the ground. He pulled himself up using the branch of a small tree.
If Ori heard me now, she'd laugh her plunging head off,
he muttered. He picked up his bag of meagre supplies and looked around. The crow tracks he'd been following yesterday had disappeared. Why in Jinsel's name had he tried to keep following them, even after it had gotten dark? Yes, he needed to catch up somehow, but now he couldn't even manage to backtrack and find the trail again. There was no denying it. He was lost. His feet ached. His muscles trembled more than swinging a pickaxe for hours in the mines had ever caused. His life had been full of many days spent eating too little food, but his stomach felt emptier now than ever. But he had to ration his supplies. He had to save some for Akari. When he found her, she would be hungry. The forest was dense and dark around him. Even during midday, he lay in the shadow of the towering Haiyan Mountains, the easternmost range on Hwalsang. Beyond that, he didn't know where he was. Would he be able to get a look at his surroundings and find his way if he climbed a tree high enough that he could look out over the forest? He had to try. He had nothing left to lose, really. Shiro left his bag on the ground, removed his outer robes so that he was just in his pants and undershirt, and found the tallest, sturdiest tree in sight. Using only his scraped hands, worn-out shoes, and determination, he began to climb. Only 6 feet up, he was forced to squeeze between 2 branches to proceed, and it took a lot more out of him than he'd expected. He paused to take a break, feeling lightheaded from exhaustion. Maybe climbing trees wasn't a great idea right now. He imagined Akari and Ori standing below, looking up at him and laughing. "Jump," Akari would say, eyes sparkling. "I'll catch you." And then he couldn't, because she would actually try it. It must have been his hunger and exhaustion, because for a moment he really thought he could see them. Really thought he could hear their laughter. He got lost in the moment. Then he slipped. The fall seemed to take only an instant, but the collision with the ground consumed him. Pain flared up his back. Why did falling 7 feet have to hurt so much? He squeezed his eyes shut, making his surroundings go dark. Now it seemed a little too easy to believe that he was dead. Not good. This was when Ori would mock him for being too dramatic. She'd always mocked him for that.
"Ow,"
he groaned. He knew he hadn't been injured and that he should keep moving, but inactivity felt good. He lay there, too worn out to open his eyes. Then he decided he may as well lay there a bit more. After all, moving would hurt. Something rustled the fallen leaves near his face. He sat up swiftly, scrambling away even though the movement made him ache. As he stared around, he saw the source of the noise, a small brown mouse crawling across the ground. Akari probably would have known exactly what kind. Being spirit-marked and all, she was good with animals. And... wait, was the mouse wearing clothes? Shiro stared. It had a leaf on its back, like a little cape, tied around the front of its neck with woven grass. And on the leaf cape were several glowing glyphs. Shiro's eyes widened, his heart leaped.
Akari.
He bent low, slowly, so that he wouldn't startle it, then whispered,
"Did Akari send you here?"
The mouse squeaked, scampering in a circle, then stared up at him with liquid black eyes. Suddenly, a second mouse hurried out to join it, wearing a little grass leaf and bow, also with the glyphs. They looked like a little married couple, Shiro thought. The notion was ridiculous, but it was exactly the sort of thing Akari would say, so he clung to it tightly. He held out his hand to the little rodents.
"Please take me to her."
The mice scurried onto the flat of his palm, then turned to look pointedly to the side.
"That way?"
Shiro asked. One squeaked loudly, as if telling him to get a move on. Shiro nodded firmly. He dusted off his pants, put his robe back on, switching the mice between his hands so he could slip each arm into its sleeve, then picked up his bag. The mice stared steadfastly forward. They knew where he needed to go. Putting all his trust in Akari and her little mouse friends, Shiro hurried deeper into the forest. Part 3, Chapter 21, in which I become famous.
"Ingenious new technology,"
King Moon told me, examining his teacup.
"Simply twist this ring on the bottom, and it activates the small magic and reheats your drink instantly. No more cold, forgotten tea."
Steam rose lazily from his cup as he showed me.
"It has a limited number of uses, unfortunately."
I knelt across from King Moon in his study, my own tea in front of me, but I was too nervous to enjoy it. Too distracted to even focus on his new glyph tool tech he was excited to show off. I was going to tell him that I was cursed, that all future slayers would be cursed. I was going to tell him what a mess we were all in. The king sipped at his tea, peering through his spectacles at a ledger on the table.
"That was quite the scare last night,"
he said.
"Luckily, we found no signs of assassins near Kisun's shrine."
He glanced at me, searching my face for a moment, before turning back to his ledger. My stomach dropped. He didn't believe me. I could see in his face that he thought I'd sounded the alarm last night for nothing. Clearly, Prince Bitgarum and whoever he had working for him had hidden all signs of our scuffle. I cleared my throat. The assassins may have been invisible. I cursed myself as soon as I said it. It sounded like such an excuse, or the words of a paranoid child.
"Indeed, it's happened before. Always a possibility."
I took a slow breath. It didn't matter if he thought I was a liar. There were more important things right now. I wondered where in the palace my father was, and if he had heard the news. I hoped not. I didn't want him to worry. I set my teacup on its saucer. "Can I ask you a question?"
"Certainly."
Have all your sons been examined to make sure none of them are the cursed prince? He shuffled through his papers.
They have. And furthermore, the Hallowed Slayer and Cursed Prince never arise from the same dynasty at the same time. So your existence dictates that the Cursed Prince originates from another dynasty.
And the Hallowed Slayer is also always a true blood, I thought, and she always gets the binding glyph as one of her first. Yet none of those things have held true for me. I opened my mouth to tell the king what I'd learned about Prince Bitkaram when the door opened behind us. An attendant entered, bowing low.
I apologize for interrupting, Your Majesty, but the announcement has been made the entire city over. Everyone will gather in the stadium at the 4th hour.
Thank you,
King Moon said.
You are dismissed.
As the attendant left, I turned back to the king, wondering what this was about.
Ah, yes, that's what I brought you here to tell you.
He removed his spectacles.
We will be announcing you as the new Hallowed Slayer this afternoon.
I tried to hide my trepidation. I thought you were going to wait until I gained the binding glyph. He smiled.
It would have been ideal, but we have to announce you sooner or later. It's good for the people's morale. They need to know there's someone who can save them.
I inhaled a trembling breath. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Your Majesty, I don't think I'll be saving anyone. King Moon blinked, looking on me steadily, face expressionless. I've been targeted by the spirit of the curse. He wants me to fail, and he's even cursed Kisoon's flame inside of me. When the king continued looking upon me impassively, I insisted. I swear on Jinsel's name that these are the most true words I've ever spoken. When we all prayed to Kisoon at her shrine, I saw the spirit of the curse. I saw his monstrous form and heard his terrible voice. I know that he's keeping me from getting Kisoon's glyph, and I don't know how to stop him. I even spoke to the spirit of the path afterward. He confirmed all of this and also told me that any slayer who comes after me will have the same problem. My voice trembled. We'll all be cursed. The slayer can no longer bind the prince. King Moon stared at me for another moment, then picked up his spectacles and began cleaning them with a small cloth. Finally, he put his glasses back on and stared into the distance, rubbing his black and grey beard.
Perhaps in some ways it doesn't matter,
he said softly. I blinked. Surely I hadn't heard him right. Doesn't matter? He smiled, his expression warm.
Don't you see? We still have everything we need in order for Moon Dynasty to ascend and for the title of Emperor to pass to me. When we catch the cursed prince, we can fake his binding and convince everyone that it's been done.
I was flabbergasted. Fake it? But that won't bind the crows. That won't stop the war. He tapped his fingers on his desk.
But it will make me emperor, and when the cursed prince is in our custody, we'll have plenty of time to study the nature of your curse and find a way to break it. In the meantime, we will have agents out seeking the real prince. We will kill him if we find him, and then the next prince who arises after that. Such methods are not as successful at stopping the crows as binding the prince, but it slows them down.
This was insane. If this was a real suggestion and not just a joke, then his outlook on the matter of my purpose was entirely different from my own. His priority was his authority, not his people. How could someone like that even be reasoned with? If I couldn't convince him he was morally wrong, then I had to convince him his plan would fail. But surely everyone would know that the crow nests weren't really bound.
Perhaps they wouldn't know, actually,
the king mused.
Not the general public anyway. Even though the Kamagwi nests are sealed whenever the cursed prince is, the roaming bands of crows who have left the nests are not. This is why we always have to contend with some of the weakened Kamagwi armies after the binding, even when the vast majority of the monsters are trapped in their strongholds. So it might look like the crows still roaming the land are there for that reason.
But this time, the crows may have time to prepare a much larger army and attack our major cities head-on, I insisted, my dread rising. And they will be stronger than ever due to the prince's influence.
That's outside of my control.
He smiled placatingly.
And if you truly can't learn the binding glyph, then it's outside of your control as well. Besides,
he added, his expression hardening,
This will give me an excuse to do what I've always felt needed to be done. As Emperor, I will gather the armies of all 4 dynasties and launch a full attack on the Crows. Do you think our new technology is limited self-heating teacups? No. We have many more resources than we did at the Great Battle 65 years ago. Binding glyph or not, you will still serve a great purpose.
Horror dawned on me. Even if my death would have made a new, non-cursed slayer arise, King Moon would never have agreed to it. Because I was his one ticket to being emperor, and he wasn't going to let that go for anything. I sat back, feeling lightheaded. I would not just sit back and let the Crows gain power, killing innocent people while the king enjoyed his new title as emperor. Yet there seemed to be no way out. What was I supposed to do when there was nothing I could do?
The kings will be the hardest to fool,
King Moon mused.
Emperor Jiangsu especially. That man is as power-hungry as they come. I look forward to seeing his face when we announce you. He will not take his loss of power well.
He clapped his hands together.
We must focus on getting you ready. You must be presentable, looking like a girl truly chosen by Ki-soon.
I leaned forward, trying to make my expression pleading. I don't want to lie to everyone.
I'm afraid you must. In fact, I forbid you from telling anyone else that you are cursed, even your father. The fewer people who know the truth, the more likely Moon Dynasty will be able to ascend.
I swallowed. My father already suspected the truth, but I wasn't going to tell King Moon that. It might put my father in danger.
Now I need you to prepare for today's announcement. You are the incredible Hallowed Slayer, and the people want to see you.
No, they wanted to see a slayer who could slay, who could bind the prince and stop the war. I don't want to deceive them, I whispered.
It's good for people to have hope.
But it's a false hope.
But it's better than them thinking there's no one who can save them from the Crows. Besides, you will save them one day, once we figure out how to break your curse.
I stared at him, at his kindly grandfatherly expression. He'd treated me well from the beginning, and it was astonishing that even though our viewpoints were at odds and anger was building inside me, he still didn't seem to have a hint of animosity toward me. Then I realized why. It was because he felt perfectly in control. He didn't fear his plans failing, because his plan had been to take his armies and fight the Crows all along, something he could do whether I slew the prince or not. I was just a cog in his machine, a machine he knew would always work exactly as it should because he had engineered it that way. He was its master, my master. I shook my head, emotions storming within me. If you really intend to let the Crow armies come against us without warning anyone, then I don't want to do this. King Moon leaned back, looking at me over his spectacles.
My dear Slayer, be reasonable. I have time to prepare our armies for the coming of the Crows, but we need to announce you in order to set our plans into motion. This is a favor I need you to do for me, especially since there's a favor you want me to do for you. Don't you want me to send soldiers to rescue your friend?
My breath caught in my throat, feeling like a lump of ice. You'll only save her if I do this? He smiled widely.
We'll both help each other. That's what family is for.
The floor beneath my feet reverberated with the noise of thousands upon thousands of people. People talking excitedly, people hurrying to take their seats, people eager to hear the announcement of the new Slayer. A voice boomed as King Moon addressed the crowd outside, his voice magnified using sound-modifying glyphs. We were at the top of one of the 4 towers that surrounded the stadium that could seat more than 40,000 people, or so I'd been told. Each tower belonged to a different dynasty, and leaders from each dynasty could call gatherings and make announcements from them. I paced, my body humming with anxiety and anger. The room around me was dark and crowded with my guards. Sujin was with me again, as was my dad. I felt irrationally furious with both of them, furious with everyone, King Moon especially. Furious at myself for going along with his plan. Well, perhaps I was willing to be announced as the Slayer, but I would never, even under threat of death, pretend to bind the cursed prince. Such deception was utterly wrong, and I'd have no part in it. A door covered by a curtain led out of the room and onto the balcony of the Moon Tower. King Moon was out there, his voice unnaturally loud. He had only been speaking for a minute, but it sounded like he would be ready for me soon.
Ryu Ha-Jung-Soo has completed her journey back to Jinsil,
King Moon said.
She will now join him as he sleeps, entering his dream and finding eternal peace there. And we will never forget her. Even once we join Jinsil's dream as well, we will shout praises to her name evermore. And yet, we have a new hero to revere.
The crowd seemed to murmur their excitement as one, their collective voices rising like a wave to vibrate through the wood beneath my feet. King Moon let them vocalize their eagerness, pausing for them to finish. I clenched my teeth, the darkness feeling like it was pressing in on me. King Moon didn't care about me being a hero and saving people. He just wanted to be emperor. I continued my furious pacing, not caring what those near me thought of it, and refused to look at anyone. The room we were standing in reminded me of the waiting area off to the sides of a stage. As a child in Ajong, back when our financial situation hadn't been dire, I'd taken part in several plays and musical performances. The buzzing of bees in my stomach while I waited reminded me a lot of that. Not to mention the heat and the sweat, and feeling like I was wearing a costume. The wig they'd given me today had even more elaborately twisted braids than yesterday's. Earlier, I hadn't even had the chance to tell King Moon of my suspicions about Prince Bitgarum. Where was he now? Off plotting more ways to cripple or capture me in secret. Surely it wouldn't be hard since I was staying in the palace. He obviously was spirit-blessed enough to be flexible with his methods. What exactly did he want? Probably not to actually kill me, since a new slayer would arise right after. But perhaps he would cripple me. Take me away and imprison me where I could never be a threat to him or the crows again. I had to convince King Moon to have Bitgarum examined again, but he would never take me seriously without evidence. When I'd accused him, Bitgarum had not only not denied it, but had actually agreed with my statement. I needed no further proof, but the king probably would. If I dragged Bitgarum to King Moon now, Bitgarum would only deny what he'd said. Bitgarum was blessed by the spirit of illusion. If he was showing signs of turning into a crow, then he was obviously hiding it with the spirit's power. So how could I get some evidence?
Great Hallowed Slayer,
a soft voice said as I passed by a group of people standing at one wall. I jumped. I was so wound up that I nearly spun to punch the speaker, but I calmed my nerves when I saw who had spoken. It was only Bora Chul, King Moon's willowy scholar and advisor. She'd taken to following me around today, using every opportunity she could to instruct me. She held up an open scroll. If you don't mind, will you look at this diagram as well? The scroll was lined with writing and pictures all relating to the Hallowed Slayer. Some were translations of the ancient glyphs that were supposed to appear on my skin. Some were an explanation of what little was known about Kisun's flame, which apparently always appeared inside the Slayer. I hadn't read all of it yet, but it seemed clear to me that there was no mention of the flame being black and creepy. No Slayer had ever been cursed like this before. And I couldn't even tell the scholar about it. King Moon wanted to do that himself, apparently, in his own time, whenever that was, even though the scholars couldn't study how to break my curse until then. My anger flared again, but I tried to calm down as I examined the scroll. There were a lot of notes about the flow of Kisun's power, about the give-and-take relationship between the original Hallowed Slayer and the current one, but it all seemed foreign to me. I'd heard Kisun's voice, but apart from that, everything else about my relationship with her was wrong.
Borakil said, I know that now doesn't seem like the time to discuss such things, but we must get you the binding glyph as soon as possible. You must practice a properly pious attitude when offering your soul flame to Kisun.
I kept myself from shaking my head. Piety wasn't the problem. I stared at a list of glyphs, including the first word I'd ever burned, which was just an ancient version of the word to. For obvious reasons, it had done nothing except for awaken the black flame, but I had the feeling that burning any glyph, no matter which had appeared first, would have done that. I tried to soak in the glyphs and memorize them for later reference in case more appeared on my body. Why did these glyphs appear on the Slayer's body anyway? If my body was really transforming to look like Ki-soon, then it would make sense for the glyphs that Ki-soon had been spirit-marked with to appear on me. But why words like to, the, and because? I told Borachul, I don't understand the randomness of the glyphs. Why do these words appear instead of just glyphs of power? Borachul shook her head slowly.
We've learned a lot through study, but so many secrets of the Slayer have been lost in time, especially because the rivalry between kings often makes them hoard whatever information they've learned about the Hallowed Slayer.
Why would they do that? I asked, dumbfounded. Don't they want each other to succeed since the lives of all people are at stake? Borachil's brow creased, as if she had never considered that they might actually work together.
That's simply the politics of the world we live in.
One of my guards sidled closer and said in a low voice,
When you have that much power, everything looks like a game, no matter how many lives are on the line. This is why you can't trust emperors and kings.
I turned, startled. It was Su Jin. He had the gall to make a statement like that about kings when he himself was secretly a prince. I spun away from him and pretended to be deeply interested in what the king was saying outside. He was telling people about my heroic exploits in saving my village. He made me sound good. Too good. He changed the setting so that it didn't sound like I'd originated from a tiny village with no true bloods. I rolled my eyes. We could trick people into thinking I could save them, but Jinsil forbid we let anyone know I was a commoner. My heart ached. I looked around and found my father standing nearby. Craving the comfort of someone who truly knew me, I walked over to him, took a deep breath, and rested my head gingerly on his shoulder, careful not to mess up my hair or makeup. He gave me a soft squeeze on the shoulder. Dad, I whispered, everything has gone so terribly wrong. I just want to help people, to end this war, but there seems to be no solution. I stopped myself from saying more. I couldn't so openly disobey the king.
I know of one group of people you are helping,
my father said softly. Who? My father smiled down at me.
Our family. They must be so proud of you, and soon, because of you, they will be able to afford a little more happiness.
Skies below, I hoped that was true. My father paused.
I have an idea of something more you can do for them.
What is it? His expression was distant.
Let me discuss it with King Moon first, to see if it's even a possibility.
My insides felt sour. So you're going to talk to him about it before you talk to me, I said flatly. My father said nothing, expression still thoughtful and distant. You can't keep doing this to me, Dad, I hissed. I need you to communicate with me. I just want to know what you're planning. He nodded.
I promise, my camellia, to tell you when the time is right.
Well, by Jinsil, I snapped, struggling to keep my voice low. I hope that happens before the world falls apart and the crows come murder us all. I stormed away. Bleeding crows. I couldn't stand anyone right now, yet there was no way to be alone. There was no way to just escape and think, or better yet, sleep so I didn't have to think. The king's voice boomed through the tower as he finished his story.
She kept her home and family safe, and now she will protect you too.
I clenched my fists so hard that my fingernails dug into my palms. Both his statements were false.
Out of the Moon Kingdom, a new hero has risen,
he declared.
I now present to you the new savior of the floating island, Orihana Okada, the Hallowed Slayer.
That sounded like a cue if ever I'd heard one. Refusing to look at anyone, I marched toward the curtain, just as one of the king's guards opened it from the outside. The sudden light blinded my eyes, and I relied on the guards to usher me in the right direction as I squinted and stepped into the bright afternoon sun. The roaring of the crowd hit me like a wall, and I stalled in place, both blinded and deafened. My knees locked, my chest tightened, making it impossible to get a full breath of air. Then my sight came back and overwhelmed me. I stood before a sea of people all looking at me and shouting praises to my name. The balcony was high in the air, but not so high above the stadium that I couldn't see people's faces. Those in the crowd who were nearest to the moon building were easy to make out as they yelled and clapped. From the looks of it, they were mostly dark-eyed gentry, their faces shining with excitement and fascination. From the colours of their clothes, Those seated closest were mostly from the Moon dynasty. They knew what this would mean for them. Lighter taxes, greater respect and privilege, increased blessings from Jinsil, but only if I sealed the cursed prince. Or if King Moon managed to make everyone think I'd done so. The sheer madness of the whole situation made my limbs feel hot, like I was on fire. The fire pushed through my sense of being overwhelmed, and I marched toward the railing to stand beside the king, just like I knew I was supposed to. Yet my motions felt mechanical, like I was a wind-up toy fulfilling the role I was designed for. As I stood there staring out at the crowd, a sense of déjà vu swept over me, and I envisioned the scene of less than a week ago, where I stood under a pavilion, happily telling the story of the prince and the slayer. Now it was a story that I was living. What did these people see when they looked at me? A true-blood hero, her robes embroidered with a roaring tiger, symbol of Ki Soon's might? Someone who could save them. There had to be a way to make all of this right. Had to be a way to escape this madness and make everything work as it was supposed to again. King Moon gave me a pleasant smile, then gestured to the small potted sapling beside me, what I'd been told would be the object of my demonstration. For a moment I refused to look at the tree, staring at King Moon instead. He gazed steadily back, his smile never faltering. I imagined myself storming off, refusing to work with him until he listened to my concerns. But such actions would be akin to treason. I wouldn't betray everyone on Hwalsang by pretending to seal the prince, but it wasn't dishonest to show them I was the slayer, especially when it was now my only chance of saving Akari. Right? I turned to the sapling and the king retreated a safe distance away. I spent a second studying the gleaming glyph on my palm, then took a deep breath and gathered my soul flame. I pushed it into my finger and marked the glyph for the spirit of the harvest into the air above the sapling, making sure the audience would be able to see. I stepped back as the power of the spirit rushed over me like a wave. My attention became consumed by the aged wood beneath my feet, the sapling before me, and the moss growing on its pot. I felt the tiny swelling motions of the water within the plant, moving through the branches and veins like minuscule rivers. I took the spirit's power that engulfed me and fed it into the small tree. The sapling shuddered, then swelled. Within seconds, it loomed over us at the height of a full-grown tree. To my surprise, it appeared as though the roots of the tree had melded with the tower's wood, making it look like a permanent monument. Gasps ran through the crowd, then clapping, and then a full cheer. Soon the audience was roaring, but no one louder than members of my own dynasty. Growing the tree was not just a demonstration of the power of the Slayer. It was a symbol of the power of the Moon dynasty, Kingdom of Wood. It was done. Now everyone knew who I was supposed to be. Someone powerful, someone destined to protect and save. As the applause of the crowd hit me like a wave, my heart tightened. This was what I'd always wanted, right? To perform on a stage, an eager audience looking on in delight. To be practically drowned by their cheers, to immerse them so deeply into a story that they'd believe something untrue for a time. I felt something crack inside my chest, a wave of grief pouring out like I'd been trusted with something sacred and broken it. This lie was too close to the truth, too dangerous. If people believed I could save them, they wouldn't prepare. I shouldn't have agreed even to this much. I felt like I should walk away from the balcony in shame. I didn't deserve to stand upon a stage. I didn't even deserve to tell stories anymore. Somehow I knew that this was the end of that part of me. Until things were fixed, Ori the storyteller could be no more. For the first time, I looked not out at the crowd, but at the other royal towers circling the stadium. I knew that the other kings would be watching from their towers. I turned to the tower on our left. It was the Tower of Jiangsu, Kingdom of Fire, and seated in a throne there was the figure of a white-haired, yet intimidating man in red and black. Emperor Jiangsu, ruler of all 4 kingdoms. From this distance it was hard to tell, but I thought perhaps that he was looking at me too. The crowd cheered on. The emperor stood. The people below called praises to the hallowed slayer. Emperor Jiangsu swept away into his tower and out of sight. Chapter 22, in which I learn I'm getting married.
Well, that went well,
Bitgarum noted cheerfully. as we walked across the cobbles of the Royal District Street. He'd joined our group after we'd left the stadium, something we'd only done once all the crowds had dispersed. His presence put me on edge. He wouldn't dare try anything with his father and so many guards around. Would he? It was just past sunset, the sky a mottled blue and purple. Looking up, I could see not only a flying boat bearing one of the kings or queens away, but also a distant floating island. Were there people living on any of those distant islands? Were they free of crows? Or were there lands where crows had succeeded in completely wiping out all humans? My father and I followed behind King Moon and Prince Beatgaram while a dozen guards flanked us. Sujin walked somewhere among them, but I still refused to acknowledge him. The king was leading us toward an enormous stone shrine near the center of the royal district. My heart thrummed within me with nervous excitement. Although I had never been here before, I had heard of it. Everyone had. The Shrine of Binding. We entered through the gate and crossed the pristine, sculpted gardens. The wind rustling the trees and water tinkling in a stream brought a reverent hush over our group. When we got to the shrine's wide stone steps, we all took off our shoes, even the guards. We were entering a holy place.
You have the right to see this shrine,
King Moon told me reverently.
To see what you are now a part of.
Several monks, their faces obscured by their hooded orange robes, bowed to us as we ascended the steps, then opened the door for us to go in. The shrine was one massive hexagonal room. 24 stone pillars held up a towering ceiling that used crisscrossing beams of wood to create the pattern of a sunburst overhead. Lanterns hung around the walls, but it didn't seem quite enough light to keep the room from being spooky. No amount of light would ever be quite enough to keep the room's contents from causing a chill to creep up my back. The room held bodies, statues, both. Lined up like soldiers in a defeated army were figures made entirely of stone. Some stood in postures of defiance, chests out, faces a mask of contempt. Some were caught in a flurry of motion, either leaping to attack or trying to flee, their postures caught and frozen forever. Some knelt in postures of honourable submission. Others cowered, bound by chains, their expressions of fear made eternal. Every statue was cracked, a chunk of stone missing from the chest over their heart. All were young men, all were past cursed princes. I was too stunned to move, but King Moon stepped across the empty part of the room to the closest statue. He waved me over and my father and I approached. Prince Beatgaram was already observing some of the more terrified-looking statues, his face amused. I narrowed my eyes at him. Was he not afraid that he'd join these statues soon? No. I supposed he knew he was in no danger since I didn't have Kisoon's power. I was too plunging useless to make him feel afraid.
A quarter of these boys came from the Moon Dynasty,
King Moon told me, looking at the statue before us.
I'm sure you know the story of this young man. He brought us shame. You will bring us honor.
I stared at the statue of the boy, the previous cursed prince. Some of the young men appeared to be in their early 20s. This boy was still a teen. His expression was twisted, half snarl, half grin. One arm was raised to strike. I shivered. His hands weren't human. They were claws, bird-like talons, and on his back were small half-formed wings. His chest, too, was cracked right over his heart. It was terrifying to think that this wasn't a statue an artist had carved out of stone. This was the actual body of the cursed prince, turned to stone by Kisoon's ancient power, wielded by Ryuha Jiangsu. It was no wonder the statue seemed so lifelike, like he might slam his claws down on me the moment I was foolish enough to look away. Even the claws looked sharp, undulled by the passing of these past 65 years. This is what would happen to the cursed prince as time went on. He would slowly take on the form of a bloodthirsty monster, losing his humanity until he was just another crow. Albeit one with a connection to the ancient crow prince and a mastery of glyphs. Power flowed through the cursed prince to the other crows, giving them increased strength. I had to find a way to prove that Beatgaram was the cursed prince so that he could be locked up. I couldn't bind him yet, but maybe there was still a way to figure that out, and at least if he was in human custody, he couldn't run off to join the crows. I reached out, my hand hovering inches away from the statue's damaged chest. Why are they all cracked? I asked. King Moon said.
Have you ever wondered why a new cursed prince rises every time the Slayer dies? Even though bound in stone, he never ages?
I stood there for a moment, then blinked. It was something I had never given thought to. It was just the way it was, just how the binding glyph worked. But now his words made me wonder. Why didn't the binding simply end when the Slayer died and could no longer power the glyph? Why didn't the cursed prince revive, resuming life where he'd left off? Since a new prince appeared each cycle, it was an indicator that they died at the same time the Slayer did.
We don't know why,
King Moon continued.
But when the Slayer dies, the bound prince always cracks like this, killing him, and his body never returns to flesh and blood. This is in contrast to what happens to the crows in their nests, as we have evidence that the stony binding on them does indeed vanish upon the Slayer's death, and they revive, no harm done. No amount of study has revealed what is killing the princes, only that it must be the work of the spirits. If only the cursed prince would become unbound, as though awakening from a spell. He would still be in our custody, and the next Slayer could simply bind him again, and we'd be free of the work of tracking down the new prince every time.
He shook his head.
But that's not how it works, so daydreaming about it is folly. At least we can be grateful that the cursed prince will not arise from our kingdom this time.
Except that somehow he had. The king turned to me.
Because of you, everything will change for us. You realize what your presence means for our kingdom, don't you?
I nodded. Moon Dynasty had been viewed as inferior for the last 65 years. I remembered a time when, as a child here in Ajong, my father had paid for me to receive dance instruction. There'd been a day when the teacher had left the room, and the other girls in the class had ganged up on me, not only because I wasn't a true blood, but also because I was from the Moon Dynasty. They'd pushed me down, pulled my hair, and spat on my face. Even as a fierce, athletic child trained to roughhouse by her 4 older brothers, I hadn't been strong enough to fight them all. When the teacher came back to find me lying there, bruised, with the other girls' saliva on my face, she'd said nothing. Why would she? I was from the Moon Dynasty after all. Just thinking about it brought old feelings of anger and vengeance to the surface. Well, now the tables were turning, and it wouldn't be my dynasty who was treated that way anymore. Except maybe it would. Historically, there had never been a cycle when Prince and Slayer had come from the same dynasty. How would this be handled? And why had it happened this time? A sick feeling crept into my stomach as a realization dawned on me. What if I wasn't actually from the Moon Dynasty? What if my dad had lied to me and my brothers about it all our lives? What if I really had blood from a Tsoi Ogai or Jiangsu line? I turned to look sharply at my father, who was examining the past cursed princes with a somber expression. He didn't notice. My heart began to pound. Yet another thing I had to confront him about. Was the Moon Dynasty going to receive false glory? I inhaled, reminding myself that King Moon would only become emperor if I bound the cursed prince, which seemed like a very distant event from now. I'd have time to find the truth before then. Because I was absolutely not going to go along with his plan of pretending to bind the cursed prince. King Moon smiled.
You did your part today. It's time for us to discover what we can about your friends from Bandosan, who were taken by crows. If we can ascertain their general location, I will deploy a squad of specialized soldiers and glyph masters to try and retrieve them.
My heart leapt. At last we would finally make progress towards saving Akari. I bowed, heart racing with elation that he'd been true to his word. Thank you, Your Majesty, I said breathlessly. My dad stepped closer, expression anxious, clearly eager to see his son and daughter-in-law. King Moon motioned a glyph master forward, and the elderly man burned a glyph for the spirit of sight onto a pyrography slate. After they gave me the instruction to go ahead, I burned Akari's name beneath. The surface of the pyrography slate became misty, like a foggy mirror. Then it cleared, and I saw Akari. Relief swelled in me. Akari's eyes were open and she was sitting. Naran, looking exhausted, lay his head in her lap as she stroked his hair. I grinned. She was the perfect image of a big sister. But then I noticed all the other details. Her hands were bound in front of her. She leaned against a stone wall in the dark with the dim forms of other humans huddled nearby. The light on Akari's face came from an orange flickering flame, perhaps firelight. Akari's head was bowed as she stared at the stone floor. A cave floor. My heart fell, and I felt as though I'd dropped straight into a nightmare. It was too late. The crows had made it to one of their impenetrable nests.
Well now, that doesn't look good,
the king murmured. I could barely breathe, but I forced my chest to inflate so I could whisper, "It could just be a random cave. It might not be their nest." King Moon studied the image, then shook his head.
I'm so sorry, my dear Hallowed Slayer. It appears to me as though she and the other villagers are being detained. Surely they must have reached the eastern crow nest near the Haiyan Mountains and have been imprisoned there.
But we can't guarantee that, I insisted, my throat tightening with my mounting panic.
We can't guarantee anything else about her location either,
King Moon said. He gave me a look of pity.
It's impossible to send an army into a crow nest. They are forced to move in single file through the darkness while the crows wait inside to slaughter them.
Surely something can be done,
my father murmured. His voice also sounded tight, like his soul itself was being crushed by the weight of this revelation. Tears stung my eyes and I blinked them away. Can't you send a smaller team to get them? Glyph masters who can sneak in. The king's expression was grim.
It's been tried again and again historically. Various kings have sent armies, assassins, scouts, and envoys. Every time it has failed, with nearly every human dead. Hundreds of thousands of lives have been lost throughout those attempts.
I shook my head, refusing to believe this was it. My hands shook. I felt like the world was crumbling around me, like I was on a precipice, moments away from falling. The king's expression hardened.
Which of my soldiers would you like to consign to the same fate?
He pointed at the elderly glyph master.
Should I send him?
He gestured over my shoulder.
Will you be sending your own guard?
I turned to see Sujin standing with some other guards near the door. He stood with his back straight, hands clasped behind his back, poised just as all the guards were. But his expression set him apart. He looked at me, eyes filled with emotion, as though he saw the chasm of pain and grief opening up inside my chest, as though he felt it too. I imagined ordering him and dozens of other faithful soldiers on a mission to find my friend. Imagined them seeing their last glimpse of sky before they entered the Kamagwi nest. Imagined them torn to shreds by the claws of the crows. Could I really do that? No, Your Majesty, I whispered, voice quivering. King Moon looked between my father and me.
I'm so sorry for your loss. It would be best if you consider your old friends dead.
My heart crumbled. A numbness crept over me. So that was it. This was how it would end for Akari.
We will have our revenge,
the king said.
I intend to go head-to-head with the crow armies. We'll bait them out of their nests and fight them on equal ground. We'll see their demise one way or another. And hopefully, you'll get the binding glyph soon, and you can bind the nests by binding the cursed prince.
He must have said that last bit for the benefit of all the people who didn't know I was cursed. But then, the truth I'd been trying to avoid seeped into my mind. If the crows did keep Akari alive long enough for me to figure out how to get Kisun's power, then when I bound the cursed prince, it would also bind Akari there in the nest. Even if she survived all this, I would never see her again. I stood there like a hollow shell as King Moon gestured the glyph master to leave. The elderly man bowed to me, eyes filled with sympathy, then took his pyrography slate away, Akari's image on it fading as the man retrieved his soul flame from the glyph. King Moon smiled as though glad to have all that unpleasantness behind him.
Not all is lost. There is still good news to be had. Orehana, your father and I discussed an exciting matter half an hour ago. We've come up with a plan that will see your family safe and cared for.
When I said nothing, he continued,
An arrangement of marriage between you and my son, Prince Bitgaram.
In spite of my numbness, shock ripped through me. I turned to gape at my father, who was determinedly not meeting my eyes. This was what he'd been alluding to. But he hadn't asked me about it first. He hadn't even warned me. Marriage. Marriage! I'd always known this day would come. Always known it was my priority to marry someone who could aid my family financially. I'd always sensed my wedding day would be filled more with practical arrangements than with love. So why did this hurt so much? My eyes betrayed me, flicking over to Prince Bitgarum to see him staring at the king with great interest, a stupid little smile on his face.
If you accept,
King Moon told me,
we will bring the rest of your family here to live within the royal district. As members of our family, they will want for nothing for the rest of their days. What say you?
I glanced again to Bitgarum and found him looking at me this time. Something lurked in his eyes, a lingering cruelty, like he was just waiting to use all this against me. If Bitgarum had simply been an unkind prince, that would be one thing. But he was the cursed prince, mankind's enemy. I couldn't sit on what I knew any longer, waiting for evidence. I had to accuse him now. I shoved down my sense of shock and horror, trying to make my rational brain work again. I bowed to the king. I'm honoured to serve our families, I managed to say. But there's something I need to tell you first. I paused, then took a deep breath. I suspect that Bitgarum is the cursed prince. The room fell utterly, absolutely silent. The king gave me the blank expression he'd given me earlier today, the face he seemed to make when he was trying to think, yet reveal no emotion. Prince Bitgarum narrowed his eyes at me. A dangerous look sparkled in his black eyes. Meanwhile, my father looked alarmed and bewildered. Finally, the king spoke.
And what evidence do you have?
My hands shook. I said softly, None that I can show you, your majesty. Just Bitgarum's own words and clues I've pieced together, but I beg you to take this seriously. Surely you have glyph masters who can check him for signs of transformation, who can see past his use of the spirit of illusion. King Moon continued staring at me, and I could see him thinking hard. Bitgarum scoffed.
Surely you aren't taking this seriously. King Father, you already know the reasons why this is impossible.
King Moon clasped his hands, still musing.
Perhaps it would be best to have you examined again, just to ease the Slayer's mind.
A red tint crept up Bitgarum's neck and cheeks.
This is ridiculous. She's clearly paranoid. She's violating my rights.
Prince Bitgarum,
the king said sharply.
I have spoken. And if you want to prove that you are less of a burden than you've been in the past, then you will listen.
Bitgarum's face grew even more red. His hands clenched, and it seemed as though he was holding his breath. Then he drew in air slowly.
The glyph masters will find nothing,
he spat, whirling away. He left for a room in the back with 2 glyph masters. The king told me,
they will use glyph wards to negate spirit powers of disguise so that the truth may be revealed.
I stood there, numb and silent as we waited. A tense silence filled the air, broken only by the shifting of anxious bodies. I felt stiff, unable to move until this came to its conclusion. Perhaps I would fail at everything else I was supposed to do, but maybe I could at least see the cursed prince behind bars. Several minutes passed, then the door to the back room opened. Bitgarum sauntered out, eyes filled with triumph. The glyph masters followed behind. My heart dropped. I knew what they were going to say before they said it.
Even with our glyph wards, we found no evidence of transformation or ancient glyphs on his body, Your Majesty.
Ancient glyphs? The cursed prince got them too? I hadn't realized that was something they checked for. Bitgarum bowed low.
I'm innocent, as I said. Clearly I have no reason to wish harm on our dear, most revered, hallowed Slayer.
He raised his head to look at me. He smiled, but his eyes still shone dangerously.
I only want the best for her.
I glared back at him, my body thrumming with all the emotions buried within me. I took a step forward, my legs shaking. He must have hid it somehow. I whirled toward the king and insisted breathlessly. His glyphs could have overpowered the glyph wards of your masters. King Moon just stared at me, shaking his head slowly.
Orihana, my son is not the cursed prince.
He glanced at my father, then back at me.
Is this going to be a problem as we try to unite our families?
I trembled, fury and heartbreak and fear all colliding within me. I turned to my dad. Would he side with me, trust me? His expression was pained, but I could see as he looked at me that it wasn't the pain of someone about to go outside their comfort zone. It was the pain of watching someone fall apart. It was pity. My father thought I was losing it. He thought all this stress was finally breaking me. Was it? I gathered all the evidence in my mind, scrutinizing it. I remembered Bitgaram's exact words, how I'd told him that I knew what he was, and he'd grinned and said,
"Then you know you can't beat me. The slayer who can't bind versus the prince that no one will suspect. Who do you think will win?"
Surely he wouldn't have responded that way if he wasn't the cursed prince. But what if I'd misunderstood something vital? What if I was wrong? It would mean that I really would have to marry him. It would mean spending the rest of my life with someone who clearly hated me. It would mean giving up any possibility of real love. For a moment I dared imagine a different future where someone would love me, truly love me, where there would be a man who would look at me with the same devotion and caring that I often saw in Sujin's expression. Then I remembered that even Sujin didn't care about me. He cared about the Slayer. The fact that I was the Slayer was incidental. I had never had someone care for me in that special way, and now I never would. I stabilized myself with some deep breathing, then turned to Bitgaram again. His cold smile widened. I wouldn't roll over so easily. I still believed he was the cursed prince. He was better with glyphs than I'd thought, more of a danger than I'd realized, and I would have to find a way to make him reveal himself to everyone. But in the meantime, I'd have to stay strong. I bowed to King Moon. No, I see I was mistaken. This won't be a problem. I turned away from them all, afraid of how much of my emotional turmoil might show on my face. Unfortunately, that meant I was facing towards Sujin. I didn't want him to see how fragile I was right now either, but better him than the others. My father cleared his throat.
Ori, may I speak with you?
I followed him mutely over to a far wall. There he stood, arms folded, that pained expression still on his face. I turned to the side, still too weak to make eye contact. After a moment, he said,
Ori, you have the choice to say no.
I whirled, pointing a finger at his chest, and hissed, "Don't you dare talk to me about choice." Then I walked away. I was too hurt, too emotional to exchange any more words. Akari was gone forever, as good as dead, and my future was filled with nothing but darkness and failure. Perhaps my father was right, I was broken. I swept out of the shrine and my guards followed me out. I rushed down the stone steps, and just where the steps met the cobble path, I tripped. I landed hard on my hands and knees.
Lady Oriana.
One guard called out, and several others murmured words of concern. My skin stung, but the pain felt right, like an extension of the pain of losing Akari, like the pain I deserved to feel for not being able to save her. Tears burned in my eyes. Shiru, I thought, you're the only one who can save her now. But he was just one young man against a horde of crows. The only weapon he was trained with was a miner's pickaxe. Someone walked over and bent to offer a hand. I looked up to see Sujin. He looked tired, his eyes holding a deep sorrow, yet also a kind of tenderness, like his very expression could reach out to me to hold me close. I stared at his hand. The thought of touching him again, of holding his hand like I'd done last night, was too painful, too dangerous because of how much I wanted it, needed his gentleness. I ignored him, grabbing onto a nearby garden wall and pulling myself up. I ignored the hurt in his eyes. I ignored the throbbing in my knee, ignored everything but the sound of the tinkling stream and the sensation of my own breathing. There was a sound of someone descending the steps behind me. I whirled and found Bitgaram moving slowly toward me. He wore a cold half-smile, examining me in a way that made me want to claw his eyes out. After several long seconds, he said,
"So what do you think? Will they let us wait to get married until after your true blood features appear? It would be a shame if any of our children inherited that brown hair of yours."
A dull part of my brain considered that this was the moment where I should want to slam him against a tree and strangle him. But I couldn't even make myself want that right now. "This isn't over," I told him in a low, flat voice. His cold smile faded, morphing into a sneer. Then it came back as a full grin.
"You want to destroy me?"
His eyes wandered over me.
"Two can play that game."
I raised my chin, meeting his gaze coolly. He honestly thought he could win this. I would show him he was wrong. Chapter 23, in which I'm inappropriate and get answers. Night fell as I was escorted back to my rooms in the palace. I promptly dismissed the maids, asking them to take the glyph lanterns with them. I would have dismissed the guards too if it had been allowed. Then I hid myself behind my changing screen as silent tears rolled down my face. There was nothing I could do for Akari. I had to let her go. I curled in on myself, clung to Chio and cried. For a late dinner, a feast was held in my honour. I was barely there, a ghost of myself, the details blurring like a dream. The feast took place in a grand hall with high ceilings and long tables painted black and gold. Arrayed on the tables were platters of rice, seafood, thinly sliced beef, spiced pheasant, sweet chestnut rice cakes, fried honey cookies, and bowls of seaweed soup, pumpkin porridge and bone and tripe stew. Rich, sweet, and savoury scents intermingled. Happy chatter echoed all around. I sat in the middle of the head table with King Moon and his children, but blessedly none of them tried to engage in any conversation with me other than passing greetings. Perhaps my emotional state was clear on my face, but if so, why did the guests keep coming up to greet me? They were true-bloods with luxuriously colourful silk robes, straight black hats for the men and ornate braided wigs for the women. Everyone smiled. So many people congratulated me, bowing and even offering me packages of wrapped gifts. I accepted it all with as much grace as I could manage, forcing a smile. I was such a fraud. I didn't have the power to bind the cursed prince. I couldn't save anyone, not even my best friend. We'd barely gotten to be sisters for a few hours. I kept new tears from coming by gulping some naengmyeon, a noodle soup with a traditionally cold broth, and by avoiding the spicy vegetable pancakes. Bitgarum, who sat across from me, left me alone, thanked Jinsil for small blessings. But just as the servants were starting to clean up the food, he looked to me.
My dear Hallowed Slayer, may I borrow your knife? I seem to have misplaced mine.
I stared at him suspiciously, then looked at the single pork cutlet on his plate. But I didn't even have the energy to retort or be insolent. I felt like a statue, or a creature with no will of its own. Mechanically, I offered my dining knife to him, holding it carefully at the middle with the handle extended safely toward him, as I'd been taught. He smiled.
Thank you.
He took the knife, then pulled it sharply from my hand. I gasped as the blade cut into my thumb and red blood welled. Prince Bitgarum didn't miss a beat. Still smiling, he lunged over the table toward me, handkerchief in hand.
Forgive my clumsiness. Allow me to help with that.
I jerked my hand out of his reach and stood. He stood as well, still reaching for me with an unreadable expression in his eyes.
Fifth Prince!
King Moon boomed, noticing the line of blood dripping down my hand.
What have you done?
It was a grave mistake, a terrible error,
Bitgarum said, snatching my wrist, the first note of misgiving appearing in his voice.
But I will help her.
He tried to dab the blood with his handkerchief, but I wrenched my arm free, applying my own napkin instead. The cut wasn't bad, but it hurt a lot, perhaps partly because of the shock factor. Stupid, evil, cursed prince. What exactly had been his goal? To maim me? And why would he try it here in front of everyone? Indeed, the crowd hushed as they realized that something had happened. King Moon moved to my side.
My healers shall attend to you.
Thank you, I said, a deep exhaustion settling into my bones. But no, I'd rather retire for now. They can see to it in the morning. It isn't deep. I had to get out of here. A pressure was welling up in my mind like a swarm of bees. I needed to be alone, to be somewhere dark, somewhere I could breathe.
Very well,
King Moon said reluctantly. He turned a dangerous expression upon Bitgarum, whose shoulders drooped beneath it. Bitgarum's face looked chagrined, and I couldn't help but smile as my ladies-in-waiting escorted me out. Whatever Bitgarum had been trying to do, it had failed, and he wouldn't get out of this unscathed. In my room, my ladies-in-waiting wrapped my thumb for me. Then they helped me strip off my wig, jewellery, makeup, and outer robes. I insisted I was too tired for a full bath, so a sponge bath was all I had. Finally, wearing the white underrobes that the gentry used as nightclothes, I crawled onto my sleeping mat behind my changing screen. The room was nearly completely dark, apart from blue moonlight filtering in through the windows and the faint glow of the glyphs on my body. 4 guards stood in the room like silent statues, 2 at each door. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling as my body decompressed, listening to Chio's faint snores at my side. I let out a slow breath, blankets pulled up to my chin. I had no idea how to progress from here, but I did know one thing I needed to set straight, and I didn't think I'd be able to sleep until I did. I sat up, gently shifting Chio to the side. "Guards," I called out softly. "I need assistance with something. The maids missed one of my braids and it's pulling terribly as I try to sleep." This lie was quite the stretch, as I hadn't even been wearing braids under the wig. There was a moment of awkward silence before one guard asked,
"Should we call for the maids to come help you?"
"No," I insisted. "They're probably asleep by now, whereas you're still awake." "Sujin Lee," I said, remembering to use his fake name. "Please come help me." I waited, breath held, half expecting him to refuse. Soft footsteps moved slowly across the room. Then Sujin Lee rounded the screen. He stopped several feet away, looking at me with an expression that was hard to read. Despite all the emotional upheaval I'd gone through today, I had enough sense left to realize how inappropriate this was. I was in my nightclothes, inviting him to come over to my bed. A blush crept up my neck, and I was grateful that it was hard to be too self-conscious about what I was wearing. The robe had long sleeves, covering the exact same amount of skin as an ordinary gown, and was much more modest than the sheer nightgowns commonly worn on Bando-san. But even so, it was underclothes. Sujin Lee stood motionless, his black eyes looking into mine. His expression wasn't soft like the one he'd given me earlier today. It was hard, like he was resigned to the fact that I was going to push him away again.
"If you're going to dismiss me and tell me to get some sleep, then I'm going to tell you that I don't feel like it,"
he said, and I was amused to hear a note of petulance in his voice. My mouth quirked into a half smile. "If that was the case, I would have simply told you to leave instead of having you come over here." He sighed.
"So you really do have a braid that's stuck?"
He knelt on the edge of my sleeping mat, then reached a hand out. With the tenderness of a farmer handling a newborn chick, his fingers brushed the top of my hair, gently tracing down the side.
"Tell me where,"
he said. Energy seemed to charge the air as he touched me. My breath caught in my throat and I froze. Trepidation welled up inside me, but it was outpaced by a feeling of anticipation, a strange longing. I cleared my throat, feeling like I'd deceived him. "There's nothing wrong with my hair," I whispered to him.
"I just want you to talk to me, to tell me what's really going on, why you're really here, and what you know."
He stilled. "Oh!" It sounded like that was the last thing he'd expected me to say. His fingers lingered for a moment on my hair before he pulled away. I found myself wanting to lean toward him to prevent the connection from breaking. But I didn't. Even if there was a part of me that longed for Sujin Lee, I would never have him. "I'm sorry I was so angry," I whispered. "I mean, I'm still angry, but I should have at least given you a chance to explain yourself." Sujin Lee nodded slowly. His eyes looked alive again, his expression unguarded. He glanced at the silk changing screen.
"We won't have much time. Probably not nearly enough."
Even so, he cleared his throat and announced loudly,
"Wow, your maids did a terrible job. I don't even know what's going on with your hair. I apologize, but this will take a few minutes."
He grimaced, like he knew that hadn't been a stellar performance, then shrugged. Hopefully it would buy us some time. I leaned forward, trying to pierce him with a sharp look. "What was Path talking about?" I whispered. "Why did you want to find the new Slayer? Why did you try to search for me before you even knew who I was?" Sujin let out a breath, also keeping his voice low.
"We need to go back even farther. I need to tell you about my scholar, Alkeen."
I cocked my head. He continued in a whisper.
Alkeen has been with me for many years. He's the most intelligent person I know, and a true scholar at heart. And he's always been fascinated with the Kamangri and the cycle of Prince and Slayer. He's been researching those subjects for years, even delving into documents written by the Kamangri themselves. That's how he learned some facts that have been lost to humankind. Some very important facts.
He adjusted to sit cross-legged.
"Historical records are missing huge chunks, but we know the cycle has been going on for over 1,000 years. Over and over again, a prince and slayer have risen, and humans and Kamagui go to war. Then the slayer seals the prince and things settle down again, until the next cycle. This is how it's always been, except for one stretch of 200 years, where records of what happened are missing, except..."
He raised a finger.
"Those records aren't missing from the Kamagui.
He was getting excited now, and it seemed like he had to remind himself to keep his voice to a whisper. He leaned in, eyes shining.
Camagli records speak of a period of time where the Slayers changed their tactics. They attempted something new, something that might bind the Camagri away eternally. Unfortunately, records of this have long since been destroyed by the kings because they like to play their political games, and perpetuating the cycle is a part of that.
My heart's pace quickened. Bind the crows forever? Fix everything forever? But it didn't work, I said. Whatever those Slayers tried during that time must have failed. The cycle still exists. Sujin nodded.
Each one was so close, but they inevitably failed. It's no wonder the events were erased from historical records. But Alkeen and I dug even deeper into old legends. We studied the spirits, and the amazing feats people have accomplished using their powers before.
He grinned.
And we figured it out. A way to win, a way to make the binding last so it never breaks.
My eyes widened. His expression was so elated, more so than I'd ever seen it. Whatever this was, he truly believed it.
I tried to tell my father, King Ogai, and his scholars.
Sujin's smile faded.
They weren't interested in what I had to say. In fact, they wanted to keep me from sharing this information. So I escaped and came looking for someone who might listen. I came looking for you.
His eyes flicked between mine, expression vulnerable so I could see the unguarded Sujin within.
Can you see why I wanted to seek you out and help you? With this knowledge, we can end this war forever.
I swallowed, then looked down at my hands in my lap. I'm not mad that you found me. It's been nice having you with me. I hurried on, not letting myself linger on that. I just wish you'd told me all this up front.
Wouldn't it have freaked you out a little?
Sujin asked with a crooked smile.
I've tracked you down from the other side of Halsang to tell you to abandon all the plans and people you know to come on a wild quest with me?
Yeah, it probably would have. But to Sujin, I whispered. And what exactly is this wild quest? What were the Slayers trying to do? He nodded slowly.
And there's the other reason I didn't share right away. It's ridiculously dangerous. Most of the Slayers failed because, well, they died in the attempt. Do you think you're ready to hear what this entails?
I paused, then nodded.
The first step,
he said,
is to leave safety. Ignore the cursed prince and go directly to the crows instead.
My eyes widened. Ignore the cursed prince?
Then, the Slayer must bind each of the 4 Camagri nests directly. Yes, that means infiltrating the nests. It's something only a small team of highly skilled people could do.
How can a whole nest be bound? I asked.
The crows have enormous crystals that wind through their nests, connecting every part. Our limited research shows that they're used in pyrography somehow, for heat, light, and sending messages across the nest in an instant.
It's a magic specific to them.
Crystals? A memory flashed into my mind, an image of the purple and black crystals in the strange realm where I'd met the spirit of the curse. Could it be related?
I'm aware there's so much we don't know,
Sujin whispered.
But the thing we're positive about is that Slayers in the past attempted this, and several got quite far in binding the nests. They put a binding glyph on the crystal at the heart of the nest, and the whole cave system, along with all the crows in it, turned to stone.
I considered it, imagining the Slayers of the past, girls like me, sneaking into the nests to place their binding glyphs on mysterious glowing crystals. And not doing that just once, but 4 times. 4 nests is a lot, I murmured, and if the Slayer dies in the attempt, all the binding comes undone.
Yes,
he said.
But that's only part of the problem. In the past, when the Slayers were trying this, it's true that most of them died before getting to all 4 nests. But the bigger problem was that, in the 2 times a Slayer succeeded, the binding only lasted until her death, just like the bindings on the princes. Then the Camagri were back as the cycle restarted. They tried to make it last forever, that was the end goal, but it failed. But, here's the good news. Alkeen has come up with a way that he's positive will make it permanent. And it's brilliant. I really believe it will work. If we go to him in my old hometown, he can explain it much better than I can. Just trust me when I say we've worked out a deal with some spirits. We really can make this last forever.
And then, I whispered, the crows would never be a threat again. My thoughts raced over the idea Sujin had outlined. It seemed so unconventional, so improbable, yet it lit a fire in my belly that had gone out last night. If there was a way to stop the crows permanently, I had to consider it seriously. But I'm cursed, I reminded him. I can't bind anything anyway. He shook his head, smile wide.
I already have some new ideas of things we could try to get Kisun's power to you. And even if my ideas fail, I swear to you that Alkeen will come up with something. With him on our side, we can't go wrong.
You're going to get the binding power, Ori.
I gazed at him wide-eyed. There wasn't a drop of doubt in him. He really believed we could do this. His smile and optimism were infectious.
You don't have to choose the path that's laid out for you,
he said softly.
You can make your own path. You don't have to choose between two bad options. You can get everything. Win everything.
My pulse quickened. What would it mean for me if I chose to do this? I'd be running away, escaping from the palace and leaving my family behind. To the eyes of the common people, I'd be abandoning my duty, leaving them without a protector. Sealing the prince had always been the shortest road to temporary peace. Sujin's plan was a long, dangerous path, but it could end in permanent peace. People would die if I chose Sujin's plan. More villages like Bandosan would be attacked and raided by the crows. But, in the long run, our success would mean that after this, no one would ever be murdered by crows again. The cycle at last would be broken. And then there was the most wondrous part of it all. If I infiltrated the nests, I could find Akari. I could save her. She wasn't lost to me forever. My chest ached with the gravity of this decision. Yet another feeling lifted me, a sensation like soaring in flight. Hope. I took a deep, shaky breath. We have to try it, I whispered. Sujin grinned, his black eyes filled with excitement. Then his expression fell.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you everything about myself right away. I thought you'd think I was crazy.
I probably would have, I admitted. And if I were being honest with myself, if I hadn't been backed into a corner like this by so many things going wrong, maybe I wouldn't have taken his plan seriously, even now. But everything seemed lost if I continued on my current path. Meanwhile, Sujin and his scholar had answers. And what was more, the plan he'd laid out was the kind of adventure I longed for, especially when I'd be going along with him. Sujin lifted one hand, paused, then gently took mine. My heart skipped a beat.
We'll be able to save Akari and keep your brother safe,
he whispered.
You deserve that happiness.
Emotion filled my chest. Perhaps we really could make this work. Perhaps I really could ensure Akari had her fairy tale ending.
At first,
Sujin said,
when I set out on this journey, this was about the Slayer.
His expression was serious again, sincere. He leaned in closer.
Now it's about you.
Our faces were so close now. I stared into his eyes, feeling a tangible link between us, as though our souls were touching. My heart pounded as my fingers tightened around his. His gaze flicked between my eyes before dropping to my lips. I held my breath, heat flooding my chest, skin tingling. Just as I was about to lean in and close my eyes, he whispered,
There's one more thing that you should know. Something I need to tell you.
With his face so close, I could barely focus. Is it about how you plan on making the binding permanent? I asked softly. He took a deep breath.
Closely linked, yes.
Before he could say another word, the door to my room swung open, spilling light across the wall, and someone marched in. Chapter 24, in which I'm not alone in the dark. Sujin released my hand and leaped to his feet. Chio startled awake, ears perked. We couldn't see around the screen, but I could hear as footsteps neared.
Orihana Okada,
a voice said, low and sing-song.
My revered hallowed slayer, are you awake?
It was Prince Bitgarum. My body tensed. What did he want? He wouldn't come here to hurt me, would he? Not with all the guards around. Sujin cast me a look, one that somehow conveyed both longing, frustration, and alert foreboding. Part of me wanted to take the folding screen and shove it into Prince Bitgarum. Could his timing have been any worse? Still sitting up, I pulled the blankets all the way up over my shoulders, heart thrumming. Prince Bitgarum, I called out as his footsteps neared. Were you never taught to respect a woman's privacy?
My dear slayer,
Bitgarum said with a grin in his voice.
If there's any change you should have accepted by now, it's your new lack of privacy.
He rounded the screen and stopped, regarding Sujin, who was standing with arms folded beside my sleeping mat. Bitgarum folded his arms to match his pose, his eyebrows raised, and he wore a condescending smile.
Indeed, your personal guard seems to be keeping watch right beside your bed.
The two of them stared each other down for several seconds. Then Bitgarum said,
Guards, you are all dismissed.
My stomach flipped. If there were no guards in the room, there would be no witnesses. He could hurt me or capture me, and no one would be any the wiser. I heard the guards at the doors shuffle uncertainly. Su-jin didn't budge.
You're in my employ.
Bitgarum said, eyes flashing.
Now go out to the hall. There are private words I wish to exchange with my fiancée.
I stiffened at his flippant use of the word. It was like he thought he owned me. At my side, Chio began to growl. The other guards left the room, closing the door softly behind them. My heart beat a little faster, but I shouldn't have been surprised that they'd abandon me at the order of their prince, especially when they didn't know he was the enemy. But Su-jin only stepped away to stand near the window. He faced out into the moonlit night, hands clasped behind his back.
That was an order.
Bitgarum said, voice low.
For you to leave.
Having Su-jin as my own personal guard was a great idea in theory, because he was the only person working in the palace who was more loyal to me than to the Moon family. But I only had that advantage if Bitgarum didn't snatch it from me. Su-jin didn't turn around.
You can speak to her quietly, while I remain here, doing my duty as her personal guard.
Shall I have the other guards return and forcibly remove you?
Bitgarum snapped.
If you disrespect me one more time, I'll also have them remove your head.
Su-jin stiffened. It didn't seem like a gesture of fear. By the clenching of his hands, it looked more like anger, as though Bitgarum's words had stirred up a painful memory. His voice was low and level as he said,
Leaving the Slayer alone after we've gone to such great lengths to carefully guard her up to this point. That seems a little irregular, don't you think?
What seems irregular is a guard lurking here by my fiancée while she's in her night clothes.
You're right. It'll be much less strange when you're the one doing it.
You seem to have no idea how easily I could have you executed.
No, Su-jin knew just how much trouble this could get him into, but he wasn't backing down. I clenched my hands on my blanket. I could already see this wasn't going to end well. There was no way Su-jin could truly disobey Bitgarum, not without revealing that he was also a prince. But then he would surely be charged with other crimes such as being a spy. What power did I have in this situation? I couldn't see a way to use glyphs to get out of this mess. Either I would have to follow Su-jin out of the room and make it so there was nowhere Bitgarum could get to me where my guards weren't, or make a stand and face Bitgarum here. His glyphs were so much more powerful than mine. I had no binding power. I wouldn't stand a chance. Su-jin's posture changed. He leaned forward, peering intently downward out the window.
What are you looking at?
Bitgarum demanded impatiently. Su-jin remained silent for a moment.
Do you see something down there?
Bitgarum marched over to stare down out the window. Clearly not seeing anything, he grabbed Su-jin's shoulder to spin him around.
Do I need to repeat myself again?
He hissed, fury dripping from his voice.
You may be insecure and can't stand having your authority challenged.
Su-jin retorted.
But that has nothing to do with me doing my job.
He spun to stare intently out the window once more, like there was something he was trying to track in the darkness. I stood wondering if this was about to get violent. What pyroglyph could I use to keep this from getting worse? I could make ice between them, forcing them apart. Or would I accidentally freeze them to the floor as well? Su-jin, I said, let's both leave. I glowered at Prince Bitgarum. The prince wants you to go stand in the hall? Well, I'll go stand out there with you so you can continue to keep me safe. I narrowed my eyes, hoping it conveyed the message to Bitgarum that he was the danger I needed protection from. Bitgarum sneered.
You'd go out in your underclothes.
My instinct was to wrap the blanket over my shoulders a little more tightly, but that would make me look insecure, and I refused to let him see that in me. A much more sensible option than remaining here with you.
You talk big, but you're nothing.
Bitgarum jabbed a finger at me.
And you will not disrespect me, peasant.
I lifted my chin, standing at my full, albeit short height. I'm the Hallowed Slayer, I said, and I'll do as I please. A sudden sound echoed distantly through the palace, sounding something like the baying of dogs. The volume steadily increased, as though artificially made louder using glyphs. Chio yelped, joining the cacophony. 6 guards burst into the room, hurrying over to surround me as I stared around at them, bewildered.
That's the alarm for intruders,
Bitgarum said. He looked from the window to the guards, expression uneasy.
More assassins.
I knew I'd seen something,
Su-jin said grimly, eyes still on the dark window.
I saw a loose tile skitter off the roof 2 levels down, like someone invisible had kicked it.
They can't be on the roof,
Bitgarum spluttered.
Our glyph wards...
Whoever has been after Ori has been very crafty,
Su-jin interrupted. I glanced at Bitgaram, feeling bewildered. But if he was here and was as genuinely surprised about the intruders as he looked, then who were they? Who else wanted to destroy me apart from the cursed prince? As if wondering the same thing as me, Sujin murmured.
You don't think it's...
Picking up Sujin's train of thought, Bitgaram scoffed.
No king has ever tried something this bold.
Oh, they have,
Sujin said darkly.
Even if you haven't heard of it.
I looked between them, alarmed. Were they implying a king was behind this?
They'll get shot down before they can make it in.
Bitgaram snapped, as though the very idea of intruders in his palace infuriated him. Sujin raised his eyebrows at him, smiling calmly.
Then why do you look so scared?
Before Bitgaram could spit out his reply, the captain of the guard rushed into the room, holding a glyph lantern. 6 more guards flooded in after him, making a dozen in total.
We must defend the Hallowed Slayer at all costs,
he announced to the arrayed guards.
The assassins may be planning to break into this very room through the window.
Bitgaram spun toward him.
My father's glyph masters will stop them first.
The captain folded his burly arms.
And if they don't?
Bitgaram let out an annoyed sound, then turned back to me.
Have you been shown your safe room?
My eyes widened and I bent to pick up Chio. Safe room? I thought of the bunker hidden beneath my house on Banderson. It had been musty and full of huge black spiders, but still the best place to go in an emergency. He pulled me toward one wall. I yanked out of his grasp but followed him cautiously. Sujin followed as well. Bitgaram lifted one of the many floor-length tapestries hanging on the wall. Behind it was a panel that looked just like the rest of the tall, repeating wood panels along the wall. He took out his pyrography stylus, inserted it into a small slot I hadn't noticed before, then pressed his hands against the whole panel. It sunk in, then swung open like a door, revealing a pitch-black room beyond. A hidden door, I said, unable to suppress a grin, just like in a story.
You'll have to go in without a light,
Bitgaram insisted.
Or else it might shine through the cracks and give you away.
I stared at Bitgaram, trying to judge him by his grim expression. Why was he helping me? Well, I guessed if assassins got in and killed me, a new slayer would appear in a different dynasty, and it would ruin whatever his plans were for me. That wasn't exactly comforting, though. I turned back to the secret room. As I stared into the dark with a sense of trepidation, he added,
It's only the size of a closet, but you can stay out in the open if you prefer, most revered Hallowed Slayer. I'm leaving now and going to safety.
I stepped into the dark room. I'm going in.
Good,
Bitgaram said before rushing out of my room. As he went, I waved down one of my ladies-in-waiting who had entered with the guards and passed Chio to her. The woman hurried to take the tanuki somewhere safe. Chio chirped sadly as she was carried out, but I knew she would be better off elsewhere. Sujin turned to me urgently.
Call on the spirit of protection. Shield yourself.
I wrote the name of the spirit of protection. Enveloped by her power, I made a shield that conformed around my skin. Once again, the power started to fade as I got to my lower legs. I pushed on, stretching it thin until I was covered entirely. Hopefully, the thinness in some spots wouldn't make a difference. Sujin looked at the guards trying to get into good positions across the room. Several robed glyph masters had entered as well and were receiving instructions from the captain. There were nearly 20 people in the room now. Sujin turned back to me.
I'll stay out here and help. I'm positive the assassins will attempt to come in through your window. I can use glyphs to pull down their disguises of invisibility. Otherwise this fight will be nearly impossible, and a lot of people will die.
He looked at me intently, tenderly.
Whatever you do, stay hidden.
My throat was dry as I swallowed. I felt like such a coward. Assassins were coming for me, but I was so helpless that I was just going to hide away. I remembered defeating the crows in Banderson by growing seedlings into enormous trees around them. Why did that seem so much more straightforward than this? And why did I feel even weaker now than I had then? I could stay out here and fight, I said softly. Sujin shook his head.
Even if they can't get you through your shield, they could still kidnap you. Better that you're out of sight.
Clenching my fists, I felt the leftover heat of my finger. I could do my part to protect those who were trying so hard to protect me. Glyphs of the same type didn't stack on the same subject, so I couldn't put a second layer over myself to make my barrier stronger. But I could repeat the process on something else. Sujin tried to stop me as I marched out and back to the window, but I told him it would only be a moment. Looking out the panes into the dark, I made another offering to the spirit of protection. As her presence engulfed me, making me feel enormous and powerful, I pressed her energy over the window, creating a barrier that sealed it off. Then, with the excess energy, I turned my attention to Su Jin, who had followed me over. Gently, I poured her protection over the most vulnerable parts of his skin, his head, his chest and abdomen, the soft flesh of his throat. I pulled back as her power faded, feeling like I'd gotten too close, like I'd touched him without permission. I swallowed, then cleared my throat. "I've blocked off the window," I told Su Jin. "But that will be meaningless if one of the assassins has the spirit of protection's power too, and can negate what I've done." As we walked back to the safe room, Su Jin said,
"We have no way of knowing, but I think that was very wise. Thank you."
I entered the closet and turned back to face him. We looked at each other for a long moment. "Stay safe," I whispered to him. We stood close. My hands tingled like they longed to reach up and take his face in my hands, to pull him down enough that I could stand on tiptoes and kiss him. Instead, I stood there as I slowly pulled the door closed until I stood in complete darkness. Bitgaram had been right. As I explored the room, arms outstretched, I found that my fingertips touched the back wall after I moved only a few paces. I personally wouldn't have called it a closet. It was as big as my bedroom at home, but I suppose that to his princely standards, it was tiny. All sounds from my room quieted. Everyone seemed to have taken their places. Was Su Jin still near my door? Or had the captain stationed him somewhere else? It had appeared like a full dozen guards had been lining themselves up, with more prepared to leap in from the hall. How many assassins were coming? 2? 10? And what spirits did they have access to? As a silent minute passed, I began to pace back and forth in the darkness, anxiety winding up my spine like a serpent. It was wrong for me to be in here hiding while people endangered themselves for me. Even if I was the target, I should have been out there, facing this threat with the rest of them. That's what slayers were supposed to do: protect, fight, slay. The irony was that if I did go out to help, people would probably get even more hurt, because they'd have me as an extra burden apart from their own safety to worry about. I clenched my jaw, furious at myself. How was I supposed to break into the crow nests, seal them, then come back out alive if I couldn't even face this threat? Something shuffled behind me in the darkness, and I froze. Was it a mouse? A weight shifted on the floor. I could feel the vibration of it under my feet. Wood creaked. My heart pounded. Then a tiny crack appeared, faint light shining in. I squinted at it, confused. The door out was on the other side. What exactly was opening? I raised my finger, preparing to call on the spirit of ice to freeze the intruder. Then I blinked. As the door slid ajar and faint light shone in, I realized it wasn't the secret panel door that led to my room. This door was wider. It was yet another secret door at the back of the room. And from what I could see of the space beyond it, it led to a secret passage. The door opened entirely, and a figure holding a dim glyph lamp stepped across the threshold. It was Prince Bitgaram, and he was grinning.
"Privacy at last,"
he said. Chapter 25, in which I learn some weird family history and try not to die. I stared at him, heart hammering. His prior helpfulness made complete sense now. He'd known I'd be trapped in here, a room with a secret back entrance, and if I went back out to my bedroom, I'd be at risk of being assassinated. As he stepped in, I held my ground, finger still raised threateningly. My body thrummed with adrenaline. If I hurt him, would anyone believe it was self-defense? Or would they just think I had it out for him because of my theory that they refused to believe? Even worse, if by defending myself I actually killed him, a new cursed prince would arise, and the search would have to start over again. If only I could bind him, this would become so easy. Bitgaram waved a hand dismissively through the air.
"Don't try anything,"
he told me softly.
"I'm not here to hurt you. We just need to set a few things straight."
"Turn around," I told him, trying not to shake. "Go back out, and close the door behind you."
"I don't take orders from commoners,"
he told me, his smile mocking. I clenched my fists. I could turn and flee, yell to alert Su Jin and the other guards that I was in danger, but it wouldn't solve my bigger problem. Bitgaram would only find a way to get me alone again. He would never stop coming after me, not until I could prove to everyone what he was and get him locked up. Pieces of a plan began to arise in my brain. My body hummed with nerves and excitement, my soul flame dancing. First, I had to figure out what he was planning. "What do you want?" I demanded, voice low.
"Two things. First, to discuss a sensitive matter with you,"
he said. His smile slowly fell until it looked more like a grimace.
"My father has forbidden me from discussing it with anyone. I'm not even allowed to talk about it with you."
"And yet here you are," I said. His eyes narrowed.
"This isn't something we can just ignore as though it doesn't exist, especially not now that we're engaged. Ignoring the truth doesn't erase it."
I snorted. "Truth, like you're one who can talk about truth." He ignored my jab and asked me pointedly,
"Do you know who you are? Do you realize how a commoner like you was chosen as the Slayer?"
I froze, feeling like even my heart stilled inside of me.
"True bloodlines are kept pure for a reason,"
Bitgarum said.
"That way, it's easy to find the cursed prince and slayer when they arise, but sometimes accidents happen."
He stepped closer.
"Accidents like your father."
My heart felt cold. My father had never talked to me and my brothers about his parents beyond telling us that they were dead. Bitgarum let out a short laugh.
"You didn't know anything about this, did you? Your father never told you. Well, Orihana Okada, you and I are cousins."
I gaped. When I finally found my voice, it came out as a squeak. "I don't believe you."
"My father knows it. Your father knows it. When my grandfather was still alive, he made a little mistake with a commoner, and your father was born."
I shook my head slowly. It couldn't be real. My father was the illegitimate son of the previous king? We were related to royalty? But if we're cousins, I spluttered, then how? Why?
"Why are we getting married?"
Bitgarum scoffed.
"It's not a real marriage. It's an arrangement that will exist on paper to increase power for both of our families."
He sneered.
"Do you really think you'll be permitted to get married in earnest? You'll never be allowed to consummate a marriage, nor have a physical relationship of any sort. Do you know the health risks associated with pregnancy and childbirth?"
My mouth went dry. I did know. Working as an apprentice herbalist, I had gone along 3 times with my mentor to try to help women dying during or just after childbirth. 3 times I'd watched those women die, all our herbs useless.
"Even with our glyph healers, such risks would never be allowed. You're the precious slayer,"
he said bitterly.
"You're what will keep my father, and perhaps someday my eldest brother on the throne as emperor. Nothing that risks your health will ever be allowed."
My mind raced, trying to think of what I knew of the past Hallowed Slayers. Some had been married to royalty, none had borne children. Because it must have been fake for them, too. The weight of this isolation pressed down on my chest, constricting my breathing. I imagined this future solitude, trying to decide if it was better or worse than having a real marriage to Prince Bitgarum. On one hand, I knew I would never marry him, even in writing, not if I could survive long enough to reveal what he was, anyway. On the other hand, no matter what happened to Bitgarum, I would be alone until the day I died, never able to seek or pursue love. I stemmed the rising flow of dread. None of this mattered. It didn't matter because I was getting out of here. I was going to escape with Sujin, and we were going to break all the rules in order to save Hwalsang for good. The old rules didn't even apply anymore. So long as we both lived through the night.
"As for me, I'll at least get to move on."
Bitgarum gloated.
"I'll keep you as a trophy, but before long, I'll get a real wife. She'll be considered by everyone else as a concubine, but she'll be so much more real than you'll ever be, and she'll be someone actually worthy of my affection."
I stepped backward until I felt the door at my back. I didn't want to hear any more. The rest of my plan clicked into place. It was stupid. It was dangerous. But maybe it would end up with Bitgarum, the cursed prince, behind bars. "And I'm sure I'll be so happy for you on that day," I said, "because it means you'll leave me alone. Now, is that all you came here to tell me?" His eyes narrowed.
"No."
He stepped closer, and I regretted that I'd already backed up as far as I could. My fingers touched the small lever that would open the secret panel, but I didn't let myself pull it yet, no matter how cornered I felt. I had to wait for the right moment. I had to burst out of this room right when he was about to use pyrography against me. I had to let everyone else see proof of what he could do. It meant I'd end up back in the room where assassins might appear, but I didn't have a choice. The other option was staying here. Prince Bitgarum would attack me either way. the small bandage on my thumb was proof that he was willing to be reckless around other people to get what he wanted. My heart leapt into my throat as Bitgarum pulled a knife from his robes. It glinted, wickedly sharp. He set down his glyph lantern and pulled out a small empty bottle, then raised it toward me.
I need some of your blood,
he said, voice emotionless. I stared at the bottle, then the knife, dumbfounded. Were you trying to get some of my blood at dinner? He let out a huff of annoyance.
It probably wouldn't have been enough anyway, but now that we're alone, I can get as much as I need.
I swallowed. Need? He was too close. That knife was too close. Even with the shield over my skin, I felt vulnerable. Need for what? A smile unfolded across his face.
Blood magic.
I gaped. Blood magic was something used by the crows, and it was one of the reasons they liked to capture so many humans. Free blood. And now, here was Bitgarum, the influence of the cursed prince driving him to crave blood and dark magic as well. What exactly could he accomplish with my blood? I refused to give him a chance. All my questions died on my lips as he took another step closer. My hand clenched on the lever, and I stepped into a firm dancer's stance, preparing to leap into action. Leave now, or else I will. His expression turned mocking.
Wouldn't it just be easier to finish this? I promise I'll be gentle.
He waggled his knife, seeming amused at the anxiety on my face.
You'd really rather leave when there's so much danger out there?
It's nothing compared to the danger lurking in my safe room with me. Bitgarum arched an eyebrow. He transferred the small bottle into the same hand as the knife.
For once, can't you do as you're told?
With his free hand, he extended a finger toward me. He pretended to beckon me closer, but as he reached in my direction, I knew he was about to burn a glyph. I pulled the lever and pushed the door open. Bitgarum leaped at me. I shoved past the tapestry, but only made it 2 steps into the dim room before Bitgarum tackled me. We tumbled to the floor in a heap. I kicked at him, aiming for his head, but he growled, pinning my legs with his arms and chest. "Let go, you crowface," I hissed. Where was his knife? Had he dropped it in the safe room? I could see 5 guards hiding behind my screen, all staring at us in shock. Sujin, who'd been stationed at one of the doors, came barreling over.
"What are you doing to her?"
he demanded.
Help me get this fool back into her safe room.
Bitgarum snapped.
Get off her.
Sujin insisted, unsheathing his sword.
Get back to your positions or you'll ruin the plan.
The captain of the guard snapped from near the door.
We've been told to ambush the assassins and capture them for information,
he informed me and Bitgarum.
King's orders.
Great. So King Moon was using me as bait. It would be nice to know who was after me, but I wasn't even hidden anymore.
You heard the man.
Bitgarum said to Sujin.
Get back in position or you'll ruin the plan.
You mean like you just did?
Sujin retorted.
I did nothing.
Bitgarum spat, climbing off me. He reached down and yanked me to my feet.
This stupid girl did it all on her own.
I shoved him away, finger raised again to burn a glyph. I watched Bitgarum's hands, disappointed he hadn't revealed himself. I thought you were about to use a glyph on me, you coward, I egged.
Maybe I will.
He snarled. There was a creaking sound at the window. The 3 of us stared at each other, then backed up to the wall fast. We were in the dark, far side of the room where the blue moonlight didn't reach, so anyone outside the window would have been unable to see our squabble. But had they heard us? A faint scratching sounded, then someone invisible managed to ease the window slowly open. I inhaled in surprise as some of my soul flame returned to my chest. They'd gotten through my barrier, pulled it down, and with it, the shield I'd made around Sujin with the spirit's remaining power. One of them had the spirit of protection's power. That meant any protective barriers I made could be negated at any point. My heart hammered. I looked over and saw that Sujin had his pyrography slate at the ready, determined to tear down the intruder's invisibility. There was a moment of silence. Had the assassins entered?
Get back in the safe room,
Sujin whispered, voice barely audible. I looked to the side. The tapestry that hid the secret door was only a few feet away, but the tapestry was bulging. Bitgarum had left the door partially open. So much for secret.
Now,
the captain of the guard shouted from beside the main door. The extra guards dashed out from behind the screen. The door to the hall opened and 6 glyph masters flooded in, writing glyphs. Light burst to life in the ceiling. Sujin burned glyphs to the spirit of illusion, causing 5 figures to appear near the window. They were dressed from head to toe in black, their faces wrapped to show only their dark, surprised eyes. I expected them to try to leap back out the window, but instead they drew their swords and rushed forward. 4 dashed toward the glyph masters and guards, but 1 noticed me and darted my way. Sujin unsheathed his blade, and Prince Bitgorum pulled a new knife out of his boot. They stepped forward, creating an impediment between me and the assassin. I raised my finger, but before I could even start drawing the first line of a pyroglyph, the assassin leaped into the air, pulled out a knife, and threw it at me. Sujin jumped in the way and caught it on the metal of his armoured shoulder, an area no longer protected by the spirit's shield, and grunted as it bounced away. The assassin landed, trading more blows with Sujin. Horrified at the thought of Sujin's vulnerability, I raised my finger, forced soul flame into it, and made an offering to the spirit of protection once more. As her power rushed around me, I blanketed Sujin in it. I staggered as the spirit's power faded, but I blinked, trying to keep track of the fight. The assassin tried to dart around Sujin. Sujin swiped at him with his sword, but the assassin ducked low and slashed at Prince Bitgorum. Prince Bitgorum narrowly dodged, cursing. He slashed with his knife, but the assassin didn't attempt to step out of the way. Prince Bitgorum's weapon hit him straight in his unarmoured chest, but was deflected back with a ping. This assassin had a magical shield around him too. The assassin whipped his sword through the air. Prince Bitgorum bellowed as it bit into his arm. He spun, slashing at his attacker, but the assassin bore down on him until Sujin kicked him from behind, making him stumble and whirl. The assassin's sword bounced off the shield around Sujin instead of cutting into his neck. I steeled myself against the metallic smell and crimson sight of Prince Bitgorum's blood. I felt stunned, too shocked to move. All this happened in mere seconds, and it would only take a few more seconds for one of my allies to die. But which glyph should I burn next? One to negate the assassin's shield, or one to trap him in place? Not allowing myself any more time to think, I burned the glyph for ice. An icy gale arose around me. I snatched up the power, heart pounding, and threw it at the assassin. Ice burst up around him, coating one of his legs and sticking him to the floor. It was sloppy. I'd meant to catch more of him, but the farther away my target was, the harder it was to aim the power. The assassin whipped out a knife, but Sujin was upon him in an instant, slashing him. The assassin jerked from the impact, but his shield held. He carved a quick glyph onto the ice with his knife. The glyph glowed. A pyrography knife? The ice burst into steaming water and the assassin ducked and rolled just as Sujin's sword whipped overhead. The man must have called on the spirit of fire. Meanwhile, only one of the other 4 assassins had fallen. 2 were locked in combat with the guard, the clashing of their blades ringing across the room. Another was burning glyphs, trying to block the powers of the remaining glyph master. 2 of the glyph master lay on the floor in puddles of blood while a third knelt over them, probably trying to heal them. Several other guards lay injured as well. As Sujin duelled with the nearest enemy, I raised my finger to burn a glyph for the spirit of protection and try to negate the assassin's shield. I'd never done such a thing before, but I had to try. But as I gathered up my soul flame with my aura, I remembered Prince Bitgorum's injury. I turned to him where he was kneeling, clutching his arm. There was a lot of blood. I gritted my teeth. As much as I detested him, I didn't want him to die. That would come with a whole slew of new problems. As I focused heat into my finger, I yelled, "Don't just sit there! Don't you know how to rap?" Something hit me hard, flinging me off my feet. I landed on my back, stars exploding in my vision. Even with my shield, smashing into the ground like that hurt. It felt like someone had hit me with a log. I tried to sit up, dazed. I'd skidded nearly to the corner of the room, away from Sujin and Prince Bitgorum. What in Jinsel's name had... Something struck me again, throwing me back to the ground. This time, I heard the sound of ringing metal. I'd been hit by an invisible sword so hard it probably would have sliced me in two without my shield. There was another assassin Sujin hadn't seen. Metal clanged as he and the man duelled. Without missing a beat in parrying, the assassin used the knife in his offhand to burn the glyph for the spirit of protection onto his own clothes. I felt a strange bursting within my aura as he negated my earlier glyph. The soul flame that fueled Sujin's shield returned to my chest. Sujin was unprotected. A blow slammed my head this time, making me tumble across the floor. It made my head ring, even through the protective barrier. I scrambled onto my knees, trying to crawl away. An invisible weapon pounded my body. I could feel the weak parts of my shield beginning to crack. "Sujin!" I yelled. "There are more invisible." Pain seared across my right ankle, and I screamed. They'd sliced straight through the thinnest part of my shield. The pain was so intense that I found my cheek pressed against the floor, having no memory of crumpling again. I tried to crawl away again, but my bare foot slipped on my own hot blood. Sujin whirled, eyes widening as he saw me. Our eyes locked for what felt like a long moment, even though it was surely only a heartbeat. He blocked a blow with his sword, then kicked his enemy in the kneecap. As the man staggered, Sujin turned, lifted one finger and burned a glowing glyph directly into the air. I stared as the glowing lines formed. Sujin Ogai had burned a pyroglyph without the use of a stylus. Chapter 26, in which I confront the cursed prince. Shock stole the air from my lungs. I didn't believe it, couldn't believe it. But there was no time to think, no time to pause to see what his glyph did. I heaved myself away from where I thought my enemy stood. The blow of their invisible sword was repelled by my shield as they missed, but its force shook me to the core. I rolled away, gasping in pain. My vision spun. Sujin was. I rolled to a small decorative table, trying to pull myself up, but I couldn't get my right foot to hold my weight. My ankle was so bloody that I couldn't even tell how bad it was. Already my white sleeping robes were soaking up the red blood like dye. An invisible force shoved me, sending me to the ground again. I rolled onto my back, gasping for breath. A sharp pain stabbed into my foot, right beside my other injury. I wrenched my foot away, even though it made the blade cut across it. But before I could escape, the hot weight of a human form pinned my legs, and the sword jabbed into my flesh once more.
"Drop your shield,"
a low voice said.
"We're going to kill you either way. Either we do it fast, or we cut off your feet and let you bleed out. You're the Slayer, and you deserve a more honourable death than that."
I gritted my teeth. I was so stupid for spreading my shield so thin, yet there hadn't been a better option. This was just the natural consequence of being weak. I focused my soul flame, making my finger spark. The sword sliced into my foot. Several small, black, throwing stars flew through the air overhead. Even though I couldn't see the person pinning me, I watched as one of the throwing stars stopped seemingly mid-air as it pierced him, making him cry out. Then Sujin was there. He swung his sword through the air near me, and the invisible enemy leapt off me. Sujin raised his hand and wrote another unrecognizable glyph in the air, an ancient glyph like mine. Everything in a direct circle around us came into sharp focus, gleaming with a golden burnish. Everything outside of that 12-foot circle, including the guards and attackers, became a lifeless grey and came to a complete halt. Swords that were about to strike stopped dead in the air. Figures who had been leaping aside halted and froze in the same manner. All of that chaos fell silent. It was as though, for everyone except us, time had stopped. Within the circle, Sujin wrote another glyph. A figure appeared, his disguise removed. He clutched one shoulder and tossed aside the bloody shuriken throwing star that Sujin had hit him with. Near the edge of the mysterious sphere, the assassin Sujin had been fighting before, the one who was shielded, picked himself up off the ground. Their faces were hidden apart from their eyes, but they looked grim as they stared around at the strange golden dome around us.
"Keep him alive,"
one said to the other.
"Why?"
Sujin asked.
"So a new cursed prince won't arise in your dynasty. That's the opposite of what you want, isn't it?"
As the words cursed prince left his mouth, a ringing went through me. This had to all be a nightmare. Oh, please, Jinsel, just let this all be a nightmare. Again and again Bitgarum had given me reason to suspect that he was the cursed prince. How had I been so wrong? The assassins leapt into motion. The shielded one flung himself towards Sujin while the other whipped out his pyrography slate and began to burn a glyph. Sujin simultaneously blocked a strike from the first attacker and threw another shuriken at the second man. He shrieked as the blade struck his side, but must have finished his glyph because both men vanished. They went completely silent, and it was impossible to know where they were, but I suspected they were creeping around to attack from an unexpected angle. Sujin backed away, raising his finger and holding his sword defensively. I didn't miss the sweat cascading down his forehead. How many glyphs had Sujin burned already in this fight, and how many more could he burn before going into soul shock? This was why it was nearly fruitless for enemies marked by the same spirit to negate each other's glyph over and over. It just left them both exhausted.
I'm going to need your help with this one, Ori,
he panted. I was already moving, gritting my teeth through my pain. These men didn't want Sujin dead. They wanted to kill me. I remembered something about the times I'd called on the spirit of ice. Not stopping to think, I burned his name in the air. The storm of ice raged around me, whirling, touching everything. My awareness expanded so that I wasn't just in the storm. I was the storm. And as I whirled, I felt not just the cold that united all things. I felt heat, even the heat of two invisible men. I grabbed my power in the arms of my aura, launching one handful at the closest assassin. Ice engulfed his lower body, freezing him to the floor. The remaining power slipped out of my aura's hand quickly, but I forced what was left of it to rush over the second assassin, this time aiming for the head. The man staggered as ice rushed up over him. Then he threw himself to the floor, slamming his head there until the ice shattered off of him. He inhaled raggedly, coughing, but it didn't seem like it would stop him for long. At least the ice on the first one seemed to be holding. The pain in my ankle blinded me, but I managed to sit up and remove my white sash. Grinding my teeth to keep from crying out, I wrapped the sash tightly around my wound. Was my tendons still intact? Jinsil Almighty, I hoped a glyph healer would be able to fix this, or else I might never walk the same way again. Once again, Sujin burned the same glyph in the air, and the two assassins reappeared. He couldn't keep this up. We had to find a way to end this. The one I'd failed to trap crawled toward me, but he seemed disoriented. Sujin stormed over, blade swinging, but the assassin was ready. The sharp sound of colliding metal rang through the air as Sujin blocked. The other assassin had managed to hang on to his slate and stylus. He burned a new glyph. The ice covering his legs exploded. Free, the man rushed me. My ankle throbbed as I tried to push myself backward across the ground. There was no time to think. My soul flame leaped in time with my heart, and I could tell by its size that I only had enough to make offerings to one or two more spirits. I raised my finger, gathering the flame. Sujin saw the assassin rushing at me. He used his sword to shove his opponent's weapon away, then disentangled himself and came stumbling toward me. At the same time, I realized something. The ice bursting had made no sound. The assassin's feet as he ran toward me made no sound. It was just another illusion. And Sujin was putting himself in harm's way because of it. The enemy behind him darted forward, preparing to strike. I pushed my soul flame into my finger and wrote the name of the spirit of protection as fast as I could. Her power engulfed me. I felt the thickness of the floor, felt the solid ice and trapped man not far away, felt how the image of the one rushing to attack me wasn't real at all. I let my awareness of my surroundings extend over to Sujin and the assassin, sensing the weight of their bodies. I became aware of Sujin's armor, of the hardness of his muscles. It felt far too intimate, and I pulled away. I didn't want to feel him, to be close to him. I didn't want to think about the truth, but I had to come to terms with it. Sujin Ogai was the cursed prince. He was my enemy. But even so, I wanted to save him with all my being. My heart trembled. Skies below, I wanted him to live. I thought of all the innocent young men who'd slowly turned evil because they'd been chosen by the ancient Crow Prince. I imagined Sujin changing, warping, his confident willingness to help transforming to bloodlust, his fingers morphing into claws. Never before had the cycle of prince and slayer seemed so cruel. Why did the one chosen have to be him? You wouldn't have met him otherwise, a thought in my mind whispered. He's only here because he has a plan to use you. Shut up, I shouted back. Then I gathered the spirit of protection's power and formed a barrier between Sujin and the assassin leaping at him. With the last of the spirit's power in hand, I stretched my aura until I could reach the shielded assassin. My aura snatched his barrier and yanked it down. It worked. The shield unraveled. My power faded. The leaping assassin crashed into the new shield and rebounded onto the floor, his sword clanging across the ground. Just as the illusion of the other assassin faded into dust, Sujin's eyes widened and he whirled back around. The man on the ground spun to kick Sujin in the knee, making him crumple and lose his weapon. Then the man rolled to grab the sword. Sujin also tried to roll toward it, but his enemy reached it first. He grabbed it and then was on top of Sujin in an instant, pinning him. The assassin tried to bring his hilt down on Sujin's head, but Sujin twisted his wrist, making the man hiss. They grappled, locked in silent combat over the sword. As they fought, a strange look came across Sujin's face. His eyes were always black, but I felt as though I could see a new darkness within them, something twisted and alive, something that wanted out. But there was still no time to think. The assassin was on top and had the upper hand. Sujin couldn't win this, not alone. I panted in pain, soul flame diminished and energy spent, but I gathered up the last of my excess soul flame. It had to be enough. I burned a glyph, and the ice storm burst up around me. I aimed the power carefully, then released it, causing ice to creep over the assassin's face and eyes once more. The man screamed, clawing at his face. Sujin managed to twist him and roll so that he was on top. This time, I saw it more clearly. The darkness in his eyes, the way his grimace had transformed into a grin. I shivered. Then Sujin snatched the sword and used it to stab the assassin in the chest once, then again. Blood gushed over the floor. Smile widening, Sujin pulled the sword free, then stabbed him a third time. I reeled in shock. Treating wounds hadn't prepared me for witnessing the horror of actual violence. My stomach churned as the assassin let out a last gurgling breath. The pungent smell of blood filled the air in our enclosed space. Sujin raised his sword to stab the man again, but I yelled, "Sujin, he's dead!" Sujin froze. His hands shook on the sword's hilt as the man's blood soaked into his clothes. The grin slowly fell from his face. There were a few moments where all I could hear was our ragged breathing. Then Sujin staggered upright and began stalking toward the frozen, invisible assassin. His eyes still looked distant, almost as though he'd been possessed by a monster. I swallowed. A wave of horror rolled over me as I understood at last what I was seeing. This was it. This was the darkness of the cursed prince, the force that changed a good person into one as ferocious as the crows. Perhaps it had been the sight of blood, or maybe just being locked in deadly combat. But the curse had taken hold of Sujin.
"Drop your disguise and throw your stylus,"
Sujin called to the other man. He raised his sword.
"Or else we'll find out how many times I can stab you before you die."
Even his voice sounded wrong. As he stalked to where the man was trapped, he looked like a prowling beast. The point of this was to keep some of them alive for questioning, I said quickly, heart pounding. Sujin didn't look at me. His expression was flat, the darkness dancing in his eyes. He raised a finger.
"Then how about I burn him alive, slowly, until he complies?"
The assassin's disguise of invisibility fell, and he dropped his stylus and slate looking disturbed.
"Tell us why you're here,"
Sujin demanded, stalking closer.
"Did Emperor Jiangsu send you?"
The assassin stayed silent, refusing to even look at Sujin.
"Then we get answers the hard way,"
Sujin said grimly, his finger beginning to spark. "Don't!" I yelled, horrified at what I was about to see. Sujin turned to me, and the darkness in his eyes visibly softened, a bit of his normal spark returning. He shook his head, then looked around. His gaze scanned over the man laying in his own blood, then flicked quickly away. He looked at me again. This time he registered all the blood on the floor. He seemed to come fully to his senses, his expression turning to that sincere, vulnerable one I'd seen before. He stepped toward me and I could see how unsteady he was on his feet.
How's your wound? How can I help?
My muscles tightened. "Don't touch me," I whispered, my throat tight. He stopped in place about 10 feet away, expression hurt. I swallowed. My hands shook as I said, "You're the cursed prince." Regret wavered in his expression. Pain. Then his face changed as he sealed off his emotions. His expression became stoic, as though he didn't care what was said or what happened next. He even added a little half-smile, as though this had all gone according to plan. But I saw through it. It was just a mask, like the mask he'd been using on me all along. Chapter 27. In which light and dark must war. Su-jin spun to look at the golden dome around us.
"What do you think?"
he asked, voice casual.
"I've mastered the art of creating time bubbles, or temporal distortion spheres as Alkeen likes to call them."
He gestured to the figures still frozen in the act of fighting for their lives beyond us.
Time stills everywhere else, but continues in a sphere just around me. It's amazing. I don't think any other prince has gained access to this glyph before they were bound.
He paced along the edge of the sphere, looking out.
It's been useful in giving me extra time to study and practice things. I wouldn't be so adept at glyphs without it.
He stared out the dome's transparent side to the frozen scene of fighting beyond us. He pointed at each assassin in turn, starting with the farthest.
"He's already dead,"
he said, pointing to the sword sticking out of the falling man's chest.
"He will be 2 in about a second,"
he said, pointing to the next black-clad assassin who was trying to dodge between 2 guards. Both of their swords were just fractions away from impaling him.
"That one is actually holding his own,"
he said, gesturing to an assassin leaping over another guard's sword.
"But I think the glyph masters are about to get him."
Not too far away, a glyph master had a levitating ring of water around herself. She seemed to be about to direct the stream of water toward the assassin. For a moment, I wished I'd been able to see her in action, controlling the water. Then I realized what she was surely about to do with it and shuddered. A person could drown from even a small amount of water if it was forced into their lungs.
"In case it doesn't work out,"
Su-jin murmured. He pulled another throwing star out of his pouch, aimed for a second, then threw it out of the golden dome. The moment it touched the edge, the grey around our dome leaped inward to meet it, swallowing the shuriken with a small pop. Then the throwing star was as still and colourless as everything else outside of our twinkling lopsided sphere of gold.
"Done,"
he said, turning back to me with a pleasant smile.
"That should slow him down, at least."
I swallowed. "Are you wearing a disguise?" He stiffened, as though hoping we would just ignore his big lie and pretend everything was okay. He glanced down at my ankle again.
"Are you sure you wrapped it?"
"Yes," I interrupted. He let out a slow breath, then clasped his hands behind his back.
"You already know I have access to the spirit of illusion. It's been easier than you'd think, tricking people. Are you sure you want to see what I really look like?"
My stomach churned, but I nodded. Su-jin made a small, sweeping motion with his hand.
"There."
I stared, my gaze darting all over him. Had he dropped the illusion already? He spread his arms wide, and the sleeve of his shirt moved just enough that I could see a small gleaming glyph on his wrist. I realized that more must be under his clothes and armor hidden from sight.
That's it. I wouldn't have been able to go through the glyph wards at the entrance to the palace, or trick the people who examined me at the docks if I looked like a monster. The only thing I had to hide before I had a chance to reinstate my disguise was these.
He gestured to the glyph on his wrist. I wondered how many he had total. His expression softened, becoming more real again. He said softly,
"I'm still me."
But I didn't believe him. Not completely. I'd seen something in him that scared me. Something dangerous he hadn't seemed to be able to control. I hardened my heart, staring at the glyph on his wrist so that I wouldn't have to look at his face. "Why are you really here?" I demanded. He stepped closer, voice gentle, pleading.
"I didn't lie to you about my motives. When I discovered I was the Cursed Prince, it was the best and worst day of my life. On one hand, I was suddenly the enemy. On the other hand, I now had the power to help accomplish the plan past Slayers had failed at. I realized that if I just teamed up with the Slayer, we could make it work.
We'd have enough power to accomplish the impossible.
I thought about everything he had done, all the glyphs he had access to. As far as I knew, the spirit of time had not been known to bless anyone in the history of Hwalsang, but was rather a more passive spirit that people prayed to. Simply being able to do what Sujin could was such a game-changer. It could be used for so much good, or for so much evil. Not only did he have impossibly powerful glyphs, but his soul flame too was robust and strong. He had so much more power than I did. He could have killed me at any time if he'd wanted to, but he'd chosen to save me time and again. Confusion, uncertainty, and betrayal roiled within me like a whirlpool. Why hadn't the spirit of the path told me what Sujin was when we'd spoken before? Why had he worded things in a way that would deliberately mislead me? Was this a game to everyone but me? Sujin took a deep, slow breath, then knelt. My eyes flicked to his sincere face, which is probably what he'd wanted.
Everything I told you is still true,
he said. You left out a few important parts, I said, my voice flat as I tried not reveal emotion, or even to feel emotion.
Ori,
he insisted.
I'm your ally. The ancient Crow Prince chose me, but I still want what's best for humankind. I want to help you.
I shook my head roughly. It doesn't matter what you want now. You'll turn into a monster, and you can't stop it. What you want will change. My voice came out tight and breathy as I said, if I went with you, you would eventually kill me. He shook his head firmly.
I wouldn't.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Tell me about the darkness inside of you, the bloodlust. His expression fell and he looked down at his hands. He swallowed.
I have a dark flame inside my chest. It speaks to me, but it doesn't control me any more than yours controls you. Sometimes it tries, but it won't win.
It won't make you repeatedly stab a dead man in the chest for fun, I asked, looking meaningfully at his clothes. He looked down too. His armor, pants and sleeves were dark with splattered blood. Sujin swallowed. His eyes flicked this way and that, almost like he was struggling to remember what had actually happened.
It won't change my core ideals,
he finally said. I shook my head again. I'm sure every boy chosen to be the cursed prince felt that way. But each one who wasn't bound soon enough went bad in the end. You can't trust yourself. And I definitely can't trust you. His expression hardened.
I've done nothing but help you.
Aren't you listening? The problem isn't what you've done in the past, but what you'll inevitably do. I sucked in a shuddering breath. But even what you said isn't accurate. You lied to me about the most important thing possible. Was that a way of helping?
Yes, because you never would have listened if I hadn't lied. And only by following my plan can you stop this war forever.
His jaw tightened.
If I'd been honest, then this cycle would have ended the same way they all do, and more people would continue to die needlessly, because the war would never end. I didn't want to lie, but what would you expect me to do? What would you have done in my place?
I would have turned myself in. He shook his head, eyes full of disappointment.
That's your problem, Ori. You're always willing to immediately do what you think is your duty, even when there's a better way, even when your heart is telling you to do something else.
An image of Akari barged into my mind, but I forced the thought away. I couldn't trust Sujin. Even if he meant well now, he would turn wicked and bloodthirsty later. In a moment of weakness such as this, he'd lose control. He would become bloodthirsty like the crows, and I would be an easy target. I gestured to the Golden Dome. Why didn't you do this back when we were running from assassins at the shrine? If my suspicion is true and the assassins there were the same as the ones here, then they probably wanted to kill us the instant they could. Why didn't you act to save us?
Because you were strong enough to save us that time.
Or maybe because you weren't really trying to save me. He folded his arms. Once again, I could see something shifting behind his eyes.
Now, Ori, I know you're a very intelligent person, so please don't say things that are so blatantly stupid.
My eyes widened. I'd rarely heard a mean word from his mouth. What else should I assume? I snapped. You risked our lives by choosing not to use this power that night. I narrowed my eyes, speaking words I wasn't sure I believed, just to test his response. Or were you trying to save face and not reveal that you'd been keeping even more from me than Path said? His expression darkened, so I pressed on. That's it, isn't it? It was more important to you to keep your secrets than to protect me or capture those assassins. Sujin stood and began to pace in frustration.
I already was willing to reveal myself in order to protect you. At the docks, why do you think the fire fizzled out instead of roasting you? No one saw me burn a glyph in the commotion, but that was just luck.
I remembered when the fire had burst up around the shields I'd erected around Bitgarum and me, then suddenly died. So Sujin was also blessed by the spirit of fire.
And even before that, aboard the ship, I almost told you.
Sujin stopped pacing to bow his head.
Every moment of our time together, I wondered when I'd have to reveal myself. Wondered why I hadn't just tried to explain everything to you. Wondered if everything was about to end in smoke. I hoped to stretch it out, to give you time to figure out what you wanted.
My face grew warm as a heat crept up my chest. I remembered being inches from him, wanting him to lean in to kiss me. Is that what he'd wanted? Not just to kiss me, but for me to want him to? My hands trembled, my voice too. After you told me your plan tonight, were you about to kiss me? Because every inch that my heart opens up to you will make it harder for me to oppose your plans. He ran his hand through his hair, eyes desperate.
No, I was about to tell you the truth. Specifically because I thought once you knew, you might not want to kiss me anymore. And it was your right to know and choose.
The heat that had crept up my face burned against the backs of my eyes now. There was no room to feel relief, no room to breathe. I can't believe you've been here with me all this time. On the outskirts of society, crows are on the move. I thought of Bandasan and the friends I'd lost. People are dying because you haven't turned yourself in. His expression grew cold.
Really? Even if I'd turned myself in a week ago, nothing would have changed, because you're still incapable of binding me. So, it could be said that you are equally responsible for those deaths.
His words hit me like a physical blow, taking my breath away. He was right. Jinsil below, he was right. I was just as much to blame as he was. I hunched my back, wrapping my arms around my knees. My leg throbbed, though my foot was practically numb. Part of me expected to hear him apologize for his hurtful words. He didn't.
My plan is still the best one you've got, by far,
he said, voice and expression flat.
What else are you going to do? If you had Kisun's power, you still wouldn't manage to bind me. Not when I'm so much stronger than you. And you also can't go bind the crow nests without my help.
He pointed a finger at me.
Do you know how we're going to make the binding permanent? With my connection to the spirit of time. As far as I know, I'm the only person on all of Huelsang who is currently blessed with his power.
Panic zinged through every part of me. The adrenaline from the fight still pulsed within me, making me shake. I was backed into a corner with nowhere to go, no choices left to me.
You need me,
Sujin said gently.
You can't do this alone.
He pressed his lips together.
And neither can I.
His eyes flicked down to my ankle where blood was beginning to seep through my bandage.
Let me help you.
I didn't speak. I couldn't. But when he took another step forward, I pressed myself back. Sujin stilled. His voice was emotionless as he said,
I wanted you to trust me before you knew what I was. Now I'm wondering if that was ever a possibility.
I did trust you, I whispered. But even if you were my own brother, I would have to turn against you now. It's my duty. Every cursed prince goes bad in the end. The darkness will fill your heart, Sujin. Once that might have seemed like a story to me, but... I licked my lips. It wasn't even that he'd done anything completely vile tonight. He would have stabbed the Jiangsu assassin anyway to protect us. It wasn't the fact that he'd killed the man that disturbed me, but the fact that I'd seen that Sujin Ogai had no longer been the one holding the sword. He'd lost control to the darkness. And if it happened once, it would happen again. Only as time progressed, it would get worse and worse. My voice shook. The only things that are guaranteed are that the cursed prince ends up siding with the crows and the hallowed slayer must bind him.
Yet you can't bind me,
he said coldly.
A slayer who can't slay.
I slowly drew one of my arms down, planning to hide it behind my knees, which were curled to my chest. I was out of extra soul flame. The next glyph would send me into soul shock, but it was my job to capture him anyway, even if it brought me to the brink of death. I was useless in every other way. At least I could do this.
Please come with me,
Sujin said. His expression was that of a captured tanuki, desperate and feral.
I've already told you all the reasons why this is the best option. If you refuse, I'll have to find a different way to motivate you.
His hands shook.
I'll have to do something I'll regret.
I swallowed, my throat tight. I'm sorry, Sujin. I began to burn a glyph to the spirit of protection against the fabric of my robes. I had to make a barrier and pen him in. Despite my subtlety, his eyes caught the movement, like he'd just been waiting for it. He was faster than me, Before I'd finished even 2 lines of my pyroglyph, he burned his own into the air. Our eyes locked one last time. His expression of utter betrayal squeezed my heart. Then he vanished. The golden dome around us popped like a bubble. The sounds of battle resumed, sounding deafeningly loud as the last few assassins were killed or captured. The shuriken he'd thrown before hit their marks. I sat frozen, heart pounding, completely at a loss. I couldn't make myself move, even to go after him. I held the heat of my soul flame in my finger, the very exercise Sujin had taught me. My chest ached, as though that was the part of me that had been stabbed. Glyph masters with the power to heal rushed over to Prince Bitgaram and me. The strangest itching sensation zipped up my foot and ankle as they worked their pyrography, and my flesh stitched itself back together. My congealed blood retreating back into the wound before it sealed up entirely. I sat there feeling numb and stunned before finally letting the lines of my glyph fizzle away. I knew that Sujin was gone. Chapter 28, in which I become a prisoner. Guards jostled, lined up shoulder to shoulder in the king's sitting room. Around them stood anxious glyph masters, pyrography styluses at the ready. There were more than 24 people here, certainly more than would be practical in a fight. But on a night when 6 assassins had broken in and nearly gotten their job done, it seemed about right. Prince Bitgaram and I knelt on cushions while I held Chio in my arms. Both of us were completely healed, though I still felt weak from blood loss. My ankle now bore only a small silvery scar. How useful it would be to bear the glyph of the spirit of healing. But I doubted the black flame within me would ever allow me to acquire any more of Kisun's old glyphs. King Moon had just stepped out to talk to a messenger about how the interrogation of the surviving assassins was going. I'd already told them that Sujin was the cursed prince, though I hadn't mentioned Sujin's secret plan to bind all the nests with me. I didn't want anyone to find out that I'd been about to go along with it, and I didn't want that knowledge to be twisted and used against me or my family. Besides, it still seemed too personal, too raw, too painful. It had almost been the perfect plan. It had almost been the right answer, the solution that would have fixed everything. But Sujin was the cursed prince. He was falling into darkness. And now I had nothing left. I glanced to the side at Bitgaram, who stared at the far wall with a mixture of anger and exhaustion. My heart sank further even as I bristled. He wasn't the cursed prince, apparently. So why had he tried so hard to make me think he was my enemy? He'd even tried to take my blood. I leaned toward him. Prince Bitgaram, we need to talk. He didn't look at me, just sticking his nose a little higher in the air.
I don't need anything to do with you.
I was so ready to slap him right across his plunging, haughty face, but I inhaled to calm myself. Really? That didn't seem to be the case when you snuck into my safe room this evening. Bitgaram looked at me sharply, then glanced at the people around us. Oh, so he didn't want people to know about that. He cursed under his breath, then moved closer to hiss in the barest of whispers.
Hold your tongue.
I narrowed my eyes and whispered back. No, we're having this conversation now. You need to tell me why in Jinsel's name you tried to make me think you were the cursed prince. Bitgaram ground his teeth, eyes on the wall behind me.
I did it because it amused me.
My mouth fell open. You? I couldn't find words to wrap around my disbelief.
Yes, your fear amused me, so I let you believe the thing you feared.
The tiniest amount of regret flashed through his eyes.
Perhaps it was in poor taste, but...
Poor taste? I hissed. Are you insane or just stupid? Surely you didn't want me to tell your father I thought you were the cursed prince. His tone grew petulant.
I didn't think you would. I didn't think you had the backbone.
Looks like you miscalculated. I could barely keep my angry voice a whisper. Why were you trying to take my blood then? Do you not know when to let a joke die? His expression hardened and he finally met my eyes.
I was actually serious about that part.
He took a deep breath, glancing around again to make sure no one was listening, then continued in a hushed tone.
If we have your blood, maybe we can work on reversing the curse that's keeping you from connecting with Ki soon. And yes, I know about it. I overheard my father speaking about it to his advisors.
I stared at him, even more bewildered now than I'd been when he'd told me he'd lied for fun. You want to break my curse? He glowered.
I despise you. You're insolent, annoying, and utterly useless, but I don't want crows to destroy humankind.
I closed my eyes to compose myself. That sounded more like the Bitgarum I knew. Why would my blood make a difference? I ground out between my teeth. Again, Bitgarum looked around, then said in the barest of whispers,
I was going to run some experiments on it, see if I could break the curse using magic.
Blood magic is forbidden, I whispered in one exhaled breath. That's crow magic.
Magic is magic,
he retorted.
What matters is if it's effective. And last time I looked, crows can also use pyrography, so should we call that crow magic too? Besides, Kisun's generals used blood magic a millennia ago.
And started this cycle of prince and slayer in the first place. That's a terrible example to follow. He sneered.
I don't care what you think. I will have your blood. I'll stop this madness because you can't. And if you won't let me, then you might as well be working for the crows.
My fists shook with rage. I had to get away or else I would punch him. Bleeding crows. You are genuinely the worst human I know. Instead of just asking for me to work with you, you convinced me you were the enemy, guaranteeing I would never help you. You must not care about breaking the curse as much as you think you do. He looked furious too, like he wanted to throttle me. The door banged open behind us and King Moon marched into the room.
2 betrayals in one night,
he said, his voice a low, angry rumble. He swept over to his desk, but instead of kneeling, he paced back and forth behind it.
All along, the outsider guard was the enemy. And now we discover that the Emperor himself ordered my hallowed slayer killed.
Emperor Jiangsu, he'd ordered those assassins after me not once, but 3 times. He must have really wanted me dead. The king slowed his pacing, taking a deep, calming breath. Then he turned to me with a tranquil smile.
It was fortunate that 2 of the assassins survived the fight. My glyph masters were able to get a bit of information out of them by using the power of the spirits of peace and unrest on them. Alternating such influences back and forth does interesting things to a person's psyche. That, combined with many glyphs for luck and some old-fashioned interrogation techniques, taught us all we needed to know. Emperor Jiangsu has betrayed the entire floating island by trying to kill you. His goal was to have the new Slayer arise from his kingdom again, so he could stay in power.
His expression soured.
He thinks he can avoid punishment because he's still in power? Well, when I am emperor, I will make Emperor Jiangsu pay for this. All of Jiangsu dynasty will suffer.
I thought of what had been done to my own dynasty just because the last cursed prince had risen from it. High taxes, discrimination. The emperor could decide such punishments and more. But it only meant that innocent people would suffer, people who had done nothing wrong and just wanted to keep their heads down and live. Please don't, I said, voice soft. All those ordinary people, they had no part in this. King Moon gave me a pitying smile.
But making them all suffer is the only way to make their king truly pay for his wrongs.
Only a king would think that way, because only a king had no idea what it was like to be one of those ordinary people, completely at the mercy of individuals more powerful than you, individuals who didn't care about your pain. I didn't want to think about it right now, not when I knew he wouldn't listen to me, not after everything that had gone wrong tonight. I held Chio tight, her animal smell thick in my nose as her fur tickled my cheek. I wanted to close my eyes and wake up back at home. I wanted it to be one of those nights I'd been permitted to stay with Akari at her house, waking up to see my best friend sleeping on a mat nearby, Chio curled and snoring between us. I wanted to take the sleeping Tanuki's tail and use it to tickle Akari's cheek to wake her, all the while singing an obnoxious song. I remembered the carefree days not so long ago, of pillow fights, of ambushing Shiru with pails of water, of walking in the stream together with bare feet, smooth rocks beneath our toes. These memories felt like a rope tossed overboard to a drowning sailor, something to be clung to, perhaps the only thing keeping me sane. I wondered where my father was and if he knew what had happened. I hoped that he wasn't unraveling too. King Moon began to pace again.
We need to discuss our next steps.
I nodded slowly. The path ahead seemed to me like a wall, imposing and impenetrable, blocking all progress. The king continued.
The cursed prince is aware that we now know who he is. He will not be so reckless in the future. He will not come back here again.
I cleared my throat. On the contrary, I think he will be back soon, Your Majesty. His goals have not yet morphed to match those of the crows. He'll be back for me. King Moon shook his head.
To do so would be foolish, and I'm sure he knows that. Now that we know who to look for, he will not be able to infiltrate the palace again. He will likely not dare try. But if he did, we'd be ready for him.
His immediate dismissal of my perspective made my stomach roil. Did he really think he knew Sujin better than me? Then again, had I ever known Sujin at all? I pictured him in my mind, his confidence, his eagerness and sincerity. Some of it had been a lie, maybe even most of it. But I was certain that he'd meant every word when he'd explained his goal to me. Sujin was truly determined to make things right. If only I could trust that not to change.
There is little we can do to catch a cursed prince who does not want to be found. We must focus our efforts on abbreviating my path to becoming emperor.
I looked at him sharply. I knew what he'd say next. The king motioned to a glyph master. The middle-aged woman wrote a glyph in the air for the spirit of sound. Suddenly my ears felt funny. The smallest rustle of my clothes sounded louder, like we were in an echoing chamber. I realized the glyph master had sealed us off, putting King Moon, Bitgaram and I in an area where what we spoke could only be heard by each other and not by anyone else. The king lowered himself to kneel across from me.
It's time,
he said,
to plan out how we'll convince everyone that you've bound the cursed prince.
I shook my head slowly. I've already shared my feelings on this subject. I won't deceive people into feeling safe when they're really in more danger than ever. The king smiled placatingly, arms spread.
My dear Orihana Okada, the only way to fight the crows now is with military power. When I become emperor, I will prepare our armies to go against the crows in their might. No more relying on the slayer. With sword and glyph, we'll crush the crows.
I shook my head again. But with the cursed prince empowering them through the strength of the ancient crow prince, you can't defeat them head on. I know the history of the times it's been tried in the past and—
Advances in military technology,
the king interrupted.
Make it a viable option now. Besides, there's nothing that we can do about the cursed prince if he's already run off to join the crows.
He hasn't run off, I insisted as my desperation mounted. He's out there somewhere and he'll be back soon. He has plans that involve me, so if you use me as bait, we can catch him. I swear it, Your Majesty.
You can't bind the prince, even if you found him.
Bitgram hissed from my right.
You're powerless.
The king didn't contradict him, only adding,
Besides, to use you as bait would be far too dangerous. We've already seen just how in danger your life is. Not to mention, we must convince everyone that we already have the cursed prince in our custody. We must put on a show and make it appear as though you are binding him.
Anger flashed in my chest, making my soul flame leap, hot and red. Was the king even hearing me? Had he never been told no before? Perhaps I needed to be a little more blunt, even if it would be the equivalent of throwing myself off the edge of the island. I absolutely refuse, I told him, chin raised. I'd rather go out and fight the crows myself than be your tool and let innocent people suffer. Silence fell over us. Chio let out a squeaky whimper, obviously sensing the tension in the air. Bitgaram glanced at me, his expression of spite replaced by one of both awe and fear. I swallowed, muscles tight. How would the king react to this? Judging by Bitgaram's expression, dangerous things happened when someone talked back to the king. King Moon's face remained calm, his gaze steadfast. He smiled, the expression grandfatherly and endearing.
I think you'll change your mind once you find out how much happier you'll be if you obey.
I knew he meant that as a threat, but I refused to even acknowledge it. I stood. We need to catch the cursed prince, I persisted. I clenched my trembling fists into Chio's long fur. We need to have him in custody so that I can bind him if I get the right glyph. King Moon shook his head like I was a petulant child he had to educate.
And I refuse to endanger you like that.
My heart pounded, and I threw all caution off the edge of the island. Endanger your crown, more like. I panted, heart hammering. The king narrowed his eyes. Not angrily. More like I had a bad attitude that he just couldn't understand. Like he was disappointed in me. He slowly rose to tower over me. He gestured to his glyph master, and the barrier that isolated our sound fell.
Orihana needs to be taken to a safe place to calm down,
he announced, his voice caring. I looked around quickly to see guards stepping forward. Bitgarum leapt to his feet and backed away. My panicked gaze flicked between the different guards, each of whom looked grim but determined. I raised my finger and it sparkled to life with heat. My soul flame had recovered a tiny bit. I could make one pyroglyph. But to what end? To escape? I had nowhere to go. Frozen by indecision, I was motionless as a blast of wind hit me. It was so strong that I stumbled and fell, Chio flying from my arms with a yelp. I let out a hiss, back aching, then rolled onto my knees in time to see King Moon drop his slate and stylus and snatch Chio. She snarled and snapped at him until a guard shoved her in a sack. Rage burned to a crescendo within me. The king had used a glyph of wind against me, and now he was taking Chio? No. I leaped at the guard with the sack, ready to free her with my fists and teeth if I had to, but rough hands grabbed my arms and shoulders. Guards pulled me back, restraining my hands. I elbowed one hard, but this only left me in pain as I connected with his armor. I kicked backward, hitting another in the knee, hoping it would make his grip slacken on my straining fingers. It didn't. My efforts weren't nearly enough against trained armored soldiers.
We won't hurt the animal, and we won't hurt you,
the king said gently.
We just need to give you some time and space to think.
I struggled. I just needed to fight back enough to free my hands, make a glyph, and what? Kill the king? Harm the guards who had, up until this point, tried so hard to protect me? Not to mention the glyph masters in the room would fight back. Sure enough, one stepped forward while I struggled against the guards. The greying man burned a glyph on his slate, and I suddenly felt my body grow heavy. Incredibly heavy. The weight was so much that my knees buckled, and even the guards couldn't keep me from falling. They barely managed to keep my face from slamming into the floor. The work of the spirit of weight, clearly.
Take her somewhere nice and quiet,
the king said. There was nothing I could do as they dragged my leaden body out of the room and away from a yowling Chio. Chapter 29, in which I miss my opportunity to get stupid drunk. They took me to an underground garden. A magical secret underground garden from which there was no escape. It lay in a series of man-made tunnels and rooms beneath the palace, probably more like a basement than anything, but it looked like nothing I'd ever imagined before. The black ceiling was enchanted using light glyphs to look like a star-strewn sky. The main sources of light were iron lampposts along the main paths and trees that had glyphs on them to make their leaves or flowers glow. Everywhere else, the garden was shrouded in darkness. It looked like something out of a children's tale where someone accidentally stumbled into the realm of spirits. The plants surrounding the paths were dense and plentiful, and the ceiling was high enough that it even allowed for medium-sized trees. Camellias laden with heavy pink flowers, camphors with twisting branches, reaching zelkovas, and delicate red maples. The fragrance of azaleas followed me wherever I went. Everything was in bloom. And the herbs. They were all over, peeking up between the roots of trees or even the cobblestones of the path. Swelterleaf, ginseng, flutterweed, false starwort, sunmint, and blue fallow lily. It was enough that I could have made a fortune drying and selling them at home. The health of the plants in a place with no sun was explained by frequent glyphs on the soil that called on the spirit of the harvest. Her power was what made this place possible. The sheer magnitude of it all was stunning. How many people did the king employ, glyph masters and gardeners alike, just to care for this secret garden? How much Don did that cost? As I explored the gardens, my emotions vacillated between fury at my situation and awe of this place. The garden had one main room that was surely as large as any palace garden above. Due to the dim lighting, I couldn't see any of the walls from the center of the room, and it truly felt like being outside at night. There were even crickets and some nightjar birds hiding among the plants, their trills reminding me of Barndosen Mountain at night. but the lack of wind made it feel unnatural and uncanny. Smaller halls branched off the main room, though they too were transformed to look like the outdoors at night. They led to other rooms with different kinds of gardens. One held cultivated bonsai. Another was a Zen garden with sand and stones arranged to look like rippling water. Yet another had tinkling fountains and a large koi pond. But nothing could truly calm me, only distract. I paced through the gardens, feeling like the weight of the whole palace was on my shoulders. Each moment down here felt like a fever dream, hot, confusing, and painful. I was a prisoner, completely abandoned, utterly helpless. What was this nightmare? How had my life come to this? Why had everyone betrayed me? What was I going to do to save Akari now, to save anyone? There was one corner that looked more like the indoors than the rest, a room built to look like a tea house at the edge of the garden. It had slatted, wooden walls, 2 of which were open to the garden, a bright glowing glyph lamp in the ceiling, a kneeling table, benches and several shelves stocked with tea, sake, and wine. Enough wine that I could get stupid drunk if I wanted, and I was starting to consider it. Even making myself sick would be better than this pacing and stressing about how I was going to be used. The guards insisted that my sleeping mat remain in this well-lit area, so that's where I slept for the night as a dozen guards looked on, my blankets pulled up over my head. It was hard to say what time it was when I awoke. It appeared to always look like night in the garden. But breakfast was waiting for me on the table, so at least they weren't going to starve me as punishment. The guards allowed me to wander freely. 4 guards always followed at a distance, but it seemed that they knew better than to get too close to me. They could probably sense my anger rolling off of me in waves, especially when the novelty of the gardens wore off, and I was left with nothing to think about, except the reason I was trapped here in the first place. There seemed to be 3 exits, judging by the places where the most guards stood together to keep watch, but they were in dark corners, most likely because they'd removed the glyph lamps from those areas just to make it harder for me to see the ways out. I walked past those areas as I paced through the gardens, learning what I could, but not stopping. I didn't want to draw attention to myself by seeming too interested in the exits just yet. I didn't want them to know that I was planning my escape. All day I stretched my soul flame like Sujin had taught me, growing and strengthening it. I had to prepare for what was to come. By dinner time, I'd worn myself out and retreated to the tea house to rest. 3 maids had entered while I'd been exploring and were setting plates of food on the tea house table. "Where's my father?" I asked them bluntly. The 3 women looked at each other, clearing their throats and shaking their heads. I sighed. Either they didn't know or they'd been forbidden from talking to me. I ate the dinner of steaming rice, saucy pork and kimchi, then the cold sliced watermelon and rice cakes, all while considering my options. The maids took away my empty plates, then walked off into the darkness. It looked like they were using the main room exit in the corner, opposite of my little tea house. It would likely be the hardest to escape from. Frustrated, I flopped into my sleeping mat to stew. The fire of my anger had diminished. It was impossible to sustain forever. Maybe that's why King Moon had already left me here for nearly 24 hours. The longer I was trapped here, the more hopeless and depressed I'd become, and the less likely I'd be to fight back. Well, the king was not yet acquainted with the stubbornness of Orihana Okada. I heard the distant sound of the exit opening and the shuffling of someone entering. Through the trees, I could barely see someone being escorted in by a guard with a lantern. It wasn't until they were on the path leading up to my tea house that I could see who the visitor was. My dad. I leapt to my feet as my father stepped up into the tea house. His face looked grey from stress and exhaustion, yet his form seemed as broad and strong as ever. As I hurried to him, he reached out and I fell into his embrace. I let the strength of his arms press back my anxiety and fear as he held me. Time didn't seem to exist.
"I'm so sorry, my camellia,"
my father said, emotion evident in his voice.
"I've been such a fool. I kept thinking I could change things, that I had the power to make your life better. I tried to take care of things for you instead of just trusting you."
Heat burned the backs of my eyes. "I know you were just trying to protect me and our family. But skies below, I'm furious with you. At every turn, you chose to shut me out instead of letting me in." His breath hitched. I could hear the emotion in his voice as he said,
You should be angry. I deserve that anger, after I refused to hear out your other feelings. I'm sorry that I failed to protect you in every regard. Now that even the king has turned against you, I see that you are the only person I ever should have trusted in. I haven't been fair to you, not even a little.
His words loosened the tight coil of anger and hurt in my gut. My tense muscles relaxed. My father was stubborn, but when he finally admitted he'd done wrong, it meant he was ready to change. It was always how he'd been. And in this moment, I knew I had him as an ally at last. As we hugged, I felt something in his robes wriggle. I leapt back, eyes huge. No wonder my father looked so wide. He was hiding something in his robes, tucked under his arm, and held in place by his sash. He looked around at the guards, then must have decided that he didn't care that they were all watching us, because he opened the front of his robes and pulled out a sack. Out of the mouth of the sack peeked the happy face of... Chio, I yelled, pulling her out. She chirped happily, nuzzling my neck as I held her tight. The guards glanced at each other at the sight of the tanuki, but didn't seem to know if this was a problem they should deal with, so they did nothing. But surely they'd bring word of this back to the king. How did you get her? I asked my dad as my heart soared. He scratched his beard.
Strangest thing, that. She must have escaped, because she suddenly appeared in my room. She was so pleased with herself, prancing around and chirping, that it was a struggle to keep her a secret until I could bring her here to you.
Brilliant little genius, I told her. I rubbed her little triangular ears, then dug my fingers into the ruff of fur under her harness, just as she liked. She grunted happily. I stared at the glowing glyph on the harness, proof that Akari was still alive.
I tried to tell King Moon to cancel your engagement to Prince Bidgaram,
my father said. My eyes widened and I stared at him. How did he take that? His face darkened.
He wouldn't even grant me audience to speak to him. He probably didn't want to answer questions about why you're down here. What did you do to upset him?
I'm here partly because of the assassins. I'm guessing this place is secret and fairly defensible. I smiled wryly, but I also wouldn't keep my plunging mouth shut like you'd advised. He shook his head, then ruffled my hair.
That's my Ori.
My smile fell. We can't back out on my engagement. That's what's going to guarantee safety for our family. His face grew stony.
Maybe everyone will just have to take care of themselves this time. We've traded your happiness away too often.
I shook my head again. Dad, I have nothing left to give. I have no strength to protect our family except to do this one thing for them.
Prince Bidgaram is a crow-faced bastard.
I smiled at the vehemence in his words, but then insisted, please let me do this for our family. My father's exhaled breath came out like a gruel. Then he shook his head.
We can talk about that later. I have something to tell you.
I paused, then asked carefully, is it about my mysterious heritage? My father swallowed, then nodded. He looked anxious and vulnerable in a way I'd rarely seen. I let out a slow breath. Bidgaram already told me about who my grandfather is. My father stared for a moment.
Oh.
Then he said nothing, like I'd completely derailed his plans for our conversation. I wondered if he'd had it all planned out. I bit my lip, then asked something I'd been wondering about. We were banished because you'd forged our family tree to make us look more closely related to true bloods. Why did you forge it when we're actually related to royalty?
Because it wasn't official. As far as the royal charts went, I didn't exist.
My father's voice was a low, angry rumble.
But we deserve to have a little bit of our true status after all my mother and I went through.
He stopped and inhaled as though to calm himself. After a pause, he smiled at me.
My Camellia, can I tell you a story?
My father asked quietly. I smiled back. Oh, so you're the storyteller now?
Just for a few minutes. After that, I'll leave it up to you so that I don't offend your sensibilities.
We sat together on my mat.
You may remember,
he continued,
that your grandmother's name is Orishi. Half of your name comes from her.
I nodded. It was one of the only things he'd ever been willing to say about her before.
Orishi grew up on the outskirts of the capital. She was a commoner, but after her parents died in a crow attack, she had the opportunity to become a maid here in the Moon Palace.
He paused again and I waited with bated breath. The story already had me hooked.
Your grandmother was cheerful, hard-working and humble, and the palace kept her employed for many years. Soon, she blossomed into a beautiful young woman. She had unusual brown hair with a red tint, a colour many of my children have inherited in some fashion.
My father stroked my coppery hair.
Most true bloods see paler hair as a sign of an impure bloodline. But as with many things, there are always men attracted to beauty, no matter the form it comes in.
My father paused for a few long seconds and my stomach grew hot and sick. I suddenly knew what was coming.
Our current King Moon's father was the king at the time, and he was...
I could hear a dangerous note building in my father's voice.
a terrible man.
My father stopped speaking for so long that I wondered if he wanted me to read between the lines to figure out the rest of the story. But he finally continued in an even softer voice.
Although he had a wife and many concubines, he forced Orishi to become his mistress.
He swallowed.
And so I was born.
I closed my eyes, not wanting to envision it.
My life as an unwelcome child in the palace was not easy. From the time I was old enough to manage it, I was employed in the kitchens, working and cleaning in whatever capacity I could. But my mother loved me fiercely. She gave her every spare moment to me, always telling me stories. Always, always.
He ran his fingers through my hair again.
You remind me so much of her because of that.
His voice grew misty until he cleared his throat.
My mother sacrificed so much for me. She stayed in the clutches of the previous king, enduring his abuse for years, all so that she could provide a stable life for me.
We sat quietly for a few minutes. I let my father consider his next words, all the while trying to imagine him as a small child running through the halls of this very palace. Finally, I asked softly, "What happened to her?" He was silent for a long moment.
The queen at the time was a very jealous woman. She had my mother poisoned. It happened when I was 12. It was only me and the other maids who mourned her. She deserved better than that.
His voice shook, and my stomach clenched. At the same time, I marveled as I realized this might be the only time he had ever shared this story. My father took a long, deep breath.
But my mother had been preparing for that moment for years. On her deathbed, she revealed to me her secret. All those times that the king had forced her to come to his rooms, she had explored after he had fallen asleep. She found where he kept his objects of value. And those times when he was both asleep and drunk, she would take things. A little here and a little there, never things big enough to be suspicious. But soon, she had a small fortune in valuables, and on her deathbed, she gave it all to me. She was buried, and I left with the stolen goods the very next day. Because of my unusual upbringing, I'd learned things that most commoners never have access to. I was able, after a few years, to start my own trading business, and it was all possible because of my mother's efforts.
I nodded slowly, the pieces of my father's life falling into place.
The current King Moon was coronated young, in his 20s.
My father continued.
Because his father, my father, died from heart failure when I was 18.
He paused.
One of the best years of my life, but not for that reason. No, that was the year that I met your mother.
His serious face softened into a smile.
A dangerous pox swept through the capital that year. It affected both rich and poor, and killed many. I was hit pretty badly myself. Luckily, my trading business was fairly successful at that point, so I had the funds to get treatment. I went to a little herbalist shop, and that's where I met her. Aiko Hana, the reason for the other half of your name. With hair that looked like it had been touched by the sunset, and a smile just as bright, she won my heart immediately. Luckily, since my illness was bad enough, I had to keep coming back for extra treatment, so I had plenty of opportunities to make her see my charms as well.
He gazed up at the ceiling, clearly lost in memories. His smile was so pure, so loving that I was reminded of the way Akari and Shiru had looked at each other, and my heart clenched.
Her widowed mother eagerly accepted my marriage proposal to her daughter. They were in desperate need of money. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law died shortly after the wedding due to another wave of the pox, leaving Aiko and me alone.
But we weren't alone for long.
He turned to look at me, smiling.
Our beautiful children soon came into our lives, making us so proud and happy. 4 sons, and then you.
I swallowed and looked away. I didn't want to hear about this part of the story, didn't want to think about how it was my fault.
Ori,
my dad told me gently.
This is something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time, something I'm not sure you've understood clearly. Your mother did it willingly. She wanted you. She wanted
to die? I interrupted softly, hating myself for the terrible words as they slipped out of my mouth, even as tears slipped out of my eyes. This, out of everything, was what was going to make me cry, a pain as old as I was? My father was silent for a moment before resting his hand on my back.
Your mother's pregnancies were hard. There were certain risks for her, and more as we went on. After she gave birth to Shiro, the healer told her that having another child would likely be fatal to her. We tried to be careful so she wouldn't get pregnant, but Aiko kept waking in the night, telling me that she dreamed again of holding a baby girl in her arms. And shortly after that,
he shrugged.
She got pregnant with you. She knew you were a girl from the moment she felt your soul flame spark to life in her belly.
He paused for a long moment before clearing his throat.
Ori, your mother could have tried to snuff out your soul flame. Many women would have done it.
I shivered, imagining my tiny baby body failing to form, withering and dying in the womb.
But your mother wanted you no matter what it might cost her.
I closed my eyes, silent tears still coursing down my cheeks. I knew the rest of the story, knew that my mother had died holding her tiny new baby in her arms. I knew it was my fault my father was a widower and my brothers were motherless.
It's not your fault, my Camellia. It was a choice she made,
he said softly. Why? I whispered. Would anyone make that choice? My throat was tight. Why would anyone be willing to die for me? My father pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket and gave it to me, then waited while I scrubbed at my cheeks.
Orihana, I named you after these two women for a reason, and I'm telling you their stories now for a reason. These were women who knew what was most important. They saw plenty of sorrow in their days, but they acted with love and hope. They followed their hearts and found happiness.
In spite of my best efforts, my face took on a look of incredulity. Dad, I don't mean to dishonor their memories by saying this, but you just told me the stories of two women who died young. Do you think they really found happiness?
To them, there were things more important than life itself. More important than their own survival,
he told me gently.
They made their choices align with their love, and it brought them joy, even until the end.
He rubbed my back.
I'm not telling you that you must have the same priorities that they did. I'm telling you to live in harmony with the things that seem most important to you. Your choices matter.
But Dad, I exclaimed, I have no choices. Every path I've wanted has been taken from me. My voice echoed around the garden, and I could feel the eyes of every guard on me. My dad took my hand.
Even when it seems that all doors have been closed and you are trapped inside a prison, you still choose what you do within its walls. You are able to live a life of meaning, no matter your circumstances.
He paused.
I'm sorry that I've often taken your agency from you. In trying to be your protector, I sometimes forgot my greatest motivator in all that I do for you.
He gently took the tear-stained handkerchief away from me and reached into his pocket to pull out his pyrography stylus.
It's something that I won't forget again. And since I don't know how often I will be able to see you from here on out, I want to give you something. It's something that will never lead you astray.
For a moment, my father held the stylus in his right hand, the hand he used now to write or do pyrography. Then he switched it to his left hand, the one that was scarred with fingers that didn't bend quite right, the hand he'd once used for his art. The hand he hadn't made art with for years. I watched in awe as my father pressed the hot tip of his stylus against the cloth, burning several curving lines into it. His trembling hand drew one line after another, creating the rounded petals of a camellia blossom. Once finished, he started on the lines of a glyph. Seeing the glyph, one of the guards cried out, and 6 of them dove at us, pulling my father to his feet. He seemed to have expected this and allowed them to yank him up. Wait, I cried out as the handkerchief fluttered to the ground. One of the guards tried to grab it, but I snatched it first. Don't you dare, I snarled. This is a gift from my father. I stared at the glyph my father had burned. It was the glyph for love, and it was glowing. My father, it seemed, was marked by the spirit of love. As I held it in my hands and looked at the drawing of the camellia blossom, a sense of warmth filled my chest, a sense of belonging. It made my soul flame leap within me, and the black flame seemed to back away into the shadows. The power of the spirit of love. I looked between my father and the glowing symbol on the cloth in my hand. I wondered if this was a glyph he had not burned since my mother's death.
Although none of you knew about it, I filled our home with the spirit of love's power daily. I hope you felt it.
Tears once again welled in my eyes. I had felt it. Always. Always.
You still have many choices in front of you, Uri,
my father told me softly. I stared at the handkerchief, chest aching. Was there any way to choose what I wanted and still do what was right? I could choose to go with Sujin. I could choose to save Akari. Except that path would end in sorrow and death. It would be a betrayal of what everyone needed me to be. If I went with Sujin, I would be there when he turned. I would see the darkness defeat him at last, and I would be the first one he'd tear apart with monstrous claws. It was better to choose a path that wouldn't put either of us through that. It was better to choose the path of honor and duty. Wasn't it? A door slammed distantly and I looked up sharply. Glyph lanterns bobbed their way through the trees as several people made their way toward us. I stood facing the lights beside my father. Chio shuffled nervously at my side. Moments later, 4 figures emerged from the shadows. King Moon, flanked by 2 glyph masters and one of my guards. A guard who must have snuck off to get the king while my father and I had been talking. King Moon stopped several paces away on the path leading to the tea house. His gaze darkened as it landed on Chio.
There are few things,
he said,
more disappointing than putting trust in people who just won't trust you back.
My stomach sank. I knew this confrontation wouldn't end well. Chapter 30, in which I'm more devious than usual.
You couldn't leave the tanuki in the place I deemed best for it, Daishin?
King Moon asked my father. As they looked at each other, I felt a tension, and I realized that this was the first time I'd seen them together with the full context of knowing they were half-brothers. My father opened his mouth to respond, but I beat him to it. My tanuki doesn't belong to you. At my side, Chio stood a little taller, letting out a single chirp of defiance at the king. King Moon's gaze softened as it landed on me.
Very true, my dear Slayer. She belongs to you.
He gave me a placating smile.
But you belong to me.
He waved a careless hand at my father and ordered the guards.
Take him away to be confined. He cannot be trusted. Take the animal, too.
Immediately, 3 guards swarmed my father, yanking him out of the tea house. Another guard snatched Chio by her harness. I leapt after them. Let them go! 2 guards grabbed me from behind. I struggled fiercely, focusing my soul flame. This time, I wouldn't hold back.
Be calm,
King Moon insisted.
Your father will be perfectly safe, although the situation will become more complicated the more you struggle. Do my glyph masters need to restrain you again? Perhaps we should use the spirit of peace to calm you.
I paused, finger burning with heat and chest heaving, and watched as my father was escorted away. He gave me a brave smile, an expression that I knew he meant to be reassuring, but I didn't feel calm or certain about anything right now. If I fought back, the king's glyph masters would use pyrography to incapacitate me again. I could imagine few things worse than having the spirit of peace take away my will to fight and eliminate my sense of urgency and concern. But would my father really be safe wherever they were taking him? Would Chio? I watched, uncertain and helpless, until they were out of sight through the trees, and I heard the door shut distantly. I shoved the guards off, and they willingly let go of me. I rubbed my sore arms where they'd gripped me and glared at them. At least a few of the men around me had the decency to look chagrined. King Moon turned to me, hands clasped behind his back and eyes concerned behind his spectacles.
I'm afraid your father's well-being is dependent upon you now, most revered Slayer.
I bristled at the threat, but didn't have time to respond before he said,
So let me tell you what we're going to do.
The middle-aged glyph master burned a glyph onto her slate and I felt a pressure on my ears. The sounds of the garden went silent, and only the sounds of breathing belonging to the king, his glyph masters and me could be heard. She'd created a barrier of sound that would keep the guards from hearing our words.
In the morning,
King Moon continued,
we are going to announce that we have the cursed prince in our custody. and then in the evening we will use my glyph masters to make it appear that you've bound him. To maintain the utmost realism, you need to be there, acting the part.
Dread filled my chest. Here we were back at this conversation, only now I was completely backed into a corner. My mind raced through his plan, looking for chinks in its armor. If he thought I needed to be there to make it realistic enough, then... "Who are you going to use as the fake cursed prince?" I asked. His smile widened.
"One of the Jiangsu assassins. I told you we'd make Jiangsu pay for this."
I suppose that made a horrible sort of sense.
"We'll tell them he broke into our palace trying to kill you. There will be an investigation to confirm that he really is a member of Jiangsu dynasty, and it will be discovered empirically that it's true. The harder thing to fake will be that he's the cursed prince. But my glyph masters have developed a plan."
He looked utterly confident. Not a single worry that this plan might fail. Did kings always scheme the way Jiangsu and Moon had been doing? At the start of every new cycle of Prince and Slayer, was there always so much manipulation and deceit, or was it ever as straightforward as the stories made it sound? My gut told me to lash out in anger, to make him see at last that I wasn't his puppet. But a wiser little voice in my head told me to stop and think. I swallowed, heart pounding as a new plan began to form in my mind. I bowed my head, trying to look defeated. "You know I don't want to participate in this."
"Not even to protect your father?"
he asked.
"Not even when it's the most straightforward path to defeating the crows? We don't have many tools left to us. Please give me the power to become emperor and unify the 4 armies against the crows at last."
His mention of my father made fury boil through my limbs again, but I forced my fists not to clench. I had to make him think he'd won, convince him to let his guard down. "Isn't there any other way?" My whisper sounded loud in the sound chamber. "Something better?" He shook his head sadly.
"This is the best way to protect everyone."
I swallowed, then said, "I've been thinking and thinking. I can't find the best path." This was true, so a bit of genuine anguish came through in my voice. I took a deep breath, hoping I'd sound convincing, and said, "I agree to your plan. I'll do as you say." King Moon clapped his hand together once.
"Excellent. I'm delighted that we see eye to eye at last. We will keep you informed and come get you tomorrow when it's time to prepare."
I looked around at the little tea house and dark, dark garden beyond it. "Can I sleep in my room again?" He gave me his best grandfatherly smile.
"I think it's better you stay here for the time being."
I cursed internally, but suppose that made sense. He knew he couldn't be too careful, especially when I'd been fairly rebellious up to this point. Well, I could be clever. I'd find a way around it. His glyph master removed the sound chamber and King Moon bid me good night. They left and I lay down on my sleeping mat, pulling my blankets up to my chin and pretending to fall asleep. I'd already napped earlier, so I wasn't tired at all. In fact, my body hummed with adrenaline. I wanted to drum my fingers or jiggle my feet, but I forced myself to remain calm and work on stretching my soul flame instead. The imaginary dragon within me exhaled when I inhaled, filling my limbs with the heat of my soul flame, storing it, but not using it. I held my breath, then let it go, letting my soul flame return to my chest. It had recovered fully from last night, and felt like it had even grown from all its use these past few days. I would have plenty to enact my plan. Tonight, I would escape. I would break my father free and take him somewhere safe where he couldn't be used against me. I would protect him, because he was the only one left that I could protect. What I would do after that, I still wasn't sure. I would take this one step at a time. An hour passed, maybe 2. It was hard to tell. I kept myself awake by rehearsing my plan again and again. I knew my guards were tired and bored. It was nearly time for them to leave, and for new guards to replace them. I had to act before the fresh ones arrived. I shifted in bed, spending the next few minutes tossing and turning. Then I sat up, rolling my shoulders to stretch. I tried to look groggy and exhausted rather than bursting with anxious anticipation. My guards watched as I stood and stepped out of the tea house. 4 followed me, but when I stepped off the lit path and moved into the darkness of the trees, they seemed uncertain.
"Where are you going, Honored Slayer?"
A bearded middle-aged man asked. I turned back, hoping my weary expression would be convincing. "I can't sleep. Too anxious." I'm looking for some flutterweed root to put in my tea. When they looked confused, I added, it's a sleep aid. I was an herbalist before this, you know. The bearded guard seemed to have known this because he nodded, convinced.
Do you need a lamp?
I waved in dismissal. No need. I saw flutterweed right by this glowing tree earlier. The guards waited on the path as I ducked under branches and hopped over shrubs to head towards the back wall. One of the trees with blue, glowing leaves grew there, its dim light barely enough to illuminate the plants directly around it. Instead of going right to it, I veered to the left, staying outside its range of light. Luckily, it was dark enough and there was enough foliage that the guards wouldn't be able to tell. I reached the wall, reaching out and feeling its cold stone surface. I walked as silently as I could along it, heading through the garden toward the corner. In the adjacent wall, there was a hall that led through some of the smaller garden rooms and eventually to another exit. The only problem was the two guards standing at the entrance to that hall, blocking my way forward. I had to get them to move. I stopped. From here, I could peer through the foliage and see my tea house 50 feet away and the men still standing there, the guards who were waiting for my return on the path, the glowing tree, and the guards blocking the hall. Time to work my magic. I crouched and focused my soul flame into my pointer finger, then drew a glowing golden glyph near the ground where I hope no one could see. The spirit of the harvest enveloped me with her power. I could feel her satisfaction in this place, this marvel of nature with all its life. I reached out with my aura as far as I could, then used her power to touch the glowing tree. Sorry, I told it internally. I pulsed power into it until one side swelled. My only hope was that it would be so fast that the guards wouldn't understand what had happened. The side of the tree ballooned unnaturally until, crack, the tree snapped under its own weight. Half of the tree fell to the ground with a resounding thump.
Revered Slayer!
One guard yelled.
Miss Okada!
The 4 guards by the path, the 2 at the hall, and 3 more from the tea house rushed toward the cracked tree. I felt bad for a moment, recognizing that their concern and urgency were genuine. They really wanted to keep me safe. Well, if I had to trick them in order to save my dad, so be it. I pressed back against the wall as they clambered through the underbrush toward the broken tree, glyph lamps in hand. They weren't in a tight clump, not yet anyway, but in just a moment they'd converge. The 4 guards reached the tree first, then the other 2 looking around for me frantically. By the time the other 3 got there, my finger was already sparkling, and I wrote my next glyph. The spirit of protection surrounded me, and I felt the strength of the trees around me, the thickness of the stone walls. I pushed forward with her power, once again straining to reach as far as I needed. I hastily built walls around the group of guards by the tree. I knew it wasn't perfect. I didn't have enough skill to make them more than 6 feet high, and they were thin because I had so stretched so far to pen the guards in, but I hoped they would give me enough time to get out of here. I finished my task and the spirit's power left me. I took a deep breath and ran. It was tricky rushing through a garden quietly in the dark, but I hoped the sound of the guards moving behind me would mask my own sounds. I had to get to the hall before the guards still at the tea house began searching for me. My only advantage was that no one would know where I'd gone, especially because the hall was dark since the guards had taken their glyph lamps with them. There'd be a moment of vulnerability as I left the trees and darted back onto the path to enter the hall. But there was no avoiding it. I rushed around several trees, crouching low, then barely managed to jump over a row of arranged rocks. My foot caught on a root in the dark, but I managed to keep from falling headfirst into a bush. There was the edge of the garden, the path into the hall straight ahead. I darted onto the stone path just as someone behind me yelled,
"We're trapped! This is a trap!"
As everyone began to call out, I looked over my shoulder and saw the guards at the tea house rushing toward those in the garden. Then the hallway swallowed me, its darkness obscuring, and I slowed to quiet my footsteps.
She's not back here. Spread out and find her.
I swallowed, moving as quickly as I dared. No one had seen me, but they would figure out where I'd gone soon. Up ahead, I saw a light at the other end of the hall. It was the room with the fountain and the koi pond. I didn't think anyone would be stationed there since there was no exit, but the rooms of the garden and the hallways between them formed a circle. If I kept going, I'd reach the smaller back exit. And certainly more guards, too. One thing at a time, I reassured myself. If only I could make illusions like Su-jin. The mere thought made my chest hurt. I remember that evening at the shrines, sneaking around with him, invisible, hand in hand, pulse racing. He'd been the ally I truly needed. Now I knew I'd never go on another adventure with him again, and the thought crushed me. Just ahead, a shape that had been obscuring itself against the dark wall stepped out into the square of light at the end of the hall. A man. I skidded to a halt, trying to dart away, but he lunged for me, pinning my arms to my sides. As I fought against him, my elbow collided with his armor and realized it was another guard, one that hadn't ran toward my distraction like the others. He grunted as I kicked his shin.
I don't know what you're up to, but you better.
He cut off as my finger began to glow, flaring as bright as a flame. He flinched, trying to hold me away from him but refusing to actually let go. Despite his grip on my wrists, I managed to burn a glyph. A raging blizzard whirled around me. I gathered the power and compressed it beneath his feet. A patch of slick ice formed there, and the guard slipped, going down hard and pulling me with him. He lost his grip on me as we collided with the ground. My teeth rattled from the impact, but I tried to shake it off as I clambered up to flee. Only now there was a patch of ice between me and where I wanted to go. Suddenly, a girl appeared at my side as though from thin air. I didn't get a good look at her face as she scrambled away from me, but her robes were sleek, white and red, just like the ones I was wearing. She darted back down the hall toward the main room with the tea house, and the guards scrambled after her. As they rushed away, I looked down at my own body, bewildered. It was gone, completely invisible, as though I was a ghost. My heart leapt into my throat as a low, familiar voice spoke from behind me.
It's me. I'm back.
I whirled but found no one there. But I didn't need to see him to know who it was. I could hear the smile in Su-jin's voice as he asked,
Ready to bust out of here?
Chapter 31, in which I enter the jaws of the beast. My heart leapt in my chest. Su-jin was here. Just as I'd known, he'd come back for me. Then my heart plummeted. My mind hadn't changed about him. I knew that even if his plan to save Hwalsang by binding the crows in their nests permanently was brilliant, it wouldn't work. I couldn't actually go with him, no matter how my heart longed to.
That illusion won't work forever. Eventually they'll find out she's fake,
he said, keeping his voice soft.
Come on, I'm going to reach my hand out to you so you can take it.
I felt frozen, completely at a loss. Then I swallowed and clenched my fists. I'd been trying to escape anyway, hadn't I? Well, we'd just escape together, even if I didn't go with him afterward. You'll need to capture him afterward, a small voice in my mind told me. And I knew it was true. My best path to protecting all of Hwalsang was still to find a way to bind the cursed prince, to bind Su-jin. Steeling myself against the roar of twisting emotions within me, I reached my hand out, searching until it found his. As our fingers touched, heat crept up my arm and into my chest. Grief roiled in my belly. Why did the cursed prince have to be Su-jin? Gorgeous, kind, determined Su-jin. Why did all that goodness have to be taken from him to be replaced by the evil of the crows? I didn't want to be his enemy. As his grip tightened on my hand and we stepped carefully over the ice, I took a deep breath. I'll trust you for now. He remained silent for a few seconds as we walked down the dark hall and into the room with the koi pond. Without seeing his face, it was impossible to know what he was thinking.
But not enough to go with me afterward,
he said.
Is this what you mean?
Su-jin, I swallowed. There was nothing I could say that would fix this. Su-jin stopped in the middle of the room and I paused beside him. The cobble path led straight onward to a hall into the next room. To our right were several large boulders tucked into a small copse of trees, and to our left was the koi pond. The ripples on the black water were lit blue by the glowing leaves of several trees around it. Bonsai lined the path. The fountain at the back of the pond tinkled, filling the silence between us. Su-jin turned me to face him, then clearly called his soul flame back from his invisibility glyphs because we suddenly became visible again. He let go of me. What are you doing? I demanded in a hiss, aghast that we were out in the open for anyone to see. In the other room, the yells of the guards echoed as they searched for me. In the dark, I couldn't see much of him, but faint light shone from beneath his clothes, the light from dozens of glowing glyphs. Face serious, Sujin burned a glowing glyph into the air, and a bubble of shimmering gold appeared over us and the cobblestone path. The ripples beyond it stilled, like they were only lines in a painting. Noises from elsewhere in the garden ceased. Everything within the bubble lit up with a faint luminescence, even my own skin and clothes. Sujin grabbed me by the shoulders, staring squarely at my face.
Ori, I need you to look into my eyes and see how serious I am.
So I looked. I filled my vision with Sujin Ogai. He'd traded his guard uniform and armor for simple white and grey robes. Part of his hair was in a top knot, while the rest cascaded down his shoulders, sleek and black. His expression was unguarded but serious. Pain lurked behind his eyes. My heart trembled. As much as I felt like my knowledge of what he was should have changed what I saw, I found myself looking at the same genuine, sincere young man he'd been from the beginning. Sujin Ogai, a person who I'd come to call friend.
What more do I have to do to prove myself?
He whispered. His throat bobbed as he swallowed.
I can beat the darkness.
I inhaled tremulously, remembering the twisted expression on his face as he'd stabbed the assassin. The grin, the darkness, the bloodlust. His actions then had been those of a different person than the one before me now. It hadn't been him. In that moment, his curse had been the thing in control. It meant that Sujin at his core was still good, but it also meant that the evil inside of him sometimes took over. So how could I know? How could I be sure this wouldn't end like one of the tragic classics I'd watched play out on the stage as a child? The girl who saw good in a monster and put her trust in something that couldn't help but be evil. In the end, it killed her, and everyone suffered for her choices. Now that I knew what I was looking for, I could sense the darkness in his eyes even now, as though I was seeing right into his core and witnessing the violent flickering of the black flame within him. Every thrum of my heart hurt, my throat tightened, aching with a sense of horrible loss. In that moment, I understood the truth. The one thing I needed was to know that he would remain himself, that his curse wouldn't change him from the Sujin I had come to care for. He cared, and he really believed that he could win against the darkness inside of him and choose what was really best. Was there some possibility that he was right? What would happen if I chose to truly trust him?
I have your father,
he blurted out. It took me a moment to process his words. Then I whispered, What? He squeezed his eyes shut, like he regretted his words. Or maybe like he was psyching himself up to do something unpleasant.
I was sneaking around the palace, looking for you, when I found your father locked up,
he said.
I smuggled him out.
Shock bubbled inside me. My father was free? Where is he now? I asked eagerly.
Out of the city.
My relief turned into alarm. I knew my father wouldn't have left the city willingly, not when I was still trapped here. Anxiety rising, I demanded, I need to know where he is. Sujin just stared at me for a long time, expression unreadable, though I could see his thoughts churning. I could practically see as he built a wall around his feelings. His silence only scared me more. Skies below, Sujin! Why aren't you telling me? His expression hardened like a mask snapped into place. He released my shoulder.
Isn't it obvious? He's on his way to somewhere safe and distant from here. But if you come with me, I'll make sure you're reunited. Make the right choice, for both your sakes.
My heart hammered, the true meaning of Sujin's words settling like heavy stones in my chest. With each beat, a new bubble of anger blossomed within me. Is that a threat? I asked. He folded his arms, expression still cold.
It's an offer.
But I understood. Sujin hadn't rescued my father. He'd captured him to use as blackmail. He'd failed to convince me to go with him the nice way, so he was resorting to manipulation, just like he'd threatened. Maybe I'd been wrong about Sujin being good at his core, or maybe the black flame was controlling him, even now. My fists shook. Heat welled in my hands as I pressed my soul flame into them, and I had to back away several steps to keep myself from punching him. I could hardly hide the fury from my voice. As I asked, and if I won't go with you? His jaw tightened.
Then you'll never see him again.
Something within me snapped. The fire of desperation and rage within me burned to a crescendo. I was so sick of being controlled, of being a tool to people with more power than me. I burned a streak of light into the air, calling on the spirit of protection. Sujin began to burn a mysterious glyph too, even faster than me, but stopped partway through as he saw which spirit I was choosing. He let his glyph fade.
I'm not going to hurt you,
he said with frustration, stepping toward me. The spirit's power engulfed me, whirling around me to match the rage within myself. I put up my barrier, then let the spirit's presence fade. Immediately, I launched into burning another glyph. It didn't matter anymore if I escaped. My father no longer needed rescuing. It didn't matter if the time bubble vanished and the guards heard us. All that mattered was that I did the one duty as the Slayer that I had the ability to accomplish in that moment. The one thing I could do to protect my people. Sujin had paused while I'd cast the barrier into place, since my surroundings always slowed when I wielded a spirit's power, but he resumed right where he'd left off.
But I'm not going to let you fight me either.
He stepped swiftly toward me, raising a hand as though to grab mine. Then he tripped, toppling over the invisible knee-high barrier I'd planted between us. He landed hard on his hands, and as he did, I was ready. I finished drawing the lines of the glyph for ice. I just had to freeze his hands to the ground, take away his main weapon. But as the storm of cold whipped up around me, I cursed internally. Sujin must have known what I wanted to try because he was already rolling, drawing his hands toward his chest to protect them. Even with the way the use of a spirit-blessed glyph slowed time, he was still slowly moving. Heart hammering, I cast the power of ice toward him. As it nearly wrapped around his head along with the rest of him, I panicked and withdrew it. I didn't want to kill him. I couldn't engulf him entirely and prevent him from breathing. My uncertainty allowed much of the power to drift off, but I snatched up what was left and thrust it at him, wrapping it around his arms so that a sheet of thick ice blossomed there. Time resumed as the spirit's presence faded and ice encased his arms. My soul flame roared with hot energy and I could feel its strength. I wasn't even close to done. I gathered my soul flame once more as Sujin rolled, smashing his trapped arms down on the cobblestone path. The ice broke away from one of his arms and I hurried to write my glyph. He made the time bubble disappear, throwing us into complete darkness, startling me. I finished the lines of my pyroglyph as he swiftly began drawing his own. The energy of the spirit of the harvest surrounded me. I felt the lush vibrancy of life in the gardens. I sensed the strength of the trees, the heaviness of the peony blossoms, open and eager to spread pollen. I felt a small nearby juniper, its sturdy branches trained in the shape of a bonsai. Well, now it was going to become a prison. I shoved power into the bonsai, urging it to grow. Its spicy scent filled the air as new needles and branches burst forth. The thick limbs stretched out like a grasping hand, reaching towards Sujin. As the spirit's power faded, Sujin regained his usual speed, finishing his glyph for the spirit of time. He vanished. The juniper branches scrabbled uselessly at the ground, then went still. I gaped at the spot Sujin had been. He'd paused time for me, then moved, making it seem as though he'd teleported. Realizing that because of the way his power worked, his pause bubble must be gone now, I whirled just in time to see him burning the same glyph behind me. He vanished again. Heart hammering, I spun and found him burning the same glyph yet again, now while sitting high in the branches of a nearby tree. The light of his glyph illuminated his cold yet satisfied expression. Was he toying with me? Before I could finish focusing my soul flame, he was gone again. I spun, refusing to let him get behind me, yet I knew I couldn't keep up with someone who could manipulate time. The light of the blue trees was faint, and most of the room was black with shadows. There was no sign of Sujin and the faintly glowing glyphs on his body. I swallowed, soul flame sparkling on my fingertip. There was no point in burning a glyph if I had no target. I turned in a slow circle, keeping my finger low so that my eyes could focus past its light and into the darkness. Everything was silent, but I knew he was still here somewhere. "Is that all you've got?" I demanded in a hushed tone. "Did you wear yourself out showing off?" His voice came from right behind my ear.
You can't beat me.
I whirled, swinging my fist to try and slam it into his face. He caught it. When I tried to bring my other elbow into his nose, he caught that arm too. I twisted my wrists in a way that my father had said would break an attacker's grip, but his hands just gripped me tighter. So instead, I bashed my forehead into his face, making him grunt in pain. My face throbbed. I tried to bring my knee up into his groin, but he blocked with his leg, and I cracked my knee painfully into his. Using all my strength, I rammed my shoulder into his sternum, but the force of it was muted by his grip on me. Then Sujin twisted my wrist painfully, making me gasp. When I kicked at him again, he yanked me sideways, then slammed me to the ground, pinning me. My head spun. I struggled against his weight. His hands still held my wrists, and his legs pinned mine. Both of us breathed heavily from the short but violent struggle. His long black hair cascaded down onto my heaving chest.
Exactly what,
he said slowly,
are you trying to accomplish?
In that moment, trapped and immobile, I felt utterly lost. The songs and stories that I myself had told and sung about the Slayer swirled in my mind. The virtues that were so important to them pounded through my head in time with my heart. Honor, loyalty, duty, strength. That's what I was trying so hard to emulate. Then I remembered the previous night, when Sujin and I had sat so close, when his warm hand had gently engulfed mine, when I'd leaned in, hoping he would bridge the distance and kiss me. Now my forehead stung from slamming it into his jaw. Emotion welled within me, stinging my eyes. This wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to fight him. And if my father was right that I had more than one path to choose, then I didn't have to fight him. But if I chose Sujin and his plan failed, people would die, possibly thousands, and it would be my fault. In going with his plan, I'd either save everyone forever or betray all of humankind, and I just didn't have enough evidence to believe his plan wouldn't fail. There was only one guaranteed way to end the crow's killing, and only the Slayer could do it. Only the Slayer could bind. I realized what I had to do with my remaining soul flame. There was still enough to at least try. I closed my eyes, looking within myself at the two flames that pulsed in my chest, one black and oily, one bright and hot with anger and exhilaration. As I'd done before, I used my aura to gather the heat of my soul flame, but instead of pushing it into my finger, I formed it into a weapon, a sword of fire and light. I turned to the black flame. I could see the gaps in the black and purple tongues of fire, the cracks that made it look like the jaws of a beast. I took my sword and rammed it between the fangs. The dark teeth bit down on my sword and pain engulfed me. My body stiffened and I gasped. The black flame tried to wrench my sword away, but I held on tight. Sujin's grip on my trembling wrists slackened.
Ori, please don't do this now,
he pleaded.
Don't hurt yourself like this.
Using my aura, I ripped my sword free from the jaws. Then I jammed the weapon back in at an angle. Sweat beaded on my brow, my skin seared like it was on fire. Sujin's hand moved to gently cup my cheek.
Ori!
I shoved on the sword with all my might and the jaws wrenched open. Suddenly, I was engulfed in darkness, standing in a tunnel made of nothing but whirling clouds of black, grey, and red. The tunnel had one massive main path, but there seemed to be other paths branching off. Massive crystals lined the tunnel. Purple lightning crackled at the end, lighting up the distant, massive form of the spirit of the curse. Chapter 32. In which I face a god. The spirit looked just like before, a writhing mass, amorphous like every bit of his flesh had a mind of its own. The mountain-sized being turned toward me, his body shifting in rapid succession. Most of the time, his shape was indecipherable. But then, for an instant, the oily flesh would take on the form of a wolf, a crow, or a man before becoming nebulous again. Never before had I seen a living creature so big. I couldn't let him stop me this time. I stepped across the floor, and though it appeared to be made of a vortex of clouds, it felt as smooth as glass. I forced my shoulders to square, my chin to lift, forced myself to meet Monster's sharp, almond-shaped eyes of red and gold.
You've returned,
he said, no mouth visible. I passed crystals as large as me that blocked pathways leading off of this main tunnel. I stopped 50 feet away from the monster, hating how I had to crane my face up to meet his eyes. Spirit of the curse, I said, barely keeping my voice firm. I need answers. His eyes tilted in his amorphous body, as though he was cocking his head.
I can sense your fear, though your actions don't reflect that emotion.
His eyes crinkled in a smile.
How delightful. I do enjoy those who act contrary to their feelings, contrary to all reason.
I clenched my hands on my robes. Having him point out my fear made it harder to ignore the pounding of my heart and tightness in my chest, the terror coursing through my limbs and urging me to run. Where is Kisun? I demanded. When I first became the Slayer, I heard her voice, and then you did something. I took another step forward, trying to look brave and in control. I could sense that time outside of this place had ceased to move, but I still felt a sense of urgency. Why are you keeping her from me? He turned away like he was already growing bored.
It's all part of a new experiment, my pet.
I gritted my teeth. I am not your pet. He turned back again, seeming amused.
No, are you too powerful and independent to be a pet?
In this moment, speaking to such an enormous alien monster, nothing seemed farther from the truth. I swallowed. I'm no animal. He leaned suddenly down, his house-sized face jutting toward me, and I stumbled back.
No, you're human, and what better thing could a spirit have as a pet? To you, I am a god.
Only Jinsil is my god. The look on my face only made him grin, the writhing darkness of his face splitting open to reveal perfectly white fangs.
Do you even know what spirits are? Do you have any idea why I'm here on Hwalsung or why I care about the petty struggles of your race?
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I felt more ignorant and tiny than ever. The truth was that I had no idea. Jinsilism explained very little about the spirits outside of their religious functions. They were powerful beings who lived on a spiritual plane. They weren't made of physical matter, but they could control it in a way no human could. Legends said that more spirits existed apart from the 30 that gave us power through pyrography, but nothing concrete about them was known. Why was the spirit of the curse so interested in interfering in human affairs? What would he gain from it? He straightened up, chuckling.
Humans are so fascinating, mortal, fragile and disposable, yet so firm in your convictions, and that's what truly gives humans power. You certainly don't know when to quit, even when there's no chance of winning or even surviving.
He grinned again, body bubbling.
For you to come here thinking you could stand against me, how charming.
Limbs burst out of his body, like jagged spider legs and tentacles. He rose even higher off the ground, the noise of the bursting tentacles akin to the sharp, wet noise of a rabbit being skinned. I couldn't help it. I stumbled back, as one massive limb crunched down on the ground before me as he stepped in my direction. I gathered my soul flame and urged the heat into my hand. My finger sparked, just as it did in the physical world.
This is the top layer of the spirit realm,
the spirit of the curse said.
In fact, you're not even fully immersed yet. You'll find your pyrography works here, though not deeper. Which brings us to the reason you're here.
He took another step forward, forcing me to lurch back again.
You think to fight me, to get past me and reach Key soon.
He stepped again, and this time I had to leap, heart hammering to keep from being crushed.
You've already insisted you're above the beasts of the field and pets of the hearth. Show me what you can do.
Breath ragged, I dodged another stomping limb. I'd had no plunging idea what I'd been getting myself into, but I had to try. Perhaps he'd been right that the true strength of humans was that we refused to give up, even when we were outmatched. There were no plants to grow or manipulate here, meaning I only had access to the power of 2 spirits, and I had to somehow win while keeping my soul flame from going out. I squeezed my eyes shut for an instant and whispered, "Jinsil, help me!" Then I opened my eyes and burned my glyph for the spirit of protection. A woman appeared at my side, 10 feet tall and covered in sleek silvery plates of armor. In her hand, she carried a massive shield nearly as tall as she was. The top of her face was hidden by a visor, but where her skin was exposed on the lower half of her face and her hands, I could see that her skin was covered in blue dragon-like scales. My awe at the sudden appearance of the spirit of protection lasted only a moment. Her power was in my hands, but time didn't slow for the spirit of the curse. I leapt and rolled out of the way as he swiped a tentacle across the ground toward me, much of the power floating away. In this place, it looked like blue mist, coiling in geometric patterns. The spirit of protection struck out with her huge shield, and the blue power bounced back toward me. I reached out and somehow managed to seize it. It felt cool yet soft. The spirit of the curse asked the woman.
Taking sides, darling.
She told him coldly.
Just doing the very job you assigned to me.
I wrapped the power around my head, planning to encase myself in a barrier, but before I could do anything more, a tentacle shot out, striking me in the gut. I slid across the smooth floor before crashing into the wall in a blinding flash of pain. All breath was driven from me, and I choked as I tried to gasp it back in. The leftover blue mist whirled nearby, and I tried to reach a trembling hand out to gather it back up, but one of the spirit's limbs crushed it, stamping it out. The spirit of protection vanished. The monster's limb descended toward me this time. Claws emerged from the dark, oily flesh and filled my vision. Still struggling to breathe, I rolled and barely avoided being crushed. I staggered up, forcing soul flame back into my finger and wildly casting around for a plan. I couldn't defeat him. There was no way. So how could I get to Kisun? I burned a glyph for the spirit of ice. A massive white fox appeared behind me, ice crystals on its fur. The power of a blizzard raged in my hands, and in this place it even looked like a snowstorm. I launched the power upward. The spirit of the curse dodged with ease, chuckling. But I didn't stop there. I called on the spirit of ice again, and when his power filled my hands, I shaped it into a pointed spear of ice. The spirit of the curse shook his head, amused by my antics, and lifted a clawed tentacle to crush me. At that moment, the ice I'd intentionally aimed too high, the ice that now hung from the ceiling like a huge sharp icicle, cracked and fell toward my foe. He stepped toward me to dodge it, and that gave me the opportunity to run forward and stab him with my ice spear. It sank deep into his flesh. The spirit of the curse halted, stunned. His eyes slowly turned down to look at my spear jutting into his enormous form. For a moment, it seemed like neither of us breathed. Then he asked,
"Would you like me to curl up on the ground and die now, killed by a splinter?"
In one quick motion, he flicked me away, sending me hurtling into the wall again. The force seemed to crumple my lungs. I wanted to gasp for breath, wanted to crawl away, but I couldn't even get myself to roll off my back. The spirit of the curse plucked my spear out and tossed it away like trash. A tunnel entrance blocked by crystals loomed only feet away, and he used a tentacle to snap one of the crystals free from the ground. Then he rammed it down into my chest. I screamed as agony flooded me. I tried to curl up, but the crystal impaled me, pinning me to the ground. I couldn't even breathe. Then the spirit of the curse yanked the crystal free, and I inhaled a shuddering gasp. I coughed, my hands fluttering over my ribcage to assess the damage, but there was no wound, no hole in my robes, and no blood, only pain.
"You can't die in this place,"
the spirit of the curse whispered.
"but I can make you wish you could."
Jinseal below. I prayed again as the crystal descended toward me. Help me to be the hallowed slayer everyone needs. Please help me win against this monster. Another spirit appeared before me. This one smaller, about the size of a wolf, and glowing bright blue and white. Only its form was that of a serpentine dragon, scaly but with a mane of flowing fur and antler-like horns. It stood between me and the spirit of the curse, like a guardian. The crystal halted in place as the spirit of the curse stared.
"Another spirit dragon?"
he asked, sounding genuinely bemused.
"How many have I seen in the past week?"
Annoyance sounded in his voice.
Jinseal is like a tired old man mumbling in his sleep, creating wisps at random. Begone.
He swept his limb at the creature, but it emitted a barrier of light which seemed to soften the blow as the spirit of the curse knocked it back. The spirit dragon turned to look at me with silvery eyes, and I got the sense it was urging me on. Suddenly, I knew what to do. I couldn't beat a powerful spirit, but perhaps I could get past him and find Kisun. Mustering all my strength, I staggered upright, then ran to the gap where the spirit of the curse had pulled the crystal free. There was just enough room for me to squeeze between two other crystals and into the tunnel beyond. I skidded down a slope, pulse racing, My pain was subsiding, but my body still held the memory of being impaled, making my muscles want to seize up with the knowledge that I shouldn't be all right. "Thank you, Jinsil," I whispered. I didn't know what that spirit dragon was, but based on what the spirit of the curse had said, it had something to do with my god. This tunnel was much smaller than the one I'd been in before, but its walls and floor still looked like rushing thunderclouds. I glanced back as I slid and saw a shadow drifting over the entrance. A writhing mass of tentacles reached in. The slope evened out and I hit the ground running, but I had no idea where to go or how to find Kisun.
"Over here,"
a low echoing voice hissed. I whirled toward the sound and saw another branching tunnel, but no one standing there. Still, I recognized that voice. "Path?" I asked.
"No time for small talk. Get over here,"
the spirit's voice said. I ran toward the tunnel, feet pounding. The mass of tentacles pressed on behind me, making a disturbing humming sound as it neared, mixed with the sound of raw, flapping flesh. Terror pulsed in me and I raced on. I leapt into the new tunnel and found myself sliding once again. The tunnel twisted and turned, making my stomach leap and roll over. The slope bounced me, spun me to the side, and then the ground dropped out from under me and I fell. I plummeted through a misty vertical room. All around me, small bolts of purple lightning burst out of the walls, forming balls of electricity. Within each one, I saw something different. Far off floating islands, a dark twisted knife, crows standing over a human sacrifice performing a blood ritual, a white serpent with red eyes, an oily flickering soul flame.
"The spirit of the curse has touched many things,"
Path's voice called from below.
"Every floating island lays in his shadow."
In the next ball of lightning, I saw Sujin's face, his fear, his determination. It made my heart ache. Is it right to punish someone for something they haven't yet done? I knew it wasn't. And yet, what if his eventual actions caused 1,000,000 deaths? What if I trusted Sujin and then he sided with the crows? And what if he didn't? The images of cursed things whipped past me and out of sight, leaving me feeling more confused than ever. Below me, a voice called,
"Hey!"
At last, I saw Path. He stood on a ledge of crystals, holding out his hand.
"Grab on and I'll take you where you want to go."
It was surprisingly hard to flip around while falling, but I managed to reach, and right as I passed him, he snatched my hand. Then he swung me around and threw me into another tunnel. I tumbled and slid, the physics in this place definitely not the same as those in the real world. I found myself tumbling down a slide past windows that seemed to look out onto different layers of reality, wide open but purple skies, then a landscape of fire, then the inside of a palace, then a massive mountain-sized tree. Soon I slid down the slope too fast to see any more. Dizzy and disoriented, I squeezed my eyes shut. Then everything went still. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on solid ground, in a place of utter blackness. The shadows felt heavy, like thick honey, like an emptiness that would slowly, lovingly crush me if given the chance. I spun, seeking light, and noticed a humanoid form standing off in the distance. Though everything else was dark, they were lit up, yet I still couldn't make out their features, as though they were a painting someone had smudged before it dried. A prickle of dread crept up my spine, but I stepped toward them, feeling like something was pulling me onward. My footsteps sounded far too loud, echoing dully. About 10 feet away, the haze shrouding the figure lifted, and her features came into sharp focus. It was a young woman in golden robes and blood-red armor. She was partially encased in a wall of darkness, a cocoon that held her in place. She had long, black hair, true blood eyes, and faint freckles across her nose. In one hand, she held a fiery sword, though it was faint, barely visible, like the ghost of something that once was. Her expression as she gazed at me was one of both fierce determination and regret.
"Orihana Okada,"
she said softly. I stared at the young woman, open-mouthed. This close to her, my soul flame pulsed in excitement, affirming my connection to her. "Kisun," I whispered. Chapter 33, in which I make my choice. "What has the spirit of the curse done to you?" I asked her. As I examined the darkness encompassing her, my skin crawled. Her bindings were made of hundreds of pitch-black arms holding her in place. I stared into the emptiness beyond her, but could not see where the arms were coming from or what monstrosities they belonged to.
I'm trapped,
Ki-soon said urgently.
But it hardly matters now. You can stop this war. You must.
Her words cut off suddenly. Even though her mouth kept moving, the sound of her voice had transformed to the sound of tinkling water and trees shifting in a rushing wind. She stopped and let out a breath of frustration, then tried again.
The path to making things right is so simple. You just need to end what I started by.
But it happened again, her words morphing into the sound of falling rain and a breeze rustling tall grass. How can I access your binding power, Ki-soon? I asked quickly. I can't be the Hallowed Slayer if I can't bind.
I still have it, and I can still give it to you,
she said in a rush.
We just need to...
For a third time, her words were snatched away. Ki-soon lashed out in anger against her restraints, but they just wrapped around her tighter. She breathed hard, looking both furious and helpless.
If only I could tell you,
she said, anguish in her voice.
I believe you're the one who can finally end this. You're the one who can break the curse.
I have to get you out of here, I said. But if this was the realm of spirits, could she leave? She was dead, but surely her spirit could leave this strange, dark home of the spirit of the curse at the very least. I raised my finger to burn a glyph, but when I pushed my soul flame into my finger, nothing happened, just like the spirit had warned. Undeterred, I crossed the distance between us and pried at the limbs on her shoulders. Like a nest of insects awakened by my touch, the arms binding her began to writhe. I recoiled, horrified. Then I gritted my teeth and tried again, but the arms were slick, oily. Ki-soon shook her head.
It's impossible. Here. Take this.
She had enough freedom of movement to reach toward the sword she held in her other hand. She detached something from the sword's pommel. It glimmered in her fingers as she extended it toward me. I reached out and she pressed it into my palm. It was cold and metallic, a small talisman of some sort. Its golden surface depicted the fierce image of a tiger prowling out of a blazing flame. My breath caught at Ki-soon's touch. The hero I had heard and told stories about all my life was here. Real. Perhaps dead, but not gone. A dozen new limbs wrapped themselves around Ki-soon and yanked her free arm back into place. I could hear a horrifying hissing from what sounded like 1,000 unseen mouths. Ki-soon spoke over the noise.
Show it to no one. It will give you power, but it's a power others will seek. But don't be afraid. Burn bright. Follow no flame but your own.
The metal which had moments ago felt so cold began to heat up. I felt a swelling in my chest, as though my soul flame was growing bigger, stronger. The dark flame within me backed away from the light and warmth. As I looked at Ki-soon, I felt as though I could see within her. I could see her soul flame, a massive inferno that seemed to fill her whole body. It was nearly blinding and shimmering gold in colour.
There will be those who help you, both spirit and human,
Ki-soon said, and I thought of the dragon spirit who had protected me and whose identity was still unknown.
Keep the talisman safe and find my sword,
she urged.
Then bring them both back here.
What sword?
My ancient sword. It holds some of my only power remaining in the physical realm. If you obtain it, you may be able to cut through the curse that's keeping my power from you.
Before I could ask her more, a low, all-encompassing voice spoke from behind me.
You did well to reach this place.
I whirled, closing my hand tightly around the talisman to hide it. Behind me loomed the spirit of the curse. His angled gold and red eyes blazed down at me as the rest of him writhed like tree branches in a gale. With the talisman in my hand, I could suddenly see inside of him. His whole body was filled with a dark purple, red and black flame, a burning, raging conflagration, as large as a volcano. I could barely breathe as I realized for the first time just how powerful he truly was and how insignificant I was in comparison. Why is Ki-soon here? I demanded, voice shaking. There would be more pain soon. He would make me suffer for escaping him, I knew.
The original Hallowed Slayer has been bound for a long time,
the spirit said.
This is not new for her, though perhaps I've restricted her a little more of late.
Let her go, I demanded. even as a voice inside my head chanted, "Don't say anything stupid. Don't make him mad. She's not your puppet." The spirit of the curse chuckled, the sound coming low and sharp like rumbles of thunder.
You don't know Ki-soon.
He reached out a clawed tentacle, using one sharp claw to lift her chin. Ki-soon stared right back into his eyes, expression cold and stoic.
If you learned everything this woman has done, you humans wouldn't worship her so.
He turned back to me.
But that's not important now. What's important is that you've impressed me. Your determination to destroy evil, even if it takes the form of a friend. That intrigues me.
The tentacle touching Ki-soon suddenly split into 100 different pieces which engulfed her. I cried out and leapt forward, but it was too late. He was already pulling away, dragging a pulsing light out of Ki-soon. As the light lifted away from Ki-soon's body, she sagged, eyes dazed. Her soul flame flickered, its golden colour muted. The spirit held out his tree-sized limb to me.
This is Ki-soon's binding power,
he said.
Take it.
I gaped at the pulsing golden light in his grasp. It was so bright, and as I stared into its depths, I could see Ki-soon's glyph glowing there, its shape familiar and awe-inspiring.
I want to see you do it,
he said.
I'd like to see you turn on your friend, take the power, and I will guide your hand. Together, we will slay the cursed prince who has caused you nothing but grief.
The light shone, drawing me in. It filled me with longing, a sense of intense belonging. This glowing power represented everything I had yearned for since I'd been chosen as the Slayer. Power, purpose, the ability to protect and save, the strength to fight the enemy who wanted humankind dead. But I knew that if I took it, I would forfeit my agency. This monster would move my hand and bind Sujin in an instant. His body would turn to stone. And Sujin's story would be over.
We don't have all day,
the spirit said. He touched my forehead and I recoiled, but suddenly my awareness expanded. Somehow I was both here in the spirit realm and also back in my body in the gardens. I felt Sujin's warmth against my body, one hand cupped on my face, still frozen as though not an instant had passed since I'd entered the jaws of my black flame. His eyes shone with concern. My heart ached.
Make your choice,
the spirit said. Another one of his limbs transformed to look like a hand, and he snapped his fingers. Time in the physical realm resumed. My body remained limp. Even though I could see through my own eyes, I couldn't move. But Sujin's hand stroked my face as he said,
"Look at me, Ori. Can you hear me?"
He waited a moment, then shook my limp shoulders. He let out a slow breath of air and sat up, no longer trying to pin me as he seemed to realize I wasn't conscious. Face anxious, he began to burn a glyph for the spirit of time, but before he could finish, a figure loomed out of the darkness behind him, swinging his leg up to kick Sujin in the head. The blow was so powerful that it threw Sujin off of me. He rolled across the ground, then staggered upright as the figure dropped to my side and pulled out a knife. I could see the newcomer's face now. It was Prince Bitgarum. He drew his blade across my arm, and I gasped from the pain where I stood in the spirit world, though I couldn't make my physical body move as Bitgarum held a small vial to the wound, letting my blood trickle in. Sujin clutched his head, but he recovered enough to rush at Bitgarum.
"Get away from her!"
Bitgarum lashed out with the knife that was still red from my blood, and Sujin halted just out of its range. Now that I paid attention, I could see inside of Sujin and witness both his soul flame and dark flame. I balked. His dark flame was huge, much bigger than mine. His orange soul flame was diminished from how many glyphs he'd already burned to sneak in to get me, and I could sense his reluctance to use what was left in a frivolous way. What was more, I could hear his black flame as it spoke to him in a hushed, soft voice.
Burn him. It's so simple, so efficient. He's an obstacle that, once removed, will never stymie you again.
No.
Sujin spoke back in his mind.
I won't kill him.
But you hate him.
I don't.
He thought back, his tone bitter.
He's just another stupid, spoiled prince like me.
There's really no time at all.
The spirit of the curse whispered to me.
With this power, you could destroy both of these princes.
The spirit of the curse proffered the binding power closer as if to distract me. My attention was caught by the offering's light and hope. I could feel it drawing me in with its promise of what it could make of me. But my attention crept back to Sujin. I watched as the dark flame tried to expand itself, to reach into his limbs and take control of him. He flared his soul flame, making it shrink away.
Step away from the Hallowed Slayer,
Sujin told Bitgaram, voice low and steady.
I don't take orders from filthy crows,
Bitgaram said, putting a cork in the vial of blood. The moment Sujin saw he was distracted, he drew a swift glyph in the air. Bitgaram lunged to press the knife to my throat. Sujin vanished and immediately reappeared on Bitgaram's other side, his sword drawn, its tip inches from Bitgaram's throat.
I said step away,
Sujin said, voice dangerous. His dark flame flickered faster, more excited than ever. Bitgaram grinned, though the expression was strained and sweat beaded on his brow.
If you stab me, I'll stab her. He's your enemy.
Sujin's dark flame hissed.
Kill him.
He doesn't deserve to die.
Sujin insisted internally.
You'd never go through with it,
he told Bitgaram.
She's too valuable to your kingdom.
She's a worthless slayer.
Bitgaram scoffed.
But perhaps we could use her blood to accomplish magic that could stop the crows. So sure, be the reason I spill her blood if you really wish.
A chill went through me. I had no idea if Bitgaram was bluffing or not.
Are you sure he doesn't deserve to die?
The dark flame asked Sujin. Sujin gritted his teeth and ignored it. Bitgaram and Sujin stared at each other, tension practically crackling between them. Then Bitgaram raised his head and yelled.
Guards by the koi pond, come quick!
Sujin growled, hastily burning a glyph for the spirit of time. A time bubble popped up around us, shining gold. Time beyond it froze again, including the sounds of the approaching guards. Bitgaram stretched out and swiped his leg through it, popping it, and time resumed. Rushing footsteps sounded in the hall.
I'm running out of patience with you,
Sujin ground out between clenched teeth. His soul flame was even smaller now, but the dark flame looked bigger. Flickering with manic energy, it tried to seize control of his arms. The darkness raged in his eyes. I could practically taste his urge to destroy. My heart pounded in my throat. My sweaty hands shook. I didn't want to see him slip again. I didn't want to see the moment he lost control to the inhuman force within. A dozen guards burst out of the hall and rushed to surround us. They drew their swords but seemed to know better than to attack when Sujin had their prince at sword point. Even so, some seemed very uneasy with the fact that Bitgaram was the one holding a knife to my throat. Sujin's soul flame flickered with panic at being surrounded, struggling to hold back the increasingly feral darkness as it stretched, frenzied. The spirit of the curse whispered into my ear.
Only you can stop this madness. He doesn't deserve to suffer like this. End his misery. Bind him.
He moved Kisun's power so close to my face that it was all I could see from my eyes in the spirit realm. But my eyes in the real world were transfixed by Sujin and what I saw within him. He fought against the power of the curse, like I'd never seen anyone fight before, like his life and the lives of everyone he loved depended on it. His little soul flame battered the darkness away over and over again, using its meager light to keep the evil power from taking over. Despite its overwhelming size and ferocity, he kept it at bay.
Even the smallest light can chase away darkness,
a small voice inside of me said. It sounded like Akari. I thought of the spirit of the curse's words. Together we will slay the cursed prince who has caused you nothing but grief. He was wrong. Sujin hadn't caused me just grief. Almost every moment of happiness I'd experienced over the past few days was because of him. My chest tightened, my eyes burned with heat, and my breath caught in my throat. Roiling emotion built up to a crescendo within me. My head and my heart warred within me, clawing and biting ferociously. Duty dictated that I prioritize honor and follow the traditional path of the slayer. But my heart pleaded with me to diverge from safety and tradition, to dare to trust Sujin, even though I couldn't be certain my trust wouldn't be shattered. I could bind him, do my duty, and end this round of Prince and Slayer. Life would return to normal for almost everyone on Hwalsang. It was what I was supposed to do. But it would mean losing Akari and being unable to find my father. It would mean becoming a tool of an evil spirit. It would mean binding and slaying the only boy I had ever wanted to love. Sujin's promise from the previous night came back to me.
You don't have to choose the path that's laid out for you. You can make your own path. You don't have to choose between two bad options. You can get everything, win everything.
I couldn't know what Sujin would choose in the future. I couldn't know that he would always be strong enough to keep the darkness from taking over. I couldn't know that he wouldn't eventually turn on me. But I did know what I saw now. I saw a powerful soul, determined to do what was right, fighting tooth and nail to not succumb to the easier path of darkness. I saw a young man who was full of light. He could win, especially if he had help. My resistance broke within me like a sword wedged into my heart, shattering. In the spirit realm, I sucked in a gasping breath, my eyes prickling with tears. I won't be your puppet, I whispered to the spirit of the curse. His massive, roiling face split into a grin, each of his pointed white teeth as tall as me.
We shall see,
he said. I wrenched myself out of this vision, losing sight of the spirit of the curse and Ki-Soon's binding power as my consciousness left the spiritual realm. As I fell back into my body on the cobblestones, I snapped my arm up, wrenching the knife free from Bitgarum and then punching him in the nose. He reeled, utterly unprepared for my sudden movement. I shoved him over easily as I leapt to my feet. My finger extended to make a glyph before I realized something. Clutched in that palm was Ki-Soon's talisman. Somehow, it had followed me out of the spirit realm and into the physical world. I gathered my soul flame and burned a glyph for the spirit of protection. Time slowed. I focused her power into a band around Sujin and I, trying something new. I pushed that band of power outward and time resumed. The power moved like a ripple, expanding to strike the guards in the chest, shoving them back and causing every one of them to fall. I grinned. Then I knelt beside Bitgarum, who clutched his nose, stunned. He shied back from the knife I jabbed toward him and didn't fight back as I dug in his pocket and retrieved the vial of my blood. This is the last time you'll ever treat me like I'm just a tool, I told him as I stood. The cut on my arm still throbbed. Oh, and the engagement is off. I shoved the vial and Ki-Soon's mysterious talisman into my pocket. At last, I turned to look at Sujin. He stared at me, astonished, his expression uncertain, like he didn't know what would happen next. As our eyes met, my anger at him reared its head. Not all was forgiven yet, but I felt peace, a resolve that I was making the right choice. I grabbed his hand and pulled him along, dashing past the guards who were still struggling to their feet. One dove at us, but we stayed just out of his reach.
Ori, what?
Sujin spluttered.
What happened to you? Are you all right?
Later. No time to explain now, I said as we rushed through the hall and into the stone Zen garden.
But you just...
I interrupted. Are we getting out of here or not? We've got crow nests to bind. Sujin fell silent, stunned. And then he grinned. As if my announcement suddenly gave him more energy, he picked up speed, no longer lagging behind. His eyes shone with amazed excitement like a kid at a festival. Despite all the other emotions I felt at this moment, I couldn't help but smile too. Chapter 34. In which we make a glorious mess of things. Before we could reach the hall that led into the final room with the back exit, guards burst into the room behind us. Sujin and I lifted our fingers in unison, burning glyphs into the air together. As we rushed into the hall, I caused ice to burst from the ground and block the passageway behind us. At the same moment, Sujin and I became invisible, yet something huge loomed in the hallway in front of us. I skidded to a halt, gasping. It was a crow. Its monstrous form stalked onward, its head nearly brushing the ceiling.
Just an illusion. A diversion for the guards in the next room,
Sujin informed me. There was a pause.
May I?
Knowing what he was asking, I reached out to where he'd been standing. Our fingers met and he grasped my hand gently, like he was nervous to be firm with me. Our touch seemed to crackle with electricity, with a new tension that hadn't been there before. I cleared my throat and said hoarsely, "Let's go." We followed the crow down the hall. The guards in the next room seemed to be on high alert, watching for something to emerge, because they gasped the moment the crow came into sight.
"It's fake,"
one announced, though he didn't sound confident. This room was designed to evoke mountain imagery, pine trees, layers of garden that sloped upward. Even the stairs leading up and out were designed to look like part of the mountainside. All 5 guards were positioned on the slope near the door. We had to convince them to come down and give us room to get past them. We stood directly behind the illusion as the crow stalked forward. I had an idea. I lifted the knife I'd snatched from Bitgrim and hurled it toward the guards just as Sujin let out a very convincing caw from beside me. The knife fell short like I'd intended, skidding along the ground near the guards' feet, but combined with the cawing, it made them jump. They looked to the guard who must have been their leader, and after a moment he ordered,
"Surround it."
The guards rushed down the stairs toward us. Not wanting to get penned in with the illusion, Sujin and I darted to the side, then crept along the wall and up the stairs. We reached the door just as a guard below yelled,
"It's an illusion, as I said."
We didn't wait to see what they'd do next. Sujin wrenched the door open and we dashed out into a dim, unfamiliar hall above. Guards flanked the door, looking alarmed as it slammed open. 2 tried to run after us, arms outstretched, but couldn't pinpoint where we were. "Quieter," I hissed, and both Sujin and I slowed to dampen the sound of our footsteps.
"I've been here before,"
Sujin said.
"Scribes and Advisors Wing. There's a side exit not too far off."
A sound echoed through the palace. The baying of dogs, magnified by glyphs. Someone had sounded the alarm. More guards joined the 2 behind us until we had 6 tailing us. They seemed to predict where we were going, because even after we turned, they followed. Sujin suddenly pulled me to the side and we crouched, pressing ourselves against the wall.
"We can't move quietly while still outrunning them,"
he whispered. Not long later, the guards thundered past, arms out to catch anyone hiding in the hall invisible. We held our breath. They ran past, fingers brushing the wall above our heads. The guards vanished down the hall, their footsteps fading. For a moment, Sujin and I stood there, catching our breath. My hand was still in his, my shoulder pressed against his arm.
"What changed your mind?"
he whispered suddenly into the silence. I paused, considering how to answer. Your determination to do what's right. Kisun had told me to keep the talisman a secret, so I wasn't going to explain what it had allowed me to see. He let out a small breath, and somehow I just knew the expression he was making. "You're invisible, but I can still tell you're grinning like an idiot," I whispered. "Just because I've decided to trust you doesn't mean I don't also want to punch you in the face."
"Noted,"
he said, but I could still hear the smile in his voice. I rolled my eyes, knowing he wouldn't be able to appreciate it, but he tugged on my hand before I could say anything else. We set off again down the hall. Before we got far, though, I heard distant yells.
"More glyph wards,"
someone was yelling.
"Faster, we have to pen them in."
"Glyph masters?" I asked. If we passed certain glyph wards, it would eliminate our invisibility.
"Hurry,"
was Sujin's response. "How many more glyphs can you make?" I asked him as we ran.
"Not enough,"
he said grimly. "Would a time bubble help us?"
"I can only make them in specific sizes and geometric shapes,"
he said.
"Which usually means I need to make a lot of them, one after the other. I was counting on us being able to make this escape a little more slowly so my soul flame could recover. I didn't think I'd arrive in the gardens to discover that you—"
He trailed off. "That I'd made a glorious mess of things?" I asked. "I was doing fine down there before you arrived. Thank you very much." We rounded a corner and skidded to a halt. Just ahead of us were the large doors of the exit, but they were blocked by King Moon, looking ruffled with his spectacles askew, and 4 glyph masters. Even worse, the moment we rounded the corner we became visible. Several glyph wards lined the ground, impossible for us to see until we'd rounded the bend and crossed them.
"Seize them!"
King Moon boomed. We rushed back around the corner, but to my horror, what sounded like an entire platoon of invisible soldiers marched behind us. Sure enough, I glanced back over my shoulder as we ran and witnessed over a dozen men become visible as they rounded the bend. I ran faster, wheezing, my lungs burning. One glance at Sujin told me he was thinking hard. "You can't pause time and let your soul flame recover?" I asked.
"Doesn't work like that,"
he said.
To make a time bubble stay in place, my soul flame is constantly drawn upon by the spirit of time. So my soul flame either stays the same size or gets even smaller, depending on the size of the bubble.
He suddenly pulled me down another corner, raising a finger and beginning to burn the glyph for invisibility again, but we pulled up short. Someone stood in the hallway before us. Bora Chiol, the scholar who was also one of the king's advisors. She motioned us toward an open doorway to her right. This way, she hissed.
Hide here.
I only had a split second to decide if this was a trap or not. I plunged my hand into my pocket and clasped the talisman. With it in my grasp, I saw inside of Borachil. Her soul flame was bright and alive with energy and worry. I couldn't hear her thoughts, but I got a sense of sincerity from her soul flame. I let go of the talisman and yanked Sujin into the doorway. He whispered a curse, obviously thinking this was a terrible idea. The room was almost entirely dark, the only light coming from the dim glyph lamps in the hall, but it looked like an office. I hid myself behind a desk, and Sujin followed suit with a sigh. We listened as the guards barreled around the corner.
That way,
Borachil said. They made themselves invisible again. Obviously feeling like they had no reason to doubt the word of the king's advisor, the guards rushed on down the hall. Sujin and I stayed frozen until we could barely hear them anymore. Then I stood staring at the scholar still standing in the doorway. "Why did you help us?" I whispered. She glanced at Sujin with her stern, no-nonsense eyes, but when she looked back at me, her expression softened to something more kind than I'd seen on her face before.
"I don't support the way the king plans to use you. It isn't right."
She looked both ways down the hall, then whispered,
"Go while you still can and forge your own path. You are the Slayer. I trust you to do what's right."
Heart swelling, I swallowed and nodded. "Are there stairs nearby?" I asked. She cocked her head but nodded.
"In this very hall, on the right."
"Stairs?"
Sujin asked me. I smiled. I have a plan. It only required 2 more glyphs. I knew I had that much in me. Sujin burned a glyph to make us invisible, though I could feel him sag in exhaustion as we clasped hands again. As we crept out, Borachil whispered,
"May Jinsil light your path."
"And yours," I responded, wondering if we would ever see her again. Would Sujin and I make it back alive? Would our plan work? Our plan. Not just his anymore. Ours. We found the stairs and climbed them. As we crept through the hall, we passed a set of patrolling guards, but concealed ourselves silently against the wall until they passed. Hurrying down another hall was all it took to find what I was looking for. One of the outer walls of the building, set with a dozen windows. I undid a latch and slid the pane open. The fresh, humid nighttime air smelled like freedom as it wafted in across my face. I peered out and saw that we were at the side of the scholar's wing. Below was a path lined with cultivated plants and trees that led to a gate in the large wall around the palace. Naturally, the gate was surrounded by a dozen guards.
"All the exits will be like that,"
Sujin said softly.
"They're not going to make it easy for us to get out through the gates."
"I'm way ahead of you." I gauged the distance from us to the wall. It wasn't far here at the side of the building. I could make this work. I burned a glyph for the spirit of the harvest. I stretched my aura as far as I could to use the rushing power on the line of trees, extending below our window and to the outer wall. I coaxed them to change shape for their branches to form a flat surface. Power expended, I leaned against the wall. My soul flame was worn out and so was I, but the guards were already gasping and yelling below, so there was no time to rest. I burned my final glyph, the one for ice, and a blizzard rose to rage invisibly around me. I directed the power across the top of the trees, forming a bridge between the gaps in the tree branches, leading from right below our window and across to the wall. I made sure to texture the ice so that it was rough rather than slick. Clinging to the last bit of power I had, I stretched my aura to the max, reached to the other side of the wall and forming a smooth slide there, a safe way back to the ground. The power vanished, and I pulled myself out of the window with tired muscles, but I couldn't help but grin at the creation of my hands. My feet landed on the ice, my slippers having no problem gripping the textured surface.
"I'm right behind you,"
Sujin said.
"Let's go."
I hurried across as quickly as I dared. Below, the guards were hunkering down at their position at the gate, swords drawn. They didn't seem to understand the purpose of what I'd made, but one of them would figure it out soon. But before they could, Sujin and I reached the wall. I sat down and pushed off down the ice slide. Air whipped past my face, exhilarating, until I landed on the ground with a bump. I moved out of the way and heard Sujin make it down behind me. I retrieved my soul flame from the trees and ice so that no one could follow us that way. and the bridge and slide vanished. Then Sujin and I escaped into the night. Chapter 35, in which I tell a new story. The wagon rattled over the cobblestone road, jostling me in the enclosed space. There were no windows, and only a small broken section of board let in the fading light of the city we were leaving behind. Sujin could have snuck us out using his power over time, but he'd thought it was better that we both get some rest. It had only taken some minor disguises and some bribery money to smuggle ourselves out this way, and now we had a place to sleep for the night as we moved closer to our goal. I sat with my back against the wooden wall as crates of fruit jostled my shoulder. Sujin sat across from me in the darkness. Apart from the rattling of our wagon, the city seemed silent, enveloped in night. Chio lay curled and asleep in my arms. Sujin had retrieved her from a place he'd hidden her outside the royal district, and her warmth was comforting. The glyph glowing on her leather harness was proof that there was still hope. In my pocket, my father's handkerchief felt somehow warm, like a promise of our eventual reunion. My chest hummed with a mixture of emotions, apprehension at what was to come, fear of the repercussions of my choices, worry for Akari and my father, anger at Sujin for his prior manipulation, but also excitement, eagerness to be moving forward instead of being so thoroughly trapped and useless in the Moon Palace, and relief that Sujin and I were something, not friends in the same way we'd been before, but allies, certainly. I couldn't trust him fully, not after he'd taken my father partly for the sake of blackmail. Even though I believed he really did want what was best for everyone, and that he was strong enough to fight the darkness, I knew I couldn't forgive him until my father was safely reunited with me. Sujin had kept up a cheery attitude so far, all smiles and optimistic words, like it would erase anything unpleasant that had happened between us. But if Sujin thought things could go back to how it had been when I'd been ignorant and naive, he was about to learn a plunging thing or two. But I could see it in him too. That wall he'd put up around his heart ever since I'd first refused to trust him. His smile was too ever-present, his confidence a shield to keep me from seeing his feelings. Well, this wasn't all about him and his feelings, and it wasn't about fixing what we'd had. My heart still longed for it, but it seemed a broken thing, a bird with clipped wings. Unbidden, I felt the tangible memory of his hand gently cupping my face. I shook it off. I couldn't think about such things, not when I wanted to so badly. For now, it was good enough to be making progress towards saving Akari. First, we would pick up his scholar in the Ogai kingdom, gather the tools he had assured would help me get Kisun's binding power, and then head straight to Akari in the eastern crow nest. I glanced up as Sujin burned a glowing glyph on the wall of the wagon. The glyph for the spirit of sight.
Want to check on your friend?
He asked. I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to put an extra helping of mistrust in the expression because I knew it would bother him. But inside, my heart leaped at the thought of seeing my best friend again. He rolled his eyes.
Don't give me that dirty look. I'm making a friendly offer because I'm such a nice person.
I'll give you whatever look you deserve, I retorted. He cocked his head, grinning.
A beaming smile, then, since I've been so thoughtful.
I snorted, but moved closer and burned Akari's name. A patch of the wall grew misty and illuminated, like a foggy window on a grey winter morning. Then it cleared, revealing Akari. She was bound, her hands tied in front of her. Her clothes were filthy and ragged, her hair a tangled mess. But to my shock, she wasn't in a cave. Even though her surroundings were misty, I could see that she was sitting on the grass, her back against a tree and her head bowed as she slept. They haven't brought her to their eastern nest yet, I said, delighted. The longer she was out in the open, the safer she'd be. I was going to save her from her fate, truly.
What a relief,
Sujin said softly, and when I glanced at him and saw the way he was looking at the glyph window, I realized he meant it. Being near Sujin like this left so many confusing feelings in my chest. I put a few more inches between us, then said, "There are things I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. During our, fight, I entered a vision of the spirit realm." He nodded slowly.
I figured as much.
I entered it using my black flame. I got inside of it somehow. It's how I met with the spirit of the curse before. In Ki-sun's shrine. I looked at him searchingly. Have you ever entered your black flame? Met with the spirit of the curse? He shook his head.
I don't think it works the same way for me.
I continued. In the spirit realm, I tried to fight the spirit of the curse so that I could get to Ki-sun. You can probably imagine how well that went, I added with a shudder. But I managed to get past him and find Ki-sun anyway. She was trapped. He has her bound and helpless, so that's why I can't get her power, and haven't been getting any new glyphs on my body. I thought back to exactly what had happened. I wonder if he wanted me to get to Ki-sun all along, because once I got there, he told me I'd done well and tried to give me Ki-sun's binding power. He told me that if I took it, he'd guide my hand and help me bind you. I pressed my lips together, my eyes flicking across Sujin's flat expression. It seemed impossible to explain the complexity of emotions and thoughts that had played into my following choice, so I simply said, I decided that didn't sound like a good idea.
Well?
He said, failing to hide a biting tone.
I'm glad that when the most evil spirit on Huaosang wanted you to bind me, you were finally convinced that doing so might be wrong.
No need to sound so bitter, I said. I tried to make it come out as a joke, but I was pretty sure I failed.
Oh, all right then,
he said, plastering on a fake smile.
I'll try to hide it better.
I snorted. We definitely both had some big feelings to work through. Sujin's face grew serious.
Why would the spirit of the curse want you to bind me? The dark flames inside both of us seem to be tied to him, and the whole point of yours is to block you from Ki-sun's power, right?
He shook his head.
My premise is probably wrong. We need my scholar Alkeen. There's too much I'm not seeing.
The spirit of the curse kept going on about an experiment, I said. So maybe it was a test. If that was true, had I passed or failed in his eyes? The thought disturbed me. There was so much I didn't understand about his motivations. What was his end goal? I slipped my hand into my pocket to reassure myself that the talisman was still there. My fingertip brushed it, but I didn't clasp it tightly. Using its power to look inside of others was emotionally exhausting. And I felt like I still hadn't comprehended the full extent of its power. Ki-sun had told me not to tell anyone about it. But there was still something I felt like I should share with Sujin. Ki-sun told me to find her sword, I said softly. Sujin looked at me sharply, eyes wide. I stiffened, wondering if her words had more meaning than I'd realized. But I didn't have time to ask her what she meant or where to look. Why are you looking at me like that? What do you know? A grin slowly unfolded on his face.
As a matter of fact, finding Ki-sun's ancient sword was the next step of my plan after picking up Alkeen. He's told me legends that made me think it might help you to get Ki-sun's binding power.
So you know where it is? I asked eagerly. He shrugged, though he looked confident.
Maybe. The most ancient temple to Ki-sun is in the Soi Kingdom. It's currently in the care of some religious zealots who guard every one of Ki-sun's relics that have been discovered so far. They claim to have her original armor. I'm hoping they have her sword as well. And to think that I planned that we should find it before I knew what Ki-sun wanted you to do,
he said, nodding wisely.
Ki-sun and I appear to be on the same page.
I rolled my eyes. Why did Sujin always have to know everything? Wasn't his overwhelming competence enough? I settled back against the wall, letting out a sigh.
You know,
he said softly, not meeting my gaze.
I lied to you before.
I narrowed my eyes at him. I wasn't sure I was ready to hear about more deception.
When I smuggled your father out of the Moon Palace, my only intent was to get him to safety. The king had put him in, well, it's not exactly a dungeon, but your father was locked up in a guarded cell, and they'd even drugged him to make him more docile. I just wanted to protect him, and since I was going to free you soon, I decided to get him out first. He's ahead of us somewhere on the road, also heading into Ogai territory, and people I trust are keeping him safe.
I scrunched my brows in confusion. If all of that's true, then why did you make it sound like you'd captured him for blackmail?
Because I was angry and stupid,
he said, staring at the wall across from us rather than at my face.
In the moment, when you still refused to trust me, I felt utterly powerless, so I used him as a tool to manipulate you.
And how did that go? I asked coldly.
Well,
he said, voice flat.
I'm pretty sure you came with me in spite of it, not because of it.
He paused.
I'm sorry.
I swallowed. I had no idea what to believe. Which part had been the lie? Those words spoken in the heat of the moment, or him admitting now that he hadn't meant it? I so wanted to believe this current Sujin was the sincere one. I forced my expression to turn hard instead of uncertain as I said, "If that's true, then tell me where exactly you're sending him. Just telling me he's also heading into Ogai Kingdom isn't enough." Sujin turned to look at me at last. His cheerful facade from earlier was utterly gone.
Can I trust that you won't run away in the night to go find him? Can I trust that, if I give you every scrap of information I have, you'll still stay with me and choose to save humankind?
I bit my lip. The truth was that I wasn't sure. Things had changed so fast over the past few days that it was hard to say what I'd do with new information and motivation, and Sujin seemed to know it. I was determined to do what was best for everyone, but would that prevent me from running off to grab my father as well? Sujin's expression was so defeated, so devoid of hope, that I decided to let the issue drop. He'd given me enough. I could trust him in return by not demanding more. I looked away. Sujin let his head fall back against the wagon wall, eyes closed. He looked so vulnerable, like he'd never been more tired in his life. How hard had all this been on him? What tolls had the last few weeks taken? For the first time, I imagined that Sujin probably felt 1,000 years older now than he had before he'd been chosen as the cursed prince. Surely he was beyond exhausted, with trying to make all the moving parts work together and trying to play a part other than the one allotted to him. My heart tightened in my chest. Was there truly a way to save Sujin from his fate? It was dangerous to get too attached to the idea. Even if we were allies now, he was also a potential enemy. I could never know when the darkness might become too much. I had to put walls up around my heart. I had to be willing to turn on him if he changed too much and joined the crows. But maybe somehow his plan would work and we really would bind the nests permanently. Maybe Sujin would keep the bloodthirstiness at bay. Just because no cursed prince had done it before didn't mean he couldn't be the first. I found myself fiercely yearning that would be so. Maybe we could even stop the spirit of the curse and save Ki-soon. Maybe I could get Akari back. Maybe we really could beat all the odds, defy reality and win. We had to try. I stared at the image of Akari still displayed on the wagon wall, finding solace in the steady rising and falling of her chest. I remembered the words she'd told me on her wedding day, which felt like an eternity ago. Destiny is the thing that guides you to special places and times, to points in your life where you have the greatest opportunities to make meaningful choices, choices that can bring you joy. And here I was, riding away into the unknown, side by side with the cursed prince. Destiny, huh? I said with sudden amusement. Sujin asked, opening his eyes. I moved back to my previous position across from Sujin and let Chio settle back down in my lap. In honor of Akari, I announced, I'm going to tell a story. He didn't smirk or look confused. He merely nodded, letting the glyph window fade away, then looked at me intently as though me telling a story now was perfectly natural. Remembering our first staring contest on the ship, I smiled. Oh, Jinsel below, I thought. Our relationship is really complicated. I opened my mouth and began to tell a story. It was the kind of story Akari had wanted me to tell at her wedding. A story of hope. This is the story of a hallowed slayer, but isn't like the ones you've heard before. The legends of the slayer are always tales of great loss and immense victory. Powerful joy, but only after great sorrow. The price for peace is steep. In those stories, the slayer saves Hwalsang, but loses her parents, her true love, or her closest friends. Despite her best effort, thousands of people are dead at the end, killed by the merciless crows. Towns have been burned, the economy disrupted, and everyone has lost something or someone precious to them. Salvation always comes at deep, personal cost. But not in this story. In this story, the slayer's father lives, her brothers live, her closest friends live. In this story, all loss is fleeting, all pain dims, with the brightness of joy and success. The crows are defeated for good. Their reign of terror comes to an end. The spirit of the curse is thwarted. Every human on Hwalsang finds themselves free at last. As my short story drew to a close, Sujin watched me silently. His face was serious, his gaze intent as though he couldn't afford to miss a single word of what I said. The effort and pain everyone bore pays off in the end. Everything wrong is made right, and all tears cease. I decided to conclude with one of Akari's favourite lines, and they all live happily ever after. With him looking at me so intently, I couldn't help but add one last line. Even the cursed prince. His expression changed faintly. I saw a softening of his eyes, a straightening of his shoulders, as though I'd just lifted a heavy burden from him. He didn't smile. Instead, his gaze was so focused on my face that it seemed like he was reaching out to me, asking me a question, waiting to see if I'd reach out in return. Heat crept up my neck. I tore my gaze from Sujin, laying down beside Chio and hastily turning my back to him. "It's just a story," I said quickly. "Don't look at me that way. Shut up. Good night." He chuckled, and I could hear him settling back against the crates on his side of the wagon.
Good night, my dear Hallowed Slayer.
Gin seal below? Yes, I thought. Our relationship is quite complicated indeed. The rattling of the wagon was rhythmic and pleasant, lulling me to sleep. As I drifted off, an image filled my mind. I imagined sitting on the roof beside Akari and Shiru, eating slices of melon in the summertime. All the fear and pain was behind us. The curse was broken and the crows were gone. Even Sujin was free at last to be happy. The cycle of Slayer and Prince was over. I imagined it and smiled. Epilogue 1. Sujin. The tension finally melted from Sujin Ogai's shoulders as he sat in the darkness, the vibration of the wagon proof that he was finally moving toward his destiny. He stared at the Slayer where she lay on the other side of the wagon, back turned to him. Orihana Okada. If her slow, rhythmic breathing wasn't just a convincing act, she was finally asleep. Now he didn't have to pretend to be calm and confident. Now he could slump back against these crates, body exhausted and filled with warring emotions. He held a strange pain deep in his chest, a sense of loss, but it couldn't compete with his sense of relief. Ori had chosen to come. Right when he'd been sure she'd rather they both die than for him to win, something had changed. She'd chosen his plan. Regret pulsed in him, regret that he'd told Ori that he'd captured her dad as a bargaining chip. In the moment when he'd used his glyphs to free her dad from his cell, all he'd wanted was to protect Daishin Okada, to save the man Ori cared about so much. But later, when he'd seen that look of doubt in Ori's eyes, it had hurt. After all he'd done, she still didn't trust him. And since trust clearly hadn't been the answer, he'd lied to manipulate her.
You followed my advice.
A slow, insidious voice whispered in his mind as his dark flame pulsed.
And see, it's all worked out perfectly.
Sujin gritted his teeth together and responded.
I wasn't trying to do what you wanted. It was a stupid mistake. I did something terrible.
But it was true that the Black Flame had wanted him to tell Ori those things, and he'd given in.
Terrible and wonderful.
The flame spoke in his mind.
Now she fears you. That's the most ideal outcome.
Anger burned in Sujin's chest. Fury at the flame that worked so hard to change him, and fury at himself.
Now she might never trust me again. Everything I care about depends on her trust.
Well, if that doesn't work out, there's always my way.
He closed his eyes, trying to block out the flame's words. He used to always ignore it and not respond. Things had been better then. It had felt so much more imaginary before they'd begun to hold conversations. He opened his eyes to stare at Ori. His black flame seemed to have an odd relationship with her. At times, just looking at her would make it fly into a fiery rage. But most of the time, when Sujin talked with Ori or even just watched her, the black flame grew more distant somehow, hushed by a warm hum, a feeling of rightness, of wholeness. Well, it made him feel like the curse of being the prince wasn't what made him broken, anyway. Sujin watched the rise and fall of her back. His gaze traced her dark, auburn brown hair, where it lay across her shoulders and spilled onto the floor in waves. He wished she would turn toward him so he could see the curl of her eyelashes against her cheeks. The memories of times he'd held her close, even for an instant, fluttered through his mind, making his emotions war between guilt and longing. He'd tried so hard to get her to trust him. At first, he'd been acting a part, a knight in shining armor, but then it had become so much more than that. Now he had feelings toward her that weren't a part of his carefully crafted plan. But after all he'd done, all he'd given, everything had still fallen apart. She hadn't trusted him, and he'd realized that he might have to do things he regretted to convince her to do her part. He couldn't accomplish this without her, and he would do whatever it took to save Hwalsang for good. Did that make him the hero or the villain? Perhaps both. He thought of her amusingly improper remarks, the way she sometimes glanced sideways at him, as if trying to surreptitiously read his emotions, her genuine laughter, and the way a slow blush had crept up her neck and ears when he'd given her honest compliments. Was that all lost to him now? They'd be spending time together, but it would never be the same again, for either of them. When she'd learned who he was and turned on him, it had broken something inside of him. Well, he'd been broken before. Everyone he'd wanted love from had broken him at some point. He'd survive it. It wasn't the end. A broken hero could still save people. Ori wasn't wrong about him, though. The Black Flame did try to take control of him on a daily basis. Sometimes it even succeeded. He always wrestled back control within a few moments, but a few moments might be all it took to destroy everything.
I swear I'll never hurt you,
he whispered to Ori.
I promise.
She didn't stir, but Chio perked her ears, cracking an eye to look at him. Well, if the Tanuki was the only one awake to hear his vow, so be it.
With everything I have, I'll fight the Dark Flame. I'll win. For you. For everyone.
The Dark Flame emerged long enough to chuckle before Sujin pressed it back again. He closed his eyes. He was determined that light could win against darkness. He believed his desire for good could beat out any external evil that was pushed upon him. And, in that moment, it was enough. He would protect Orihana Okada, and together they would save the world. Epilogue 2. Akari. Akari felt someone touch her arm to wake her. Shiro? But he had never once entered her bedroom before. Such a demure, proper gentleman, sometimes too much so. Oh, but they were married now. Times had changed. Now she could sleep with his arms wrapped around her. Now. The hand on her arm yanked her up. Akari gasped as she was dragged to her feet. Her legs barely caught her before the hulking black crow dropped her.
Time to march,
the monster said in accented Malhagi. Rough rope bound Akari's hands in front of her, tying her in a line with other captured women and girls. She had no choice but to begin groggily walking through the forest underbrush in the pre-dawn light with the rest of them. Cold dew on the grass wetted her ragged wedding gown and made her shiver. The musty smells of forest, old leaves and mud seemed more familiar to her than any memory of the incense her mother used to burn every day. The guttural cawing of the Kamagui crows was more present in her mind than the voices of her own family. A line of captured men and boys marched somewhere behind them. Some of these men, women, and children were from Bandosan, like her, but many were from other villages. Every day, more crows joined them, bringing a steady supply of prisoners. There were well over 100 now, and several dozen crows. With that many monsters surrounding them, Akari thanked Jinsel no one had yet been the victim of their bloodthirstiness. As her sore, blistered feet crunched over dead leaves and stumbled over roots, her mind drifted to what she'd seen in Bandosan while the crow had been carrying her off. She'd been battered, injured, and barely conscious, but she knew what she'd seen. Ori, burning a glyph right into the air. Her best friend, her sister, was the Hallowed Slayer, and the Hallowed Slayer always saved people. Akari could also feel in her heart that Shiro was near. She even thought she could sense him in the marriage glyph burned on her collarbone. He was coming. She'd sent the best clues to him that she could. The mice would lead him to her. It would work. Everything was going to be okay. As they walked, she felt and heard a ripple of anxiety go through the people walking in lines ahead. She craned her neck to see past them as the sound of crows barking orders rang through the trees. The line of captured men in front of them shifted, and Akari could see what had everyone on edge. The forest opened up, more clearly revealing the mountain ahead, and in the side of that mountain was the mouth of a cavern, gaping like the black jaws of a monster. Akari shivered as a sudden chill went down her arms, raising goosebumps. This was it. She'd known this was coming, and they were finally here. Akari took a deep breath to center herself. Even as her line moved forward toward the impending darkness, she forced a smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the brightening sky through the tree leaves. This wouldn't be her last time seeing it. It wouldn't. She hadn't come this far to only come this far. She would make it home. Ori and Shiro were coming to save her. The end of Book 1. We hope you have enjoyed this story. It would mean the world if you would leave a review with your honest thoughts at tanyahales.com/products/flame-of-the-hallowed. The story continues in Book 2, Sword of the Chosen.